Chapter 5399, I'm here to serve tea to Senior. Feng Ying shook her head. No, there is no old sir over there. Yang Kai did not know what to say. Why could he see the old man when the others could not? The old ancestors all converged in that direction. So obviously the old ancestors had seen him as well. Xiang Shan and the others now realized that Yang Kai did not look like he was joking. They also did not understand why the old ancestors had suddenly left. There really is an old man over there? Xiang Shan asked with a deep voice. Yes. Yang Kai nodded confidently. Mi Jingluan and the others frowned. Could it be the one with the white jade hand? Xiang Shan remarked as he thought of what old ancestor Xiao Xiao had said the other day. I don't know if it's the man with the white jade hand, but he seems human, Yang Kai replied casually. Mi Jingluan said solemnly, if there is someone there, yet we can't detect him, then his strength is simply unfathomable. Mi Jingluan glanced at Xiang Shan before suddenly smiling as they both patted Yang Kai's shoulder. You want to know what he is telling the old ancestors? Earlier on Mi Jingluan did not know why Yang Kai looked so frustrated and curious, but now he understood. How could Yang Kai be the only one who was curious? Although the old ancestors would certainly reveal some key information to them later, they might not necessarily tell them everything. It was certainly better if they could hear it for themselves. However, none of them dared to do anything rash. Since the old ancestors did not call for them, who would dare to go forward on their own? None of them was able to shoulder the responsibility if something went wrong. Yang Kai had learnt long ago not to get involved in Big Head Mi's schemes and shook his head decisively. No. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao once commented that Mi Jingluan was quite petty and vindictive. Thus, Yang Kai knew he should not try to best him in an argument. In fact, if Yang Kai had the necessary strength, he would have resorted to fists first and asked questions later. After all, the best way to deal with anyone petty was to beat them into submission. Likewise, this same reasoning applied to Xiang Shan. Unfortunately for him, the two big heads were too similar in their thinking. Yang Kai was alerted as soon as Mi Jingluan spoke, but it was too late. No, you certainly want to. Mi Jingluan said firmly, taking out a tea set and shoving it directly into Yang Kai's hand before, casually, suggesting, that old senior must have grown lonely after so many years and long forgotten the taste of tea. Go and brew the old senior a pot of tea. Upon saying so, both Mi Jingluan and Xiang Shan directly used their hands, which were still on Yang Kai's shoulders, to throw him out. Yang Kai was shocked and wanted to resist, but was unable to do so. In a flash, Yang Kai was hurled out towards where the old ancestors had gathered. Damn you big head Xiang. Big head me. Yang Kai cursed as he flew across the void. Those two big heads were such bullies. Is this appropriate? Lu Zhiping appeared confused when she saw Yang Kai flying towards where the old ancestors gathered. In fact, she was slightly worried. She could not see where the so-called old sir was. However, she could clearly see that the Ninth Order Open Heaven Masters had their guards up as they surrounded something. Anyone or anything that could cause over 100 old ancestors to act so cautiously must be very powerful. Now that Yang Kai was thrust into their midst, how would he sort out any misunderstanding? It's fine, Mi Jingluan said with a smile. The old ancestors are all gathered there, so if something really happens they can also protect him. Moreover, he is only in the 7th Order, so the old ancestors and that old senior should not care if a junior like him barges into their gathering. If possible, Mi Jingluan wanted to go personally. However, as a peak 8th Order master, it was less appropriate or believable for him to act like a naive junior rather than a real youngster like Yang Kai. But. Look, we can't see that old sir, but Yang Kai can. Maybe there is something unique about him? Xiang Shan continued along with Mi Jingluan's reasoning. Since he is unique, he should receive preferential treatment as well. After saying that, Mi Jingluan and Xiang Shan looked at each other and grinned. Ouyang Lai's face twitched repeatedly as he stared at these two with narrowed eyes. They managed to think up so much sophistry in so little time? How can they live with themselves if they do this every day all day long? Ouyang Lai cursed in his heart and then walked away feeling ashamed just standing with them. Yang Kai also cursed and swore at the two big heads. However, they just smiled back at him encouragingly, which irked him even more. He had already been thrown towards the old ancestors, and was halfway there before he managed to steady himself, so it was far too late to turn back as that would only be more embarrassing. Thus, he emboldened himself to hold the tea set with both hands, keep his head up, and strode forward. The old ancestors obviously saw him and appeared puzzled at his sudden intrusion. With a bull-headed boldness he had cultivated his whole life, Yang Kai ignored them outright and directly flew to the old sir and said with a smile, "Old sir, you must be thirsty. Please have some tea." Upon saying this, regardless of whether he caused the old ancestors to be upset, Yang Kai placed the tea set on the old man's side and got busy. Yang Kai naturally broke out into a cold sweat as Tsang curiously observed him. He came to serve tea and was only in the 7th order open heaven realm, so regardless of whether this old sir was a friend or foe, he would not make a move against a junior thousands of times younger than him, right? Soon, Tsang did not bother about this interesting junior and turned to look at one of the 9th order open heaven realm masters. Let's continue. Yang Kai did not know which old ancestor spoke, but a voice from behind followed. According to the ancient records, the cave heavens and paradises seem to have appeared overnight in the 3,000 worlds. Then a wide range of disciples began to train the next generation to prepare them for the black ink battlefields for each of the great passes. Yang Kai listened for a while and understood that the old ancestor was talking about the founding of the cave heavens and paradises, which happened so long ago that rather than records, it was more like legends and myths that the current old ancestors only somewhat knew of. After all, there was not much written about it in the ancient books. Some time later, the same old ancestor also briefly spoke about the many years of struggles between the human race and Black Ink clan. It was not until the last few hundred years that the human race gradually achieved the upper hand. Eventually, they decided to launch a crusade and advance to this location. The old ancestor did not say much in detail and just broadly described the events of history. He did not mention anything sensitive such as the purifying light or the evil purging divine spears. They still had no way to determine whether this old man in front of them was a friend or foe. Though the possibility of him being an ally was very high, it was always good to be cautious. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's had finished his work. He brewed the tea from Mi Jing Luan's treasured tea leaves collection and respectfully presented it. "Old sir, have a cup of tea." Tsang answered with a smile, "You're quite thoughtful, little one." The old ancestor who spoke just now glanced at Yang Kai with a frown. He was the one who spoke all the while instead of Tsang, who barely spoke a few words. If anyone needed a cup of tea, it was him. Tsang drank the tea and Yang Kai took back the cup and refilled it. Yang Kai ignored the glare of the many old ancestors. There were more than 100 of them here, so surely, they did not expect him to serve every one of them, right? How could he serve so much tea? It was better for him to serve one person. After drinking 3 cups in a row, Tsang smacked his lips and exclaimed, "I haven't tasted this for years. I've almost forgotten what tea tasted like." The myriad demons heaven old ancestor softly said, "If Senior wants to drink tea, this brat can stay here to serve Senior as long as you like." Yang Kai suddenly shot a glare towards him. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you so quick to abandon me? Are you all in agreement to isolate me? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you taught me some secret techniques," he thought. Unfortunately for Yang Kai, he soon realized that none of these old ancestors who had lived for so long cared about niceties with a mere junior. The myriad demons' old ancestor did not even glance at Yang Kai as he continued, "Senior, while drinking tea is a small matter, we have many doubts and hope that Senior can answer them." Tsang nodded and said, "This old master knows, but there is so much to cover. I don't even know where to start. How about this? Ask me what you want to know and I will answer accordingly." The old ancestors were surprised that he was so quick to offer up his knowledge. The old ancestors exchanged glances for a moment before one of them asked, "How should we address Senior?" In fact, since they arrived they had been telling him about the history of the 3,000 worlds and had not asked him anything. The old man said with a smile, "Song." "Song? As in that song from the sky?" The old ancestor raised his eyebrows slightly. Song slowly shook his head, "That song? From common people." Although the words were nearly the same, they had very different meanings. The old ancestors were noticeably less wary. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao then asked, "A few years ago when I and several others were trapped in the black ink nest space, was it Senior who rescued us?" Song nodded and replied, "And it was me." Although they had speculated that it was him, this was not confirmed until now. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao immediately cupped her fists. "Many thanks, Senior." If Tsang had not broken the black ink nest space trap from the outside, the old ancestors would have died inside. He was their savior. "No need to thank me. It could be considered as you having saved yourselves. If not for the leaking of the aura from your battle, I would not have thought to strike at that moment." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment before understanding what Song meant. On that day the Bright King Cave Heaven Old Ancestor detonated his soul at the border of the black ink nest space, opening a crack in it in an attempt to open a way out for other old ancestors. It was the Bright King Old Ancestor's efforts that allowed the aura of that great battle to leak out. Otherwise, even if the battle was intense in that enclosed space, how could Song have noticed it? How then could he have saved them in time? Regardless, I will never forget this life-saving kindness. If I don't die in the battle ahead, I will certainly do whatever is within my ability to assist Senior when you require it. Song smiled and replied, "We can discuss the future in the future." In truth, regardless of the result of the war, Song did not expect to live much longer. It was already pushing the limits of his endurance to live till today, and he was missing his old friends and felt he should reunite with them soon. His old friends must have been waiting impatiently for him. Another old ancestor asked, "So, is the Black Ink clan's mother nest really here?" As he spoke, he looked towards the vast darkness before them. When the old ancestors broke out of the Black Ink nest space with the help of an outside force, they had determined that the person who had aided them must be very close to the mother nest. Otherwise, there should have been no way to break through the Black Ink nest space from the outside. Chapter 5400 Prisoners? Mother nest, Song laughed heartily, "is that what you call it? Well, that's apartment. Yes, the mother nest is indeed here in the darkness within this restriction. And this is where Black Ink clan originated from." Yes. Blue Sky Pass Old Ancestor pondered for a moment before asking, "What does Senior call the mother nest?" Mother nest was a term that was introduced by the humans of today, but it seemed like it had another name from Song's reaction. "Mo," Song replied, "it calls itself Mo, the Black Ink itself." Many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters frowned when they heard Song's answer. Even Yang Kai, who was still brewing tea, looked at Song in surprise. There was nothing wrong with calling the Black Ink clan's mother nest, Mo. What was disturbing was the way Song phrased his statement. "It calls itself?" The Blue Sky Old Ancestor looked grim as he asked, "Senior, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that the mother nest is sentient?" So far, the human race had destroyed many low-rank to high-rank Black Ink nests. Thus, the human race now had some understanding of Black Ink nests. Each Black Ink nest had its own consciousness, and the Black Ink clan used the Black Ink nest consciousnesses as carriers to establish Black Ink nest spaces. These Black Ink nest spaces were in turn created by the Black Ink nests which bred them. It was a space which transcended distance and could be used to quickly transmit information. However, whether it was the low-rank, mid-rank or high-rank Black Ink nests, their consciousnesses were all blank. Simply put, they had consciousnesses but weren't sentient. From what Song just said, the mother nest seemed to be different from the other Black Ink nests. Song nodded and said, "It naturally has sentience. In the early years, this old master would chat with it when I was bored, but as time passed, it became angry with this old master and disliked how noisy I was, so it stopped responding." The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were horrified that the mother nest was actually a Black Ink nest with its own sentience. This was truly shocking. Previously they had speculated that the Black Ink nest, having its own consciousness, might one day develop its own sentience, thus becoming a true living being. However, the Black Ink nests on the Black Ink battlefield had existed for at least a few hundreds of thousands of years with no precedent of any of them becoming sentient. That led them to believe that the Black Ink nest could never become fully self-aware. Now, they knew that the Black Ink nest was truly capable of independent thought, but only the mother nest. However, on second thought, this was the source of the Black Ink clan, so it was not strange that it was sentient. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao then asked, "If it has a will, then why didn't it attack us when we were trapped in its Black Ink nest space?" As the source of the Black Ink clan, Mo's will was definitely extraordinarily powerful. If it had attacked the trapped Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at that time, they would surely have suffered heavy losses. After asking the question, Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao herself also said, "Is it wary of Senior?" Song smiled faintly and said, "In a sense, yes it is. If it secretly makes some small moves, this old master wouldn't notice. However, once it makes a big move, I will surely notice and make it suffer." Previously, when the Bright King Cave Heaven Old Ancestor self-destructed and ruptured the Black Ink nest space, it enabled some aura of the great battle inside to leak out. That was when Song took action to tear open the Black Ink nest space. If Mo took the initiative to attack, it would only have been exposed sooner. It wanted to silently finish off the Ninth Order Masters, which was why it did not take the initiative and only had 50 royal lords under its command ambush them in the black ink nest space. What cultivation realm is Senior at now? Have you surpassed the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm? Is there a higher realm above the Ninth Order? An old ancestor finally asked one of the questions that everyone really wanted to know. From the aura revealed by the jade white hand alone, it was inferred that the strike had exceeded the power that a Ninth Order Open Heaven realm master could exert. If not, there would have been no way to tear the black ink nest space open from the outside. The Bright King Cave Heaven old ancestor had to detonate his soul to simply crack open the space slightly. The Ninth Order master speculated that the person with the jade white hand might have exceeded the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Hearing this, Tsang smiled, shook his head and said, "The Ninth Order Open Heaven realm is not so easily transcended. Strictly speaking, this old master's cultivation realm is still in the Ninth Order, just a little further along than you. As for whether there is a higher realm above the Ninth Order, maybe there is, maybe not. Who would know until one reached that point?" So, Tsang was also a Ninth Order Open Heaven realm master. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Even though he said that he was in the Ninth Order but a little further along than the others, that was not enough to explain the immense power of his last strike. Tsang seemed to notice the crowd's doubts and explained, "The strike you sensed was not done by me alone. This old master did it with the help of the restriction here." This was the condensation of the power of his other 9 old friends. Each of them was as powerful as he was, and when the restriction which contained their strength was guided by him, even if Tsang could not exert all their might, it was still enough to tear open the black ink nest space. Restriction. Tsang had more than once mentioned the restriction here. In fact, the old ancestors were all aware of this enormous restriction. It was the cage that kept the ocean of darkness sealed up. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the mother nest was not shackled by this restriction. Setting all other issues aside, there must be numerous royal lords here in the mother nest. Going on the incident in the black ink nest space alone, there should be at least 50 royal lords here, and who could guarantee that there were not multiple times more royal lords? Once an army of royal lords escaped from this restriction, they could have struck any theater at will, and the human race would not have been able to resist. Tsang had been here, imprisoning Mo for millions of years. All the people in the 3,000 worlds owed him their thanks for his sacrifice. Did Senior set up this restriction? Tsang laughed and shook his head. "I just played a hand in it. This restriction to seal Mo was actually set up by this old master and my 9 old friends." "Then what happened to the other 9 seniors?" "They have long since passed away, leaving this old master alone to guard this place," Tsang sighed. "Senior, please have some tea." Yang Kai offered another cup of freshly brewed tea. He did not know how many years this senior had been guarding this place, but from the various inferences he could draw, Yang Kai speculated Tsang had been here for at least 2 or 3 million years, perhaps longer. Over such a vast length of time, the human race had lost all knowledge of what had happened here. It was impossible to imagine the loneliness that Tsang had endured, also the human race could live on. He imprisoned Mo, but had to become a prisoner himself. Yang Kai admired him for his righteousness and sacrifice. This alone was enough to explain Tsang's position on the human race. At this point in the conversation, the old ancestor's vigilance against Tsang was reduced significantly. After finishing his cup of tea, Tsang smacked his lips again as if he was savoring it. When Yang Kai saw this, he suddenly put away the tea set in front of him and instead took out a bottle of wine before handing it over. "Senior, it looks like tea is not enough to quench your thirst. How about drinking some wine?" Normally people would sip on tea, but Tsang drank it in gulps. From his mannerisms, it looked like he was more used to draining bottles of wine and feasting. When Tsang saw the wine battle, his expression lit up and he laughed heartily. "That's more like it, kid." He snatched up the wine bottle, popped open the cork and drank wildly. After draining 10 bottles, Tsang wiped his mouth and laughed. "I'm an uncouth fellow, but I figured I had to act a bit sage-like in front of you juniors. Damn it, you're all killing me here." The Ninth Order old ancestors were amused to see this kind of reaction. It turned out that the old man's stately and wise behavior was all just a pretense. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao smiled, reached out, and with a flick of her hand hundreds of bottles and jars of wine flew towards Tsang as she said, "Since Senior likes wine, these are some of the spirits this junior has brewed over the years. Please have them if you don't mind." Tsang laughed, guided the wine with his hand and stacked them beside him. Another old ancestor followed up, "I also have some good wine here, please accept it." As he said so, he took out a type of gourd bottle and threw it towards Tsang. Although the gourd bottle was small, it was obviously a kind of storage artifact with a vast internal space. This one gourd bottle seemed to contain an endless amount of wine. Many of the old ancestors were connoisseurs of wine themselves, and like old ancestor Xiao Xiao had home-brewed wine or had wine collections that they could not bear to drink. But now all of them took them out to offer to Tsang. This was not just to please Tsang though, it was more so them empathizing with his plight. He had been alone, standing guard here over the source domain for uncountable years. This wine was just a token of their appreciation for all he had done. How can you drink wine without meat? One old ancestor laughed, reaching out and taking out a large piece of monster beast meat, which had been his treasure for many years. It still looked extremely fresh and dripping with blood. The monster chi was also quite compelling, so it was obviously not from any ordinary monster beast. Yang Kai even felt a hint of dragon aura from it. This monster beast had dragon blood in it. Perhaps it was a flood dragon or other dragon descendant. Another old ancestor said, "Now we have wine and meat, some fruit is a necessity." He reached out a hand and a plate of crystal-clear spirit fruits appeared. One by one, the old ancestors took out their collections which they had accumulated over the millennia, and within a few moments, Tsang had all kinds of delicious delicacies set out in front of him. Even in the void, the aroma was overflowing and the atmosphere was joyous. Tsang laughed continuously. All the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from every great pass were shocked to see that the place where the old ancestors gathered had somehow turned into a banquet. They remained dumbfounded and completely did not understand what had happened. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded that his simple swapping of tea for alcohol had triggered this change. Unfortunately for him, everyone here was in a Ninth Order Old Ancestor, while he was the only Seventh Order Junior. Thus, it was only expected that he did the hard work of pouring wine for each old ancestor, serving fruit plates and roasting the beast meat. At this point, Yang Kai was cursing Big Head Me and Big Head Xiang nonstop in his heart. After 3 rounds of wine and food, Tsang shouted loudly, "In the primordial era, chaos reigned. When the first primordial light was born into this world, the heavens and earth opened up and the universe was born. It was naturally a glorious and magnificent sight. At that time the universe was simple, pure, and without many disturbances. Although the environment was extremely harsh, all living creatures' focus was simply to survive. Even if there was fighting and killing, it was only in furtherance of that one goal, survival." Chapter 5401, Primordial Era, Early Ancient Era, Late Ancient Era. The divine spirits were the first to rule the universe. They were born powerful and had almost no natural enemies except themselves. They were kings in those days and the vast world bowed at their feet. Tsang began to orate and the Ninth Order Masters listened carefully. Although they were all top masters who lived for many tens of thousands of years and stood at the pinnacle of the human race, they were considered juniors when compared to Tsang. They knew this, so as soon as they found out about Tsang, they treated him as their honorable senior. The old ancestors never knew these secrets of the primordial era and early ancient era. No one had ever told them these while the ancient books did not have much in terms of details. Everyone realized that today they would be learning from Tsang things that they never knew before. The divine spirits were proud and undefeatable, but they had innate arrogance that they needed to prove to others. So, the divine spirits fought amongst themselves, and all divine spirits were enemies to all but their own. Such a war soon swept across the 3,000 worlds. As the battle raged on, it shattered the heavens and earth. Countless living beings perished while even the divine spirits themselves were not spared as many were killed. The battle of the divine spirits of the primordial era was almost a battle of complete extinction. It was not until millions of years later when most of the divine spirits were exterminated and those that survived could barely sustain their clans that the era of the divine spirits dominating all lives came to an end. That also marked the beginning of the early ancient era. When the divine spirits fought, they created many servants and descendants. As the divine spirits declined, these servants and descendants, who were all essentially soldiers themselves, grew stronger. Their strength may not have been on par with the divine spirits, but they reproduced much faster than their predecessors, and if they grew to the very limits of their strength, they may not be worse off compared to the divine spirits themselves. Those servants and descendants were the monster race. The early ancient era was a period where the monster race ruled the universe. All kinds of powerful monster beasts emerged, and in terms of pure numbers or species, they were far more numerous than the divine spirits. While the divine spirits became dormant, the monster race were the masters of the world. They also attacked and killed each other along with those of other races as well. As Tsang spoke, the grand images of the primordial era and early ancient era gradually formed in the minds of the old ancestors. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in awe as they listened while Yang Kai stood still, stopped pouring wine, and listened carefully to Tsang's narration. No one would have thought that the primordial era and early ancient era would be such periods where divine spirits and the monster race dominated the world. Senior, what about humans? When was the human race born and who created it? An old ancestor asked. The monster race was created by the divine spirits, but what about the human race? Everyone was curious who created the humans. The human race, Tsang smiled and then replied, the human race was not created by anyone. When the heavens and earth were created, the human race was born. The human race has existed throughout all the ages, even when the divine spirits ruled the primordial era and the monster race ruled the early ancient era. During both eras, there were traces of human activity. At that time, the human race was separated into many small tribes. The humans were born weak. The divine spirits were born with great power, and the monster beasts were born with strong bodies. So what about the human race? Human infants and children only knew how to cry and would perish without protection from others. The human race was slaughtered during those times of chaos. That was until the dawning of the late ancient era, Tsang said solemnly. A great power felt that the human race had to grow stronger in order to survive the various hardships it had to endure, and 10 people were selected by that great power to travel the universe and teach other humans to cultivate and slowly become stronger. As time passed, the humans became capable of competing with the monster race. Although humans were born weak, they had an advantage compared to the divine spirits and the monster race, the ability to reproduce rapidly. This meant that their population grew at a pace that was orders of magnitude greater than others, allowing the race as a whole to quickly become strong. The human race grew and grew until by the end of the late ancient era, they were strong enough to rule this vast universe. At that time, humans flourished in every great territory in every world. A great power, an old ancestor asked seriously. Senior mentioned about a great power. What is it? Tsang leisurely mused, perhaps the heavenly way. He did not answer directly and the crowd was not sure if he did not want to say or really did not know. The old ancestor who asked did not pursue the question while another asked. The 10 who were entrusted to teach the other humans. Senior, are you one of the 10? The reason why there was such a question was because Tsang had lived for so long. To know what went on during the primordial era, early ancient era, and late ancient era, the only way was to have personally experienced those times. Furthermore, when Tsang spoke about the restriction, he said that the restrictions were set up by him and his 9 other friends. That was exactly 10 people. Tsang smiled faintly and said, sort of. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in awe. They were originally sitting in the void, but now they all rose up and bowed to Tsang in deep respect. An old ancestor held up his jar of wine and roared, to martial ancestor. Martial ancestor. If the 10 of them did not go around teaching the human race how to cultivate, it would be unimaginable what state the humans would still be in today. As one of the 10 who originally taught the human race about the existence of the martial Tao, Tsang deserved the title of martial ancestor. To martial ancestor. All the old ancestors proclaimed with utmost respect. The crowd shouted in unison, tilting their heads and drinking the wine in the cups. Tsang reached out and cupped his fist humbly. Back then, when I taught with my 9 old friends, I was only abiding by the will of the heavens. It was the only way the human race could continue to survive, so I do not deserve the title of martial ancestor. Yang Kai diligently poured wine for him and chuckled. The people in front of you are the top masters of the human race. When they say that you are the martial ancestor, then you are our martial ancestor. If not for you and the other 9 martial ancestors, the human race would not be here today. A true martial ancestor. Yang Kai never dreamed he would one day meet such a mythical figure, one of the founders who taught the human race about the great martial Tao. Although this was only a one-sided revelation from Tsang, no one doubted it. Who could have known so much if they had not experienced the events themselves? What about Mo? When did it appear? An old ancestor asked. Regardless of what happened during the primordial era, early ancient era, and late ancient era, the only thing that everyone was now more concerned with was Mo. Only when it was resolved, would this crusade of the human race be considered a success. It would only be then that there would be no more conflicts to resolve. Mo. Tsang sighed. In the beginning of the universe, when the first primordial light came into existence, darkness was also born. That darkness was Mo. Its existence is even older than that of the divine spirits. The Ninth Order Masters gasped. As Tsang mentioned, the divine spirits ruled the primordial era and the monster race ruled the early ancient era, making them sound like they were the first beings to exist. Who would have expected that Mo was even older than them? Since black ink strength was so invasive, why didn't Mo rise up to dominate everything during the primordial era and the early ancient era, when the divine spirits and the monster race were ruling? If Mo rose up during that time, neither the divine spirits nor the monster race would have had a chance to rule over the universe. No matter if it was in the primordial era or early ancient era, it would have been the Black Ink clan that ruled the world. Tsang shook his head and explained, although it existed since the beginning of the universe, its sentience formed much later. It lay dormant during the primordial era and early ancient era, and even during the late ancient era before the human race became dominant, it still remained unaware. It was not until a long time later that it became sentient and began to leave this place on its own accord. This place. The Ninth Order Masters paid close attention to Tsang's choice of words. Senior, does it mean that it was born here as well? Tsang nodded and said, this is where the heavens and earth began, and it is also the birthplace of Mo. It can also be considered the end point of the universe. That is why we laid the restrictions here, deceived it here and sealed it. Deceived? The old ancestors murmured to each other. Tsang said solemnly, in fact, its sentience is not too developed at least before it was imprisoned. In fact, Mo's sentience was only equivalent to that of a child. It was a little naughty but it was not bad in nature. Unfortunately, its existence itself is evil. The old ancestors were surprised to hear his comment. On the other hand, Yang Kai was suddenly reminded of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, whom he met in the chaotic dead territory. Both of them were also extremely powerful, but their personalities were just like that of children. The old ancestors may not be able to understand Tsang's comment on Mo, but since Yang Kai could associate what he said with his experience with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he could understand the situation better. Upon that realization, Yang Kai suddenly wondered, perhaps in this world, once their strength reaches beyond a certain level, their sentience becomes limited. The late ancient era ended as Mo's sentience began to take form, slowly assuming a form that then left this place. At that time, the human race had already dominated the 3,000 worlds, so you can imagine what it would be like for a child who suddenly arrived in an extremely prosperous world. Someone who grew up in deathly silence, was always alone, and had never had any companions. The old ancestors fell silent, leaving Yang Kai to respond. It must have been very happy and wanted to be part of it. Tsang nodded. Mo did not intend to harm anyone, it just wanted to immerse itself and enjoy its prosperity, to get to know others and feel the bustling world around it. However, it did not know that its power was too overbearing for the mundane world. Thus, everywhere Mo went, all the people were corrupted. Everyone honored it, saw it with reverence, and fulfilled all of its demands. Everywhere that was occupied by Mo became tainted in its color. Every great territory was corrupted by Mo and its power grew rapidly. Everywhere Mo went became its territory. World force was its favorite food, and the noisy cities became its favorite places. In less than a few hundred years, hundreds of great territories fell, all the world force was consumed, and the lands naturally died. The people living in these dead lands became corrupted by Black Ink strength. This old master and my 9 old friends came to investigate immediately after we became aware of the news, and learned about the strangeness of Black Ink strength. We knew that if we could not solve this problem, the 3,000 worlds would one day be completely consumed by Mo, and by that time, there would be no one else in this world. Chapter 5402 Primordial Light. This old master and my friends came with hostile intentions, but Mo did not realize it at all. Instead, it welcomed us and showed us the beauty of its territory and its achievements with great delight. Looking back, Mo truly behaved like a child. It had something that it was proud of, but there was no one to share it with. It was a rare occasion that others could be its guest. Thus, it happily tried to show off to Tsang and the 9 other martial ancestors. The reason why Mo liked Tsang and his friends was because they could resist its Black Ink strength, unlike the others who became subservient to it and obeyed its orders after being corrupted. For Mo, what it needed was not a servant, but a friend whom it could share joy and happiness with. Initially, Mo considered us friends with completely pure intentions. It was so friendly and honest that we did not know what to do when we were faced with it. We originally thought of killing it, but when it came time to act, not one of us could bring ourselves to be ruthless against the child. Black Ink's strength was simply the power it was born with. It did not have the intention of wreaking havoc on the 3,000 worlds, it just did not understand what harm it could do to the human race, and that its existence would lead to the destruction of everything. In addition to our own feelings, MO was indestructible, so there was essentially nothing that we could do to destroy it. So our plans gradually changed. We explored its birthplace and decided to lure it here. Once it was here, we would use our strength and seal it here. We wanted to slowly find a way to understand its power, not only to see if we could find a way to preserve its life, but also to neutralize its Black Ink strength. Before we did that, we worked together to split apart the great territories occupied by Mo so that its Black Ink strength would not poison the others that remained uncontaminated. At that time, many masters gathered under Mo's command, so when we imprisoned Mo here, it was furious and ordered its servants to attack the human race. That was how the war began, and the vast void behind you is where the two sides fought. Initially, we could still perceive the movement of the battle, but as time passed, the battlefield gradually expanded outward, and we lost track of how the war was progressing. The war suddenly broke out after Tsang and the other 9 imprisoned Mo. The human race wanted to stop the encroachment of Black Ink strength and protect their home. However, Mo was angry with Tsang and the others' betrayal and ordered its slaves to slaughter all living beings. Thus, the Black Ink battlefield was born in this new era. It was an era where the human race had experienced many new dangers that persisted to today. At that time, there was a tragic great war where the Black Ink clan and the human race fought to the death across the vast Black Ink battlefield. For both sides, retreat was not an option. That great war lasted for around 10,000 years. Many human masters were killed and injured. Naturally, the forces under Mo were ruthlessly killed as well. Just when we thought that Black Ink strength's hidden problems were basically pacified, Mo's power suddenly erupted out from the restriction. It had been accumulating power for those 10,000 years, and the 10 of us were caught off guard and nearly overwhelmed by it. Although it took a lot of effort for us to reseal it, some of the servants it created escaped from this place. If I'm not mistaken, you call those servants royal lords. Yang Kai nodded as the pieces seemed to come into place. When Yang Kai questioned the territory lord who was trapped in Void Crack, Guqin, he said that the royal lords came out of the source domain and brought with them their Black Ink nests. Now, it seemed that those royal lords were the same ones that escaped at that time. Yang Kai was horrified. What kind of power did Mo have to directly create so many royal lords? Then, what kind of powers did Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors possess to be able to imprison Mo? Tsang said that he was only in the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, but how could he merely be in the 9th Order? Was it really as simple as him being further along the martial Tao than the current generation's 9th Order masters? Mo's intention was very simple. It could not get out from within by itself, thus, it hoped that its servant could break it out from the outside. Although the restriction created by the 10 of us was strong, it would not withstand a concentrated attack by numerous royal lords from the outside. Mo might really be able to escape if 500 royal lords bombarded the restriction at the same time. Thus, we were very worried when we saw those royal lords escape. If those royal lords managed to conquer the 3,000 worlds and take over everything, it would be enough for them to create an endless number of Black Ink clansmen. With such numbers, it would not be difficult for them to amass 500 royal lords in time. However, thankfully this never came to be. When not one royal lord returned to help Mo out of the trap, we knew that the human race had pushed them back. This made us very happy. However, as the years passed, it became harder to guard this place. One by one, my old friends could not endure and began to fall. In the end, this old master was the only one left here, waiting for you all to come. Tsang managed to give the old ancestors magnificent descriptions of what happened during the primordial era, the early ancient era, and the late ancient era. He also revealed a lot of unheard-of secrets to the old ancestors and explained to them the origins of Mo. At the end of the late ancient era, the battle between the Black Ink clan and the human race was so fierce that even the supreme masters of the human race were killed. With a lack of records or distortions as generations passed, it created a gap in the human race's knowledge of the world's history, which was why even the cave heavens and paradises ended up not knowing much about these ancient events. If the human army had not arrived here today, they still would not understand the origins of their history. Although they were unclear, the tradition of fighting against the Black Ink clan had continued because the human race needed to survive. They had to prevent the Black Ink clan from ever getting to the 3,000 worlds, or it would be the end of the human race. More than 100 theaters and more than 100 great passes continued to resist in the Black Ink battlefield. Countless years and generations of humans gave their lives to ensure this steadfast protection. The battles were grand and glorious. The humans and the Black Ink clan had a long history of fighting since the end of the late ancient era, which continued on to this day. The reason why the Black Ink clan invaded was because they needed to use the resources to breed more royal lords so that they could return to this place to free Mo. The old ancestors were silent after Tsang finished speaking. What they heard today was beyond their imagination, and they needed some time to process all the new and alarming information. After a long time, an old ancestor asked, "Senior, our crusade force has arrived. What can be done to completely destroy Mo? We have around 2 million soldiers pledged to fight to the death. Is this enough to clear all the evil that lies within?" Tsang slowly shook his head and replied grimly, "Mo was born with the universe itself, its existence is special. The 10 of us could only seal and weaken it, but we could never completely destroy it." The old ancestors listened with trepidation. It could not be completely destroyed. If there was no way to completely destroy it, then was this not a true immortal and indestructible existence? The great battle cave heaven old ancestor quickly noticed something, however, and asked, "The 10 of us could only? Did you mean that there is a way? Senior, please enlighten us. Since we came here, we will not just turn around empty-handed." Tsang pondered a little and said, "There is a way, but this old master cannot guarantee whether it will work or not. This solution was discussed by all my old friends when they were still alive, but this idea had never been proven." The Ninth Order masters listened carefully. Previously, this old master said that when the world first began, the primordial light came into existence together with darkness, which later became Mo. Therefore, we believe that the primordial light and the darkness are in a symbiotic relationship. If we want to completely eliminate the darkness, perhaps we need to find the primordial light in this world. Perhaps, with the power of the primordial light, we can eliminate Black Ink strength once and for all. The primordial light. The Ninth Order master's jaws dropped, while Yang Kai was dumbfounded. How were they supposed to find that? When the world was created, light was born. How could they know how to find the first light in existence? How do they find the primordial light that existed since the dawn of time? It was totally unimaginable. Tsang noticed what they were wondering and said, "There may be a way. Since Mo was born when the darkness achieved sentience, then when the primordial light achieved sentience, someone or something must have been born from it. This entity must be somewhere in the 3,000 worlds. However, it could be a person, a monster beast, or even a tree or a blade of grass on the roadside. If you can find it and bring it here, then the problem with Black Ink strength would be resolved, as its power should be enough to restrain Mo." When he said this, all the Ninth Order masters suddenly turned their heads towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered the two supreme beings he was acquainted with. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. If there was any power in this universe that could truly restrain Black Ink strength, it was the purifying light, which Yang Kai could produce by using the 2 marks granted to him by those two and fusing the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer's power, which was contained in the yellow and blue crystals. Were Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan once the primordial light? Yang Kai was also a bit confused. If they are the primordial light, how did they become two beings? Could it be that the two could fuse into one? That doesn't sound right either. These two represented the extremes of yin and yang, and they have been fighting each other for countless years in the chaotic dead territory. How could they ever fuse together as one? Whether or not it was Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, these two were avatars of destruction whose mere presence annihilated the world around them, so how could they possibly be brought here? Seeing the reactions of the old ancestors, Tsang asked, "Does this little friend know something about the primordial light?" Yang Kai replied, "I'm not sure if those two are the incarnations of the primordial light, but senior, I had received some power from them." After saying that, he activated the 2 marks, drawing power from the yellow and blue crystals to merge into purifying light. As the white light blossomed, Tsang's eyes glowed brightly as he concentrated on perceiving the light for a moment, only to shake his head and say, "This light is not pure enough and far from matching the primordial darkness. However, it should have some relationship with the primordial light. Where did you get this power, little friend?" Yang Kai told him about the chaotic dead territory. Tsang softly murmured, "Burning light, serene glimmer. So it's them." He obviously knew about these two as well. The burning light and serene glimmer had existed for a very long time and were known as the two legendary ancestors of all divine spirits. It was because of them that there were divine spirits. The divine spirits existed during the primordial era, so these two supreme beings must have existed even earlier than the divine spirits. Since Tsang was from the late ancient era, how could he not have heard about them? Chapter 5403 Terrible News. Tsang didn't know that the powers of those two could be combined. The human race of the late ancient era did not have a very good opinion of the divine spirits and rarely wanted to come into contact with them, let alone the burning light and serene glimmer who were the supposed progenitors of the divine spirits. Furthermore, the chaotic dead territory was a forbidden zone for the human race. Although Tsang and other 9 martial ancestors were from that era, they had never set foot in the chaotic dead territory and did not know much about Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Even if they did come into contact, they might not be able to consider the two being able to help. After all, it was only thousands of years after Tsang and other 9 martial ancestors got locked up here to guard Mo that they considered how they could completely defeat Mo. That was when they first thought of the primordial light. Now, it seems that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan most likely had something to do with the primordial light. It might really be the case that those two could really merge, but who could bring them here? Considering that the primordial light might also be eliminated when Mo was destroyed, who could force those two to sacrifice themselves if they were unwilling to? The old ancestors were faced with a conundrum. Although they had learned from Tsang that there was a possible solution, it was still too difficult to implement. Senior, in that case, is our human race's crusade here pointless? An old ancestor asked gravely. Without a way to completely eliminate Mo, the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan would never end. Did the 2 million soldiers of this mighty army brave through all those dangers for nothing? Tsang shook his head and solemnly said, "It's not useless. To tell you the truth, you came just at the right time." Senior, please elaborate. Tsang sighed and said, "Back then, when we laid the primordial heaven source grand restriction here, it was because it was Mo's birthplace. As the years passed, Mo's servants turned this huge void into a spiritless land. So, we simply had no way to replenish our own strength. Even my old friends passed away one by one, until this old master was the only one left. If you came even 1,000 years later, this old master would have followed in the footsteps of my friends. Even if this old master doesn't die though, Mo would still be able to get out of this trap on its own one day." During the countless years of being trapped in the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Mo was not just waiting for death, it was secretly building up its strength and testing the restriction from the inside. In its first real attempt, it almost succeeded, but in the end, it was once again resealed by the 10 martial ancestors. That incident had led to more than 100 royal lords escaping with their black ink nests. Those 100 or so royal lords who escaped were the root of the major theaters. Today, even if Tsang did not know how powerful Mo had become, after suffering a few losses, it undoubtedly became smarter and more patient. Although Tsang had tried several times to dig up information from it, Mo would never reveal how powerful the force it was amassing had become. It was lying dormant, waiting patiently for the moment when Tsang became weak enough for it to attempt to break out again. That was why Tsang said that they came at just the right time. If they arrived some years later, he might have been unable to hold on. By then, Mo would escape and bring disastrous for the universe. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes and asked with great concern, "Senior, how strong is Mo compared to you?" Tsang pondered a little and said, "Mo itself is not too strong. If we really fought, it might not be this old master's match. However, it cannot be completely destroyed. I can defeat it once or maybe twice, but I will be the one who dies in the end. Its real strength is not in itself but in the servants it creates." Being an immortal entity, even if it was inferior in raw strength, it could still kill its opponents who were much stronger than it by simply persisting through the ages. This was why Tsang and the other 9 did not directly attack Mo. They knew they could not destroy Mo, so they did not waste their strength. The Ninth Order Masters suddenly realized something, and old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked, "Does Senior mean that over the years, Mo may have created many Black Ink clansmen inside the restriction?" Tsang quickly answered, "Indeed. Probably more than you can imagine, including many royal lords." The Ninth Orders all looked very grave. This was terrible news. Not only was the source of the Black Ink clan close to breaking free of its seal, but there were also many royal lords trapped inside along with it that would break loose when the time came. Thinking about the scale of the restriction, just how many royal lords could be hidden in this huge area? That number was unimaginable. Setting aside all other things, if there was even just 200 royal lords inside, that would be a huge problem for the human race. However, right now they could not even tell how many were inside. There must be at least 46, as there were originally 50 that ambushed the old ancestors in the black ink space. Though some had died, there were bound to be many more than 50. Mo had been imprisoned here for millions of years after all, and it had nothing else to do but to create servants. Mo cannot possibly create black ink clansmen out of thin air, it must need to consume energy to do so. Since it is imprisoned here, where does the energy come from? An old ancestor asked. The main reason for this question was because the people knew that black ink clansmen were born from black ink nests, but when a black ink nest spawned black ink clansmen, it had to consume a lot of resources. Although Mo was the source of the black ink clan, it still had to draw its energy from somewhere. Song smiled bitterly and replied, "This could also be considered our blunder. This place is the primordial heaven's source, the origin of both the universe, the primordial light and primordial darkness. When we tricked Mo into coming here, we wanted to harness the vast energy here to suppress and seal it. We thought that the unlimited energy of the primordial heaven source could strengthen the restriction. After all, it is the origin of all things, even Mo. But it seems the heavens are truly fair in all things. Mo can also extract the power of the primordial heaven source for its own use while it is here." The old ancestors gasped audibly as they listened. Mo could draw the power of the source of the 3,000 worlds with the help of this special place. In other words, since the 3,000 worlds were infinite and indestructible, Mo's strength was inexhaustible. Song and the other 9 could initially refine and absorb starlight strength or other forms of energy from the void to maintain the restriction. However, when the royal lords escaped and turned a huge swath of the void into a spiritless land, they could not do so anymore. Instead, Song and the other 9 martial ancestors had to draw from their own strength, weakening themselves day by day as they had no means to replenish their power. Before the 9 martial ancestors died, each of them directed all their remaining might, sacrificing their core essence to the restriction to enhance its strength. Otherwise, Mo would have escaped out of this restriction long ago. After all his old friends had departed one after another, Song would be next if the crusade force had not arrived. After his death, the restriction might still be able to suppress and seal Mo for some years, but it would not last for long and Mo would eventually be able to get out of the trap. That was why he said that the human race army came at the right time. Even such an ancient supreme being would have felt desperate after waiting for millions of years. Who knew how excited Song was when he perceived the aura of that battle a few years ago? When he realized that someone was fighting in the black ink nest space, he decisively took action. "Since you have come here, you must have the intention to get rid of Mo, and it just so happens that this old master needs your help." The old ancestor all looked solemn as the great battle heaven old ancestor said, "We do not know Mo as well as Senior does. When we led the crusade to this place, we thought that we could ruthlessly kill whatever was here. We did not expect things to turn out this way. Perhaps Senior can instruct us on what to do now." The other old ancestors all nodded in unison. Song was the first to cup his fist and said, "This old master thanks all of you in advance. To be honest, if a fight breaks out, you will lose a lot of the 2 million you've brought here." The old ancestors laughed as one of them replied, "Senior, the founding purpose of the cave heavens and paradises was to fight against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. Over the years, many of our ancestors have died to fulfill that purpose. If they did not have the will to fight and die, they would not have dared to set foot onto the Black Ink battlefield to kill the enemy. Senior, not to mention if we had large numbers of casualties, even if this entire army perished here, it would be worth it if we could destroy the Black Ink clan. As for thanking us, we should be the ones to thank you, Senior. Without Senior's great devotion to guarding this place, the 3,000 worlds would have been lost and we would not be here today." Song looked at the crowd, and saw that the many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not flinch, even though they were aware of the power and evilness of Mo. He began to smile with relief. This generation of warriors is indeed competent. Otherwise, it would not have taken the human race more than 1,000,000 years before they came. Just as Song was about to speak, a voice echoed, "You all want to listen to this old man's nonsense and become my enemies." The voice was so indistinct that none of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters knew where it came from, but all of them soon turned pale. Mo was the only one who would say such words at this moment. No one expected that Mo, which was suppressed and sealed in the primordial heaven source grand restriction where the heavens and earth were created, could still communicate with them. What made things worse was from the tone of its voice, it had heard everything that was said here. Yang Kai looked very odd. Moments ago, Song said that Mo's personality was like a child. Furthermore, it seemed that its voice was also that of a child. It was practically the same as Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. When he thought about it, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan seemed to actually have a lot in common. Perhaps the solution to resolving the crisis of the Black Ink clan really depended on those two. This Supreme One cannot be killed. What the old man said about the primordial light is pure nonsense. This place is the birthplace of this Supreme One. What primordial light could be found here? Mo sarcastically said. You are only seeking your own doom if you listen to this old man's nonsense. Song slowly shook his head and retorted, Mo, just because you do not know about something does not mean that it does not exist. Or perhaps, are you afraid? Afraid? Mo raised its voice and replied, why would this Supreme One be afraid of you? I hate you. I hate that I trusted you so much. I hate how I was tricked into coming here, only to be imprisoned for countless years. Old man, once I get out of here, you will be the first one to die. Song chuckled and said, rest assured there won't be such a day. Mo ignored him and said to the old ancestors, it's surprising that you've made it this far. However, your efforts are pointless. How about this? Why not make a deal with this Supreme One? Chapter 5404 A Determined Battle. The Great Battle Heaven Old Ancestor looked up at Void, narrowed his eyes and asked, what kind of deal? Mo replied, if you help me kill this old man, this Supreme One will promise you that after I get out of this cage, I will rule alongside your human race. Black Ink Battlefield, is what you call the stretch of Void. The Black Ink clan and I will never set foot outside of Black Ink Battlefield or bring harm to your lands. Unlike Song, Mo knew a lot about the humans of today. The bizarre nature of the Black Ink nest allowed Mo to monitor every theater at all times. The Great Battle Heaven Old Ancestor snickered, how could we possibly sleep in peace? There was no guarantee that Mo would keep this agreement. Even if it did, how could the human race be at ease? Who knew if Mo changed its mind? After all, it was the source of the Black Ink clan. The human race and the Black Ink clan had fought with each other for countless years. The countless dead soldiers had forged an eternal blood feud. This was not a matter that could be so easily resolved. All the old ancestors wanted to hear was Mo's proposal, but they had no plans to take it seriously. Even Song knew that the human race would not accept this proposal, which was why he chose to remain quiet and not interfere. Mo sighed and said, you humans keep saying that you want to kill this Supreme One for your own survival, but you have not achieved this even after so many years. You have lost a lot of people just as I have lost a lot of my servants. No one has the upper hand. Didn't that old man say that this Supreme One was born when the heavens and earth began? If the heavens and earth were destroyed, how can this Supreme One live on? I would be alone. When I first became sentient, I didn't know anything and could not control my own power, that is why I caused such a great disaster. Now that I know the seriousness of what happened, I will not let it happen again. I promise. If this Supreme One says that the Black Ink clan will never step out of the Black Ink battlefield, this Supreme One will definitely not go back on my word. This Supreme One swears by its soul that if I lie, may the heavens smite my soul and end my life. Song was slightly moved and remarked, looks like you are determined. An old ancestor looked at Song and asked, Senior means that this guy can be trusted. Song nodded and said, the most important thing to Mo's existence is its own soul, or in other words, its sentience. Since it swore by its soul, it should be true. If it violates its oath, even if its soul does not get destroyed, it would suffer a fate worse than death. Song did not try to exaggerate or lie and just spoke straightforwardly. Hearing what Mo said, there was no doubt that it was extremely eager to get out of this trap. For this reason, it was even willing not to step out of the Black Ink battlefield. Not only do humans desire a prosperous future, so does this Supreme One. I naturally desire to go somewhere most bustling and alive. The disaster that happened eons ago was unintentional, and for it I have been trapped here for so many years. Isn't that punishment enough? Song sighed slightly and said, it is not a question of if it is enough. Mo, you should know that yourself. Mo replied indignantly, then, you want to ruthlessly kill me simply because I was born with this power? Song remained silent. Was Mo wrong? Its power was simply what it was, and what happened back then was not intentional. It wanted to be part of the human race's prosperity and was driven by instinct to feel the splendor of a world it had never felt before. But was it right? Its presence resulted in the decimation of hundreds of great territories and the death of all living things in those lands. Countless human race masters became corrupted by black ink strength, their original personality annihilated as they were reduced mere slaves. This was no longer a question of right or wrong. In the silence, the great battle heaven old ancestor coldly snorted and said, "You were ignorant back then, but don't you understand now? For countless years, the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield have been trying to invade the 3,000 worlds. Your words sound sincere at first, but they are dishonest." Mo said leisurely, "If you had been trapped here for millions of years, wouldn't you try to find a way to get out? There is only one way for this Supreme One to get out of here, but that was the past. Now, as long as you are willing to help me, this Supreme One naturally does not need to do that again. This Supreme One can even promise you that after I get out of this trap, this Supreme One can retract all my Black Ink strength. Then, there would not be any Black Ink clansmen in this world except for this Supreme One." That certainly sounds tempting. An old ancestor chuckled. If Mo was true to its word, it would remain in the Black Ink battlefield and take back all its Black Ink strength. This was undoubtedly a good outcome. However, could it keep its word? Even if it could keep its promise for a short time, what about in the long run? If it could never step out of the Black Ink battlefield, it meant that it was still imprisoned. The only thing that changed was that it had gone from a small cage built around the primordial heaven source, to the big cage of the Black Ink battlefield. Did it not just say that it sought for prosperity? Perhaps it could endure loneliness for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years, but what would happen after 100,000 years or a million years? How could an entity that had been imprisoned for millions of years, once freed, agree to be imprisoned again? They certainly could not believe everything it said. Thus, none of the old ancestors took its words seriously. Mo's sincere-sounding oath could only be taken superficially, and anyone who believed in it was a fool. Mo had sensed the old ancestors' thoughts towards its proposal, and it began to fume as, regardless of how long it had lived, its thoughts were still like those of a child. It now felt upset and aggrieved that even its willingness to compromise could not satisfy the greedy human race. "Do you really want to be the enemy of this Supreme One?" Mo raged. Years of blood feud can only end in death. The great battle heaven old ancestor's aura turned sharp as it pointed to the void. Mo gloomily said, "Consider carefully. You may not be able to win if you really want to fight. This old man has also said that this Supreme One created countless servants over these millions of years. You may have a 2 million strong army, but that is still not enough to be this Supreme One's opponent. How can you win? What will be the final outcome? Since you cannot kill this Supreme One, are you going to continue to imprison me?" An old ancestor said with a smile, "Originally, I did not have much confidence in this battle when I heard what martial ancestor said. However, now that I have listened to you, I think we can win. Perhaps we can even kill you." "You must be tired of living." Mo shouted angrily. The old ancestors did not bother to say anything else. They were all masters with firm wills who had led their armies to this place. Thus, they would not be swayed by what Mo said. No matter how tempting Mo's promises were, its very existence was a huge threat to the 3,000 worlds. The only way to solve this problem was to completely annihilate it. Although there was no way to find the primordial light for the time being, they could not just leave Mo alone. Song was already dying, and to relieve his burden, they must first weaken Mo. Once the situation stabilized here, the human race could then search for the primordial light. Looking around at the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Song asked, "Have you all thought it through?" The old ancestors all nodded. The myriad demons' old ancestor smiled and said, "Senior, tell us what we should do. Honestly, we had not expected things to turn out this way, so we hardly know how we should proceed." Song nodded and said, "Since you and the others are determined to fight, then the matter is very simple." He did not try to hide what he was going to say from Mo. In fact, he could not hide it even if he wanted to. Although Mo was not particularly strong in terms of raw combat power, its divine sense was exceptionally keen. Thus, Mo could sense whatever he was about to say no matter how he tried to conceal it. "When you are prepared, this old master will open the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Once the restriction is open, you and the army must kill the Black Ink clansmen as soon as they emerge," Song explained. An old ancestor asked with worry, "Once the restriction is open? Won't Mo take advantage of the opportunity to escape?" Song shook his head and said, "This old master will use the power of the restriction to restrain it. It will not be able to get out." Song was confident about this point. otherwise he would not dare to open up the restriction. But you must be very careful. Mo has an innate ability which also can be said to be a secret technique. Even if Mo does not have direct contact with you, the secret technique might cause you and the others to be corrupted and turn into servants. An innate divine ability? An old ancestor bellowed. Song nodded and said, so to speak. So, be sure to protect your souls. This old master will try not to let it have the opportunity to strike you, but you should also protect yourselves. We understand. The human race was no stranger to such abilities of the Black Ink clan. In fact, the royal lords had such an innate divine ability, which the humans simply called the royal lord secret technique. As Tsang said, even without direct contact, once their soul was hit by such a secret technique, it would be corrupted by Black Ink's strength. As the source of the Black Ink clan, how could Mo not possess such a skill? Over the years, this old master was not sure of how many servants Mo had created, so this battle will most likely be very difficult. If you and the others can't hold on anymore, you should inform old master immediately and I will close the gap. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and exclaimed, Senior can both open and close the restriction? Can we keep repeating this so that we can keep wearing down its strength? As long as Tsang had good control of this gap, the human race might even be able to kill the entire Black Ink clan army without any damage. Tsang, however, smiled and replied, no. Opening and ensuring that the gap does not expand and closing it requires much time and strength. Furthermore, doing it too many times would make the restriction unstable. If Mo breaks out from inside, even this old master might be powerless to suppress and seal it. Yang Kai understood. He also knew that it could not be that simple. In addition, Tsang appeared slightly grave as he said, over these years, Mo seems to have hidden some kind of power. When he first used that power, he almost broke out of the restriction. Unfortunately, I still do not know much about this power. All of you must be extremely careful. The old ancestors all listened solemnly. If Mo nearly broke out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, and even Tsang, who had been here guarding this place for millions of years, did not understand how, then this power was obviously Mo's trump card. Chapter 5405, Don't Throw a Tantrum. Millions of years ago, when Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors sealed Mo, the primordial heaven source grand restriction was not so large. At that time, it was at most a small piece of the void, hardly 1,000th of its current size. As time passed though, Mo drew on the power of the 3,000 worlds, through this primordial heaven source, and its own power fiercely rose. Thus, the grand restriction also expanded along with it. By now, the primordial heaven source grand restriction had almost reached its limit. The greater the size of the grand restriction, the more difficult it was for Tsang to maintain it, and when the scope exceeded a certain threshold, the restriction would naturally burst. That was also why Tsang said that the human race army came just in time. Even if he did not die, he would be unable to maintain the seal if they came more than 1,000 years later. Now, in order to relieve his burden, they had to wear down the Black Ink strength inside. If he could get better control over the restriction, then there would not be any concerns about Mo breaking out of the trap. By then, the human race masters would be free to search for the primordial light. Thus, no matter what, a battle was inevitable. The human race would fight to weaken the Black Ink strength, while Mo would try to use this opportunity to escape. Mo had been suppressed and sealed here all this time, but even Tsang did not know what the situation inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction was. Mo completely isolated the inside with its own power, and its divine sense was extremely powerful, so it intentionally prevented anyone from sensing what was going on. Even Tsang was unable to peek into it. However, when Mo nearly broke out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction long ago, there was indeed an extremely powerful force that blew up from the inside. Even when Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors quickly suppressed it, some royal lords still managed to escape. Those royal lords first took this surrounding area where the heavens and earth was formed, as their target and managed to turn this huge stretch of void into a spiritless land so as to cut off any source of power for Tsang and the others. They then took their Black Ink nests across the dangerous ancient battlefields to search for suitable locations to create royal cities. Thereafter they began to spawn large armies so that they could invade the 3,000 worlds, gain more resources, breed more Black Ink clansmen, and then return to rescue Mo. In fact, back then, more than 200 royal lords had escaped the primordial heaven source grand restriction, but in that era, the restrictions and residual divine abilities that remained on the ancient battlefields were far more powerful than the ones the human crusade experienced along their way here. Thus, many royal lords fell, leaving just over 100 survivors. Those restrictions and residual divine abilities were from the first Great War between Mo's servants and the great experts of the late ancient era. Song had mentioned that the battle raged for 10,000 years. The royal lords who moved to create their royal cities did so too far away for Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors to monitor their movements. At that time, the human race and the dragon and phoenix clans of the divine spirit ancestral land joined forces to guard the only path that connected the Black Ink battlefield to the 3,000 worlds. After all, when the royal cities first appeared, it naturally alarmed the human race. In order to cope with the future Black Ink clan invasion, the human race also built their great passes, one for each royal city, forming the basis for the various war theaters. The human race masters then returned to the 3,000 worlds to prepare. They chose cultivation paradises with abundant resources and world energy to foster new talents. It was these cultivation holy lands that later became the cave heavens and paradises. From there, they recruited disciples widely and trained elite masters for the coming war. Hence, the layout of the Black Ink battlefield was formed step by step. However, Tsang and the 9 martial ancestors did not know these details. After all, they had long joined forces to imprison Mo and were trapped alongside it to maintain the Grand Restriction. It was because they managed to suppress and seal Mo that the late ancient era's shocking war between Mo's servants and the human race could even occur. The ancestors of those who created the cave heavens and paradises only knew to fight against the Black Ink clan. They did not even know where they originated from. The great experts who knew the full story had all been killed by the end of the late ancient era in the battle of extinction against Mo's servants. Millions of years then passed with neither side being able to make a true breakthrough. The Black Ink clan never managed to take down the great passes en masse, settling for recklessly attacking and retreating, not caring if they incurred huge losses each time. They were all spawned from Black Ink nests rather than being born and raised by parents. As long as there were sufficient resources, they could endlessly continue to create more Black Ink clansmen. It was only in recent centuries that the human race had gradually turned from its defensive position to an offensive one. Now, the 2 million-strong army crusade had finally marched to this point with the means to threaten Mo directly. A great war was inevitable. This old master needs some things to restore himself, Song requested. Although he had used Shi's power to steal some of Mo's power from time to time over the years, Black Ink's strength was still corruptive by nature and he did not dare to use it indiscriminately. Even Shi was at risk of being corrupted by Black Ink's strength because he devoured too much of it. He eventually could not sustain himself and had to sacrifice himself to the restriction. Thus, over the years, Song had always been in a state of malnutrition and was barely able to maintain the primordial heaven source grand restriction. That was why he became skin and bones, much like a living dead. The only reason why he now had a somewhat normal physique was because he did not want to frighten these juniors. It was naturally not an issue to help provide Song with some resources, as while most of the old ancestors only carried a few on them, Yang Kai had plenty. Yang Kai immediately took out a space ring, filled it with all kinds of resources and handed it to Tsang. "Senior, see if this is enough, if not, Junior still has some more." Tsang took the ring and looked before smiling lightly. "It's enough." After saying that, he looked at the old ancestors and said, "Go and prepare yourselves first. After this old master restores himself, I will open the primordial heaven source grand restriction." Some Ninth Order masters asked, "Senior, where is the best place for us to assemble?" They knew nothing about this spiritless land, so it was natural to ask for Tsang's instructions. Tsang looked around for a while before pointing in a certain direction. "There. Over there is where Mo tore open a crack and those royal lords managed to escape from back then. Relatively speaking, that position is easiest to open, and due to some old setups by my friends, it is also the easiest to close." The old ancestors looked in the direction he pointed and naturally had no objections. "Then we will go and prepare." The old ancestors flew away and Yang Kai followed. Soon, all the army commanders of the great passes quickly understood the situation after receiving instructions from the old ancestors. Orders were given and all the soldiers began to make preparations for battle. For so many years the human race had mostly been in a passive and defensive state, repeatedly invaded by the Black Ink clan while forced to repel them. Countless Black Ink clansmen were killed when the royal cities were pacified. Thereafter, the great passes crossed the late ancient era battlefield, which had many residual dangers and finally arrived here. It was only today that they could finally take the fight to Mo. Such an opportunity was scarce. As Tsang said, the objective here was for the human race to kill as many of the Black Ink clansmen who tried to escape the gap as possible after he opened the restriction. Who could withstand a combined attack of more than 100 great passes and a 2 million strong army. Even royal lords would be annihilated in an instant before such power. The human race was completely confident in this battle, which aimed at weakening the Black Ink strength. Another good thing was that the battlefield was in the void. If it was a flat land, it would be impossible to properly arrange the 106 great passes. Even so, it still took the humans a full month of work before battle lines were formed. More than 100 great passes were divided into layers, with each layer consisting of some 30 great passes. Inside each of the great passes, the soldiers were all busy preparing and repeatedly checking their artifacts, formations and warships. Various pills were also distributed. It took them about 1.5 months before everything was ready. Tsang had consumed a large number of resources by now and was close to being fully restored. Mo angrily snapped, "Tsang, do you really want to do this? What happened back then was unintentional. I've already been imprisoned for millions of years. I've suffered a lot, can't you let me live?" All this while, Mo continued to chatter into Tsang's ears. Sometimes it threatened, other times it intimidated, and at times, it softly begged. However, Tsang remained unmoved. He knew better. The dangers that Mo could bring to the 3,000 worlds were too great. What happened during the late ancient era was still fresh in his mind, so how could he allow history to repeat itself? All his old friends had already perished to suppress and seal Mo, leaving him alone to stand guard here. How would he allow his friend's sacrifice to be for nothing? This had nothing to do with whether Mo did anything wrong, its existence itself was harmful, so it could not be allowed to live. Mo was indestructible, so if he was released, this vast world would never have peace again. "Old man, do you think that what you do now will really wear me down? You can't weaken me unless I allow it." Mo angrily scolded. Although it was venting, it was also telling the truth. Even if Tsang opened a gap in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, if Mo did not command its servants to fight, the humans could not do anything about it. Tsang finally responded with a light chuckle. "Mo, you have existed for so long and you are no longer a child, so please don't throw a tantrum. Don't you want to get out of here after so many years in captivity? When this old master opens a gap, it will be both a crisis and an opportunity for you. Don't you want to take advantage of this chance to get out of this seal? As long as you can kill all these people and then let your servants kill this old master, no one else will be able to stop you." "You liar. Liar, liar, liar." Mo screamed angrily, "You even told them before that you could close the gap at any time. Do you think that I didn't hear you?" Tsang laughed but did not say anything. Mo said again, "You've been lying to me all this time. You bully. What have I done wrong for you to treat me like this? Tsang, old man, let's not fight, okay? You let them leave and I will withdraw all my Black Ink strength. You can then seal the Black Ink strength within this grand restriction. As long as this restriction does not break, my Black Ink strength will not escape. So it will not endanger the others." Tsang said softly but seriously. "Mo, stop pretending. This might be possible if you had cooperated back then, but it is too late now. You have chosen this path and you must bear the consequences of your actions. What's more, you know that Mu proposed to make the primordial heaven source grand restriction to seal off your Black Ink strength, but even she could not be sure of whether it would work or what risks it would carry." Mo's memory must have been evoked and it angrily cried out, "She died. Right in front of me. You killed her." Chapter 5406, Black Ink Torrent. When Mo became friends with Tsang and the others back then, it was completely sincere with them. Among the 10, it was most fond of Mu, who was always gentle and amiable. Compared to the others, Mu was also more friendly to Mo. When the primordial heaven source grand restriction started taking effect, Mu suggested planting the restriction inside Mo's body so that it could internally suppress its Black Ink strength. That way they didn't have to restrict Mo's freedom. As long as the restriction wasn't broken, its Black Ink strength wouldn't leak out, and Mo wouldn't have to bear the suffering of being imprisoned. By then they could bring Mo with them and monitor it at all times. However, no one could guarantee that the idea was feasible. Everyone would be happy if it worked, but if it didn't, Mo wouldn't let them suppress it again when it was aware of their intentions. In the end, Tsang and the others didn't dare to take the risk. Mu passed away pretty early on when Mo flared up for the first time after it was suppressed. To appease Mo, she ignored the others' dissuasion and entered the primordial heaven source grand restriction on her own. No one knew what happened to her while she was inside, but when she returned she was horribly wounded. Before her death she blended all her power and her body into the restriction to strengthen it. That day, Tsang and the others were heartbroken while Mo's wails reverberated across the entire universe. Among the 10 of them, the gentle and compassionate woman was the most talented. It could be said that the others were not comparable to her. She was the one who came up with the idea of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, and Duan personally crafted it while the rest assisted from the side. Mu was also the most powerful among them. Tsang even suspected that she had found the path that led beyond the Ninth Order open heaven realm. Unfortunately, she passed away when she was still fairly young. Given her aptitude, she could have ascended to a realm that was beyond the Ninth Order. Tsang turned solemn when he heard Mo mention Mu and grimly said, "You're fully aware of how Mu was killed, Mo." A furious Mo roared, "Do you think I killed her? It wasn't me. I'd never kill her. Why would I do that to her?" Tsang snorted, "She passed away after returning from inside the restriction. Why had she fallen into such a state if not for you?" "It really wasn't me," Mo refuted. "Enough. Whether or not it was your doing no longer matters." Now that 2 million human race soldiers had arrived, they had to weaken Mo's power even if they couldn't destroy it. Tsang couldn't persevere any longer. Like a child who had been wrongly accused, Mo cried, "It really wasn't me." When Mu entered the restriction, Mo indeed ordered his servants to attack her because it was mad at her betrayal. However, Mu was extremely powerful, so how were his servants supposed to be a match for her? While they were able to slightly injure her, killing her was simply impossible. Nevertheless, it was a fact that Mu passed away after leaving the restriction. Even after all these years, Mo had never been able to explain why. In fact, Tsang and the others initially thought that it was Mo's doing and were furious after Mu passed away, but after giving it some thought, they realized that might not be the truth. Mu was just that strong. Even though the servants that Mo had created were formidable, they couldn't possibly cause enough injury to her for her to fall. Moreover, Mu was the one who came up with the primordial heaven source grand restriction. If she wanted to leave it, there was no way Mo could stop her, and there was certainly no reason for her to fight with Mo to the death. As they recalled the scenes from back then, they realized that Mu's injuries were not a result of fighting against someone. There was some other reason for them. At that time she was critically injured and on her last breath. Before her death, she passed them a piece of jade and left for the next world without saying anything more. Now that jade was in Tsang's hands. He had examined the jade over and over again, but was never able to figure out what it was for. He just felt that the jade had something to do with the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Therefore he wouldn't dare to try it out lest the restriction was affected. The incident in the past remained a mystery. Perhaps Mo knew something about it, however it might also know nothing. "Everything is prepared, Senior." The great battle heaven old ancestor landed beside Tsang, causing him to snap back to the present. Tsang looked up and saw over 100 great passes hovering in the void. On the great passes, the determined humans were filled with murderous intent. He pulled himself together and nodded gently, "Let's begin then." The great battle cave heaven old ancestor turned around and nodded at the people in the distance. "Prepare for war." A roar reverberated across the entire void as world forces started exuding from the great passes. The arrays and the artifacts all lit up. They were ready to strike. Seeing that, Tsang shouted, "Open!" In the next instant, his figure expanded rapidly. He soon became enormous as a powerful aura exuded from his frail body. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's eyes brightened when they felt that aura. Previously, when they asked Tsang what realm he was in, he only told them that he was still in the Ninth Order, just further beyond the old ancestors. The old ancestors asked nothing more. However, at this moment they could clearly feel that this old man, who had been guarding the primordial heaven source grand restriction for millions of years, had an aura that none of them could match. The entire void seemed to be trembling as his aura spread out. It was apparent that he wasn't just further ahead of them in the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. These Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help but think that Tsang might have broken through the Ninth Order and reached a realm that they were not aware of. As such, these Ninth Order Masters were thrilled. It had come to a point where they had reached the end of their cultivation journey, and they still hadn't managed to find any new path forward. However, as they observed Tsang's aura now, they realized the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm was not the peak of the martial Tao, there was still a higher summit to reach. They were just incapable of discovering it. As Tsang's aura undulated, Ripples started spreading across the primordial heaven source grand restriction and began gathering at a particular spot. In front of that spot stood the human formations. It was also where Mo formed a crack with its strength back then. As the ripples spread, a gap appeared in the originally flawless restriction. In the beginning it was just a small gap, but it soon expanded rapidly. Song roared and surged his power to control the size of the gap. Soon the gap became as large as a lake, with space itself seemingly having been torn apart. An extremely malevolent aura exuded from the opening, and despite having the protection of many grand arrays, those on the great passes could still clearly feel that chilling aura. As they stared intently, they could see impossibly thick darkness sweltering in the gap. They could also faintly hear growls coming from within. Seeing that, the humans quickly put their guard up. A long time later, the darkness still never spilled out of the gap, nor did any Black Ink clansmen appear, but eventually, there came a moment when Mo's roar sounded. "It really wasn't me, you old fart. You're all pompous people who never listen to me explain. What? It wasn't my fault. Since you don't even care to listen to what I have to say, I'll destroy everything and kill everyone." Following Mo's howl, darkness gushed out of the gap like a flood bursting through a dam. It wasn't really darkness though, it was a torrent made from countless Black Ink clansmen. Kill? Following the army commander's order, arrays on the great passes thrummed and the powers of the secret techniques and artifacts shot forth. The first batch of the Black Ink clansmen who stormed out of the gap hadn't even managed to see what the outside world looked like before they were vaporized. The place where the attacks from over 100 great passes landed instantly turned into a living hell. More and more Black Ink clansmen were destroyed. However, since their first appearance, the Black Ink clansmen had never stopped flooding out of the darkness. They stepped on the corpses of their clansmen and fearlessly charged forward. Just a moment later they were struck by the secret techniques and artifacts and killed. Their Black Ink strength burst forth and their corpses were then stepped on by the ones behind them. This stretch of void, which had remained silent for millions of years, suddenly erupted with light and sound. The humans never stopped firing at the enemy, while the Black Ink clansmen marched forward without pause. Regardless of the danger ahead, they didn't even hesitate. The gap was soon shrouded with Black Ink strength. Above the wall of Great Evolution Pass, Yang was hovering in the void as he stared coldly at the front and remained still. It wasn't the right time for him to make a move yet. This was a war that was unlike anything the humans had experienced before, a fight that would be remembered by all future generations. If the humans won, they could ensure some peaceful days for the 3,000 worlds, but if they lost, the 3,000 worlds would descend into chaos as Mo had threatened to destroy everything. Even though there were a lot of soldiers and countless masters on the human side, they didn't dare to make rash moves. Those that were attacking the enemies were the cultivators who were in charge of the arrays on the walls of the great passes. The rest were conserving their strength. It would take a long time before the war ended, therefore they needed to ration their energy. 3 rotations of soldiers were arranged to control and activate the arrays to ensure that they would be able to fire continuously. The artifact refiners and array masters were also on standby to repair the artifacts and arrays at any moment. Meanwhile, Yang sported a solemn expression. Although the war had just started and he hadn't participated in the fight, he could feel immense pressure washing over him from afar. Even though the humans managed to destroy these Black Ink clansmen without getting hurt, the enemies who gushed out of the gap were all very weak. According to the Black Ink clan's own classification, those enemies were just serfs, even weaker than low-rank clansmen. As long as there were enough resources and a Black Ink nest, they could produce an infinite number of such Black Ink clansmen. Although Mo appeared infuriated, it didn't let its fury get the better of it. It knew it had to use these weak soldiers to drain the human strength first. In fact, it wasn't so surprising. The Black Ink clan and the human race had been fighting against each other on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, and as the source of the Black Ink clan Mo, was able to monitor what was going on in every theater. Therefore, it was familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of the human race. Its way of dealing with the humans now was the best solution available. Chapter 5407, Endless Strength. Even though the Black Ink clan soldiers gushing out of the gap were weak, they came in an enormous quantity. They would be a threat to the humans if they were allowed to roam freely, therefore the humans had no choice but to kill them. What surprised Yang was that most of the Black Ink clansmen rushing out of the gap looked like monster beasts, which was something new to the humans. For as long as the human race could remember, even though the Black Ink clansmen in every theater came in all different shapes and sizes, they mostly had a human frame. The human race had never seen Black Ink clansmen that looked purely like monster beasts before. Now, however, there were a large number of such creatures. They were apparently created by Mo using Black Ink strength after it was confined in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Even though these monster beast-like creatures were weak, they came in a larger number than even ordinary Black Ink clansmen, and after they were killed, the Black Ink strength in their bodies gushed out and filled a vast swatch of space. The war unfolded just like the humans had expected, as Tsang was able to control the size of the opening in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Therefore, there wouldn't be too many Black Ink clansmen who could dash out through the gap. As over 100 great passes joined forces, they could ensure they killed all the enemies who emerged. As long as they never stopped attacking, they wouldn't have to worry about the Black Ink clansmen breaking through their defense. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500, 000. Although they were unable to get an accurate count, it was roughly estimated that over 1 million Black Ink clansmen had rushed through the gap in just half a day. All the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink beasts were killed the moment they left the gap, so they were unable to move any further. Regardless, a torrent of these creatures still continuously gushed out from the darkness. Seeing that, Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp. 1 million Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink beasts was about how many casualties there would be in a major war, but only half a day had passed so far. How many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink beasts were still hiding in the primordial heaven source grand restriction? How many servants had Mo created over the past several million years? No one knew the answer. Perhaps only Mo was aware of the exact number. Half a day later, another million of Black Ink clan soldiers were killed, and after another half a day the same thing happened. A few days later, over 10 million Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink beasts had been slaughtered, but other than the fact that some of their artifacts and arrays were damaged from overuse, the humans hadn't suffered any kind of damage. Despite being in an advantageous position, none of them were happy. Mo didn't seem concerned about losing over 10 million soldiers. The subordinates it had been summoning were still the weakest Black Ink serfs and Black Ink beasts. These cannon fodder were simply meant to wear down the human race army's strength, and there seemed to be an infinite number of them hiding in the depths of the darkness. By this point, everyone realized that something was off. Regardless of whether there was really an infinite number of Black Ink clan soldiers, the humans' defense would collapse in a month given the fact that they had been using the artifacts and arrays with such intensity. The artifact refiners and array masters were unable to make repairs as quickly as damage was accrued. Without the help of these artifacts and arrays, the human race would have no choice but to personally stop these Black Ink clan soldiers from advancing further. By then, there were bound to be casualties. What the humans found amiss was that since over 10 million Black Ink clan soldiers had passed away, the entire region should have been filled with the Black Ink strength from the dead Black Ink clansmen, and there should have been innumerable Black Ink clouds around them. In past wars, the Black Ink clan always left behind a lot of Black Ink clouds after suffering a large number of casualties. Those clouds would then merge together into Black Ink oceans. However, at this moment, almost all the thick Black Ink strength hovered around the opening in the grand restriction, concealing it from sight. Not much of it had even spilled through the gap. Realizing the crux of the problem, Tsang shouted loudly, "It's been retrieving the Black Ink strength to recycle it. Stop it. Otherwise its strength will be endless." Only then did Yang Kai realize what was wrong. It was no wonder that Mo had been sending these weak Black Ink clansmen out so recklessly, and why it didn't seem to care despite so many of them being killed. The Black Ink strength left behind from these corpses could be reused by it. That way it would have an infinite supply of Black Ink strength. Perhaps it could fight until the end of time itself using this method. The reason the humans hadn't discovered it earlier was that it was chaotic at the opening. Black Ink clansmen continuously passed through the gap and got killed as the Black Ink strength concealed it, and hid the traces of Mo retrieving its power. Although Tsang had been guarding the primordial heaven source grand restriction for a long time, it still took him several days to figure out what was happening. Upon hearing Tsang's warning, the humans promptly came up with a solution as squads were dispatched from the great passes to the battlefield. Soon, the squads summoned artifacts that looked like fishing nets and began to dredge the battlefield with them. Every net could capture a lot of Black Ink strength which the squads would then haul away and discard. These artifacts that looked like fishing nets were specifically developed by the humans to clean up Black Ink strength. They could also be used to trap enemies, but they were much less effective at this. Therefore, the humans usually wouldn't use these artifacts when dealing with the Black Ink clan and only bring them out after the fighting was over. After Yang Kai experienced his first major war back in Blue Sky Pass, he received Zhong Liang's order to clean up the battlefield. At that time he also experimented with this kind of artifact. Over 1,000 squads moved around the battlefield to capture the black ink strength left behind by the dead black ink clansmen. However, it was still an inefficient process because after seizing the black ink strength, they had to bring it somewhere far away and discard it, which was quite time-consuming. After observing for a bit, Yang Kai turned to the rest of Dawn's members and said, "Give me some spare space rings." Realizing his intention, they fished out the space rings they did not need and passed them to Yang Kai. Seeing that from a nearby place, old ancestor Xiao Xiao knew what he was trying to do, but she didn't stop him, only giving him a reminder, "Be careful. Even though all those black ink clansmen are weak now, that doesn't mean there won't be masters hiding among them." Understood, Yang Kai nodded lightly before charging towards the battlefield. Behind him, the great passes continuously fired at the black ink clansmen gushing out of the gap, but they cleverly ensured Yang Kai and the other human squads wouldn't be struck. Soon Yang Kai arrived at the place where the black ink strength came together. Flying around, his divine sense surged and large quantities of black ink strength disappeared. The idea of putting black ink strength inside space rings wasn't something revolutionary and had already been proven possible, but the prerequisite was that one had to wrap the black ink strength with their divine sense before they could do so. The average cultivator, even if he or she was an 8th order master, wouldn't dare to recklessly do such a thing. The black ink strength's corruption had no limitations, so it was able to affect both a human's body, small universe, and soul. A powerful 8th order master could resist the black ink strength's influence for a while, but they still would be corrupted in short order if they actively tried to handle it. It was a different matter for Yang Kai as he had a world tree clone to protect his small universe from any external invasion. There was also the soul-warming lotus to safeguard his soul. He just had to put the black ink strength inside the space rings without the need to go somewhere else to discard it, therefore he was more effective than several hundred squads combined. The space rings were soon filled with black ink strength, so he was unable to capture more. In just half a day he had used up all the space rings that he had collected. If possible, he wouldn't mind storing the black ink strength inside his small universe, however there was simply too much of it. Even though his small universe was safe from any corruption, it couldn't take in so much black ink strength. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only return to Great Evolution Pass. Fortunately, Xiang Shan was well prepared as he had collected a lot of space rings for Yang Kai. A moment later, Yang Kai returned to the battlefield and continued collecting black ink strength. The efforts of over 1,000 squads and Yang Kai proved to be useful as a large amount of black ink strength was soon swept away. Enraged, Mo's roar sounded from the depths of the darkness. "You all court death. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all." As its screams reverberated across the void, the black ink clansmen became increasingly savage, and other than the weak serfs and beasts, there were now also low-rank and high-rank black ink clansmen leaving the opening. Even a few feudal lords were hiding amongst the crowd. Some of the unsuspecting squads that were cleaning up the black ink strength were caught off guard by the stronger black ink clansmen. Fortunately, none of them lost their lives as they had their warship's protection. Nevertheless, as the black ink clan soldiers' power increased, the attacks from the humans also appeared insufficient. Initially, the arrays and artifacts on the Great Passes were good enough to deal with the weak cannon fodder, and no black ink clansman that dashed out of the gap was able to leave very far. However, the black ink clansmen appeared now were powerful enough that the humans' long-range bombardment was unable to immediately destroy them all. The black ink clansmen were marching forward while the squads that were cleaning up the black ink strength had to move backwards. It was the same case for Yang Kai. Several hours later, the humans were no longer able to stop the black ink clansmen from taking ground, and the enemies gushed out of the opening and flew towards the Great Passes. Even though they were still unable to get anywhere near the Great Passes as they were intercepted far from the walls, a new phase in the war had begun. Everyone knew that this was just the beginning, for Mo hadn't fully exhibited its power. It was still sending out mostly weak servants with a few low-rank, high-rank clansmen, and a tiny number of feudal lords. No territory lords or royal lords had appeared yet. No one knew how many of such top masters were hiding in the darkness. Mo had been accumulating its power for millions of years, so it probably had a staggering number of black ink clansmen with it. The one-sided slaughter lasted for half a month as innumerable black ink clansmen had been killed in the void. The squads and Yang Kai seized every chance to clean up more black ink strength. Nevertheless, the black ink clan army was steadily getting closer to the humans. Then came the moment when a truly powerful aura bolted out of the gap. The first territory lord had appeared. The territory lord was gigantic, and his entire figure was covered in an armor that seemed to be made from bones. Even his head was protected by a bone helmet as an eerie light radiated from his eyes. All of the human masters were stunned as they had never seen a territory lord in such a form before. The territory lord's appearance suggested that he had thick skin and strong flesh. He was the kind of soldier who would clash with the opponents head-on. Apparently, Mo had specially crafted this territory lord. It must have expected this day to come, otherwise, it wouldn't have created such a creature. After the first, more and more territory lords that seemed to be cast in the same mold appeared among the Black Ink clan soldiers. Chapter 5408 The Human Army Strikes. The moment these huge territory lords in bone armor appeared, they spat black ink strength that formed into bone shields in their hands so that they would have an even stronger defense against the humans. The territory lords' aura suggested that they were innate territory lords. These powerful beings were much stronger than the acquired territory lords that the humans had mostly encountered before. Basically, they were about as strong as Che Kong. The attacks from the Great Passes became less lethal as they struck the bone shields. As these territory lords roared, they dispersed and charged towards the Great Passes. The Black Ink clansmen following behind them were like a rushing river. The hum of the arrays on the Great Passes intensified. The walls shook and the Great Passes started trembling. More and more bone shields were shattered as the territory lords behind them staggered upon impact as sparks flew from their bone armors. They could only persevere for a short moment before they were killed. Faced with continuous attacks from over 100 Great Passes, even royal lords wouldn't be able to last for long, let alone these territory lords. Without the protection of the territory lords in bone armor, the Black Ink clansmen behind them were killed the moment they were exposed. However, things were not looking good for the humans as the powers of their arrays and artifacts were no longer sufficient. With the sacrifice of those territory lords in bone armor, the Black Ink clan army managed to close much of the gap between the opening in the Great Restriction and the Great Passes. Countless Black Ink clansmen were killed in the process, but that did not soothe the human race's worries. Mo had clearly been preparing for this day for over 1,000,000 years, so the heritage it had built up was unimaginable. From the looks of it, even though the humans currently held the advantage, no one knew what the outcome would be as the war dragged on. After several more days of intense battle, it was impossible to count the number of corpses of weaker Black Ink clansmen, while the humans estimated they had killed over 1,000 territory lords. This was an astounding number, especially when all these were innate territory lords directly created by Mo. They were gifted with sturdy defense and extraordinary power, each of them equivalent to a top 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There weren't a lot of human 8th Order Masters to begin with. On average, there were only 40 to 50 8th Order Masters in every Great Pass. In other words, there were fewer than 5,000 8th Order Masters in the entire human race army. Over 1,000 territory lords was equivalent to the number of 8th Order Masters in more than 20 Great Passes. They were undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with, and if not for the fact that the humans held an advantageous position, they would have had to pay a huge price to kill these enemies. Territory lords clad in bone armor and Black Ink clan soldiers continuously gushed out of the opening and charged forward fearlessly. Their only purpose was to help Mo break free of the restriction, so their deaths were predestined the moment they were created. The humans were no longer able to clean up the Black Ink strength, for the entire battlefield was now engulfed in chaotic energy fluctuations. If the squads continued moving about on their own, either the Black Ink clan would kill them or they would be hit by friendly fire. Even if that did not happen, it was simply too hard for them to do their job. Mo was still recycling Black Ink strength. That was clear due to the scale of the Black Ink ocean around the opening not having expanded much. Fortunately, even though it was able to easily create those weak cannon fodder, it couldn't possibly replace those territory lords, feudal lords, or even the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen that had been killed as it pleased. Therefore, every territory lord or feudal lord that the humans killed was a loss for Mo. The royal lords were still nowhere to be found though, most likely still hiding in the dark, making the humans feel wary, as though a blade was hanging above their heads just waiting to fall. 1 month after the war broke out, a territory lord in bone armor roared and condensed a spear in his hand using Black Ink strength. The next moment he hurled the weapon at a Great Pass in front of him. The black spear easily cut across space and struck the Great Pass defensive barrier, causing ripples to spread across it. Even though the territory lord was soon blasted to pieces, this attack served as a breakthrough for the Black Ink clan's advancement. A 9th Order old ancestor ordered grimly, "It's time." The defensive barriers around the Great Passes and the attacks from the arrays and artifacts were no longer able to stop the Black Ink clan soldiers from marching forward. If the situation was allowed to continue like this, the Black Ink clan soldiers would soon be able to attack the Great Passes. It was time for the human army to make a move. Following the order, auras that seemed able to shake the entire void undulated from the Great Passes as countless dazzling lights were shot from the warships. Wherever the light struck, those territory lords in bone armor were unable to endure and were swiftly dispatched, leaving behind black blood where they fell. The divine abilities and secret techniques cast from over 100 Great Passes then resumed firing, forming trails of vacuum in the void. Along the way the Black Ink clansmen were either injured or killed. For a moment the originally clamorous battlefield fell into dead silence. The old ancestors had made a move. Seizing the chance, the well-prepared humans drove their warships out of the Great Passes. The vessels formed into rays of light as they coordinated with each other and sailed towards the battlefield. As the warships set off, the Eighth Order Masters also charged towards the battlefield. They targeted the territory lords and cast their secret techniques in an attempt to tie down the enemy masters. Dawn from Great Evolution Pass also darted forward. In fact, they were the ones leading the charge. The other squads didn't have a lot of members and their warships were not particularly robust, so on such a battlefield they had to group up to be effective. However, as a special operations squad, Dawn was used to charging around the battlefield on their own. Yang Kai was at the front while Shen Ao and Blood Crow protected the warship from both sides. Ren Bing Bai Yu Ziyu and Miao Fei Ping were at the rear of the warship. Meanwhile, Bai Yi stood at the bow, channeling her world force into her longbow to the point where the weapon radiated a glow. They had experienced countless life-and-death battles together in the past, so on such a battlefield, there wasn't a need for Yang Kai to give any orders. All of them knew what they were supposed to do. These close-knit members were ready for war. As Yang Kai summoned his Azure Dragon Spear, he took a deep breath and ordered loudly, "Kill!" A dragon roar sounded as the Azure Dragon Spear transformed into countless spear shadows which engulfed the Black Ink clansmen in front and blasted them to bits. As for the Black Ink clansmen who managed to escape, they were slaughtered by Shen Ao and Blood Crow. Aboard Dawning Light, the arrays and artifacts started buzzing as flashes of light shot in all directions. They didn't even need to aim as they were surrounded by enemies. Bai Yi's arrows split into countless streaks of light which struck the swarming Black Ink clansmen, splattering them into blood mist. Meanwhile, Renbing Bai Yu Ziyu and Miao Fei Ping brought up the rear, making sure the Black Ink clansmen couldn't get anywhere near the back of the warship. As Dawning Light soared out of Great Evolution Pass, it turned into something akin to a blade and cut across the Black Ink clan army. Wherever it went, the enemy was consigned to the Yellow Springs. After the human soldiers appeared on the field, the Black Ink clan soldiers changed their tactics. They stopped charging towards the Great Passes and instead focused on besieging the human warships. Mo knew that if it wanted to get out of its cage, it had to destroy the humans who were here on a crusade against it. As long as all the humans were killed, the Great Passes would be rendered useless. After just 1 hour, the vast battlefield had become a clamorous melee, but even though everything seemed to be chaotic, there were still tactics and strategies being employed. Although the human warships didn't maintain a formation to kill the enemies, they were constantly on the lookout for each other so that they could ensure their safety. More and more Black Ink clan soldiers were killed. Over the past month, the humans had made use of the arrangements on the Great Passes to stop the Black Ink clan soldiers from marching forward and had killed many enemies this way. Regardless, stationary arrays and artifacts were inflexible. Now that over 1 million human soldiers had moved forward to engage the enemy on the battlefield, there was no doubt they were more efficient at killing than the fixed emplacements. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan didn't have any experience with coming together in formations. Although they had enormous numbers, they appeared crowded and disorganized, which made it easier for the human warships to butcher them. After the initial charge, the humans essentially fell into a bloodlust. The battlefield was covered with broken limbs and hashed meat, making it look extremely horrifying. Finally, a long howl sounded from the rear. It was a signal for the human army to retreat. The humans, who were still slaughtering the enemies, promptly and in an organized fashion fell back with their warships. At the same time, another group of warships in peak condition set out from the Great Passes. This was going to be a long fight, so there was no way the higher-ups would let all the soldiers join the battle at the same time. Even though they would be able to destroy more Black Ink clansmen in a shorter time by doing so, they would be powerless to counterattack if all their strength was used up. Only half of the human army had left the Great Passes in the first round while another million stayed back. Now it was time for them to go to war. The high-spirited million soldiers dashed out of the Great Passes to replace their fellow brothers and sisters on the battlefield. They brushed past each other as the Black Ink clansmen were intercepted and killed. The battered warships soon returned to the Great Passes where array masters and artifact refiners, who had been waiting for quite a while, hurriedly made repairs. Somewhere on the battlefield, Yang Kai turned around and ordered, "All of you retreat." Shinao guffawed, "There's no need for that. We still can fight." They were an elite squad after all. Even though this battlefield was stressful for the average squad, the members of Dawn could still persevere. Just like Shinao had said, it hadn't come to a point where they needed to go back and recuperate. However, Yang Kai shook his head, "All of you should withdraw. We don't know how long this war will last, so maintaining your peak states is more important." Shinao decided to stop insisting as he nodded, "Be careful, squad leader." Since Yang Kai had told them to retreat, Shinao knew that he was going to stay on the battlefield. The heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was far more ample than average, and he had the world tree cloned to further refine his power. Moreover, the living beings in his small universe would continuously provide world force for him. There was no denying that Yang Kai had a much greater stamina than the ordinary 7th Order Master, allowing him to remain energetic when others in the 7th Order would feel exhausted. Soon, Shinao and Yang Kai exchanged places as the former led Dawn to return to Great Evolution Pass. Seeing that, some of the Black Ink clansmen pursued Dawning Light while some of them pounced on Yang Kai. Earlier, this bigger-than-normal human squad had rendered them powerless to counterattack, but now that Yang Kai was on his own, the Black Ink clansmen naturally wouldn't let him off. Despite being surrounded by the enemy, Yang Kai wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he put on an eerie grin as he prepared for a massacre. Chapter 5409 The Royal Lords Emerge. Yang Kai had always felt that he was best suited to fight on his own. He had a power that far surpassed that of those in the same order, and even if he was faced with a territory lord, he was able to transform into an ancient dragon to do battle. He also had space secret techniques that allowed him to come and go freely as well as several other advantages that were unrivaled among 7th Order Masters. Only by fighting on his own could he maximize his advantages. Of course, he would be exposed to less risk when he fought alongside Dawn, but it was also a kind of restraint for him. The others were unable to match his speed and quick reflexes, so he had to coordinate with them when making a move. Now that Dawning Light was gone, all restraints on Yang Kai were lifted. Wielding the supreme limitless spear art, innumerable spear shadows spread out in all directions, and by the time they faded, all the surrounding the Black Ink clansmen burst into blood mist. With his spear in hand, Yang Kai charged towards places where the Black Ink clansmen were most concentrated. Wherever he went, the enemies collapsed like straw amidst a storm. As a dragon roar reverberated across the void, Yang Kai transformed into his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form. He let out a dragon breath and swept his dragon tail across the swarm of enemies, clearing out large spaces on the battlefield. However, he wouldn't dare to remain in his dragon form for extended periods. Although he was able to battle against the territory lords as an ancient dragon, his figure was too big and it was hard for him to move around. Not to mention, in his dragon form he made an obvious target and was wounded by the attacks coming from all directions in short order. Even though most of them were flesh wounds, Yang Kai couldn't ignore them if they continued to pile up. His dragon form abruptly disappeared and the Black Ink clan lost their target. After turning back into human form, Yang Kai rampaged around the battlefield again. As he alternated between human form and dragon form, he attracted the attention of lots of Black Ink clansmen. Although many enemies were chasing after him, he fearlessly dashed forward and silently destroyed his opponents. All of a sudden, space principles undulated as Yang Kai abruptly disappeared. When he reappeared, it was in the middle of an intense battle. It was a battle between an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Territory Lord in bone armor. At that instant, Yang Kai's eyes reflected the figure of the Territory Lord in bone armor. As time principles spread, the world seemed to have frozen for a moment. He pushed out his spear and stabbed it right into the back of the Territory Lord's head. Even though the bone armor that this Territory Lord was wearing was thick and nigh impenetrable, it was not without any weaknesses, and the crack at the back of this Territory Lord's head was one of them. The Azure Dragon's spear accurately penetrated the crack, and sparks instantly flew. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt an immense force of resistance, making it impossible to push his razor-sharp spear any further forward. He was stunned, for it never crossed his mind that he wouldn't succeed even though he had targeted his opponent's weakness while he was distracted. Madly surging his world force, he roared, "Die!" Exerting even more force into his thrust caused more sparks to fly, and eventually, the crack in the armor broke and the spear penetrated the territory lord's head. However, Yang Kai wasn't able to push his spear out from the other side as the opponent's hard skull stopped him from doing that. Having succeeded, Yang Kai immediately tried to retreat, but it was too late. The moment the territory lord was attacked, he swung the bone shield in his hand at Yang Kai and a violent force swept across his stomach. Instantly, Yang Kai felt half of his body turning numb and a huge gash opened on his abdomen. Golden blood gushed out of the wound as his squirming organs could be seen. The territory lord wanted to kill Yang Kai ruthlessly, but the latter actually activated purifying light and engulfed the enemy with it. The light could restrain black ink strength, so there was no way Yang Kai wouldn't use it now that its existence had been exposed. He just hadn't come across any opponents that left him with no choice but to use the purifying light until now. Facing a powerful territory lord, he naturally wouldn't keep this trump card rotting. The territory lord was unfazed even when his head was struck by the azure dragon spear. However, when the pure white light engulfed him, he wailed in agony as though he was experiencing the cruelest torment in the world. As though having a spirituality of its own, the purifying light snuck into the territory lord's body through his wounds and clashed with his black ink strength, causing both forces to fizzle and vaporize. While the territory lord was stunned, a saber light flashed across his neck and shattered his bone armor, sending his head flying away as black blood gushed from his neck. "Well done." Su Ling Gong praised the other man while holding a large saber in his hand. If not for Yang Kai's help at the critical moment, he would have been killed by this territory lord. After all, it had only been a short time since Su Ling Gong ascended to the 8th Order, so his heritage wasn't comparable to those of the experienced 8th Order masters. On the other hand, these powerful innate territory lords in bone armor were specifically created by Mo to endure large amounts of abuse. The instant Su Ling Gong clashed with the opponent earlier, he fell into a disadvantageous position. He had even used an evil purging divine spear. However, the territory lord only had a small number of weaknesses to exploit and Su Ling Gong was unable to shatter the other party's armor, so even the evil purging divine spear became useless. The most effective method of using the evil purging divine spear's power was to stab it right into the opponent's body, letting the purifying light explode inside their body so that it could directly grind down their black ink strength. Now that these territory lords were all equipped with robust armor, it was hard for evil purging divine spears to play any role. On the other hand, Yang Kai could pose a bigger threat to these territory lords in bone armor by directly channeling purifying light against them because he could guide the purifying light to pass through the bone armor's gaps and enter their bodies. Before Su Ling Gong could ask whether Yang Kai was alright, the latter had disappeared and re-entered the chaotic battlefield. Su Ling Gong was rendered speechless at that. Regardless, he knew that Yang Kai had a powerful Dragon Clan bloodline, so even though he looked battered, he was supposedly fine. Therefore, Su Ling Gong decided to ignore him and shifted his attention to another territory lord before darting forward. The battlefield was a mess, and there seemed to be an infinite supply of Black Ink Clan soldiers to replace those who fell. Since the opening appeared, the torrent of darkness had not stopped spilling from it. More and more feudal lords and territory lords appeared. Fortunately, the humans were quick to destroy the enemies so they were able to maintain a balance. After helping Su Ling Gong kill a territory lord, Yang Kai went on to make several more contributions. Using the disorderly Black Ink Clan soldiers as cover, he swiftly yet stealthily approached the 8th Order masters and territory lords. When he was close enough, he would directly activate space principles and launch a sneak attack. He had learned his lesson after the setback earlier. He no longer summoned his Azure Dragon Spear to attack the enemies and instead used instantaneous movement to appear behind a territory lord and cast a bolt of purifying light at them. Ignoring the furious territory lord, he then directly disappeared. Many territory lords suffered a setback because of this tactic. The purifying light was able to restrain Black Ink strength, and their bone armor couldn't fully cover the territory lords up. Once they were struck by the purifying light, their powers would significantly weaken and the 8th Order masters naturally wouldn't let such a chance slip through their fingers. As Yang Kai stealthily moved around and struck the territory lords in bone armor, they inevitably faltered. As such, the 8th Order masters were able to kill these territory lords with ease. The Black Ink clansmen soon noticed Yang Kai's action and more of them began chasing after him. Wherever he went, a chaotic storm followed. Even Tsang, who had been guarding the primordial heaven source grand restriction, couldn't help but have his eye drawn to him. After all, it was rare for a seventh-order master to be able to make such an impact on this kind of battlefield. As a thought flashed across his mind, Tsang parted his lips and sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai. After being startled for a moment, Yang Kai was elated as he became even more reckless. Earlier, he still wouldn't dare to move further into the battlefield, for he was worried that he might not be able to escape should he come across a powerful enemy. Upon hearing Tsang's transmission though, his worries disappeared. His high-pitched dragon roar reverberated across the void again and his 70,000 meters ancient dragon's figure reappeared in the void while his dragon scales radiated a golden glow. As he let out a dragon breath, the Black Ink clan soldiers in front of him melted like snow under the hot sun. Throughout history, perhaps only the war in the late ancient era was comparable to the magnificence of the war today. Over 100 great passes and all the elites of the human race had come together. It was a war that would determine the future of all humans, so they couldn't afford to be negligent. As time passed, the number of these 2 million soldiers decreased as they were no longer able to make use of the great passes to ensure their safety. As the humans had to fight with the enemies on the battlefield, deaths were inevitable. Everywhere on the battlefield, small universes ruptured and human masters passed away. Besides the 6th Order and 7th Order masters, even the 8th Order masters were not spared the fate. About 2 million human soldiers had been taking turns to strike the enemies, but things were still not looking good. All the same, no one faltered. In the great passes, the old ancestors had only made a move once before falling silent. It wasn't that they were not willing to act, but that they didn't dare to. The strongest Black Ink clansmen that had streamed out of the gap so far were territory lords, while the royal lords were still nowhere to be seen. None of them knew how many royal lords were hiding in the dark, but since the royal lords hadn't appeared, the old ancestors could only remain unmoving. Otherwise, their weaknesses would be exposed to the enemies. It had come to a point where even a slight mistake could cost their lives. The battlefield was filled with chaos, but invisible undercurrents were also stirring as the humans and Black Ink clan were also waging a contest of patience. Whether the old ancestors or the royal lords appeared on the battlefield first would play a large role in determining the outcome of the war. Seeing that so many human soldiers had been killed, the old ancestors were naturally heartbroken. Nevertheless, they knew that they could only grit their teeth and hold their ground lest their plans all be derailed. Presently Yang Kai was badly wounded. Even though the living beings in his small universe continuously replenished the world force for him, he realized he would not be able to persevere for much longer. While the other cultivators took turns to return to the great passes to recuperate, he had not rested once since he joined the battle. He had managed to kill over 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, and even though he hadn't personally killed a territory lord, a few dozen of them had been harassed by his purifying light and subsequently been eliminated. Still, this made only a minimal impact on the overall battle. It seemed like this war would never end at this rate. It was then that an imposing aura was felt coming from the gap that changed everything. The Black Ink clan's attacks intensified while the humans felt their chests tightening. All of them realized that the royal lords, who had remained patient all this time, had finally made a move. This was the change the humans had been longing to see. If the royal lords still refused to appear and the Black Ink clan just kept sending more territory lords and weaker soldiers to fight, the humans would descend into a state of despair. Now that the royal lords had appeared, it showed that the Black Ink clan could no longer bear the loss of Black Ink strength. It had come to a point where the royal lords had no choice but to take to the field. A majestic figure stepped out of the darkness through the gap and a royal lord's savage aura swept across the void. Before he even left the gap, he darted his gaze around in a condescending manner, but at that instant, over 10 figures abruptly appeared near the gap, as though they had always been there yet no one knew when they had appeared. Chapter 54:10 Tacit Balance. Just then, a seemingly thin and powerless sword light appeared and slashed across the royal lord's head, a palm pushed forward gently, a bamboo cane tapped on the royal lord's skull, and several other divine abilities of different forms appeared. The smug royal lord was frozen in place. After he was struck by the divine abilities, his body started trembling violently. Then the bamboo cane tapped on his skull again and formed a black bloody hole. As the sword light faded, what was left of the royal lord's head was sent flying away before extremely thick black ink strength that mixed with black blood gushed out of the fresh corpse. A royal lord had been killed. Before the royal lord even stepped out of the gap, he had been struck by over 10 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and killed. It wasn't that the royal lord wasn't powerful, It was just that the humans had devised such a plot in advance and their reaction was swift. Furthermore, the royal lord had to step through the gap if he wanted to leave, hence he was unable to dodge the attacks from the Ninth Order Masters. Any Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have suffered the same fate if they were faced with the attacks from a dozen royal lords. The gap was the greatest edge that the humans could make use of, so it was expected that the old ancestors would try to maximize the advantage. Before the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could rejoice though, more royal lords stepped through the gap. Their companions' sudden death didn't deter them from advancing. Despite knowing that they were faced with mortal danger, they still boldly streamed out of the gap. Certainly the dozen or so Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the opening wouldn't go easy on them. They cast their divine abilities in quick succession and killed another 2 royal lords the moment they stepped through the gap. Regardless, even more royal lords rushed out of the opening. Leveraging the sacrifices of their companions, they soon broke through the Ninth Order Masters' defenses and charged towards the battlefield, ignoring the human old ancestors behind them. There were even more royal lords who had to leave the gap, so the Black Ink clan knew the battlefield couldn't just be at the mouth of the opening. That was the reason the Ninth Order Masters had to be lured away. More Ninth Order Masters flew out of the Great Passes to meet the royal lords who had broken through the first defense line. Royal lords continued to be killed at the opening, but even more of them managed to break through the siege. In such a situation, even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to go all out, directly using their most powerful moves to try to stem the flow of enemy reinforcements. Everywhere on the battlefield, magnificent auras appeared in battles that the average cultivator wouldn't have a right to approach. Within just half a day, over 100 royal lords had rushed out of the opening, and even though 20 of them had been killed before they could do anything, there were still about 80 of them who had managed to break through. It required the same number of Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to restrain these 80 royal lords. There were only a small number of Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left in the Great Passes at this point, and all of them sported solemn expressions because there were still royal lords flooding out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. No one knew how many royal lords were hiding in the darkness. If there were too many of them, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't be able to deal with them. If the number of royal lords exceeded what the Ninth Order Masters could handle, the human soldiers would fall into a perilous situation. 1 hour later, the defense of the dozen Ninth Order Masters at the opening was finally broken. All of them were wounded and powerless to stop the enemies from leaving the opening, so while they were retreating, more than 10 royal lords bolted out of the gap and chased after them. Song, who had been guarding the primordial heaven source grand restriction, sported a grim expression. He had been comparing the differences in powers between the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the royal lords. If things came to a point where the humans were no longer able to manage, he would immediately close the opening. At this moment, the humans had reached their limits as all the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had left the Great Passes to engage in life and death battles with the royal lords. The humans were unable to deal with more royal lords. If another 5 royal lords appeared, the balance on the battlefield would be shattered, so Tsang was ready to seal the primordial heaven source grand restriction at any moment. At this point, Mo had released quite a lot of the power that it had accumulated over the years, but while Tsang felt less pressured, it still wasn't enough. Even so, that was the last of his concerns now. If the humans were destroyed, his efforts to guard the grand restriction over the past few millions of years would all be wasted. To his surprise though, no more royal lords emerged from the opening, causing him to furrow his brow. He didn't think Mo had released all of its royal lords, as Tsang could still feel some powerful auras lurking in the dark. Apparently, quite many royal lords remained hidden. Nevertheless, Mo didn't release any more royal lords at this moment, and after giving it some thought, Tsang realized the other party's intention. Presently, he wasn't the only one who wanted to retain the balance of the battlefield. Mo shared the same sentiment. It was fully aware of Tsang's intentions, and knew that once it released even more royal lords, the humans would lose any hope of winning the war, and the gap of the primordial heaven source grand restriction would be closed. By then it would no longer be able to escape. While Tsang wanted to maintain a balance, Mo was trying to do the same. Even though more and more of its servants were killed, it seemed it thought the sacrifice was worth it. But what's the point of Mo doing all this? This kind of balance won't help it get out of the trap. What is it really up to? Tsang was unable to figure out the reason behind it. Initially, Mo was indeed as gullible as a young child, but certainly, Tsang wouldn't really regard Mo to be a child after the latter was imprisoned for millions of years. Although Mo had been trapped inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, it was able to make use of the black ink nest to find out everything that was going on in the outside world. Millions of years had passed, so even the most gullible child would have grown cunning. Since Tsang was unable to figure out Mo's intention, he decided to push it to the back of his mind. At any rate, things were still within his control. Even though no more royal lords stepped out of the gap, there were still a large number of black ink clansmen, including territory lords and feudal lords, emerging. Despite their best efforts, the humans were unable to gain the upper hand on the battlefield, for the Black Ink clan army was continuously replenished. The human race couldn't hope to reclaim their advantageous position if they were unable to cut off the enemy's flow of reinforcements. However, this war's objective was to alleviate some pressure on Tsang. Although a large number of Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives, Tsang still hadn't closed the grand restriction. In other words, it still wasn't time to do so yet. Left with no choice, the humans could only grit their teeth and soldier on. At this moment, Yang Kai was in a difficult spot as well. It seemed that because of his frequent use of purifying light, he had been targeted by a female territory lord with a curvy figure. It had come to a point where the territory lords streaming out of the gap were no longer clad in the same bone armor as before. They now came in all different shapes and sizes. Unlike the territory lords in bone armor who had an impenetrable defense, these territory lords in different forms had their own unique characteristics. This alluring territory lord who had targeted Yang Kai had a special trait: she was extremely agile. She was able to move at lightning speed, and even though Yang Kai had repeatedly used instantaneous movement to dart around the battlefield, he was unable to shake her off. The territory lord ignored everyone else as she locked onto Yang Kai and relentlessly pursued him. If Yang Kai was still at peak strength, he could have transformed into his ancient dragon form and fought it out with her. Unfortunately, he had exhausted himself by moving around the battlefield earlier, so he wasn't a match for this alluring territory lord at this point. Powerless, he repeatedly fell into danger. Seeing that the situation he was in was increasingly perilous, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and charged towards a particular direction. A moment later, he appeared beside Tsang and instantly felt a force engulfing him. It was the primordial heaven source grand restriction's power. Then, Yang Kai turned around and glared at the territory lord who had followed him to this place. Tsang teased him, saying, "Does she have her eyes on you or something?" Yang Kai grinned, "Well, she has fine taste when it comes to men." Tsang was stunned, for he hadn't expected this little brat to be so thick-skinned. "Kill her, senior," Yang Kai urged. Hearing that, the territory lord appeared flustered and instinctively took a few steps back as she warily stared at Tsang. If someone like Tsang made a move on her, she wouldn't be able to resist. Nevertheless, Tsang shook his head. "I can't. I can only make a move within the bounds of the restriction. Anything outside the restriction is beyond my control." Yang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief. "Is there such a restraint?" Tsang appeared helpless as well. "There's no choice. I've practically become part of the grand restriction. The restriction is me and I am the restriction. Only by doing so could I maximize my control over it. That's the trade-off." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai replied, "I see. It's fine then, I'll just get some rest here and kill her later." The reason he came all the way here was that Tsang had sent a divine sense transmission some time ago saying that he could seek his help when he was in danger. Tsang was unable to help the human army kill their enemies, but he could make use of the primordial heaven source grand restriction's power to protect some of them. It was because of Tsang's assurance that Yang Kai had the guts to act recklessly on the battlefield. If he didn't have a nearby sanctuary, he wouldn't have been so audacious. Then, Yang Kai turned to glare at the territory lord and ran his fingers across his neck. "Wash your neck and wait for me." He conveniently ignored the fact that he was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and that even if he was at full strength, he couldn't defeat the other party. Enraged by Yang Kai's arrogance, the territory lord sported a dark expression and lifted her hand to summon her black ink strength, which turned into a dark flood dragon. As it widened its jaws, it came charging towards Yang Kai. "Idiot," Yang Kai snickered, was unfazed. As he was now protected by Tsang, in the primordial heaven source grand restriction, no one else could harm him. Therefore he didn't even bother to blink when he was faced with this ferocious strike. All of a sudden, Tsang chuckled and performed a different hand seal. About 10 meters before Yang Kai and Tsang, the dark flood dragon was stopped by an invisible barrier. A turn of events took place suddenly. The dark flood dragon instantly turned around. As its body expanded, it reached for the Territory Lord and opened its mouth wide. While the Territory Lord was flabbergasted, the flood dragon swallowed her before shaking its head and flicking its tail smugly. Yang Kai was equally astounded. The next instant, Yang Kai shot out with his spear in hand as a great sun rose from behind him. This time, no golden crow was heard cawing, nor was there any scorching heat, for this great sun was formed from flawless purifying light. Chapter 54:11 Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. The dark flood dragon exploded and the battered Territory Lord appeared. Even though the secret technique was powerful, she was the one who activated it after all. Song managed to hijack it and send it back against her, but even though the flood dragon had been strengthened, it couldn't possibly kill her. However, it was inevitable that she would be hurt since she was caught completely off guard. The moment she extricated herself, a great sun exploded in front of her and made her unable to open her eyes. At the same time, she was engulfed in a great sense of danger. Instantly, this Territory Lord screamed as her black ink strength madly left her body and was dispelled by the purifying light. As though having a spirituality of its own, the white light streamed into her body through her 7 orifices and freshly opened wounds. In an instant, her expression turned hideous and she howled in agony. At that moment, she did not only feel that her black ink strength was being destroyed as though it had come across an arch-nemesis, but also that her very body was melting like snow under a scorching Sunday. Her alluring face literally began to warp like a burning candle. Just then the azure dragon spear stabbed right between her eyes. Black blood spattered as she instinctively threw a palm on Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't bother to dodge it, taking the blow directly as he infused all of his strength into the azure dragon's spear and thrust it forward. Fall. The spear penetrated the Territory Lord's head and a violent world force exploded, causing her skull to shatter to pieces. At the same time, Yang Kai was sent flying away as he plunged back beside Song and gasped, clearly in pain. Song looked down at him and upon seeing his chest caved in, he was surprised as he commented, "You were almost killed." In that moment earlier, the Territory Lord didn't just land a palm on Yang Kai once. In fact, she had struck him several dozen times on the same spot. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so horribly injured given the fact that he had an extremely powerful dragon vein. Any other 7th Order master would have lost their life if they were in Yang Kai's shoes, as not just anyone could kill an opponent that was far more powerful than themselves. In Song's eyes, the battle between Yang Kai and the Territory Lord was no different from 2 small children fighting with each other, but to those involved, given their powers, it was truly a life-and-death contest. The moment the Territory Lord suffered a backlash of her own divine ability, Yang Kai directly charged forward, which went to show how determined he was. When he saw a chance, he did not hesitate to seize it. Not many could be as determined and ruthless as he was. Any hesitation at that moment would have cost him the chance to kill his enemy. Even faced with the counterattack of an enemy much stronger than he was, he didn't back down and instead risked being further injured in order to end the enemy's life, which showed how ruthless he was to both his enemies and himself. Even though the process was short, it was a life-and-death moment that even somewhat surprised someone like Song. Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed and spat out a mouthful of blood before grinning. "I certainly had to do my best to kill the enemy. If the human race had backed down at any point, we would have lost the fight long ago." Then he gulped down some healing pills and started recuperating. The reason he came to Tsang's side was to seek his refuge and restore some strength. It never crossed his mind that the Territory Lord would be so relentless, or Tsang would create a chance for him to turn things around. Tsang had never expected that his nonchalant move would lead to such an outcome. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words though, he turned to look at the battlefield in silence. Everywhere on the battlefield, he saw human soldiers clashing with the Black Ink clan, the auras of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters spreading across the void, and even the 9th Order Masters fighting with everything they had. They were all risking their lives to destroy the enemy. At that instant, Tsang fell into a dazed state. They're the humans of the current generation. It was because of their willingness to sacrifice themselves that they managed to reach this place. Tsang had been waiting for millions of years, and only this generation of humans allowed him to see the silver lining. The battlefield was filled with chaos, and with every breath there would be powerful auras withering. Both the humans and Black Ink clan suffered immense losses. Even some of the royal lords lost their lives. Earlier, several royal lords were killed the instant they left the gap, not because they were weak, but because of the circumstances they had to deal with. If they wanted to escape out of the gap, they had to bear the attacks from the 9th Order Masters lying in ambush for them. In such a situation, it was expected that some royal lords were killed. However, once they managed to leave the gap, they became much harder to kill. Even so, as the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces, they managed to kill 4 more royal lords. However, the situation didn't change at all. After 4 royal lords were killed, another 4 royal lords appeared from the gap to replace them. There were no longer any more Ninth Order Masters outside the gap, so the royal lords could leave at will. At this point, the human race masters realized that Mo was trying to maintain balance on the battlefield. There were surely even more royal lords hiding in the darkness. However, Mo didn't release them all at once. Instead, it had been replacing the dead royal lords with new ones in an attempt to make it look as though both sides were equally matched. Regardless, even Song was unable to figure out Mo's intention, let alone the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Fortunately, this was the situation they hoped to see. If the Black Ink clan soldiers were so powerful that the humans were unable to deal with them, it was bad news to the human race as a whole. Song had been paying close attention to the movements in the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. He was wary of Mo's plans, thinking it must be up to something. However, he was unable to figure out what since it wasn't the right time yet. Now he could only keep his guard up. If something went wrong, he would immediately seal the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction and stop Mo from getting out of the trap. Heaven-devouring battle law? Yang Kai turned to Tsang with a doubtful expression. While Yang Kai was restoring his energy, Tsang wasn't just sitting idly by either. Previously, Yang Kai had passed him a lot of resources to recuperate, and Tsang had been refining them in order to replenish his losses this whole time. Tsang was able to refine resources extremely quickly, which was understandable as he was a powerful cultivator, but the real crux of the matter was that Yang Kai detected traces of the heaven-devouring battle law in the way the old man refined the resources. Yang Kai had cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law before. However, he hadn't mastered this secret art, so he wasn't comparable to Wu Kuang in this regard. With that said, he understood this evil art more than anyone else aside from the latter. Therefore, the moment he detected similar traces of it, he was stunned. Initially, Yang Kai thought that he was mistaken, but as he observed Song for a while longer, he confirmed that the latter was indeed using the heaven-devouring battle law. If that wasn't the case, even though Tsang was a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he couldn't have refined resources so quickly. Moreover, he wasn't just refining the resources that were given to him. If one paid close attention, they would realize that Tsang was even devouring the Black Ink strength left behind by the nearby dead Black Ink clansmen. Upon that realization, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. The heaven-devouring battle law was a secret art that Wu Kuang had personally created, and it was probably the most extraordinary and evil one in history, so why was Tsang able to use it? Hearing Yang Kai's words, Tsang was also startled for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face and he asked, "Do you recognize this secret art?" Yang Kai replied with uncertainty, "Perhaps I'm mistaken. There were countless secret arts in this world, and even though heaven-devouring battle law was quite possibly the evilest secret arts in existence, Tsang was someone who had lived for millions of years, so it shouldn't be surprising that such an unrivaled master knew some amazing secret arts. Perhaps his secret art only shared some similarities with heaven-devouring battle law." Tsang said, "It's fine. Look closely." Saying so, he openly used his secret art again. In order to let Yang Kai see clearly, he exhibited the movements of his aura and the fluctuations of energy in detail. Yang Kai's expression turned more and more stunned as he watched. Although this secret art was slightly different from the one he knew, it was indeed the heaven-devouring battle law. The two secret arts shared more than 90% of the same circulation paths, while the remaining 10% seemed to be due to some kind of personal abstrusity that he couldn't quite grasp. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "Why does Senior know the heaven-devouring battle law?" He was even more perplexed at the fact that Tsang appeared so thrilled at this moment. What's so exciting about it? He didn't seem this exhilarated even after so many royal lords were killed. Instead of answering his question, Tsang asked, "You call this heaven-devouring battle law? Who do you know who uses this secret art?" After giving it some thought, Yang Kai replied, "There's an old fart named Wu Kuang who cultivates this secret art. As far as I knew, he was the creator of this secret art. I had a chance to cultivate this secret art in the past and even did so for a time in a sense, though not anymore. Supposedly, there should be no one else who has cultivated it. Oh, I also taught the Stone Spirit clan this secret art long ago." The heaven-devouring battle law was too wicked, and even though it could help a cultivator increase their strength rapidly, its drawbacks were simply unbearable for most people. Even Yang Kai was unable to resolve those drawbacks. Therefore, the moment he realized something was wrong back then, he stopped cultivating it. Wu Kuang was different, for he had the flawless purifying golden lotus, so he could recklessly devour external powers without worrying about any backlash. However, there was only one flawless purifying golden lotus in existence, so no one else could imitate him. Hence, there was only one heaven-devouring great emperor in the world. The reason the Stone Spirit clan members were able to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law was that their physiques were unique. Their bodies were not made from flesh, and they had an innate ability to refine and expel all kinds of impurities. Therefore, they were best suited to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law. Wu Kuang, Song muttered, tell me more about that guy. Although Yang Kai was puzzled at the fact that Song seemed interested in Wu Kuang, he still told him everything he knew. Honestly, he had mostly learned about Wu Kuang through rumors and stories. Yang Kai hadn't even been born when Wu Kuang was first active, so he wasn't sure of the details of the war in the Shattered Star Sea back then. He only knew that many great emperors of the Star Boundary were killed in that clash while they managed to kill Wu Kuang in the end. In truth, Wu Kuang faked his death and escaped. Then he waited for a chance to resurrect. It took 20,000 years or so, but Wu Kuang's wish was eventually granted. Although he had managed to escape from the Shattered Star Sea, his cultivation had plunged. At that time he occupied bustling world great emperor's body and spent quite a long time sharing it with the body's original owner, Duan Hongqin. Then Wu Kuang appeared on Dragon Island and kicked up a storm before vanishing into thin air again. When he reappeared, it was when the great emperors of the Star Boundary joined forces to deal with Great Demon God. The Star Boundary was almost destroyed in that war, and after the death of Great Demon God, Mo Sheng, Wu Kuang seized the former's body and fully resurrected. Then he broke free of the Star Boundary's restraints and headed out into the outer universe to seek greater heights in the martial Tao. Yang Kai had no idea what Wu Kuang went through after the latter left the Star Boundary. Chapter 54:12 Ways to Save Itself. Yang Kai knew that he could cultivate pretty quickly, but Wu Kuang wasn't any slower. When they met again after that day, both of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Then Wu Kuang hid inside the new Great Territory for a while before Yang Kai brought him to the Shattered Heaven. Someone like Wu Kuang could only be in his own skin in a place such as the Shattered Heaven. After that, Yang Kai never heard from him again. Sometimes, Yang Kai wondered what would have happened if he hadn't defeated Blood Crow, who was later brought away by the fisherman uncle from Bright King Cave Heaven. He imagined that when Wu Kuang arrived at the Shattered Heaven, there would have been a fierce battle between two evenly matched opponents. Both the heaven-devouring battle law and the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture could absorb and refine other people's powers, so they shared some similarities. It would surely be an interesting fight if Wu Kuang and Blood Crow encountered one another. In a straightforward comparison, there was no denying that the heaven-devouring battle law was more powerful, as there was nothing that the heaven-devouring battle law could not refine as long as it had some energy. On the other hand, even though the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture could devour another person's strength, it was mainly focused on refining their blood essence. In that sense, it was inferior to the heaven-devouring battle law. With that said, Blood Crow had been subdued and brought back to Bright King Heaven a long time ago. When Wu Kuang arrived at the Shattered Heaven, only the stories of Blood Crow remained. Yang Kai reckoned that if the two of them ever met, there was no doubt Blood Crow would be at a disadvantage. Several hundred years had passed since then, and he wondered how Wu Kuang had been doing in the Shattered Heaven. Given the wickedness of his secret art, he must be the focus of much ire and contempt. At that moment, Yang Kai even felt a bit sorry for him. Wu Kuang, Song muttered before he started guffawing. He appeared so exhilarated that he almost broke into tears of joy as he chanted, Wu Kuang. Yang Kai was astounded. You know Wu Kuang Sr.? Song shook his head. Nope. It's the first time I've ever heard his name. At that, Yang Kai was baffled. Since you don't know Wu Kuang, why are you so happy to hear about him? Unbeknownst to him, even though Tsang wasn't aware of who Wu Kuang was today, he knew someone else similar to him. In fact, the heaven-devouring battle law was the primary secret art that other person cultivated. There was no denying that this secret art was evil. With that said, there was no such thing as right or wrong when it came to secret arts, only people who could be divided into good and evil. Whatever secret art it was, the person using it would determine whether it was just or malevolent. Part of Shi's plan succeeded. Otherwise, the heaven-devouring battle law wouldn't have been passed down to someone else. However, looking at the matter from another perspective, his plan also seems to have failed. Although Tsang had never come into contact with Wu Kuang, through Yang Kai's words he could tell that Wu Kuang never inherited all of Shi's memories. Perhaps after Shi left this place back then, his soul was gradually worn down after encountering many different crises. As such, Wu Kuang had no idea what had happened in his previous life, he only retained knowledge of the wondrous secret art named the heaven-devouring battle law. Regardless, this was the best news Tsang had heard in the past few millions of years. "Have you been to the grand ancient ruins boundary?" Tsang suddenly asked. Yang Kai was caught off guard by the sudden change of topic, but he was even more astounded by the old man's question and couldn't help asking, "How do you know, senior?" Tsang replied with a smile, "I can feel the world tree's aura coming from you." Only then did Yang Kai understand. "I saw you running around the battlefield without worrying about getting corrupted by black ink strength. It's apparent that you have a world tree clone protecting your small universe." Yang Kai nodded. "You have sharp eyesight, senior. There's indeed a world tree clone in my small universe, but I didn't get it from the grand ancient ruins boundary. I acquired it from a universe cave heaven that was left behind on the battlefield." The world tree clone he had obtained from grand ancient ruins boundary was planted in the star boundary, an action that saved the star boundary from collapsing and also transformed it into the open heaven realm cradle it was today. Then Yang Kai realized something and asked in shock, "The world tree and the grand ancient ruins boundary existed in your era, senior?" Tsang had been guarding this place and separated from the outside world for millions of years, so it surprised Yang Kai that he was aware of the world tree and the grand ancient ruins boundary. Tsang chuckled, "The world tree and grand ancient ruins boundary are far more ancient than you think. I heard that the world tree was born the moment heaven and earth split apart. It was born with the universe itself." Recently Yang Kai had learned quite a number of secrets that were previously unknown to him. As for the grand ancient ruins boundary, Tsang frowned, "No one knows how exactly it was formed. I told you all that in the late ancient era, a mighty force realized that the humans were suffering in hardship, so it gathered together 10 humans to spread the martial Tao. Only then did the human race truly learn to cultivate." Yang Kai nodded as Tsang had told them about it before. Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors were those 10 people who had created the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Millions of years had passed since then, and the other 9 people had all passed away. Only Tsang was left guarding this place. At that time an old ancestor asked what the mighty force was, but Tsang only replied with a smile that it was the will of the heavenly way. Presently the battlefield was in chaos, but the primordial heaven source grand restriction was completely unaffected. The Black Ink clansmen didn't bother to attack the 2 of them because they knew they were unable to break the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Tsang went on to say calmly, "The 10 of us managed to ascend to the open heaven realm after we were swept into the grand ancient ruins boundary." Hearing that, Yang Kai was astounded. Before that, even though the humans could gain some power through simple cultivation, we could only reach somewhere below the open heaven realm. At that time, the realm below the open heaven realm was the end of martial Tao. Yang Kai hurriedly straightened his back. He had a feeling that he was about to hear some incredible secret. The 10 of us were not born in the same place. Rather, we all came from different great territories. We managed to gain the acknowledgement of our homelands and became venerables in our own lands. Only then were we able to shake off our universe world's restraints and head out into the vast void to explore a higher martial Tao. He went on to say, "At that time monster beasts were everywhere with all of them possessing the bloodlines of divine spirits, though the purity of those bloodlines varied greatly. Their cultivation was unhindered as the powers of their bloodlines alone allowed them to grow into formidable beings. The humans were unable to defend themselves from the monster beasts. In order to solve this crisis, we had to seek a higher martial Tao. However, no one managed to succeed." After a pause, he continued, "One day I was swept away by a rolling fog and brought to the grand ancient ruins boundary. In that place I came across the other 9 and became friends with them. Just like me, they had left their homelands in search of a higher martial Tao. A long time has passed, so I can't remember many of the details, but with that said, I will never be able to forget the strangeness of the grand ancient ruins boundary. While we were there, we experienced countless crises, but by working together we eventually resolved all of them. Looking back now, I realize that those were all trials for us. In the end, we arrived at a place where there was an enormous tree, the world tree." Yang Kai nodded, for he had seen the world tree as well, though it wasn't a pleasant encounter. Still, he had gained some benefits from the world tree, otherwise the 7th order would have been his limit in this lifetime. The tree gave us 1 fruit each. Hearing that, Yang Kai was surprised. The world tree was so generous. At that time he had gone through the trials of different worlds before he acquired some low-rank and mid-rank world fruits, and the only reason he obtained a root was because the world tree sacrificed it to throw him out. However, Song and the other martial ancestors were just given world fruits without doing anything. What's more, the achievements of Tsang and the others suggested that the world fruits they had acquired were high-rank world fruits. Perhaps they were even superior to high-rank world fruits. In comparison, what Yang Kai had obtained was nothing worth noting. He had the urge to head to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary again and rob the world tree. Tsang went on to say, after we consumed the fruits, we were able to open small universes in our bodies and step into the open heaven realm. Only then did we comprehend the cultivation method of the open heaven realm. After leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, we taught everyone this cultivation method, and the humans were finally able to oppose the monster beasts. Yang Kai said solemnly, it was thanks to Sir and the other seniors that the human race was finally able to cultivate. Your contributions should be remembered by all. With a smile, Tsang waved his hand. The reason I'm telling you all this is that over the years, I've faintly detected something. Please enlighten me, senior. After a moment of deliberation, Tsang continued, back then we came from different great territories and universe worlds, but we were swept into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary by the rolling fog all at the same time. The crises we faced seemed to be the trials to test our temperaments. In the end, the fruits given to us seemed to be the world tree's rewards. He paused for a moment. Initially we didn't read too much into it. Since we had acquired greater powers, we decided to teach the other humans how to do the same so that we all had the capital to gain a footing in the vast universe. Later we created the primordial heaven source grand restriction and confined Mo to this place. Only then did we have time to ponder on certain issues. The world tree's existence seems to have something to do with the entire 3,000 worlds. To be precise, the world tree might be the source of the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai was astounded. You mean, the 3,000 worlds are just a reflection of the world tree's power? Tsang shook his head. That's not what I meant. There's a reason the tree is named the world tree and it must have something to do with the 3,000 worlds. The 10 of us were swept into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and given the fruits by the world tree, thus allowing us to create a complete martial Tao system. Rather than saying it was our opportunity, it was more like a method the 3,000 worlds used to help itself. Help itself? Yang Kai muttered, you mean the 3,000 worlds has a consciousness of its own? Perhaps not a consciousness, or at least one that we would understand. Think of it as there being some rules that we're unable to comprehend, Tsang explained. At that time, Mo's sentience had just awakened and black ink strength started spreading across the great territories. If left unhindered, the entire universe would have been taken over by black ink strength. Therefore someone had to stop it. Even if it was not us, there would have been another 10 to take up that role. Tsang stared fervently at Yang Kai. What's more, there must have been more than one attempt to help itself. The world tree gave you a clone. If I'm not mistaken, you're also one of the ones selected by these rules. It was because of that realization that Tsang paid extra attention to Yang Kai and sent a transmission to him, telling him to seek refuge next to him when he fell into danger. It was also because of this realization that Tsang told Yang Kai so many things. In the late ancient era, Tsang and the other 9 were just a means the rules tried to use to save themselves. Now Yang Kai could very well be those same rules, trump card. Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. Even though the clone he had obtained in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was subsequently planted in the star boundary, he inadvertently acquired another to shelter his small universe at a later point. Rather than it all just being a big coincidence, Tsang's speculation made more sense. Was Yang Kai also one of the ways the unfathomable rules tried to save themselves? Chapter 54:13 Mo's Trump Card. As Yang Kai looked back, he realized it was inconceivable that he even managed to snatch a root from the world tree. At that time he was pretty weak as he wasn't even an open heaven realm master yet. He had only condensed his Tao seal and had yet to even refine all the necessary powers. On the other hand, the world tree was an ancient existence born with the universe. As time passed, it must have developed spirituality of its own and grown into a powerful being. How was an Emperor Realm Master supposed to snatch a root from the world tree? After he acquired the root, the world tree just swept him to a faraway place, which showed that it was fully capable of dismissing him. It just didn't bother to do so until after the fact. If Tsang's speculation was right, Yang Kai was also one of the ways the unfathomable rules tried to save themselves. which explained everything. The grand ancient ruins boundary was where the trials took place, and the root and the world fruits were the rewards granted by the world tree. Millions of years ago, Song and the other 9 martial ancestors were selected and given world fruits by the world tree, thus allowing them to enter the open heaven realm and teach the others how to do the same. When the humans grew stronger, they were able to fight against the monster beasts and Mo itself. Millions of years later, Yang Kai arrived at the grand ancient ruins boundary and obtained a root from the world tree. Even though the outcomes were different, they were both methods the 3,000 worlds used to help themselves when they found themselves in crisis. In that case, the original owner of the world tree clone in Yang Kai's small universe was likely also one of the ways the rules had selected to save themselves. Unfortunately, that senior passed away on the black ink battlefield, and his or her small universe was left behind as a universe cave heaven. Countless years later, Yang Kai had the opportunity to enter it and obtain the world tree clone. Perhaps there were other people just like them over the eons. However, Yang Kai didn't have a way to find out who they were, nor did he know whether they were even still alive. Song's words were too shocking but believable. After all, he had lived for millions of years and his life in this place gave him ample time to ponder on some deeper issues. Even though Yang Kai found his words inconceivable, it could very possibly be the truth. "You must be careful," Song suddenly said. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean, senior?" With a solemn expression, Song explained, "Many years have passed and Mo might have also realized what I've come to understand. Perhaps it even knows things that I don't. If my speculation is right, you are in a perilous situation." Yang Kai was startled for a moment, but he soon realized what Song meant. If he was indeed one of the ways the rules had selected to save themselves, he must be special in some way. As long as Mo noticed his presence, he wouldn't let him off. "You swaggered around the battlefield without worrying about getting corrupted by black ink strength, so perhaps you've already caught Mo's attention." Yang Kai replied, "The 4 universe pillars are also able to protect one small universe and fend off black ink strength. It might not realize that I have a world tree clone." Song nodded, "You have a point, but you still have to be careful. Also, even though you have the world tree clone, which makes you immune to the black ink strength of ordinary black ink clansmen, that might not be able to drive off Mo's source strength. Its strength is far greater than that of ordinary black ink clansmen. Perhaps it might be able to break through the barriers of your small universe." Yang Kai said with a smile, "With you around, Mo won't be able to get out of the trap, so how is it going to make a move against me? If even Senior is unable to suppress Mo, the human race won't be far from extinction either way." Song replied solemnly, "I'll do my best." The next moment, Yang Kai got to his feet and lifted his azure dragon spear. "I've gotten enough rest, Senior. I'll kill some more enemies before coming back to chat with you." Then he directly charged towards the battlefield. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned, covered in blood. The territory lords chasing after him appeared furious. For the moment Yang Kai landed beside Song, they had no choice but to leave. This time he was in a better state than before, so it took him less time to recover. After getting some rest, Yang Kai continued battling against the enemy. As he repeated this over and over again, the Black Ink clansmen grew annoyed. Some of the territory lords now directly waited outside the safe zone on the primordial heaven source grand restriction so that they could kill Yang Kai the moment he left Song's shelter. However, Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, so as long as the space around him wasn't sealed, these territory lords had no way to capture him. Eventually, the Black Ink clan stopped bothering with him, and without any restraints, Yang Kai was able to kill even more enemies. Nevertheless, he was the only one capable of such things, as the other humans were unable to imitate him. As they were not experts in the Tao of space, they couldn't cross the vast battlefield quickly and safely. Therefore, only Yang Kai could run to Tsang's side to seek refuge and recuperate. Although he had made significant contributions, he was unable to single-handedly change the tide of battle. Several months had passed since the war started, and 30% of the original 2 million human soldiers had been killed in action. In other words, some 600,000 human soldiers had lost their lives, all of them in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm and above. The losses they had suffered were simply staggering. There was no denying that the losses that the Black Ink clan had suffered were dozens of times greater than those of the humans, as innumerable territory lords and royal lords had lost their lives. Still, even more Black Ink clansmen continuously poured out from the opening and entered the battlefield to make up for the losses. All the humans were exhausted, and even the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm masters appeared weary. The two races had been fighting against one another on the black ink battlefield for many years, and although some wars lasted for months or even years, it was always a process of intense battles, followed by a period of rest and recovery before they clashed once again. This time was different as the two races had never stopped fighting since the war started. The chaos on the battlefield was constant. Fortunately, the various army commanders had already expected that this war would be a long one, so the 2 million soldiers were divided into two groups that took turns to battle the enemy. If not for this rotation of troops, the humans would have been defeated by the Black Ink clan long ago. At this point, the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand. Although it wasn't conspicuous, they were indeed in a favorable position. This was the balance Mo had been trying to sustain. Had it recklessly released all its servants to the battlefield, the humans would have been defeated long ago. Song's expression became increasingly solemn as he felt that it was time to seal the gap in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. If this dragged on and the humans were routed, the situation would surely get out of hand. After months of releasing Black Ink strength, he could feel that the pressure within the primordial heaven source grand restriction had been alleviated somewhat. Although it wouldn't be as much as he hoped for if he stopped now, it was still acceptable. At the thought of this, he hesitated no more. As he performed a different hand seal, the primordial heaven source grand restriction started vibrating. All of a sudden Mo, who had remained silent all along, said, "I thought you were going to wait for a while more." Song snorted, "You'd better quickly show us what tricks you still have, otherwise you won't have the chance to do so soon." Since the beginning, Song had realized that Mo must have been holding something back. Otherwise, it wouldn't have tried to maintain the balance of powers between the two sides. It knew that once the balance was broken and the humans were defeated, Song would immediately seal the gap, giving it no chance to escape. While the balance was being sustained, Song was more than happy to weaken Mo's power. It could be said that the situation on the battlefield was a tacit coordination between the two races, with the 2 million human soldiers and the tens of millions of Black Ink clansmen serving as chess pieces. Song also knew that once he started sealing the opening, there was no way Mo would sit idly by. There was bound to be a fierce fight where both sides did everything they could to gain the upper hand. "You've grown old, Song," Mo let out a sigh of pity. Even a cultivator as powerful as Song had grown old after staying here for millions of years. As Mo recalled the days when it and the 10 humans were still friends, it couldn't help but feel rueful. Those were the best days of its life. It could talk with his friends, travel with them, and share tea and wine together. It was carefree. Those days were gone for good once it was confined to this place. There wouldn't be another Mu or Tsang in this world. It was fully aware that they didn't hold any malicious intent trapping it in this place, but it was unresigned. It was born the way it was, it didn't acquire its strength through cultivation. Since the heavens had given it a power to turn others into the same beings as it was destined to rule over the universe. As all its friends were gone for good, so it stopped having any pity for this world. Everyone was bound to be subservient to it. "All of you have underestimated me." As Mo roared, an immense force burst out of the endless darkness. A magnificent aura spread out and shocked both the Black Ink clansmen and the humans on the battlefield. It was a power that was so overwhelming that even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were dazed by it. Song's expression changed, for he realized that the resistance coming from the opening was making it impossible for him to reseal it for the time being. With that said, he wasn't flustered. He wouldn't think that Mo didn't even have the capabilities to do such a thing. Everything was well within his expectations. This wasn't Mo's trump card, he must have another trick up his sleeve. All of a sudden, Song had a bad premonition. After several months of intense fighting, countless Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives on the battlefield. Black blood, Black Ink strength, and severed limbs were everywhere in the void. The moment Mo's will spread out, these miscellaneous scraps on the battlefield started squirming and shooting towards the same place as though they had been guided by a mysterious force. The expressions of all of the humans changed. That was because these miscellaneous things were moving towards the opening. In just a moment, the black blood, Black Ink strength, and the hashed flesh left behind from fallen Black Ink clansmen formed a colossal dark tide. The dark tide crossed the battlefield, and along the way some human soldiers were accidentally swept into it and killed. The entire universe trembled as the primordial heaven source grand restriction shook. Even more dark blood, Black Ink strength, and smashed meat joined the dark tide and fortified it. Besides that, even the Black Ink clansmen who had been dealing with the humans abandoned their opponents and dashed towards the dark tide before disappearing. The turn of events stunned the humans. They had been in a disadvantageous position on the battlefield when they suddenly lost their opponents. Damn! Song exclaimed as he hadn't expected that Mo was able to use such a move. In fact, even though the 10 of them were close friends with Mo in the past and they subsequently confined it to this place for millions of years, they didn't really know its capabilities very well. Chapter 54:14 Mu. Song had never seen Mo use this secret technique before, nor could he figure out what the other party was about to do. With that said, he finally realized why Mo had been trying to sustain the balance on the battlefield, even letting so many of its servants get killed. It had all been to prepare for this moment. Despite not knowing what Mo was about to do, Song reckoned that he had to immediately stop it. Otherwise, the humans would be in grave danger. He madly surged his power in an attempt to reseal the primordial heaven source grand restriction. However, from the depths of the darkness a violent force burst forth to resist it, stopping the gap from closing. As this competition unfolded, Song eventually gained the upper hand because he had the restriction's help, but even though the gap was closing, it was extremely slow. Kill? A Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's roar reverberated across the entire battlefield. Everyone knew that they had reached the most critical moment. Regardless of what Mo was up to, if they couldn't stop him, they would lose the war. Several 100,000 human soldiers who had been recuperating in the Great Passes charged towards the battlefield. All the human soldiers were ready to strike. Even the soldiers guarding the arrays drove their warships towards the battlefield. In an instant, the 106 Great Passes became empty. The Black Ink clan soldiers also divided into two groups, the first group leaving to intercept the humans while the other group joined the Dark Tide to strengthen it. The competition between Song and Mo was still ongoing. Having said that, Song was apparently in an advantageous position as the speed at which the opening of the primordial heaven source grand restriction was closing had increased. Just then, a force that was as immense as a tidal wave gushed out from the depths of the darkness and penetrated the gap before joining the squirming dark tide. Then, the dark tide contorted and wiggled before forming into an arm. The arm was made from countless limbs, black blood and black ink strength, but it wasn't engulfed in death chi at all. Instead, it was as vibrant as a real arm. The bulging muscles of the arm suggested that it was full of strength. It was so gigantic that everyone could see nothing else, and the aura billowing from it shook all beholders to the core. The arm was connected to the force coming out from the gap. Looking from afar, it was as though a giant was sticking a hand out from the opening. In fact, Song could indeed feel a horrifying aura coming to life from the darkness where a giant was rapidly taking shape. The arm that penetrated the gap became a force that stopped the restriction from sealing. Song's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Have you reached that realm?" The realm that was beyond the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. In the past, Song and the other 9 had been trying to ascend to that realm, but none of them succeeded. Even though Song was more powerful than the average Ninth Order Open Heaven realm master, he still hadn't broken free from the Open Heaven realm. He believed that beyond the Open Heaven realm was the creation realm that no humans had ever reached. However, Mo's voice sounded dispirited. That realm? Maybe. I don't know. Do you think I've reached that realm? I don't think so. Song was flabbergasted as he recalled the turmoil that took place in the restriction back then. At that time, Mo almost managed to break free from the trap. It seemed that Mo had already reached the creation realm at that time, as in the endless darkness, it had created a lot of powerful beings. After giving it some thought though, Song realized it wasn't surprising. Mo was able to create innumerable servants. All the Black Ink clansmen were created from its black ink strength, and given its innate power and years of accumulation, it shouldn't be shocking that it had reached the creation realm. In truth, Mo didn't directly create Black Ink clansmen. It was fundamentally the initial darkness of the heavens and earth. What it had created were the Black Ink nests, and all the Black Ink clansmen were nurtured in those Black Ink nests. It was Mo's innate ability. However, this time, this powerful being in the darkness was indeed created by Mo. All of a sudden, Song turned calm and let out a sigh. Mo, you were born alongside the universe with unrivaled gifts and incredible capabilities. You're supposed to be free from any restraints, but your strength dictates that you'll not be accepted by everyone else. Mo asked hesitantly, "What are you trying to do?" Song replied impassively, "Millions of years have passed, so this matter should come to an end. I'm worried that my friends have grown anxious from waiting for so long." All of a sudden, Mo had a bad premonition and shouted, "Don't do anything silly." Song guffawed, "You're the one who's doing something silly." Saying so, he flicked his fingers as a ray of light broke through the air. Wherever the light went, it penetrated the Black Ink clansmen and destroyed them. Previously, he told Yang Kai that while he was part of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, he could only make a move within the restriction. He was unable to have a hand in the affairs outside the Grand Restriction. That wasn't a strict rule though, but there was a huge price to pay for breaking it. In order to send this ray of light out of the restriction, he had no choice but to put himself at stake. The moment he made a move, the entire Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction seemed to have become unstable. Seizing the chance, Mo exerted more force to expand the gap. The arm that spanned the gap was shaking in an attempt to enlarge the opening. Stop it. Mo's divine sense spread across the void. Even though it had no idea what the ray of light was, it couldn't let Song achieve his goal at this point. A royal lord extended his hand to catch the ray of light, but before he could even grasp it, his arm exploded. The power within the light was unimaginably horrifying. Seeing that, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had been chasing after this royal lord, immediately summoned his divine manifestation that turned into a hideous giant beast and swallowed the royal lord whole. Then, the Ninth Order Master cast several seals at the royal lord and directly refined him. Driven by Mo, the other Black Ink clansmen along the way tried to stop the ray of light. However, even a royal lord was unable to intercept it. So how were the other Black Ink clansmen supposed to achieve anything? The ray of light crossed the void and left behind a vacuum in its wake before it actually penetrated Yang Kai. Upon impact, Yang Kai's figure shook, and before he could figure out what was going on, he saw countless Black Ink clansmen savagely coming at him from all directions. He promptly retreated and dashed towards the place where the human race soldiers gathered together. The Black Ink clansmen chased after him, but they were soon intercepted. Both parties clashed in the void as their blood spattered. On the other hand, after casting that ray of light, Song extended his hand into the void and pulled out a rough, uncut jade. "Mu!" Mo exclaimed. It could feel Mu's aura coming from this uncut jade. This was definitely something Mu had left behind after her death. Among the 10, Mo was most fond of Mu, and it was also closest to her. However, in the end it was confined to this place because of her. Millions of years had passed, but it didn't hold hatred for her. Nevertheless, when it felt the familiar aura again, it couldn't help but have conflicted feelings. Mo soon pulled itself together and roared in a voice that still sounded childlike, "Ah, what do you plan to do, Song?" As it spoke, another hand stuck out from the opening and clenched the edge. The other arm that had originally penetrated the gap retracted and grasped the other side. Both hands exerted themselves and pushed the gap open as though they were opening a door. A horrifying aura streamed out of the gap, and at the same time, a gigantic head stuck out from the chasm. Its dark eyes reflected the entire battlefield, as though it was going to devour everything in sight. The world trembled as the universe seemed to have been turned upside down and countless cracks started appearing in the void. "I don't know what is going to happen either," Song's voice sounded helpless. His words sounded perfunctory, but he indeed had no idea what was about to happen. The uncut jade was the last testament left behind by Mu. She told them that they just had to summon this uncut jade at the most perilous moment. Back then, Mu entered the Grand Restriction and arrived at the depths of the endless darkness. When she returned, she was already on her last breath. After passing the uncut jade to them, she blended herself into the restriction to fortify it. She didn't explain anything about the uncut jade. However, Song and the others never doubted her decision or judgment. Now, it had come to the most perilous moment, just like what she had said. Perhaps she had seen something in the darkness back then and expected this day to come. After the uncut jade was summoned, it rose into the sky and shone brightly. From the light, a slender figure appeared. The figure was so colossal that she seemed to cover the entire sky, but no one could make out her face. Nevertheless, the moment she appeared, she became the center of the universe. Everyone stopped fighting on the battlefield as their attention was drawn to her. It was the most immaculate figure in the world, as though everything good and beautiful had been condensed within her. No one would ever have any evil thoughts about her. "Mu." Song looked up with a conflicted gaze. "Mu," Mo muttered. There seemed to be a smile on Mu's face as she spoke in a gentle tone. "We haven't met for ages, Mo. Are you still alive?" There was a hint of pleasant surprise in Mo's voice. Mu shook her head. "I'm dead. You know that I passed away a long time ago." Mo let out a sigh and replied in a dejected tone, "Yes, I know. I thought you were still alive, but since you're dead, what are you trying to do now?" All of a sudden, Mu said in a mischievous tone, "I'm going to play your favorite game with you for the last time." Mo was torn between tears and laughter. "You're such a good friend." Mu refuted, "Call me big sister. I'm not that old." Saying so, she swept her hand across the darkness and muttered under her breath, There. When you wake up, there'll be games to play and food to have." Following her movement, the entire primordial heaven source grand restriction started shining brightly and pulsing rhythmically. On the battlefield, both the humans and Black Ink clansmen became sluggish as a sense of sleepiness washed over them, making them feel dizzy. Besides the 5th Order, 6th Order and 7th Order masters, even the 8th Order and 9th Order masters were unable to fight off the sleepiness. At that instant, a strange scene appeared on this violent battlefield. The weaker soldiers of both races fell into a peaceful sleep all of a sudden. In general, the Black Ink clansmen were most heavily affected as the humans had their warships' protection, so they still had some power to resist the mysterious force. Yang Kai was sleepy as well. He felt his eyelids threatening to shut against his will, but at the most critical moment, a sense of coolness coursed through him, making him come back to his senses. It was the soul-warming lotus. Even though he had no idea what move Mu had used, it was apparently a technique that affected the soul, so the soul-warming lotus protection helped him endure it. Chapter 54:15 Have a good sleep. Without hesitation, Yang Kai stimulated his dragon source and transformed into a 70,000-meter ancient dragon. He then swiped his dragon claw in a particular direction. Over there, a royal lord was staggering while exchanging moves with an equally sleepy 9th Order Open Heaven Realm master. Unlike the violent fight earlier, they now looked like two kids haphazardly slapping at each other. Yang Kai directly grasped the royal lord in his claw and clenched. The royal lord's figure was huge, but while he was in Yang Kai's claw, only his head was shown outside the iron grip. The royal lord struggled hard but couldn't get out of the trap. As he felt intense pressure from all directions, his bones cracked and his dark blood gushed out of his body. "You're pretty tough," Yang Kai grumbled. After all, this was a powerful royal lord. Yang Kai was unable to squeeze him to death and hadn't even managed to severely injure him. At most, he had slightly wounded the royal lord. As a sharp pain shot through him, this royal lord showed signs of regaining his senses. Instantly, Yang Kai felt an immense force of resistance coming from his grip and his claw was forced to expand as the royal lord was about to free himself. At the critical moment though, a flash of sword light repeatedly cut across the royal lord's throat. His head was sent flying away and dark blood spurted out of his neck as his vitality swiftly drained away. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master struggled to keep himself awake as he smugly lifted his sword and said to Yang Kai, "Kid, you're still too weak." Yang Kai refuted through clenched teeth, "You'd better not fall asleep, senior." This person was none other than the 9th Order Old Ancestor from Blue Sky Pass, so Yang Kai was naturally familiar with him. The Old Ancestor had been tangled up with the Royal Lord for a long time, with neither side able to deal critical damage to the other party, but with Yang Kai's help, the Old Ancestor finally managed to kill his opponent. Hearing Yang Kai's mockery, the Old Ancestor did his best to stay awake as he retorted, "Why would I fall asleep? Are you mocking me?" Saying so, he turned into a sword light and dashed towards the battle between a nearby 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Royal Lord. Yang Kai shook his head and charged towards the vast battlefield. Presently, both the humans and the Black Ink clansmen, regardless of their cultivation, had been affected by Mu's soul technique and their combat effectiveness plummeted while Yang Kai was safe and sound with the soul-warming lotus protection. On the entire battlefield, he was probably the only one who was still wide awake and fully able to use his power. Therefore, it was time for him to deal a fatal blow to the enemies. As he let out a dragon breath, his dragon form zigzagged across the battlefield. He wielded his dragon tail and easily slaughtered countless Black Ink clansmen along the way. Soon, he approached the battle between a royal lord and a 9th Order master. With the previous experience, he directly extended both claws this time and shouted, "I'm here to assist, Old Ancestor." As the royal lord saw the claws closing in on him, he felt his face twitching. He wanted to dodge, but he realized that the space around him had become viscous. Unable to escape, he was grasped by Yang Kai with both claws, leaving only his head exposed outside the grip. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's eyes brightened when he saw this and immediately launched a series of divine abilities. Upon impact, the dragon scales on Yang Kai's claws were blown off and his skin started bleeding. He was in so much pain that he roared at the top of his lungs. Above the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Mu's colossal figure shone even more brightly, as though she was radiating the last gleam of light in her life. She was singing a song in a language no one could understand. No one knew what the lyrics meant, but as they listened to it, they realized they could barely keep themselves awake. While still singing, Mu suddenly turned to Tsang and said, "Thanks for everything." Tsang let out a sigh. At this point he finally figured out what Mu's plan was. He replied, "Don't mention it. I'm finally able to feel relieved. It's a shame that you passed away so early." Mu's talent was unfathomable. Among the 10 of them back then, even though she was the only woman, none of the other 9 were comparable to her. If not for the fact that she passed away so early on, given her intelligence and skill, she may very well have come up with a real solution to the problem. Mu replied with a smile, "The moment we were chosen back then, the outcome was determined. There's nothing to feel regretful about. We've done our best and the rest is beyond our control." All of a sudden, she turned to the battlefield, her eyes reflecting the 70,000-meter ancient dragon. "Is he also a chosen one?" Tsang nodded. A glint flashed across Mu's eyes. "He's not bad." Despite her seemingly perfunctory remark, Tsang knew that she had acknowledged Yang Kai to be a capable youth. "All of you are so noisy," Mo muttered under its breath from the darkness as though it was talking in its sleep. It seemed to have returned to millions of years ago when it was taking a nap on Mu's lap, but it was helplessly disturbed by the discussion among them. "You're making it hard for me to fall asleep." Mu said gently, "We'll be quiet." Then she turned to Tsang, "We're still not there yet. I need to borrow some power." Tsang nodded solemnly, "I've been waiting for this moment." Saying so, he performed a different hand seal and yelled, "Take my body and strengthen the restriction." Following that, all the power in his body dissipated as he assimilated his very essence into the primordial heaven source grand restriction. The restriction was originally invisible and intangible, but after it absorbed Tsang's power, the barrier became obvious to all. The barrier covered a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers and didn't seem to have an end to it, while inside was only endless darkness. Tsang's aura gradually withered and eventually disappeared. Even his figure turned into motes of light and dissipated. Above the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Mu's figure solidified to the point where one could almost see her unrivaled beauty. The vitality she had hidden within the restriction many years ago exploded at this moment. With the help of Tsang's power, it infused into her illusory phantom, making her look vivid and lifelike as though she had really resurrected. She turned to look at the void with her dark gaze, as if she was trying to take in the entire universe. The next instant she leaped into the darkness. "I can finally have a good sleep," Mo muttered from the darkness, which shook all of a sudden. There seemed to be an ominous monster hidden within the darkness that turned over in its sleep, and a hush fell abruptly. The void trembled as though it was mourning for the death of these powerful beings. The moment Mu leaped into the darkness, all the humans and Black Ink clansmen who had been affected earlier, snapped back to their senses in an instant. The battlefield, which had become calm due to Mu's soul technique, turned violent instantly. However, everyone sensitively detected that 2 powerful beings' wills were missing. One of them was Mo and the other was Tsang. With that said, there was now another powerful will. In the darkness, the enormous creature was still prying open the edges of the gap with half of his body having been revealed. Even though it hadn't fully revealed itself, even half of his body was enough to give off indescribable pressure. Mu's soul secret technique had a huge impact on this giant as well, and it had stopped moving earlier. However, the moment Mu leapt into the darkness, the influence of her secret technique disappeared. As though having received an order, the giant struggled even harder to get out of the darkness. But it was too late. Tsang had sacrificed himself to strengthen the restriction, and Mu had used a trump card she had left behind years ago. Not only had Mo fallen asleep, but the gap of the primordial heaven source grand restriction was closing rapidly as well. Regardless of how hard the giant tried, he was unable to stop the gap from closing. In just 3 breaths of time, the wide gap was shut. However, the giant still hadn't fully crawled out of the gap. The primordial heaven source grand restriction was like a razor-sharp blade that cut across the giant's waist, splitting him in half. No black blood streamed out of his body, only Black Ink strength gushed out of his wounds. The dark giant roared in pain as his voice spread across the universe. Yang Kai took a glance at the giant and became startled. A giant spirit god. Earlier, he had been assisting the Ninth Order Masters to kill the Royal Lords, so he didn't have time to look at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Now he was stunned by what he saw. The dark giant was actually a giant spirit god. Were giant spirit gods created by Mo? No. Yang Kai soon dismissed the idea, for the creature was not a real giant spirit god. He believed that it was a creature that Mo had created based on the giant spirit gods. The giant had the size and appearance of a giant spirit god, and perhaps even the power of one, but he certainly wasn't a member of the amiable giant spirit god clan. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the black ink giant spirit god that he came across in the black ink sealing land in the divine spirit ancestral land. Back then he thought that a giant spirit god had been corrupted by black ink strength. Now it seemed to him that it wasn't the case. Perhaps that black ink giant spirit god was also created by Mo. At the thought of this, Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp. Giant spirit gods were incredibly powerful beings that even the divine spirits were no match for. He had also personally witnessed a giant spirit god's power. In the past, Air brought him to barge into the chaotic dead territory, but despite being surrounded by mortal danger, Air was completely at ease. The chaotic dead territory was a place where even Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to remain for long. In other words, giant spirit gods were more powerful than Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Perhaps they were as strong as Tsang and the other martial ancestors. The heavens didn't give the giant spirit god clan a very high level of intelligence, but with that said, they were gifted with unrivaled powers. Now, Yang Kai wondered how powerful this black giant spirit god was. What made him relax slightly was that the primordial heaven source grand restriction had cut this giant figure in half, causing his strength to plummet. On the battlefield, more auras soon disappeared for good. In the short moment when Mu's secret technique had affected the entire battlefield, Yang Kai had helped the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters kill 5 royal lords. Initially, after 5 royal lords were killed, there supposedly would be another 5 royal lords who would step out of the darkness to make up for the losses. Nevertheless, the primordial heaven source grand restriction had been closed, and Mo was now sound asleep. There wouldn't be any new royal lords. In the battles between the Ninth Order Masters and the royal lords, the humans had gained the upper hand, and as time passed, this advantage would be increasingly enhanced until the Black Ink clan were no longer able to resist. If not for the Black Ink giant spirit god's appearance, the humans would be guaranteed to win this war. However, with the Black Ink giant spirit god's existence, no one could tell what the outcome would be. Following a roar, the Black Ink giant spirit god stuck out a hand and grasped somewhere on the battlefield. Faced with the giant hand, both the human warships and Black Ink clansmen found it hard to dodge. Warships exploded apart, and before the humans could even flee, they were vaporized by the impact. It was the same case for the Black Ink clansmen. Without any warships to protect them, they were killed even before the humans. The hand then swept across the void, and although it seemed sluggish, that was only because it was too colossal. Space itself was torn apart wherever the hand swatted. Chapter 54:16, Targeted by a Royal Lord. A Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who happened to be available activated his world force and transformed into a giant. However, this giant still looked like a child in front of this Black Ink giant spirit god. There was that huge of a difference between their sizes. Even as the giant rained attacks on this Black Ink giant spirit god, he was unable to harm the other party at all. On the other hand, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master trembled after he was struck by the Black Ink giant spirit god. In the far ancient past, a single Black Ink giant spirit god had wreaked havoc on the divine spirits in ancestral land. In the end, it was the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of that generation who made use of the sacred treasures of the different clans, along with burning their entire blood essence and vitality to finally suppress and seal the rampaging Black Ink giant spirit god. This resulted in the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress passing away, and as the void itself collapsed, the Dragon Emperor source and the Phoenix Empress source were lost for millions of years, eventually being acquired by Yang Kai and Su Yan. Since they were both Black Ink giant spirit gods, they were supposedly equally powerful. However, the one before their eyes only had half of his body left after the primordial heaven source grand restriction sliced him in two. As such, he wasn't nearly as powerful as the one who had kicked up a storm in ancestral land in the past. Even so, a single Ninth Order Master still wasn't a match for him. Although the Black Ink giant spirit god didn't have a lower body, he was still pretty agile. Soon, he left the primordial heaven source grand restriction and barged into the battlefield to begin a slaughter. In his eyes there were no friends or foes. Be it the humans or the Black Ink clansmen, as long as they were in his way, they were targets to be destroyed. Within moments, many from both races lost their lives, while the flesh and blood of the dead humans and Black Ink clansmen, as well as the Black Ink strength on the battlefield, all seemed to be drawn to his figure. As he absorbed more and more, the Black Ink giant spirit god's lower body showed signs of taking shape again. He was already so overwhelmed with just his upper body, so if he managed to form a complete lower body, the situation would only become more dire. More Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters charged towards him, but it wasn't until the 13 old ancestors joined in that they managed to pin down the Black Ink giant spirit god, an almost inconceivable reality. For a very long time, the Ninth Order Masters were thought to be the most powerful beings in the world that only the Royal Lords were a match for. Now it required 13 of them to stop a Black Ink giant spirit god who was missing half a body. It was unimaginable how powerful he would be if his body was whole. The humans had initially gained the upper hand in the battles between the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Royal Lords. However, with 13 old ancestors needed to restrain the Black Ink giant spirit god, the momentum of the battle had shifted again. Many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to deal with 2 Royal Lords on their own, while some of them even had to fight 3 at once. Only by doing so could they stop the Royal Lords from slaughtering the human soldiers. The appearance of a Black Ink giant spirit god with only half a body destroyed the advantage that the humans had accumulated. Even though the humans were still in an advantageous position in the battles below the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm, their edge would disappear if this dragged on. Yang Kai had kept his dragon form and returned to his human form. With the Azure Dragon Spear in his hands, he charged around the battlefield. The turn of events at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction happened too suddenly. Song wanted to seal the restriction, but his actions triggered Mo's trump card in the process. Then Mu, who passed away eons ago, appeared and sang an unknown lullaby as she stimulated the restriction's power. Now, Tsang's figure was nowhere to be found, and the auras of Mu and Mo had disappeared. The Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction had become as flawless as it used to be. Yang Kai knew that Tsang had passed away, Mu was gone for good, and Mo had fallen into a state of deep sleep. Now, the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction had been resealed, which meant that there would be no more Black Ink clansmen leaving it. The ones left on the battlefield were all the soldiers that the Black Ink clan had. As long as the humans could wipe out these Black Ink clansmen, they would win the war. However, that was an extremely difficult task. Besides the Black Ink giant spirit god that was able to go against 13 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the same time, it was also hard to kill the remaining Royal Lords. In fact, quite a number of Royal Lords had been killed so far. Since Mo had deliberately tried to sustain the balance on the battlefield, the humans managed to destroy a lot of Royal Lords. Before the Black Ink giant spirit god's appearance, at least a dozen Royal Lords had lost their lives. On the other hand, the humans had also paid a huge price as several old ancestors had fallen in battle. When everyone on the battlefield was affected by Mu's soul secret technique earlier, several Royal Lords were suppressed by Yang Kai and subsequently killed by the old ancestors, leading to there being more Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters than Royal Lords. Nevertheless, the Black Ink giant spirit god's appearance negated that advantage and even reversed it. With that said, none of the human soldiers backed down as they still fearlessly clashed with the enemy. All of them knew that if they couldn't win this war, there wouldn't be another chance for them. All the Ninth Order, Eighth Order, Seventh Order, Sixth Order, and Fifth Order Masters were going all out. They didn't care if their warships were shattered, as they could summon their spare warships and continue fighting. Even if all their warships were destroyed, they would clash with the enemies and kill as many as they could before their death. There was no time for rest or recuperation. If they held back any of their powers, they would fall into the abyss. Yang Kai darted around and killed all the enemies he could with his Azure Dragon Spear, sending black blood splattering everywhere. He was looking for Dawn. However, the battlefield was chaotic, so it was hard to find anyone. A while later, Yang Kai finally spotted Dawn, as a large, swirling blood sea was a clear sign of Blood Crow's presence. Before he could even get near them though, Yang Kai felt alarmed all of a sudden. The next instant he detected a violent force coming at him from the side. Before he knew what was happening, Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. He still hadn't gotten out of danger though. As he extended his spear to the back, a golden crow cawed and a great sun leaped into the air before it shone brightly. Then a hand gently gripped the great sun and extinguished it. The next instant a fist came at Yang Kai. Flabbergasted, Yang Kai lifted his spear to parry the attack. The next moment, he shook as if struck by lightning before he was sent flying again. While tumbling, he sprayed out more blood. It wasn't until this moment that he made out the person who was attacking him. It was a royal lord with a sheep head and human body. Just like Mo Zhao from Great Evolution Theater, this royal lord had a pair of dark wings extending from his back. As their eyes met, a hint of surprise flashed across the royal lord's eyes. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to kill Yang Kai after striking him twice. Although he hadn't used his full power, he was certain Yang Kai wouldn't stand a chance to survive given the fact that the latter was just a 7th Order junior. Regardless, that was indeed what had happened. On the other hand, Yang Kai felt a metallic taste in his mouth as he choked down the blood in his throat. While bearing the pain, he kept his guard up. He had just escaped from death's door. The moment he detected danger earlier, he drew upon his dragon source madly and covered himself with dragon scales. If not for that, he would have exploded upon impact. Even though his dragon scales were sturdy, though, they were still smashed through after being struck twice. What he had been most worried about eventually happened. Since 13 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to deal with the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, the humans who were in a favorable position earlier had completely lost the advantage. Some of the royal lords were now available to deal with the weaker human soldiers, and this particular royal lord had set his eyes on Yang Kai. Having said that, Yang Kai wasn't surprised that he was being targeted. Song had told him to be careful because he had been charging around the battlefield without worrying about getting corrupted by Black Ink's strength, perhaps drawing Mo's attention. What's more, in his last moments, Song had cast a ray of light which then penetrated Yang Kai's body. The Black Ink clansmen all saw this and were certainly concerned about what that ray of light was. Since this royal lord was unrestrained, he naturally had to hunt Yang Kai down and find out what the ray of light was. Yang Kai released his divine sense and scanned his surroundings. He realized that all the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were already locked in intense battles with the Royal Lords and the 8th Order Masters were occupied with the Territory Lords. All the warships were dilapidated, and the 5th Order and 6th Order Masters on the vessels were in danger of dying at any moment while the 7th Order Masters around the warships were soaked in blood. Meanwhile, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's aura seemed to be growing with each moment. His lower body continued to absorb the Black Ink strength from the battlefield and showed signs of taking shape. Suddenly Yang Kai let out a long sigh. He gave up on the idea of seeking help from the Ninth Order Masters or the other humans. As he wielded his spear, he bolted towards the Royal Lord. A hint of contempt and mockery flashed across the Royal Lord's eyes as he extended his hand towards Yang Kai. His nonchalant manner made it look as though he was trying to swat dead an insect. As a Royal Lord, he indeed didn't have to exert himself to deal with a 7th Order human. Even though he didn't manage to achieve his goal earlier, he had severely injured the other party. This time he had the confidence to kill Yang Kai. All of a sudden, he was dazzled by a pure white light, which expanded and dispelled the Black Ink strength around them before it engulfed the Royal Lord. The sheep-headed Royal Lord was enraged. He was certainly aware of the purifying light, which was the arch-nemesis of Black Ink strength, but all else aside, he was still a Royal Lord. Even though the purifying light could harm him, it couldn't kill him. Therefore, the instant he realized Yang Kai's intention, he didn't dodge the attack and instead directly extended his hand into the purifying light. Yang Kai skirted past the Royal Lord whose black blood spattered from a wound on his face. The Royal Lord turned around and saw the battered Yang Kai running away. Without hesitation he raced after him. While coughing up blood, Yang Kai felt that he had never been so severely injured before. After he was struck by the Royal Lord 3 times, half of his bones were broken, and his 5 viscera and 6 organs were a mess. If not for the fact that he had a potent dragon vein, he would have already been killed. On a nearby battlefield, when a Ninth Order Master saw that Yang Kai was in danger, he intended to lend him a hand. However, his opponent suddenly flared up and held him down. Left with no choice, the Ninth Order Master could only watch as Yang Kai fled. Along the way, several Ninth Order Masters wanted to save him, but the Royal Lords turned even more ferocious and refused to allow them to do so. All the same, Yang Kai never intended to seek the Ninth Order Master's help. He had seen the big picture after scanning the battlefield and knew if he lured the Royal Lord behind him to any old ancestor, the latter would be at risk of losing their life. It wasn't fun dealing with 2 equally powerful opponents on your own. Yang Kai couldn't pin his hopes on the 8th Order Masters either. Perhaps they couldn't even persevere as long as he did, therefore he could only find a way to save himself. He had no idea if he could escape from a Royal Lord, but Yang Kai knew that the humans were now in a disadvantageous position on the battlefield. As such, he couldn't bring trouble to the top masters. Furthermore, if he could lure a royal lord away, he could lift some pressure off the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters despite not being able to influence the war in any way. Chapter 54:17 Life and Death Tribulation. Two figures dashed across the bloody battlefield that looked like a living hell. While Yang Kai never stopped fleeing, the royal lord relentlessly chased after him. Just a moment later, the distance between them shortened, and without hesitation, Yang Kai manipulated space principles and disappeared from the spot. The sheep-headed royal lord behind him was evidently startled. He had lived his entire life inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Even though he was able to learn about the humans through the black ink nests, he had never come across an opponent like Yang Kai, so it was the first time he witnessed a space secret technique. Soon he detected Yang Kai's aura and turned to look in a different direction. Over there, a blood-soaked Yang Kai appeared inside a human great pass. While standing on the wall, he eyed the royal lord from across the battlefield and pointed his spear at him in a provocative manner. Running away wasn't his sole intention. On such a vast battlefield, Yang Kai couldn't just focus on his own safety. Since this royal lord had set his eyes on him, Yang Kai had to come up with a way to lure him away from the others. He had no idea which great pass he was in, as all the humans had left to attack the enemy, so all the great passes were empty with not even a single person remaining behind. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about luring the royal lord to this place. Seeing how smug Yang Kai looked, the royal lord was enraged and charged towards him. On the wall, Yang Kai settled his spear on the floor and sat down on a large array. The array core was an artifact that looked like a giant crossbow. Usually, it required 3 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to activate such an array. At this moment, Yang Kai turned his hands into dragon claws and clutched the giant crossbow before madly infusing his world force into the array. The patterns on the array lit up, and all the energy entered the crossbow. Despite being strong, Yang Kai realized he almost couldn't control this crossbow. He activated his divine sense and locked onto the royal lord with his aura, a hideous expression on his face. Following a buzz, the entire wall started shaking, and the next moment, a gigantic light column condensed into an arrow and shot towards the royal lord. This violent attack was equivalent to an 8th Order Master's all-out strike. There were only a small number of arrays of such powers in the Great Passes, and they were the most powerful and lethal ones the humans could refine. Most of the artifacts and arrays could only cast attacks that were equivalent to a 7th Order Master's attacks. The arrow formed from the light column was not only intimidating but also rapid. In the blink of an eye, it was about to strike the royal lord. However, he didn't seem to have the intention of dodging it. The black wings on his back folded in front of him to cover his body as he withstood the light arrow and dashed towards the great pass before shattering the array and artifact on the wall with a punch. A large part of the wall collapsed, and as his force spread, leveling many buildings in the great pass. It didn't matter if the attack was equivalent to an 8th Order Master's strike. He was a royal lord, so why would he be afraid of such a blow? However, he soon frowned as Yang Kai was nowhere in sight. In fact, right after Yang Kai fired the arrow, he disappeared. Detecting something, the royal lord turned to look at a nearby great pass and saw Yang Kai standing on the wall. Again, he was trying to activate the power of an artifact. Enraged, the royal lord pounced on his opponent once again. The same thing happened again. However, this time what shot out of the great pass wasn't a light arrow but a rain of sword waves. The royal lord surged his black ink strength and blocked all the sword waves. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to jump to another great pass, he locked onto him with his aura, which then burst and caused Yang Kai to stagger as he fell out of the void. Yang Kai clenched his teeth as he retreated and concealed his aura. He directly entered the great pass and used the buildings as cover. Booms were continuously heard from behind him as the royal lord hunted him down and destroyed countless buildings along the way. The entire great pass soon turned into ruins. Finally, Yang Kai found a chance to manipulate space principles and escape. The moment he reappeared, the royal lord locked his aura onto him and pursued him like maggots on rotting bones. Yang Kai's expression darkened as he realized he couldn't go on doing this. The royal lord hadn't dealt with someone who was a master of the Tao of space before, which was why Yang Kai managed to escape from him earlier. Now that the royal lord had a way to deal with him though, Yang Kai was no longer able to use instantaneous movement as he pleased. At this rate he would be cornered sooner or later. After glancing at the chaotic battlefield, Yang Kai grit his teeth, turned around and charged towards the depths of the void. It had come to a point where the Ninth Order Masters were all engaged in life and death battles against the Black Ink Clan Masters. With that said, the human race masters below the Ninth Order still had a slight advantage against the Black Ink Clan. As long as they could enlarge that advantage, they would be able to influence the battles between the Ninth Order Masters and the Royal Lords. When the Eighth Order Masters were free from restraints, they would be able to lend the Ninth Order Masters assistance. Nevertheless, it remained hard to deal with the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. All the same, this wasn't a problem that Yang Kai could solve. He was in a perilous situation himself, so he had to focus on staying alive first. Yang Kai's action surprised the Royal Lord. As he looked in the direction Yang Kai was fleeing, he hesitated for a bit before chasing after him. Even though no one knew anything about the ray of light that Song had cast into Yang Kai at the last moment, it was obviously something important. That was why the Royal Lord decided to personally deal with him. He initially thought that he could easily achieve his goal, so it surprised him that there were so many twists and turns. Certainly, he wouldn't let this Seventh Order brat flee from the battlefield as the latter clearly intended. The black wings on his back flapped before he turned into a flash of light and shot towards Yang Kai. On the battlefield, when the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters saw this, they wanted to help, but they were unable to shake off their opponents. Only a few Eighth Order Masters managed to break free from their entanglements and rush towards Yang Kai from different directions. While running across the void, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and even consumed a low-rank world fruit that he had kept in storage for years. At this point, nothing else mattered than restoring his reserves. He had consumed too much of his world force, and only a bit of power was left in his small universe. It was inefficient to refine open heaven pills, so he needed a world fruit to replenish his energy quickly. He knew that this was a life and death tribulation for him. Everything would be fine if he managed to shake off this Royal Lord. However, if he was captured, he would be doomed despite being able to transform into an ancient dragon. In fact, he wasn't sure if he could escape. After all, the Royal Lord could move much faster than he did. The only thing he could rely on was space principles. Yang Kai had quite several experiences when it came to fleeing from masters who were more powerful than him, but in such a situation he could only do his best and let the heavens decide his fate. He was aware that several Eighth Order Masters were trying to aid him. However, they were no match for a Royal Lord. Once both parties clashed, those Eighth Order Masters would certain die, therefore he wouldn't dare to stop. Yang Kai madly pushed his world force and Dragon Clan secret techniques as he moved across the void at the speed of lightning, soon leaving the battlefield behind as he escaped further and further away. However, the threat behind him was only getting closer. In less than an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai was engulfed in a great sense of crisis. This sense of danger suggested that he was already within the range where the Royal Lord could strike him. He wanted to manipulate space principles to teleport away, but the Royal Lord had locked his aura onto him. Once he made a move, that aura would explode and destabilize the surrounding void. When that happened, his instantaneous movement would be disrupted and he would be killed. Silently, he flicked a bead out as he wanted to use a space beacon to save his life. However, the Royal Lord was extremely vigilant and didn't even let something as small as a space beacon off. From a distance, he cast an attack and destroyed the space beacon. Yang Kai secretly cursed at the Royal Lord. Since he was unable to make use of space beacons, he could only try to cut off the aura on him if he wanted to make use of space principles. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai decided to engulf himself in purifying light. There was no doubt that purifying light was the arch-nemesis of Black Ink strength, but he wasn't sure if this power could cut off the Royal Lord's aura. Aura was invisible, but strictly speaking, it was also a form of divine sense. Since purifying light could restrain the Black Ink clan's power, it could also theoretically cut off a thread of aura. What disappointed Yang Kai was that as he was covered in the purifying light, the aura wasn't thrown off. However, he was pleasantly surprised at the fact that even though the aura locked onto him, he was able to isolate himself from it temporarily. The next moment he pushed space principles and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, a brutal force came at him from a distance. Apparently, the Royal Lord wanted to kill Yang Kai upon seeing that the latter was about to flee. When a battered Yang Kai reappeared in a place that was a few million kilometers away, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He was hampered at the most critical moment of activating instantaneous movement and failed to cross a distance that was as far as he'd hoped and instead landed in the wrong place. Even though he was injured, he had gotten rid of the threat for now at the very least. However, before Yang Kai could catch a breath, the purifying light around him dissipated. As soon as that happened, the Royal Lord's aura locked onto him again. Bastard! Yang Kai cursed. He felt his own aura trembling and his power becoming intermittent. At that moment he was unable to manipulate space principles again, so he had no choice but to fly forward. He had suffered several setbacks because of this royal lord, and even though he had consumed a lot of spirit pills, his wounds had only gotten worse. Fortunately, being an ancient dragon, he had a robust body. Given enough time, his injuries would heal themselves. A moment later, the small advantage he had gained by using instantaneous movement to move across millions of kilometers was wiped out. The distance between them was shortening fast. Feeling the royal lord's black ink strength undulating behind him, as though a secret technique was about to be cast, Yang Kai once again engulfed himself with purifying light and isolated himself from the other party's aura. Then he did the same thing by activating instantaneous movement. The royal lord had no choice but to stop using his secret technique and detonate the aura which was near Yang Kai, forcing the latter from the void a few million kilometers away. Again Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The same thing repeatedly happened to the point where Yang Kai was infuriated. On the other hand, the royal lord, who had been relentless, was also cursing non-stop. He had never expected that despite being a royal lord, it would be so hard for him to end the life of a puny seventh-order human. Chapter 54:18 Pursuit and Escape. Before this war, the sheep-headed royal lord had never dealt with humans, so his knowledge of them was limited to what he had gathered from the black ink nest space. After leaving the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, he immediately engaged in an intense battle with a ninth-order open heaven realm master. It was a fight between two equally matched opponents, and in fact, he found himself at a slight disadvantage almost from the start, so he truly admired that ninth-order master's power. But what was happening now? He felt disgusted by having to chase after Yang Kai, unlike his fight against the ninth-order master a while back. When dealing with the ninth-order master, he just had to exert all his strength in a life-and-death struggle. However, when pursuing this seventh-order master, he felt helpless despite having far greater strength. As such, there was an awkward scene in the void where a seventh-order human was unable to get rid of a royal lord, who, on the other hand, couldn't capture the seventh-order human. Initially, the eighth-order masters coming from the battlefield could still see some traces and follow them. Nevertheless, barely a day later they had completely lost track of Yang Kai and the royal lord. One repeatedly manipulated space principles while the other could move extremely quickly. Eighth-order masters like them were unable to catch them. One of the eighth-order masters who had tan skin said grimly, "Damn it! Little friend Yang is in danger." If they were able to reach the two of them, they might have been able to help Yang Kai. However, given their strength, the most likely outcome would be their deaths. Since Yang Kai and the royal lord were nowhere to be seen though, how were they supposed to find them in this vast void? Without their help, could a seventh-order junior like Yang Kai even hope to get rid of a royal lord's pursuit? Despite being a master of the Tao of space, he couldn't possibly persevere for long. The others remained silent, but they shared the same sentiment. After they exchanged glances, another eighth-order master sighed, "Perhaps this is his fate. Let's go back." The war was still raging, and as eighth-order masters, they had to return to make some contributions. Doing nothing in this place was meaningless. Being eighth-order masters, they were all decisive people. Since they were unable to save Yang Kai, they wouldn't force themselves, so they returned to the battlefield. On the other hand, Yang Kai kept activating purifying light to separate himself from the royal lord's aura before using instantaneous movement to widen the gap between them. When the gap shortened to a certain point, he would do it again. By doing so, he could ensure his safety with some difficulty. Nevertheless, it was impossible for him to completely get rid of this royal lord. Aware of this fact as well, the royal lord relentlessly pursued him. Regardless of how hard Yang Kai tried, he was unable to escape this royal lord. Having witnessed Yang Kai's methods, the royal lord soon acclimatized himself to the strangeness of space principles. Although he was indeed unable to stop Yang Kai from using instantaneous movement after the latter used purifying light to block his aura, he could still bombard the void itself from a distance the moment Yang Kai activated his space secret technique. Without much effort, he could harass and disrupt Yang Kai. By doing so, he could ensure that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to move across a long distance by using instantaneous movement, and Yang Kai would always arrive at a place that was different from what he had expected. On Yang Kai's end, he knew that his current method of escaping was dangerous. Since he was unable to determine where he would reappear after using instantaneous movement, he was taking a chance with his life each time he teleported. However, he couldn't care less at this point, as stopping would mean certain death. He could risk using instantaneous movement or die. By using the instantaneous movement, he stood a chance to survive, and as long as he wasn't too unlucky, he wouldn't come across any real danger. Also, he had figured out the Royal Lord's plan. The Royal Lord must have figured it was fine if he couldn't capture his target for now. As long as he relentlessly chased after Yang Kai and made sure the latter was within his detection range, Yang Kai would eventually exhaust his strength. Regardless of how ample the heritage of a seventh-order human small universe was, there was a limit to it. Even though this human brat could replenish his energy with pills, he should only be capable of persevering for a while longer. On the other hand, the Royal Lord was barely expending any of his strength or stamina, so he had ample time to hunt down Yang Kai. Realizing the other party's thought process, Yang Kai secretly sneered. If this was indeed the Royal Lord's plan, he was bound to be disappointed. During the war some time ago, Yang Kai had indeed exhausted himself, but after he consumed a lot of spirit pills and a low-rank world fruit, the heritage in his small universe had mostly been restored. Furthermore, as the living beings in his small universe went through the vicissitudes of life, they continuously helped increase his heritage. Having said that, he would eventually run out of energy if this dragged on for too long. All the same, he had more than one low-rank world fruit, and although he didn't have many of them, they could allow him to persevere for a while longer. Once again, Yang Kai was disturbed while using instantaneous movement. When he abruptly appeared somewhere, his 5 viscera and 6 organs weltered and he started seeing stars. To say that he was feeling uncomfortable would be a gross understatement. Before he could pull himself together though, a remnant divine ability came at him from a nearby place. An astounded Yang Kai hurriedly dodged. Fortunately, the divine ability was quite weak, so despite looking magnificent, it wasn't lethal and Yang Kai quickly evaded it. He had arrived at the late ancient era battlefield. Basically, he had rushed back along the route the human race army had used on the crusade and made it past the region that could be considered the spiritless land. When they initially arrived here, the humans had no idea why this vast area of void was a spiritless land. It wasn't until Tsang explained to them that it was the Black Ink clan's doing to prevent him and the other martial ancestors from replenishing their energy. After crossing the vast spiritless land, one would arrive at the late ancient era battlefield. In the late ancient era, the humans and the Black Ink clan fought for 10,000 years without pause, causing countless people to lose their lives. As such, there were a lot of hidden dangers on this battlefield. Many restrictions and divine abilities remained dormant, but they would explode if someone approached them. The Great Passes had suffered miserably when they passed this area. Yang Kai knew that he was no match for the sheep-headed Royal Lord, and he couldn't even get rid of him using space principles. Therefore he decided to make use of this late ancient era battlefield. Although he had to be careful as well, it was better than letting the other party keep chasing him. Perhaps he could make use of the hidden dangers in this place to shake off his pursuer. The divine abilities and restrictions in the periphery were weak, so Yang Kai ignored them and charged towards the battlefield's depths. Wherever he went, the dormant divine abilities and restrictions would be triggered. Like cats that caught a whiff of fish, they all came alive and pounced. A few divine abilities and restrictions were triggered the moment Yang Kai arrived, striking at him almost instantaneously. Fortunately, he was able to run swiftly. As a result, those divine abilities and restrictions turned into flashes of light that relentlessly followed after him. It was not long before there seemed to be a tail of colorful lights behind Yang Kai. After moving across some distance, the energy of some lights was used up as they dissipated. However, even more divine abilities and restrictions joined, so the light tail only enlarged. As for the majority of the divine abilities and restrictions, they were sluggish to react as they had remained dormant for far too long. They were only activated a short time after Yang Kai brushed past them. As a result, the Royal Lord, who was chasing after Yang Kai, became the target of these divine abilities and restrictions. A short time later, there was a longer and more brilliant tail of lights that was behind the Royal Lord. Initially, the Royal Lord wasn't concerned about the light tail behind him. He was one of the most powerful masters in the world, so why would he be bothered by these worn-out divine abilities and restrictions? However, as time passed, the light tail grew and grew. The innumerable restrictions and divine abilities intertwined with each other. Some of them clashed and wore each other down, but others synergized and merged, evolving into something entirely different from their original form. At this point, even a powerful master like him felt threatened. Therefore, the Royal Lord hastened his pace as he knew that he would be in trouble once the light tail caught up with him. On the other hand, Yang Kai was running as fast as he could. Even though the light tail behind him was smaller than that of the Royal Lord, he was much weaker than the other party, so it was still lethal to him. As time passed, the distance between them shortened again. All of a sudden, the royal lord recalled that this guy named Yang Kai was able to leap across the void and wondered, what would happen to the light tail behind him if he uses that teleportation technique? Before he could figure it out, he saw Yang Kai turning to look at him with an eerie grin. He had been chasing after Yang Kai for quite a while, but it was the first time he had a bad premonition. The next instant, the power of space principles undulated and without hesitation, the royal lord pointed at his opponent and struck from afar. Yang Kai disappeared from the spot, but the next moment he reappeared in a place that was a couple million kilometers away. Initially, even if he was interrupted by the royal lord when using instantaneous movement, he could cross a distance of roughly 10 million kilometers. However, he only managed to traverse some 3 million kilometers this time. It went to show how chaotic the space and energy in this late ancient era battlefield was. Still, it was enough, as after losing Yang Kai, the light tail that had been chasing him started showing signs of becoming dormant again, only to become attracted to the royal lord's aura a moment later. With a livid expression, the royal lord watched as the light tail, which was initially chasing after Yang Kai, turned around and came at him. Enraged, the royal lord madly activated his black ink strength and swelled up into a giant. As a roar reverberated across the void, he punched out and destroyed the light tails in front of and behind him. When Yang Kai saw that from afar, he couldn't help but shudder. In the end, he was still a royal lord. It was naive of Yang Kai to think that he could make use of these dormant divine abilities and restrictions on this late ancient era battlefield to deal with this kind of opponent. Left with no choice, he could only keep running for his life. After suffering such a setback, the royal lord became even more ruthless as he shattered all the divine abilities and restrictions along the way so that they wouldn't gather together to pursue him. On the other hand, Yang Kai did his best to quicken his pace. The royal lord was furious. Perhaps he had become irritated from chasing after his prey for so long. If Yang Kai was captured by the royal lord in such a situation, he reckoned that the other party would certainly torture him to death. After moving around the late ancient era battlefield for a month, Yang Kai dismally realized that he had become lost. His initial plan was simple. Since he wasn't a match for this royal lord, he could make use of the restrictions and divine abilities on the late ancient era battlefield to distract him. By doing so, he would stand a chance to shake him off his trail. Even if he couldn't achieve his goal by making use of the late ancient era battlefield, he could still cross this place and head to the no-return pass. The Dragon and Phoenix clans were standing guard at the no-return pass, and with a Divine Dragon and Divine Phoenix who were even more powerful than Ninth Order Masters, if this royal lord chased him all the way to the no-return pass, he would be doomed. Certainly, there was a huge risk to take, for it would take Yang Kai a long time to arrive at the no-return pass. Back then, after the humans set off on the crusade, it took them several years to arrive at Mo's whereabouts. Even though Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, which allowed him to move extremely quickly in his current battered state, and not fully able to make use of his space principles, he estimated it would take him about a year to reach the no-return pass. Chapter 54:19, Dense Fog Celestial Phenomenon. Yang Kai wasn't even sure if he could survive a royal lord's pursuit for several months, let alone a whole year. However, it was already the best solution he could think of. Regardless, his plan had been derailed, for he had lost his way. Everywhere he looked on this vast late ancient era battlefield, everything looked the same, so he couldn't tell where he was or where he should head. Initially, he was still confident he was moving in the right direction, but he had been interrupted by the sheep-headed royal lord on several occasions when using instantaneous movement, which resulted in him reappearing in random places. Now, he wasn't even sure which direction the no-return pass was in. Left with no choice, he could only keep activating his space secret technique to run for his life, for the other party seemed determined to destroy him. Nevertheless, things were only getting worse. As Yang Kai traversed this late ancient era battlefield, regardless of how careful he was, he couldn't avoid getting hurt by the dormant restrictions and divine abilities. For the past month he kept getting injured, so instead of healing from his wounds, his injuries had turned worse. As though realizing that Yang Kai was at a dead end, the royal lord became even more ruthless. Yang Kai knew that if this dragged on, he wouldn't be able to persevere for long. However, it was unlikely that he could get rid of this royal lord. As he was running away, he gritted his teeth and looked in a particular direction. Over there, a gigantic cloud of fog covered a vast region of the void. Although Yang Kai was many millions of kilometers away, the fog bank still looked enormous. It was a celestial phenomenon. Years after the humans set off on their crusade, they came across a lot of different celestial phenomena that came in a myriad of forms and sizes. Regardless, all of them shared a common trait: they gave off a dangerous vibe. Yang Kai had not explored any of those celestial phenomena. On the other hand, old ancestor Xiao Xiao had barged into one on a whim a while back, but when she returned she refused to say what she had seen inside. She only said that it was extremely dangerous, and even a ninth-order open heaven realm master like her was at risk of losing her life if she remained inside. Therefore, as those from Great Evolution Pass crossed this place, they would always make a detour whenever they came across a celestial phenomena lest they fall into mortal danger. No one knew how these celestial phenomena were formed. Perhaps it had something to do with the clash between the humans and the Black Ink clan in the late ancient era, or perhaps they were naturally born. The humans knew little about this area of the void behind the royal cities. The celestial phenomenon that looked like a fog bank was the only one Yang Kai could see right now, and he had no idea how dangerous it was. However, it wasn't like he had a choice now, as he was pursued by a royal lord. If he couldn't find a way to turn things around, he would just be waiting for death. Even if there were some dangers within the dense fog celestial phenomenon, they were the least of his concerns. Apparently, the royal lord saw the dense fog celestial phenomenon as well, and there was a hint of doubt behind his gaze. Yang Kai had seen quite many celestial phenomena, but it was the first time the royal lord came across one, so he had no idea what it was. Regardless, when he saw Yang Kai heading towards the dense fog celestial phenomenon, all of a sudden, he understood the latter's intention. As he quickened his pace, the distance between them shortened. However, the seventh-order boy was just too slippery. When his opponent was close enough, he teleported and disappeared once again, widening the gap between them. After using the same trick several more times, Yang Kai reached the dense fog celestial phenomenon. When he scanned the celestial phenomenon with his divine sense, Yang Kai was surprised, for he couldn't feel any danger from this dense fog. It was very strange indeed. The celestial phenomena he had seen in the past all exuded dangerous auras, but this dense fog celestial phenomenon appeared somewhat special. At that instant he wasn't sure if he should be worried or happy. If there was really no danger in the dense fog celestial phenomenon, it would be safe for him to enter it. However, he also wouldn't be able to make use of this celestial phenomenon to eliminate the royal lord. With that said, things had come to such a point where there was no turning back. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai crashed into the dense fog celestial phenomenon. Following that, he realized that something was off. He couldn't detect any danger when he was outside the celestial phenomenon, but once he was inside, he immediately found himself in a perilous situation. An ominous aura engulfed him like death itself. At that moment, all his hair stood on end as he activated the power of his small universe and raised his guard as high as it would go. Outside the celestial phenomenon, the royal lord was stunned. That was because he lost track of Yang Kai the moment the latter entered the celestial phenomenon. The brat named Yang Kai seemed to have entered another world, as even his divine sense was unable to penetrate the fog and find out what was going on inside. After a moment of hesitation, he too dashed inside. The next instant he was baffled by what he saw. Yang Kai was indeed in the fog, but at this moment he seemed to be battling against an invisible enemy. His world force burst forth and his golden blood spattered. Within a breath he was completely battered. As a dragon roar reverberated, Yang Kai even transformed into his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form. Still, he was unable to ward off the danger within the fog, as even his dragon scales were being blown off. The royal lord was perplexed as he had no idea what was going on. However, he didn't have time to ponder on it. Just like Yang Kai, the moment he stepped into the fog, he was deluged with an enormous sense of crisis that came at him from all directions, which prompted him to madly push his black ink strength. Soon he realized what Yang Kai was fighting against. There seemed to be immense pressure that was intent on crushing him to death. Certainly he wouldn't stand idly by and wait for death to come. He immediately activated his power to push back against the fog. At the same time, he tried to leave this area. What shocked him was that, even though he had moved backwards a long distance, he still couldn't escape the fog. He had just entered this dense fog celestial phenomenon, so he should have been able to leave by taking a single big step back. However, as though a mysterious force had sealed off this space, he was unable to escape. The pressure around him intensified, and left with no choice, he could only surge his power to resist it. From the corner of his eye, he could see that the 70,000 meters ancient dragon had stopped moving and now hovered in the distance. Half of his dragon scales were gone, and his entire figure was soaked in blood, making him look totally battered. Seemingly having lost consciousness, Yang Kai reverted from a dragon back into a human. Is he dead? The royal lord found it hard to believe. He had been chasing after this human for so long but hadn't managed to kill him. Yet now this brat had lost his life just like that. At that instant, the royal lord had some conflicted feelings. Regardless, he wasn't in the mood to find out whether Yang Kai was dead or alive because he realized he had come across the biggest crisis of his life. If he couldn't find a way out, and soon he would be accompanying this human to the Yellow Springs. A long time later, Yang Kai finally regained consciousness and immediately realized some energy fluctuations were coming from a nearby place. Instantly, he recalled what he had gone through before he blacked out. To shake off the royal lord's pursuit, he barged into a dense fog celestial phenomenon and faced a mysterious attack. He tried his best to resist the pressure coming from all directions, but in the end he was in so much pain that he passed out. He still hadn't figured out what it was in the fog that had attacked him. Although he was equally puzzled why he was still alive, he hurriedly circulated his power and kept his guard up. The next instant, his expression darkened. Here it comes again. Just a dozen breaths later, he once again passed out due to the pressure coming from all directions. Before that though, Yang Kai caught a glimpse of the battered royal lord who was not far away. He seemed to be fighting against an invisible enemy as well, the energy fluctuations Yang Kai felt earlier obviously coming from him. He's a royal lord after all. I'll pass out again soon, but this guy is still engaged in an intense battle. He's simply more powerful than I am. When Yang Kai woke up for the second time, he once again felt energy fluctuations nearby, and they were even more violent this time. He hurriedly turned his head and saw the royal lord casting a divine ability. Black ink strength billowed from his body and turned into a gigantic illusory phantom before it covered him like a protective film. At this moment, the royal lord was in a sorry state. He was badly wounded and his aura was unstable while he was covered in dark blood. Seeing that, Yang Kai snickered. It was indeed embarrassing that he had blacked out twice and he didn't even know who his enemy was. Regardless, it seemed he had made the right decision by diving into this dense fog celestial phenomenon. At the very least, the royal lord had also suffered a setback. But soon Yang Kai became doubtful. He had passed out twice, so if there was really an invisible enemy in the fog, why hadn't it seized the chance to kill him? Moreover, as he carefully reviewed what he had gone through, Yang Kai found that the odd pressure didn't feel like a kind of attack. Instead, it was like an automatic response similar to the effect of some arrays. Quite a number of arrays could do the same by reflecting one's own strength to wound them. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai decided to not immediately make any moves. He just secretly activated his power and kept his guard up. Just like what had happened previously, he felt pressure coming from all directions. The last time he subconsciously tried to resist and push the pressure away, but this time he didn't make a move and instead let the pressure do as it pleased. He still felt some discomfort, but it was bearable. Still, even this mild force had irritated his wounds, causing him to gasp. After remaining still for a moment, Yang Kai realized the pressure didn't intensify. As he pondered on it, he stopped circulating his world force entirely and completely relaxed. Just like he had expected, as his power dissipated and he became at ease, the pressure coming from all directions diminished and eventually disappeared. Upon that realization, Yang Kai was dumbstruck. There was no invisible enemy in this fog. In fact, he was his own enemy. Although he had no idea how this dense fog celestial phenomenon was formed, he believed that it was similar to a powerful reflection array. The pressure that came at him was actually caused by him. As he let his power go, the pressure also vanished. Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter as he realized that he had blacked out twice because he was essentially bludgeoning himself. As he glanced at the royal lord, who was still fighting against the dense fog celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai felt a bit better about himself. At least he wasn't the only idiot in this place. Chapter 54:20 Neither Can Kill. Upon figuring out the dense fog celestial phenomenon's secret, Yang Kai darted his gaze around while continuing to lie in the same position. As he never activated his power, the fog around him remained calm. Next, he examined his body and couldn't help feeling sorry for himself. In summary, his condition was terrible. Before he was hunted down by this sheep-headed royal lord, he was already badly injured. Then, during the pursuit, he was repeatedly struck by this royal lord and his injuries exacerbated after he entered this dense fog celestial phenomenon. His 5 viscera and 6 organs were a mess as they all nearly exploded. About 70% of his bones were broken and there were even sharp bones stuck out from his flesh here and there. Half of his dragon scales, which were originally hidden under his skin, were gone. If he transformed into his dragon form now, he would be half naked. Fortunately, despite his serious injuries, he wasn't at risk of losing his life. Coupled with his own restorative power and his potent dragon vein, he was actually on the mend. He stealthily stuffed some spirit pills into his mouth and took a glance at the royal lord, only to see that the other party was still engaged in an intense fight. Amazing divine abilities and secret techniques were cast from the royal lord's hands as his fight against the fog seemed to have turned the entire universe upside down. That guy is really dumb. Yang Kai was gleeful. However, it wasn't until he blacked out twice that he realized the secret behind the fog. The royal lord still hadn't passed out after persevering for such a long time, so it wasn't surprising that he hadn't discovered the truth yet. Anyone who fell into danger would instinctively counterattack to save themselves. Who would have thought that in this dense fog celestial phenomenon, doing nothing was the best way to protect oneself? The more one attacked, the more perilous their situation became. Maybe he'll exhaust himself to death. Yang Kai hoped. However, his wish wasn't to be granted. Just like what happened to him previously, the royal lord was unable to fend off the pressure despite going all out. He kept roaring and releasing his black ink strength until he had no more energy left and finally passed out several days later. As soon as he became unmoving and all the noise in the dense fog celestial phenomenon died down. Staring at the unmoving royal lord, Yang Kai knew that the other party wasn't dead, so he was naturally disappointed. Nevertheless, he soon pulled himself together and gazed fervently at the royal lord. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since this guy is unconscious and exhausted, maybe I can kill him now. As soon as Yang Kai began gathering his power though, he realized he felt the pressure coming from the fog again. The more he exerted himself, the more powerful the pressure became. Soon he released his power as he realized his idea wasn't feasible. The dense fog celestial phenomenon was extremely sensitive to any foreign power. Before Yang Kai could gather the necessary strength to kill the royal lord, he would pass out again. Left with no choice, he could only gather his world force on his palms and test the response from the fog. He tried to adjust his energy fluctuations to reach a kind of balance. Then, he slowly wriggled his arms as though he was swimming towards the sheep-headed royal lord. However, Yang Kai found himself to be outrageously slow. 2 whole hours passed, but he only managed to cross half of the distance between them. Another 2 hours later, Yang Kai arrived at a place that was 100 meters away from the royal lord. He slowly summoned his azure dragon spear and pointed it at the royal lord's neck. Then he squirmed and stealthily inched closer to him. During the process, the balance he had been trying to sustain was almost shattered. Fortunately, he managed to dispel his power in time and let the fog calm down. He then approached his target again. Watching as the azure dragon spear was about to stab into the opponent's neck, Yang Kai felt his heart thumping in his chest. Perhaps the royal lord was shocked by the murderous intent, or he indeed had an incredible restorative power, but he opened his eyes all of a sudden. Seeing that, Yang Kai forcefully extended his spear. Black blood spattered as the razor-sharp azure dragon spear was even able to penetrate a royal lord's robust body. His spear jabbed right into the opponent's throat and was about to stick out from the other side, but just then the dense fog celestial phenomenon launched a counterattack. Instantly, Yang Kai felt immense pressure coming at him. His wounds split open, and as he faced enormous resistance, unable to extend his spear one bit, he couldn't help but curse. As a sharp pain shot through him, the royal lord came to his senses and turned his head, only to see Yang Kai stabbing a weapon into his throat. This brat is still alive? The royal lord was startled. When he saw Yang Kai looking battered and unmoving earlier, he thought he had died. To his surprise, not only had Yang Kai survived, but he had also seized this chance to try to kill him while he was unconscious. If the royal lord hadn't woken up in time, he very well might have lost his life. Enraged, the royal lord released his aura as his black ink strength burst forth. Why? Before Yang Kai could even get a word out, his expression had darkened as the pressure coming from all directions intensified many times, causing all the bones in his body to crack. He couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood, and following that, he blacked out and lost consciousness. The royal lord extended his hand in an attempt to kill him, but his hand was forced to stop just a meter away from Yang Kai, and he was unable to push it any further. His expression changed. Ignoring Yang Kai, he surged his power in an attempt to shake off the restrictive force. However, the force became so immense that he soon fell into a state of despair. 3 breaths later, his eyes rolled back into his head and he too passed out. Without the disturbance of foreign powers, the fog soon calmed down. When Yang Kai awakened, he saw the royal lord hovering somewhere near him. This guy had passed out, but his hand still remained stretched out towards Yang Kai. Seeing that, Yang Kai knew what the other party intended to do after he blacked out. After hesitating for a bit, he gave up on the idea of killing this royal lord. The royal lord indeed looked like he was powerless to resist now, but based on the previous experience, Yang Kai believed that the royal lord would regain consciousness the moment he made a move against him. A royal lord's sense for danger was extreme, so any external threat would undoubtedly wake him up. Moreover, the reflective power in this dense fog celestial phenomenon was savage. Yang Kai had to activate his power if he wanted to kill the royal lord, but if he did that, he would be the one who would suffer. Before he even managed to kill the royal lord, he would pass out upon getting squeezed by the pressure. In this damned place, neither one of them could kill the other. In that case, Yang Kai reckoned that his best option for now was to flee. Since the royal lord was still unconscious, he had to try to leave the dense fog celestial phenomenon. Perhaps he could return to the battlefield and join the war again. Making use of his previous experience, Yang Kai carefully activated his power and infused energy into his hands. Then, he flailed about as he awkwardly swam away from the royal lord. Half a day later, the royal lord also regained consciousness. This time he didn't immediately make a move, instead he remained still and fell into his thoughts. It wasn't until Yang Kai blacked out twice that he found out the dense fog celestial phenomenon's secret. Since the royal lord was not a fool, he certainly could do the same. If there was really an invisible enemy in this fog, the two of them would have died after falling unconscious. Since he and the human brat were still alive, something was obviously off. A moment later, the royal lord also figured out the secret behind this dense fog celestial phenomenon. As he scanned his surroundings, he soon spotted Yang Kai swimming away from him. After giving it some thought, he imitated Yang Kai and infused some of the power into his arms. Then he started swimming in this fog. Detecting something, Yang Kai turned his head and saw the royal lord running after him. He couldn't help but curse, "You're a stubborn one, aren't you?" Both of them were in a sorry state, yet this guy hadn't given up on the idea of killing him, leaving Yang Kai vexed. The royal lord snorted as his eyes reflected Yang Kai's figure. Slowly he followed behind Yang Kai. "Ha! Even if we get into a life-and-death battle here, it won't affect the war between the two races. I'm just a seventh-order human, so it's pointless for you to kill me. Why don't we bid each other farewell here? We'll meet again if fate brings us together in the future." With a cold expression, the royal lord remained unfazed. Yang Kai kept persuading him by saying, "You're a royal lord, so what's the point of you making things difficult for me? If you spare my life now, I'll spare yours in the future. Who knows? We might even be friends." However, the royal lord remained silent. "It's not like you'll be able to reach me, so stop wasting your time. I can see that you're horribly injured, so why don't you recuperate now to prevent your injuries from becoming worse?" Seeing that the other party totally ignored him and refused to back down, Yang Kai grew incensed and said through clenched teeth, "Injured Black Ink clansmen have to recuperate inside Black Ink nests. You're badly wounded now, so I guess you can only use half of your strength right now. On the other hand, I'm different. My wounds are healing quickly, and I'll be energetic again in a few days. Chase after me all you like. When we leave this place, let's see which one of us will die." When the royal lord heard that, his expression changed slightly. Yang Kai had a point. The royal lord indeed needed a Black Ink nest's help to recuperate, and given how wounded he was, using half his strength would really be his maximum. He was already unable to capture Yang Kai when he was at the peak of his power, so now that he only had half of his strength left, he probably wouldn't have a way to deal with this tricky opponent. Nevertheless, he was still a royal lord. He had personally made a move against a single seventh-order boy, yet after such a long time he was the one who ended up in a horrible state. He was simply unresigned. As for Yang Kai's threat, that didn't bother him one bit. Even though he was only left with half of his power, that was still significantly more than a seventh-order human could hope to handle. He could even deal with an eighth-order master with ease in his current state. If Yang Kai had the guts to make a move on him, he would be the one who would suffer. As the royal lord squinted his eyes, he said, "Pass me the last thing Tsang gave you and I'll leave." A helpless Yang Kai sighed. "Will you believe me if I say that old man never gave me anything? That was his way of diverting all your attention away from him so he could use that strange jade. It's laughable that you all believe it to be true." The royal lord sneered while relentlessly pursuing him. A frustrated Yang Kai roared, "It seems that you don't believe me. Forget it. It's not like there's anything I can do about it. Just chase after me all you like." Without speaking further, he tried to control his power and strike a balance with the fog. As he waved his hands, he swam further away. Somewhere behind him, the royal lord imitated him and pursued him, the two of them swimming forward ever so slowly. Chapter 54:21 Breakthrough. There didn't seem to be an end to this vast dense fog celestial phenomenon, so Yang Kai wasn't even sure if he would have a chance to leave. Fortunately, being in this celestial phenomenon, both he and the sheep-headed royal lord didn't dare to activate too much of their strength lest they draw a counterattack to themselves. In this way, even though the royal lord was significantly more powerful than Yang Kai, it was unlikely that he could capture him. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? The human and the royal lord were still swimming in this dense fog celestial phenomenon with no end in sight. Yang Kai even suspected that this dense fog celestial phenomenon also had the effect of a bewildering array. Otherwise, he should have left this place after swimming in the same direction for 10 whole years despite his slow movements. He was initially anxious and fidgety, but he gradually became as calm as a tranquil lake. His original plan was to make use of this dense fog celestial phenomenon to get rid of the royal lord and return to the battlefield to fight against the Black Ink clansmen. However, 10 years had now passed, so the war should already be over. 1. Did many humans lose their lives? Was the Black Ink giant spirit god with only half a body killed? Yang Kai didn't have the answers to any of those questions. At any rate, since he was in a trap, it was pointless for him to think about those things. The most pressing issue for him was that he had to leave this dense fog celestial phenomenon as quickly as possible. His wounds had all healed after 10 years of recuperation, and he was at peak strength again. On the other hand, the royal lord was still wounded as without a Black Ink nest, it was hard for him to recuperate. Regardless, Yang Kai was irritated at the fact that the royal lord still followed closely behind him. It wasn't easy for him to get rid of the other party either. This dense fog celestial phenomenon had significantly restricted their movements, and the royal lord was determined to hunt him down. Unless he had a way to kill this royal lord, he was helpless to shake him off. After 10 years of exploration, Yang Kai had figured out more secrets about this dense fog celestial phenomenon. As he activated his demon eye of annihilation, his left eye turned golden, allowing him to see through all falsities in the world. In this way he was looking for a way out of this fog. The royal lord, who was following closely behind him, helplessly discovered that Yang Kai was inconsistent in the ways he moved around. There were no regular patterns to speak of. Finally, there came a day when Yang Kai suddenly spoke to his partner behind him. "Hey, can I have a word with you?" The royal lord said smugly, "There's no need to beg for mercy, unless you're willing to pass me the thing Tsang gave you." A helpless Yang Kai refuted, "I told you that old man named Tsang didn't give me anything, but you just don't believe me. Forget it. We've been trapped in this celestial phenomenon for 10 years, and there isn't any hope of us getting out if we keep blindly stumbling around. Recently though, I've discovered some traces of regular patterns in this fog. Perhaps I'll be able to find a route to leave this place." Instantly, the royal lord's face stiffened as he quickened his pace. Despite noticing it, Yang Kai was unfazed. "Relax. Given my current ability, it's unlikely I'll be able to leave here. Therefore, I need to cultivate for some time. You don't want to get stuck here forever, do you? If I can find a way out, it'll be beneficial to you too." A myriad of expressions came over the royal lord as he wasn't certain if Yang Kai was telling the truth or not. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had a point. If he could find a way out, both of them would stand to benefit. The royal lord was equally vexed being trapped in this damned place. Even though they both had thousands, if not tens of thousands of years left to live, there would eventually come a day when they passed away if they remained stuck in this place. "You want to cultivate?" "Yes." "How do I know you won't seize this chance to break through?" It was already so hard to deal with Yang Kai when he was just a 7th order master. If he managed to make it to the 8th order, the royal lord wasn't confident he would ever capture him. Yang Kai was rendered speechless for a moment, then said, "It has only been several hundred years since I reached the 7th order. How is it possible that I'll achieve a breakthrough so soon?" "Don't worry. I'm just going to cultivate an eye secret technique." "Are you being serious with me?" The royal lord was doubtful. "What's the point of me lying to you in this situation? Moreover, you will certainly be able to tell what I'm doing at this range," Yang Kai explained. "What do you think? It has come to a point where we have to cooperate if we want to get out of this trap. Why don't we stop making things difficult for each other?" After giving it some thought, the royal lord nodded. "Good." Saying so, he stopped in his tracks. Yang Kai let out a breath and stopped moving as well. There was nothing he could do if the other party insisted on chasing after him relentlessly. Even though he was still able to cultivate the eye secret technique while moving around, it was far less efficient than if he could sit and focus. Without anyone interrupting him, he could concentrate on doing it. Not long after the royal lord started chasing after him back then, Yang Kai activated the demon eye of annihilation in an attempt to see through the dense fog celestial phenomenon's mysteries. After 10 years of hard work, he had indeed discovered some patterns in it. What made him feel even more pleasantly surprised was that the demon eye of annihilation showed signs of a breakthrough. In other words, he was about to achieve a breakthrough with this mastery of this eye secret technique. The myriad demon's old ancestor, who was Yang Kai's mentor, had told him about it when they were still in the myriad demon's pass back then. At that time, Yang Kai had coughed up a lot of military merits to get a chance to ask the myriad demon's old ancestor to teach him the profundities of the two eye secret techniques. Over the years, Yang Kai had been working hard to improve these eye secret techniques, but he had never had the time to really focus on cultivating them. All the same, the chance presented itself after he barged into this dense fog celestial phenomenon. Although the royal lord had stopped pursuing him, Yang Kai naturally didn't fully trust him and kept his guard up while activating his power to run a special cultivation route and improve his eye secret technique. It was a process that required lots of hard work and attention to detail. Regardless of how powerful a cultivator was or how robust their body was, they still possessed some innate weaknesses, and a person's eyes were especially fragile. The reason it was difficult to cultivate the eye secret techniques of myriad demons heaven wasn't that they were particularly abstruse. On the contrary, it was actually quite easy to start cultivating these two eye secret techniques. One just had to activate their power and run a special cultivation route around their eyes as they continuously improved their vision. As time passed, they would succeed at mastering these eye secret techniques. What was difficult was the process. The eyes were a weakness to every cultivator. By using one's own power to train the eyes, they would either yield no results or risk damaging these sensitive organs. If one wasn't careful enough, their eyes might explode, turning them blind. It was said that in the early days, there were a lot of blind people in myriad demons heaven because they had cultivated these two eye secret techniques. Then the high-ranking officials of myriad demons heaven realized they couldn't let this keep happening. Otherwise, all their disciples would become blind. Therefore, they stopped letting ordinary disciples learn these eye secret techniques. Only the brightest disciples had a chance to cultivate these eye secret techniques, and they would have to pass a number of tests before they began. Unlike the disciples of myriad demons heaven, Yang Kai wasn't worried about his eyes exploding. That was because he had inherited his eye secret techniques from great demon god, Mo Sheng. He had gotten the hang of the eye secret techniques long ago, but his current problem was that his eyesight wasn't acute enough. With such a natural advantage, he was far ahead of young disciples from myriad demons heaven when it came to cultivating these eye secret techniques. It could be said that he didn't have to go through the dangerous initial stage of cultivation at all. Mo Sheng had built the foundation for him, so he just had to keep on improving and master the eye secret techniques. 10 years of exploring the dense fog celestial phenomenon was also a kind of training for Yang Kai. Hence, it wasn't surprising that he was about to achieve a breakthrough with his demon eye of annihilation. As the royal lord watched closely, Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed and closed his eyes. His aura became completely still as though he was dead. The royal lord's expression changed as he had the urge to flare up and take Yang Kai's life. However, as he considered the distance between them and the strangeness of this fog, he knew that even if he made a move now, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. Moreover, this seventh-order human was certainly still wary of him. If he made a move, the other party wouldn't just sit idly by, therefore he could only suppress this urge. On top of all that, if Yang Kai could really find a way out, the royal lord could follow him and leave this place as well. He had the confidence to deal with whatever happened afterwards, which was why he agreed to Yang Kai's request. As time passed, following Yang Kai's activation of power, he felt that his left eye was getting hotter until it became unbearably scorching, as though something was stuck in his eye. Instead of feeling shocked though, he was thrilled. He knew that it was the sign of achieving a breakthrough that the myriad demon's old ancestor had told him about before. Therefore, he exerted more force to sharpen his vision. Half a month later, the feeling of blockage intensified. When it reached a peak, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. His right eye looked perfectly normal, but his left eye was blood red. His aura undulated and turned into several streams as they crashed into his left eye. With a solemn expression, the royal lord stared fixedly at him. Although he was able to learn a lot about the humans through the black ink nest in the primordial heaven source grand restriction, it wasn't first-hand information after all. It wasn't until he witnessed Yang Kai cultivating a secret technique that he realized there was a reason why the Black Ink clan hadn't managed to defeat the humans after all these years of war. While the royal lord was lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai started growling like an injured beast. At the same time, not only did Yang Kai feel that his left eye was scorchingly hot, he also felt as though countless needles had jabbed into his eye. A moment later, there seemed to be innumerable ants that crawled through his body, making him feel limp and numb. Yang Kai secretly cursed, for the myriad demon's old ancestor had never told him that he would be bothered by all sorts of odd sensations when achieving a breakthrough with this eye secret technique. The average open heaven realm master could easily bear such disturbance. However, it had come to a critical point where he was trying to achieve a breakthrough and the slightest anomaly could make him suffer cultivation dissonance. When that happened, he wouldn't only risk failing to achieve the breakthrough, but his eye might also explode. He withstood the discomfort in his eye and continued to activate his power to sharpen his eyesight. A moment later, a cloud of blood mist billowed from his left eye. When the royal lord saw that, he couldn't help arching his brow. He wasn't even sure if he should feel pleased or worried. He was pleased because there seemed to be something wrong with Yang Kai's cultivation. Otherwise, a cloud of blood mist wouldn't have appeared from his eye. What he was worried about was that if Yang Kai failed in his attempt, could they still find a way out? Although the royal lord was tremendously more powerful than Yang Kai, that didn't mean he would be capable of finding a way to get out of this eerie celestial phenomenon. While he was waffling back and forth in his head, Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at him. What came into the royal lord's sight startled him. He initially thought that Yang Kai's left eye must have exploded, but at this moment his eye was still intact. His left eye was no longer filled with redness. Instead, it was radiating a glow. Initially, Yang Kai's eye was golden after he activated the demon eye of annihilation, but it had turned into something that looked like a cross now. Chapter 54:22 Giant Space Beasts. The sheep-headed royal lord could clearly see his own figure in the reflection of Yang Kai's eye. At that instant, he was overwhelmed with a sense of discomfort. Astounded, he realized that this was no ordinary eye secret technique. What he saw in Yang Kai's eye was definitely more than just a reflection. Just then, a glint flashed across Yang Kai's pupil as he grinned. "It seems that you're badly injured. It must have been difficult for you." The royal lord's expression turned livid. When a glint flashed across Yang Kai's eye earlier, he had a feeling that his secrets were being pried into. He secretly cursed at this human while simultaneously thinking that this eye secret technique was indeed extraordinary. On the other hand, Yang Kai ignored the royal lord and scanned his surroundings. A moment later, he straightened up and flapped his arms before moving in a particular direction. The royal lord hurriedly followed him. He had agreed to Yang Kai's request to allow him to cultivate his eye secret technique in the hope that he could get out of this fog. As for whether Yang Kai would pull a trick during this period of time, that was all but certain. Regardless, the royal lord was confident that he could follow Yang Kai and get out of this trap. Therefore, he paid close attention to every move that Yang Kai made, and he followed him closely wherever the latter went. He practically imitated Yang Kai in every way, as though he was a delayed shadow. As Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation had improved, he was able to see through this strange fog more clearly now. However, he wasn't confident that he would be able to get out just yet. No one in the world could truly comprehend all the secrets behind such a celestial phenomenon. Another year passed as Yang Kai silently looked for a way out. The royal lord had been patient as he kept a fixed distance from him when suddenly Yang Kai's figure disappeared from the royal lord's sight, as though everything he had seen until now was nothing more than an illusion. The royal lord was slightly shocked, but he soon pulled himself together and imitated Yang Kai's movements while moving in the same direction. In the meantime, Yang Kai felt relieved as the sense of danger that had surrounded him for over 10 years disappeared all of a sudden. There was no longer any fog in front of him. "I finally left." Yang Kai was elated. After hesitating between ambushing the royal lord and fleeing this place for a moment, he chose the latter. Even though he could certainly catch the royal lord off guard, given his strength, it was impossible for him to kill his foe with a single move. If he couldn't kill the royal lord in one move, he would be tangled up with him again. By then he wouldn't be able to get rid of him. It would still take some time before the royal lord could get out of the fog, and while the average cultivator couldn't move across a large distance in such a short time, as a master of the Tao of space, Yang Kai stood a great chance to escape the other party's detection range. After making up his mind, he hesitated no more. As he manipulated space principles, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot. 3 breaths of time later, the royal lord also left the dense fog celestial phenomenon. As he looked around, he realized Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. Having witnessed Yang Kai's methods, he knew that this human must have activated his teleportation technique and left. At that instant, his expression darkened. It could be said that he had failed miserably in his mission. Not only did it take him such a long time, but he also achieved nothing in the end. Furthermore, he was terribly injured and his strength had plunged. Now that Yang Kai had left using instantaneous movement, it would be hard for the royal lord to find him again. With that said, he wasn't willing to just give up. After examining the traces of space principles, he looked in a particular direction and charged forward. Soon he detected some energy fluctuations in front of him, and as he examined them, he became elated. That was because the energy fluctuations came from the 7th order human. He initially thought that he had lost him, so he was surprised at the turn of events. Although he had no idea what happened to the 7th order brat, he still had a chance as the other party wasn't able to flee. At this moment, Yang Kai was so vexed that he was about to spit blood. He felt that he had never been unluckier in his life. Not long after he escaped one trap, he fell into another. Even though instantaneous movement was a secret technique that could help save his life, there was a certain degree of unpredictability with it. It would be fine if he was in a familiar environment as he could accurately arrive at a place of his choice. However, if he wasn't familiar with the environment, he would have to rely on luck for where he would land as there could be danger waiting for him. He had used instantaneous movement many times in the past, but he had never come across any serious threats while using it. Nevertheless, he suffered a setback this time. After leaving the dense fog celestial phenomenon earlier, he activated instantaneous movement and fled, but it never crossed his mind that he would actually land inside a spider's nest. There were certain creatures that lived in the void, collectively known as space beasts. When Yang Kai left the star boundary back then, he ran into a myriad facets insect. He and Jianghu were swallowed by that space beast and became separated. Yang Kai was then brought to Seven Wonders Land while it took Jianghu some effort to arrive at exquisite paradise. There were always some human masters who guarded the void docks of star cities and sects, first to inspect the people entering and leaving to ensure order was maintained, second to fend off the space beasts that loved harassing densely populated areas. It took quite a number of open heaven realm masters to guard the void docks of every star city to prevent accidents from happening. Throughout his adventures around the 3,000 worlds over the years, Yang Kai had come across many space beasts. When he was weak, he would stay as far away from space beasts as possible, and when he became strong enough, he just disregarded them. Upon arriving at the Black Ink battlefield, he never discovered any space beasts. After all, the war between the two races had been ongoing for years, and the space beasts that were sensitive to danger usually stayed far away. Yang Kai had not seen any space beasts during the crusade, so he thought that such creatures simply didn't exist on the Black Ink battlefield. Therefore, it surprised him when he came across them at this point. This was the nest of a group of void ant spiders which was located in a dead universe world. The entire universe world was covered in spider webs. They seemed to be a family with 2 adults and 5 children. The adult spiders were just as large as Yang Kai's 70,000 meters ancient dragon form. On the other hand, the 5 smaller void ant spiders were just 10,000 meters long. They looked like a cross between spiders and ants with hideous appearances and had probably been living here for eons. Yang Kai felt that the auras exuding from the 2 adult void ant spiders suggested that they were as formidable as the most powerful 8th order open heaven realm masters. It even seemed like they had traces of divine spirit bloodlines. The 5 smaller spiders were equivalent to 7th order masters. Usually, such levels of strength wouldn't have bothered Yang Kai. The crux of the problem was that the void around the spider's nest was filled with webs of different sizes. Right after he activated instantaneous movement from outside the dense fog celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai crashed into one of these spider webs. Worse, the webs had a heaven-sealing earth-locking property. As soon as he came into contact with the web, he became trapped and was unable to break free from it. He couldn't figure out how this family of void ant spiders survived in such an environment. With that said, space beasts usually had some unusual powers, therefore hostile environments wouldn't bother them. Thrilled to feel Yang Kai's aura, the 5 smaller spiders which had been hiding in the nest, came over and surrounded him. The 2 adult spiders never moved, but their eyes reflected Yang Kai's figure. Noticing the larger spider's stares, Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp. He had already summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and was now battling against the 5 smaller spiders. Despite the fact that they were only equivalent to 7th order masters, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to kill them lest the two parents become enraged. Furthermore, due to the spider web's restriction, Yang Kai was in a perilous situation while he was besieged by the small ant spiders. Some spider silk coiled around his spear, making it hard for him to wield his weapon. Just then he felt the royal lord's aura. Turning his head, he indeed saw the royal lord standing outside the webs and staring curiously at him. "Help!" Yang Kai exclaimed as though the other party was his savior. The royal lord snorted and ignored him. He had been hunting Yang Kai for over 10 years now. Even though it was a shame that he couldn't personally kill him, he wouldn't mind seeing him lose his life here. Having made up his mind, he stood outside the spider webs and waited for Yang Kai's eventual death. Seeing that, Yang Kai realized his intention and shouted, "Don't you want to know what Song gave me before his death?" The royal lord replied impassively, "Regardless of what it is, it will be useless after you die." Yang Kai said through clenched teeth, "I don't think so. I'll definitely activate that thing before I die. It's the last method that Song left behind to deal with Mo." The royal lord squinted his eyes, "Tell me more about it." Yang Kai shook his head, "I won't tell you about it, and you won't find out unless you save me from this place." "Then die." "You're forcing me to do it." Yang Kai roared as a golden light radiated from him. The royal lord was instantly astounded, for the golden light indeed contained the aura that Song had left behind. "Even if I die, Mo will suffer as well. Mo is in a deep sleep now, so it is definitely unsuspecting of any danger. This thing might not kill Mo, but it'll certainly injure it." As Yang Kai spoke, the golden light shone more brightly. The golden light faintly engulfed Yang Kai as though it was ready to bring him out of this place. The royal lord's expression changed. The reason he decided to watch on the sidelines and ignore Yang Kai's plea was that he believed that regardless of what Song's trump card was, it would be rendered useless following Yang Kai's death. However, it now seemed that if Yang Kai was pushed over the edge, he would activate the trump card. As for what happened after that, the results were completely unpredictable. The royal lord had no idea if Yang Kai was telling the truth, but Mo was the source of the Black Ink clan. To the Black Ink clan, it was their supreme being, their god, so there was no way the royal lord would allow anything to injure Mo. If Mo was wounded because of him, he would never be able to make up for his mistake. "Stop!" the royal lord roared. "Cut the crap. If you don't save me, I'll make sure Mo suffers." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and yelled. The royal lord's expression turned livid. He had never expected to be threatened by Yang Kai in such a situation. Suppressing his fury, he surged his black ink strength, which turned into a dark tide that penetrated the spider webs. He decided not to kill those void ant spiders and instead tried to corrupt them with black ink strength. Given the fact that he was a royal lord, it should be easy for him to corrupt these void ant spiders. As long as he succeeded, they would become loyal to him and he would be able to easily capture Yang Kai. Soon, the dark tide coursed through the void that was filled with spider webs before engulfing the 5 smaller spiders. Seeing that, Yang Kai secretly cursed at the royal lord for being so cunning. Chapter 54:23 Void Ant Spiders. Although Yang Kai hoped that the sheep-headed royal lord could get him out of this place, the other party was naturally not so kind-hearted. As long as the royal lord could corrupt these 5 small ant spiders with black ink strength, he could take control of Yang Kai. Seeing that the dark tide was about to swallow the little ant spiders, Yang Kai activated his divine sense and sent a transmission to the 2 larger spiders. "If you keep watching and do nothing, your children will be doomed. He's a Black Ink clansman." Yang Kai had no idea if these 2 large ant spiders had any spirituality, nor could he be certain whether they understood what he said. However, if he wanted to survive today, he had to provoke them into action. The best outcome would be the large ant spiders getting into a fight with the royal lord. That way he could watch the show from the sidelines. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was bound to be disappointed, for the large ant spiders were unperturbed by his words. Even though they still remained in their nest, they just stared vigilantly at the royal lord without acting. Unlike Yang Kai, this royal lord gave off a great sense of danger, which was why they had to keep their guard up yet didn't dare make any rash moves. At this point, the dark tide had engulfed the 5 small ant spiders, which were unable to resist as the black ink strength instantly corrupted them. In just a moment they were stained with black ink strength and their originally bright eyes turned dark. Finally realizing something was wrong, the 2 large ant spiders started squirming anxiously and hissed. The little ant spiders turned violent all of a sudden. They spat out threads of silk that turned into spider webs that further restrained Yang Kai. The spider webs were not only robust but also able to trap people. Yang Kai had suffered a setback because of them already, so he was wary of such things. Understanding the situation was deteriorating, he directly used Golden Crow Cast the Sun. A great sun leaped from behind him and a golden crow cawed as a scorching heat spread out. Many spider webs melted, but they came in such large quantities that even Golden Crow Cast the Sun was unable to ward them all off. Within moments, the great sun disappeared, and the spider webs covered Yang Kai, wrapping him up tight. The little ant spiders surrounded him and wielded their legs. However, as soon as they got close, Yang Kai's figure faded and disappeared. It was nothing more than an illusion. Just as the little ant spiders were baffled, Yang Kai appeared in front of one of them with his spear in hand. With a solemn expression, he surged his world force as his azure dragon spear transformed into innumerable spear shadows and engulfed the ant spider. In an instant, the little ant spider was rooted to the spot. All its eyes exploded and green liquid burst out of its wounds. Following that, even its head exploded. At that moment earlier, Yang Kai had struck the ant spider countless times. Sparks were formed as his azure dragon spear came into contact with its armored head. Even though these little ant spiders had strange abilities and formidable strength, they were still just equivalent to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Therefore, it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to kill them. The reason he didn't make a move earlier was that the spider webs in the void had greatly restricted his movements. Moreover, he was wary of the 2 large ant spiders, so he didn't dare to kill the little ones. Now, he had no choice, for the Royal Lord had corrupted the little ant spiders. If Yang Kai didn't kill them, he would be trapped here forever. As for what would happen after he killed them, that was the last of his concerns. The moment the little ant spider was killed, the other 4 were astounded as they hurriedly retreated. The 2 large ant spiders, which had been hiding in the nest, were startled for a moment before they became enraged. They started hissing angrily as they climbed through the webs and came at Yang Kai. Before they even arrived, one pointed leg sighed at Yang Kai. Surprisingly, Yang Kai saw the shadow of a space secret technique in that attack. The pointed leg broke through the blockage of space and stabbed at him. A flabbergasted Yang Kai knew that he had underestimated these large ant spiders, so he promptly raised his spear to block the attack. The next instant, a violent force came right at his face and his azure dragon spear was almost knocked away from him. Upon impact, he was sent flying away while he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Shortly after that, he fell into a spider web with his limbs spread wide. Regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to break free from the restraint. The other large ant spider that hadn't made a move charged forward. Its figure was elusive, and with the blessing of space principles, it kept disappearing and reappearing as it approached Yang Kai. Seeing that, Yang Kai felt his heart thumping in his chest, knowing that the void ant spiders had cultivated the Tao of space. Perhaps it was their bloodline talent. What are you waiting for? Faced with the danger, Yang Kai growled as a golden light radiated from him and Tsang's aura spread out again. The Royal Lord's face fell when he saw that. He initially wanted to use the ant spiders to kill Yang Kai, but he had no choice now but to order the 4 little ant spiders to protect him. While reaching for Yang Kai, the large ant spider was evidently startled. It had no idea why its children were going against it. Then, it started hissing as though it was communicating with the smaller ant spiders, but having been corrupted by black ink strength, the little ant spiders ignored it and started attacking. At that instant, the large ant spider was flustered. The large ant spider that had attacked Yang Kai earlier probably had some degree of sentience, and realizing something, it spat out a web to cover the Royal Lord in the distance. The Royal Lord snorted and evaded the spider web. However, the spider web expanded suddenly and covered a vast area of the void. The surprised Royal Lord was instantly trapped, and before he could destroy the spider web, the large ant spider dashed towards him. Still stuck to the spider web, Yang Kai was ecstatic when he saw that as he complained to himself, they should have just fought from the start. With no one harassing him anymore, he could now find a chance to flee. Without hesitation, Yang Kai surged his Golden Crow's true fire. The silk threads were robust and sticky, but based on his previous experience of using Golden Crow Cast the Sun, Yang Kai was confident that he could destroy these spider webs with his flames. This time he summoned his Golden Crow's true fire as his world force burned madly. Soon he turned into a fireball and as expected, the spider webs around him began melting. When the Royal Lord, who was fighting against the large ant spider, saw this, he widened his eyes in disbelief and raised his hand to swat the ant spider away. Although the large ant spider had a power that was equivalent to the peak of the 8th Order, and the royal lord was heavily injured, there was still a huge gap between their strengths. If the royal lord wanted to kill the large ant spider, it would only take him 10 breaths to do so. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who had just broken free from the spider web, felt his chest tightening as he realized he had underestimated the royal lord. He was secretly glad that he didn't decide to ambush him after leaving the dense fog celestial phenomenon a while back. Back then, by using the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai could see that the royal lord was horribly injured and even had the urge to fight it out with him. Now, it was apparent that if he had done so, he would have ended up in a horrible state. Although the royal lord had been weakened, he was still significantly more powerful than Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire himself for being able to escape from this royal lord for such a long time. After driving the large ant spider off, the royal lord immediately tried to pin down Yang Kai. However, the large ant spider came at him again. Infuriated, the royal lord threw out his fist with greater strength than the previous time and a dent was instantly formed on the ant spider's head. It wasn't clear whether it was dead or alive at this point. Then the royal lord bolted towards Yang Kai. Currently, Yang Kai's figure was burning with fire as he broke through layers of spider webs. 3 breaths of time later, there were no more restraints. Then he activated purifying light and blocked the royal lord's aura. The next instant, space principles undulated as he disappeared from the spot. The moment Yang Kai disappeared, the royal lord's aura exploded. After such a long time, the royal lord had learned how to deal with Yang Kai's instantaneous movement. If he did nothing, this 7th-order human could move across a vast distance with ease, and although he was unable to stop Yang Kai from using instantaneous movement altogether, he could effectively interrupt the latter by bombarding the void with his aura. As expected, barely 1,000,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai fell from the void while spitting blood. Without turning his head, he continued charging forward. "You think you can escape?" Incensed, the royal lord raced after him. After they were gone, the large ant spider with a dent in its head shook its body and turned to look at its partner and 4 children that were still locked in an intense battle. Even though the little ant spiders were no match for the large ant spider, the latter didn't have the heart to kill them. Yang Kai and the royal lord seemed to have returned to the time before they had barged into the dense fog celestial phenomenon. They traversed the expansive void as one ran away from the other. After crossing many billions of kilometers, they realized that there were no more worn-out divine abilities and restrictions left in the void. It seemed that they were no longer in the late ancient era battlefield. Even more wonderful celestial phenomena came into Yang Kai's sight and they came in a significantly larger quantity than what could be seen on the late ancient era battlefield. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that perhaps in the late ancient era, that particular battlefield was also filled with celestial phenomena. However, many of them must have been destroyed during the epic conflict. Every celestial phenomenon exuded a very dangerous aura, and having suffered a setback in the dense fog celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai was wary of them now and would not dare to dive into any of them again. Of course, inside the dense fog celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai wasn't the only one who had been made miserable. Even the royal lord had suffered a huge setback in that place as all his current wounds were formed while he was in the dense fog celestial phenomenon. Right now, Yang Kai didn't even have time to stop and activate the universe transference law. If he could activate the universe transference law, he could make use of it to locate a purifying black ink battleship and rendezvous with his fellow humans, but that was currently impossible. Moreover, he had already lost his way, so he wasn't sure how far away the purifying black ink battleships were from him. Even if he used the universe transference law, he probably couldn't connect to the universe array on board one of the purifying black ink battleships. After years of fleeing, he was still in an unfavorable position. Chapter 54-24, Great Sea. Every time Yang Kai used instantaneous movement, he would be struck by the sheep-headed royal lord. He could certainly bear the consequences of getting struck 1 or 2 times, but he had forgotten how many times he had been lambasted now. After getting wounded repeatedly over the months, Yang Kai found it hard to heal his wounds despite having a dragon vein. On the other hand, the royal lord remained the same as his injuries didn't seem to exacerbate. Yang Kai had to activate instantaneous movement more frequently, which meant that it was getting harder for him to shake off the royal lord. After some quick calculations, he realized that if nothing was done, he would be caught after less than half a year. If his wounds were exacerbated, things would only get worse. That was why Yang Kai realized he had to make use of another celestial phenomenon. Regardless of how strange those celestial phenomena were, he would be doomed if he didn't do something. By making use of a celestial phenomenon, there was a chance he could survive. Upon making up his mind, Yang Kai continued to escape while scanning his surroundings. 2 months later, a vast area of blue that covered the void came into view. Yang Kai fell into something of a daze at this sight. Although he had seen quite a number of celestial phenomena so far, the one before his eyes was definitely the largest and most staggering. With it still being so far away, Yang Kai had no idea what this celestial phenomenon was, so he could only quicken his pace. The royal lord behind him saw the celestial phenomenon as well and realized Yang Kai's intention, so he also hastened himself. As he pushed his black ink strength, his speed increased. After what happened inside the dense fog celestial phenomenon, he couldn't risk letting Yang Kai enter another one. Yang Kai's expression changed when he realized the royal lord's aura was getting closer to him. Without hesitation, he manipulated space principles and left using instantaneous movement. The next instant, he fell from the void and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Even so, he happened to find himself right in front of the celestial phenomenon. When Yang Kai made out what the celestial phenomenon was, he was astounded. From afar, he could see that the celestial phenomenon was vividly blue, but he had no idea what it was. It wasn't until he was right in front of it that he realized it was a great sea celestial phenomenon. It was a great sea that occupied a massive region of the void. Before this, if anyone told him that there was a great sea floating in the void, he wouldn't have believed them. But at this moment, there was indeed a vast ocean before his eyes. He couldn't help but think that there were too many unknown secrets in the universe. However, the great sea seemed to be dead. The water was so still there wasn't even a ripple. At the same time, Yang Kai failed to detect any danger coming from it. However, he had learned from his experience with the dense fog celestial phenomenon that he shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Only by entering this great sea would he find out if there was any danger inside. Standing in front of the great sea, Yang Kai turned around and saw the royal lord charging towards him with an anxious expression on his face. His inaction seemed to have made the royal lord misunderstand something, though, as he shouted, "Given your current state, you'll undoubtedly die if you go in. Why not just surrender without a fight?" Yang Kai grinned at the royal lord before cocking his head to spit out some blood. After cursing the royal lord, he turned around and leaped into the sea boldly and without hesitation, with the thought that if he was going to die, it would be on his terms, not at the hands of the enemy. The royal lord's expression changed, stunned by Yang Kai's resoluteness. A moment later, he reached the great sea and scanned it. Next, he pushed his black ink strength to engulf himself and plunged into the celestial phenomenon. Soon, the royal lord leapt out of the great sea with a gloomy expression. The great sea appeared perfectly tranquil from outside, but the moment he entered he realized it was extremely turbulent inside. The currents were complex and intertwined and moved with astonishing force inside the great sea. The royal lord was shocked to find that the undercurrents were so violent that he was unable to withstand them despite his strength. 3 breaths of time after he entered it, his black ink strength protection was already heavily worn down. Fortunately, the great sea celestial phenomenon was unlike the previous one. When he barged into the dense fog celestial phenomenon back then, he was unable to leave no matter how he tried. However, he was able to break free from the undercurrents here with brute force. The royal lord didn't think the 7th-order human named Yang Kai could survive in such an environment. Besides believing that Yang Kai was doomed to die, he also understood that the currents in the great sea were constantly shifting, so finding him would be all but impossible. As he hovered in the void, a myriad of expressions came over the royal lord's face. After debating on it for a moment, he turned around and left. Soon, he moved a dead universe world to the periphery of the great sea. There were countless dead universe worlds like this one in the void. As he pursued Yang Kai all this time, he had come across many of them. Therefore, it wasn't hard to find one. The universe world was fairly large, but compared with the great sea, it was like an ant standing in front of an elephant. The royal lord stared fixedly at the great sea for a moment before spitting some extremely pure and dense black ink strength from his mouth. The black ink strength didn't dissipate like normal, however, and soon condensed into a flower bud. It was a black ink nest. Royal lords like him who came out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction each carried their own black ink nests with them. That was because Mo hoped that they would defeat the humans and occupy the 3,000 worlds, and in turn return to extricate it from its prison. Black ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan, so the royal lords would naturally carry them wherever they went. The royal lord held the black ink nest in his hands. He looked at it with such devotion that it was as though it was the most sacred treasure to him. Soon he planted the black ink nest and infused his black ink strength into it. The black ink nest expanded rapidly and bloomed. In just half a month, many black ink clansmen stepped out of the black ink nest. After saluting the royal lord, they dispersed. Gazing at the great sea, the royal lord snorted. Although he believed that Yang Kai was doomed, he couldn't afford to take any chances. During this period of time, he had witnessed this seventh-order human using all sorts of strange methods, so he knew it would be difficult to kill him. Perhaps this brat named Yang Kai could break free from the great sea. As such, he had to stay. However, since he was on his own, the royal lord couldn't monitor the entire periphery of the great sea. Having said that, he had his black ink nest to depend on. Given enough time and resources, he could simply spawn enough servants to surround the entire great sea. If Yang Kai managed to escape, he would immediately find out about it. Moreover, the royal lord was badly injured, so he could take this opportunity to recuperate. It was like killing two birds with one stone, so he chose to stay here. As time passed, the black ink nest became larger and larger, and even more black ink clansmen began appearing in the dead universe world. These black ink clansmen would then spread out through the void to mine resources, which would then be deposited into the black ink nest to produce even more black ink clansmen. Inside the great sea, Yang Kai felt dizzy. He was horribly wounded, and there wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't blood-stained and lacerated. He had transformed into his 70,000 meters ancient dragon form, but still found it hard to resist the violent currents in the great sea. All his dragon scales were gone by this point, and his skin was covered in black bruises. Dragon blood streamed out of his wounds constantly. The undercurrents were not the only thing he had to deal with. Even though it was difficult, he could still persevere with his ancient dragon form against those turbulent flows. What made him truly helpless was that the undercurrents contained many different sorts of martial domains. The five-element Tao essence swirled and transformed in the undercurrents, while some flows even contained potent sword Tao essence that cut through the skin of Yang Kai's dragon form. Every undercurrent was like a powerful master surging their might to attack foreign enemies. Yang Kai was swept from one undercurrent to the next, enduring so much hardship that he almost passed out. Before he barged into the great sea, he understood that he would have to face unimaginable danger inside, but the strangeness of this place still astounded him. The strengths of the undercurrents varied greatly. When he came across weaker flows, he could seize the chance to catch his breath. In times like these, he would swallow some spirit pills to sustain his energy. Initially, Yang Kai didn't have a way to deal with these undercurrents, as he just let them push him around in this great sea. However, as time passed, he eventually began to adapt and ride these undercurrents to minimize the damage he took. Despite that, he still couldn't completely avoid the impact these undercurrents had on him. Having said that, he knew that he was just stalling for time. Sooner or later, he would be killed by the undercurrents in the great sea. He wanted to find a way out, but the undercurrents were turbulent without any regular patterns, so how was he supposed to achieve such a goal? His injuries had gotten worse, and the world force in his small universe was running out. Even though low-rank world fruits could quickly replenish his world force, Yang Kai had already used them all up when escaping from the royal lord. Now he could only consume open heaven pills to supplement his energy. Once the power in his small universe dried up completely, the consequences would be dreadful. Therefore he had to find a way out before then, or he would be doomed. Yang Kai had tried releasing his divine sense to scan the surroundings, but the undercurrents simply shredded his divine sense, causing him excruciating pain. The great sea was so vast though that there had to be somewhere that was calm. Yang Kai didn't believe this entire place was filled with such powerful undercurrents. Gritting his teeth, he released his dragon form and returned to his human one. As he let the undercurrents sweep him away, he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense irrespective of the damage this act caused. He felt a sharp pain in his head as the damage to his divine sense made his facial features contort. However, he could only soldier on. A long time passed, but just as Yang Kai was about to lose hope, he suddenly detected that there was a nearby area that was far less violent. Elated, he hurriedly activated his power and swam towards it. The process was strenuous as his flesh was peeled from his bones. As he wielded his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai stubbornly made his way across the undercurrents of the great sea. An hour later, he finally broke through the blockage of the present undercurrent he was occupying and barged into the next. Scanning his surroundings, Yang Kai realized that the less violent area was actually moving away from him. Flustered, he madly activated his power. He had no idea what it was like in that area, but he knew that if he missed this chance there wouldn't be a second one. He had never been more eager to survive in his life. The pain in his body and soul was so excruciating that he had almost turned numb. The only thought that occupied his mind was that he had to break through all the obstacles before him and survive. Break! With a great roar, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. Chapter 54:25 Temporal River. To a dragon clan member, their dragon bead was like a monster core to a monster beast. It was the essence of their cultivation and they wouldn't easily summon it, but once they did, either their enemy would die or they would perish. Summoning a dragon bead to deal with enemies was a powerful trump card, but it almost always resulted in damage to the dragon bead. When that happened, the power of their dragon vein would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source, diminishing their strength to a great degree, if not crippling or killing them outright. In the past, Yang Kai had summoned his dragon bead to kill a badly injured territory lord. As a result, his dragon bead was damaged and it took him many years to restore it. At that time, his dragon vein was still very weak, and he could only transform into a 30,000-meter grand dragon. Now, he was an ancient dragon, so his dragon bead was significantly mightier than in the past. This was the last move he could use. At this moment, the power in his small universe had almost dried up, and his physical body had reached its limit, yet the undercurrents in the Great Sea were as turbulent as ever. If even his dragon bead couldn't open up a path for him to survive, he would be powerless to do anything else. Fortunately, the dragon bead of an ancient dragon did not disappoint. The instant it was summoned, an immense power exploded forth. There seemed to be a dragon swimming within the dragon bead, and the intense dragon pressure which was released smashed all the turbulent undercurrents in its way. At the same time, cracks started appearing on the dragon bead. Yang Kai followed his dragon bead closely as he broke free from the undercurrent he was currently stuck in and entered the next. The dragon bead shot forward, breaking through all the obstacles as more and more cracks appeared on it. It smashed through 3 undercurrents in quick succession, and just as Yang Kai was worried that his dragon bead would be destroyed, he felt that all the pressure around him had been lifted. It was as though he had arrived at a completely different world. Since he entered the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, it had been one crisis after another. However, this space felt totally serene. It was still an undercurrent, but it was significantly less violent than the ones he had encountered before. Yang Kai even had a feeling that he was surrounded by a different kind of martial domain, but before he could look into it, his vision turned dark, and he realized he was about to pass out. He knew that he had reached his limits. His body, soul, and dragon bead had all been damaged, so he was just one step away from death. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly retrieved his dragon bead, which was so full of cracks that it was as though it would break apart at any moment. Following that, he blacked out and collapsed. At this moment, Yang Kai was so lethargic and dazed that he couldn't think straight, a clear sign that his soul had been badly damaged. Outside Great Evolution Pass back then, Yang Kai had experienced a similar kind of sluggishness after he used too many soul-rending thorns to attack a number of territory lords inside a black ink nest space. He had no idea how long he remained unconscious, but when Yang Kai regained his senses, he was still in a daze. Withstanding the excruciating pain, he soon recalled what had happened before he blacked out. Without hesitation, he emptied his mind and stimulated his soul-warming lotus power to repair his soul. Due to the damage to his soul, he was unable to think clearly. Now that he was in a somewhat safer situation, his most important task was to restore himself. Other matters could wait. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure of the universe, so even when Yang Kai was unconscious, it continued to exude its wondrous power to heal him, but now that he was wide awake, he could make far better use of its effects. Even so, it still took Yang Kai about half a year before he managed to mostly recover from the injuries on his soul. He still hadn't fully recovered, but he was at least able to think straight now. The soul-warming lotus would take care of the rest of the damage on its own. While he was restoring his divine sense, Yang Kai did not forget to heal his physical wounds either. He consumed lots of pills and stimulated the restorative power of his dragon vein to mend his wounds. Although he still looked battered, at the very least his bones weren't visible anymore. His injuries were severe this time. In fact, he had never been more badly wounded before. Even though there were times when he fell into perilous situations in the past, he had never been so battered. He was almost pushed over the edge when he was pursued by the royal lord. It wasn't until now that he had time to inspect his surroundings. After inspecting them for a while, Yang Kai had a better idea of what was going on. He was certain that he was still within an undercurrent in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. This undercurrent was apparently carrying him as it traversed the Great Sea, as though there would never come a day when it stopped. However, this undercurrent was different from the ones he had encountered before. Those undercurrents were all filled with different kinds of martial domains which formed into invisible attacks that killed any invaders. Nevertheless, the present undercurrent was stable, without a hint of murderous intent. All Yang Kai could feel was peace and tranquility, which was a stark contrast to the other undercurrents. He couldn't help but wonder why there wasn't any martial domain in this undercurrent. What made it different from the others? As he continued his inspection though, Yang Kai was surprised by what he found. In fact, there was a martial domain that pervaded this undercurrent as well, but it was not savage and chaotic, which was why it felt calm and tranquil. What kind of martial domain is this? Yang Kai emptied his mind and immersed himself in the martial domain. As expected, he soon felt an invisible power washing over his body. However, it didn't have any negative impact on him, which was unlike the other undercurrents that could harm him. All of a sudden, his entire figure shook. That was because he finally realized what kind of martial domain it was. It was a martial domain of time. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the Tao of time and could be considered an expert in it, Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed this. Time was invisible and intangible. A living being could barely notice the flow of time, which went by in silence and without a trace. However, Yang Kai could feel time flowing in this undercurrent. Since this was a martial domain of time, then the power that was washing over him had to be time principles. It was delicate and almost imperceptible. All of a sudden, a name he had heard of a long time ago sprang into his mind. Temporal River. The cultivation of an open heaven realm master was all about accumulation, as it took much time and effort for a cultivator to enhance the heritage of their small universe. Other than consuming an innate open heaven pill which was formed in the universe furnace, or a world fruit from the world tree, there were no shortcuts to speak of when it came to the cultivation of an open heaven realm master. Nevertheless, that didn't mean that this rule couldn't be bent. There were two shortcuts when it came to the cultivation of an open heaven realm master. Firstly, there were the small source worlds. When Yang Kai was still a newly promoted 6th Order master, he had entered a small source world in Yin Cave Heaven that had benefited him greatly. The reason he was able to break through to the 7th Order open heaven realm so quickly was largely thanks to his experience in that small source world, which saved him several hundred years of cultivation. The second shortcut was the Temporal River. When Su Ling Gong led Yang Kai to the small source world back then, he told him about this miraculous treasure. Su Ling Gong said that the flow of time inside a temporal river was different from the outside world. Perhaps 10 years or even 100 years would pass in a temporal river while only a single year went by in the outside world. In comparison, small source worlds were true shortcuts, while temporal rivers were more akin to the situation inside Yang Kai's small universe. While one was inside a temporal river, the flow of time was indeed real, but it was faster than in the outside world. Yang Kai had experienced a small source world before, and it was indeed incredible. All the cave heavens and paradises regarded them as core treasures, and only the best disciples were allowed to enter them. Moreover, every time a small source world was used, it would take many years before it would be activated again, as part of its source strength would be absorbed. Although Yang Kai had heard about temporal rivers from Su Ling Gong before, he had never seen one. There were no known temporal rivers in the 3,000 worlds, nor were there any on the Black Ink battlefield, so Yang Kai had always thought that they were just an ancient legend. Su Ling Gong must have seen such a record from the ancient books in Yin Cave Heaven. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai realized that temporal rivers were real. If this undercurrent he was presently in was isolated, it would basically be a river. If the undercurrents that contain different martial domains were isolated, in addition to the temporal river, there would be Sword Dao River, Saber Dao River, Yin Dao River, Yang Dao River, Alchemic Dao River, and so on. Temporal rivers must have existed in the 3,000 worlds before, which was why there were records of them. Yang Kai should have realized it the instant he entered this undercurrent. However, his mind was muddled due to the damage in his soul at the time, so he failed to notice anything. How was this great sea celestial phenomenon formed? Yang Kai was dumbstruck. As he recalled it, the transformation and evolution of those martial domains in the undercurrents looked like different masters casting incredible attacks at first sight, but thinking back on it now, Yang Kai realized that the intrinsic nature of all of these rivers was ancient and untraceable. All of a sudden, something seemed to have dawned on him. This great sea celestial phenomenon, as well as the celestial phenomena he had and had not seen, might have naturally formed when the heavens and earth first split apart. Those celestial phenomena contained the purest form of powers of the universe, which was why the martial domains in this great sea all felt so ancient. Only when an Emperor Realm Master realized their own Grand Tao and condensed their Tao seal would they be capable of breaking through their shackles and ascending to the open heaven realm. There were all sorts of Grand Taos in the universe, and each of these Grand Taos had an infinite number of variations. Therefore, the Tao seal of every open heaven realm master was slightly different. Even for cultivators who cultivated the same Grand Tao, their Tao seals wouldn't be identical. The Tao of space that Yang Kai had cultivated was distinct and different from that of Li Wu Yi. His mastery and understanding of the Tao of time were also different from that of the flowing time Great Emperor, and could not be the same as those of Yang Shao and Yang Shui. The brightest cultivators who had left Yang Kai's small universe often inherited his aptitudes in the spear Tao, Tao of space, and Tao of time. They had a natural advantage when it came to cultivating these three Grand Taos. However, none of them followed the exact same martial Tao as Yang Kai. If one compared the myriad Grand Taos to a tree, then each Grand Tao was like a branch that would grow into many different twigs and leaves. Those twigs and leaves came from the same source, but they were all slightly different. All the Grand Taos intertwined with one another, and there had to be a source, which was the very foundation of the Grand Taos. Although there were many different Grand Taos, they all could be traced back to the same source. If this great sea celestial phenomenon was naturally formed when the heavens and earth split apart, the martial domains rich in Tao essence in the undercurrents might not be the source of those Grand Taos, but they must contain part of the source's aura. In other words, these undercurrents contained the raw power of the universe, the very foundation of all Grand Taos. Chapter 54:26, No Other Choice. Upon that realization, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. His laughter was muffled initially, but as time passed, he started guffawing to the point where he cried tears of joy. Although he had gone through so much hardship and almost lost his life, he came across such an opportunity. To escape from the sheep-headed royal lord, he took the risk and dove into this great sea celestial phenomenon. It never crossed his mind that he would arrive at such a cultivation paradise. There was no doubt that the undercurrents in the Great Sea were akin to innate treasures of the universe. Their very existence was a natural wonder. At that instant, Yang Kai even had the urge to thank the royal lord. If not for the latter's relentless pursuit, he would never have come across this place. It had only been several hundred years since he ascended to the seventh order open heaven realm, and although time flowed several times faster in his small universe than other open heaven realm masters, and he had a world tree clone to purify his world force, both of which allowed him to cultivate multiple times faster than average, he was still a long way off from the eighth order. Yang Kai estimated that it would be another 1,000 to 2,000 years before he could achieve a breakthrough. That length of time seemed too daunting to him. Initially, this reality was giving him a severe headache. He had been trying to come up with ways to increase his cultivation speed so that he could make it to the eighth order open heaven realm sooner. He even had the urge to seek out the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary so that he could ask for a high-rank world fruit from the world tree. However, the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary had been elusive since time immemorial. He was extremely lucky even to have a chance to enter it back then, so it seemed practically impossible for him to go there again. Furthermore, even if he managed to find the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, would the world tree even give him a high-rank world fruit? Just like Mo, the world tree was one of the oldest living beings in the universe. If it refused to give Yang Kai the world fruit, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Now that he was inside a temporal river though, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about ascending to the eighth order open heaven realm anymore. Yang Kai wondered what the time flow differential in this temporal river was compared to the outside world, but by analyzing the time principles around him and considering the density of time Tao essence, he believed the flow of time here was at least 10 times faster than normal. In other words, if he spent 10 years in this place, only 1 year would pass in the outside world. He could cultivate in this place with peace of mind until the day he made it to the 8th order open heaven realm. Although as a 7th order open heaven realm master, he was no match for the sheep-headed royal lord, he was able to evade him for several years. If he managed to ascend to the 8th order open heaven realm, he had the confidence to flee from the royal lord with ease even if he was incapable of defeating him. A fervent Yang Kai immediately fished out all sorts of resources and started refining them, but a problem soon came to his mind. Did he have enough resources to reach the 8th order open heaven realm? Initially, he had accumulated a staggering amount of resources, more than enough to reach the 8th order open heaven realm. After all, he had plundered quite a few Black Ink clan territories over the years and acquired a massive quantity of cultivation materials. However, when Song asked for some resources to restore himself back then, Yang Kai had passed the bulk of what he owned to him. Moreover, to escape from the royal lord over the years, Yang Kai had used up a large amount of the blue and yellow crystals he had left. As a result, he was seriously lacking in yin and yang element materials. He certainly had sufficient 5-element materials, but if he used up all his yin and yang element materials before he ascended to the 8th order open heaven realm, he would be in serious trouble. However, it was pointless for him to worry about it at this point. He would find out if he had sufficient resources as he cultivated. He then circulated his secret art and began refining a set of 7-element materials. They were absorbed by Yang Kai and turned into the heritage of his small universe. The speeds at which open heaven realm masters could refine materials varied. The fundamental reason was the sturdiness of their Dao seals they had condensed when they were still Emperor realm masters. The more robust their Dao seal was, the quicker one could refine cultivation materials. Therefore, even if 2 open heaven realm masters were in the same order, the speeds at which they could refine resources could be very different. The one with a better foundation could refine materials more quickly and grow their power more rapidly. Even a slight difference would become massive over hundreds or thousands of years. When Yang Kai condensed his Dao seal back then, he was able to withstand the impact of 7th-order materials, so when it came to the speed of refining materials, only those once-in-a-generation geniuses from the cave heavens and paradises were somewhat comparable to him in the entire 3,000 worlds. Since Yang Kai was a 7th-order open heaven realm master now, he could fully refine a set of 5th-order materials in a few days. Then he fished out another set of materials. The process of cultivation was dull, but the increase in power was real and exhilarating. Therefore, despite the monotony, a cultivator was more than capable of cultivating in seclusion for hundreds of years. Once a person was engrossed in the increase of their power, they would no longer feel the passage of time. Half a year later, Yang Kai's flesh wounds had mostly healed, and although his soul was still damaged, he didn't have to worry about it as he had the soul-warming lotus help. However, his dragon bead was still full of cracks. From previous experiences, Yang Kai knew that repairing a dragon bead couldn't be rushed. It required him to use the power of his dragon vein to nurture it slowly. Perhaps it would be restored to a perfect state again in several hundred years. After refining another set of materials, Yang Kai opened his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Then he furrowed his brow because he detected some unusual changes. Over the past 6 months, besides refining materials to increase his cultivation, Yang Kai had also been making use of the ambient time principles and time Dao essence in the temporal river to comprehend the Dao of time. He had benefited greatly from this. The bloodline talent of the dragon clan was the Dao of time. Back in the dragon pool, Yang Kai managed to grow into a 70,000-meter ancient dragon. With the increase in the power of his dragon vein, his mastery over the Dao of time had also improved significantly, growing from the 6th level to the 7th level. It was only 1 level behind his mastery over the Dao of space now, which had reached the 8th level. Nevertheless, that single level was still a far distance to cross. The reason the flow of time was different in a temporal river was that it was filled with ample time Dao essence. The time Dao essence and time principles continuously washed over Yang Kai's mind and body. This kind of impact was invisible and imperceptible to someone who had never cultivated the Dao of time, so they wouldn't detect any anomaly while inside the temporal river. It wasn't until after one left this place that they realized the flow of time was different. On the other hand, Yang Kai could make use of these impacts to study the Dao of time. He could even refine the time Dao essence directly to improve his mastery of the Dao of time. That was what he had been doing these past 6 months. However, he now realized that the temporal river seemed to have become shorter. The lengths of the undercurrents in the Great Sea were all different, and although he had not checked it carefully, Yang Kai reckoned that the temporal river was about 9,000 meters long when he first entered it. Now, however, it was 500 meters shorter. Was it because he had barged into this place and absorbed the time Dao essence here? Yang Kai had no idea, but after giving it some thought, he stopped comprehending the Dao of time and instead focused on just cultivating. Half a year later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings once again. The temporal river had become shorter again, though it wasn't as severe as the previous time. It was now about 20 meters smaller. The difference was minimal, but Yang Kai could easily detect it as he had been paying close attention this time. These kinds of changes made him realize something. It seemed that his presence and the absorption of time Dao essence were the main reasons for the shrinking of the temporal river. In other words, as long as he was inside the temporal river, he would consume the amazing power in this place, and the river would continue to become shorter. After all, the time Dao essence was constantly washing over him, causing the flow of time in this isolated space to be different from that of the outside world. He had only been cultivating for another half a year, but the river had become 20 meters shorter. In other words, the river would shrink about 40 meters a year if he did nothing but cultivate. As such, this temporal river would be gone for good in around 200 years at most. If he simultaneously absorbed the time Tao essence in this place and cultivated it, the river would disappear even sooner. Upon this realization, Yang Kai's expression darkened. Initially he intended to stay in this temporal river until he ascended to the 8th order, but now it seemed that the temporal river would disappear in just about 200 years. That amount of time wasn't sufficient for him to make it to the 8th order. What should I do now? After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized that the Great Sea was vast, and it had countless undercurrents in it. Since there was one temporal river here, there might be another. Even if this temporal river was completely consumed, he could just go looking for the next one. As long as there were 5 to 6 temporal rivers of this size in the celestial phenomenon, he would be able to ascend to the 8th order. Right now, Yang Kai's main task was to increase his strength. He wasn't sure if the Royal Lord had also dived into this place, but if he had, there might come a time when they bump into one another. Regardless, where there was a will, there was a way. It was pointless for Yang Kai to overthink things at this point. He then set his mind at ease and stopped absorbing the time Tao essence in the temporal river, instead focusing all his efforts on cultivating. Sets of materials were refined as time went by. Just like what he had estimated, about 40 meters of the temporal river would vanish for every year he spent in this place. Yang Kai slowly became wholly absorbed in cultivation and lost track of the outside world. He had never cultivated for such a prolonged period of time before. Initially he found it difficult to adapt, but as the heritage in his small universe increased, he slowly got used to it. About 160 years later, Yang Kai was shocked awake by an anomaly while cultivating. He hurriedly opened his eyes and realized that the temporal river was only 100 meters long now. It was originally a long river, but it had significantly shortened over the years. Due to its length, it couldn't even sustain its own existence anymore, and as it was battered by the other undercurrents, it was on the brink of collapse. Yang Kai could feel that the martial domains in the other undercurrents had broken through the isolation of the temporal river. His expression changed as he stored the set of materials he hadn't fully refined and got to his feet. It was time to leave this temporal river. Despite knowing that this day would come, Yang Kai still felt lost when he finally had to set out. He had no idea if he could find another temporal river. The undercurrents in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon were turbulent, so perhaps before he could find the next temporal river, he would be killed by them. However, he had no other choice. Surging the power of his dragon vein, dragon scales started appearing on Yang Kai's skin, including his eyelids, and his entire figure radiated a golden glow. Chapter 54:27, 10,000 Grand Daos. The undercurrents in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon were savage, and Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to resist them without relying on the power of his dragon vein. He summoned his azure dragon spear and let out a breath as he checked to ensure he was in peak condition. Just as he was about to bolt out of the temporal river, he paused as an idea sprang to his mind. The temporal river was only 100 meters long now, and as the other undercurrents clashed with it from all directions, it would probably fall apart soon. When that happened, this temporal river would be gone for good. Although the 100-meter temporal river couldn't be considered long, it still contained a lot of time Tao essence. Thinking about this precious resource, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if he could keep it inside his small universe. The instant he had that thought, he could no longer contain the impulse to act. Time Tao essence was hugely beneficial to him. If he could keep it inside his small universe and absorb it, it would help improve his mastery of the Tao of time. Without hesitation, he opened a portal to his small universe and released his divine sense, which engulfed the temporal river and drew it into the portal. The next instant, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. He quickly shut the portal to his small universe and surged his world force before infusing it into his azure dragon spear. His dragon roar reverberated as the azure dragon spear transformed into a massive dragon and shattered the blockade of the undercurrent in front of it, leading Yang Kai to charge forward. Sparks flew from his dragon scales as Yang Kai groaned in pain as his dragon blood gushed out of his wounds. Although his power had increased significantly, he was still horribly injured the moment he was swept into the undercurrent. Clenching his teeth as his gaze was full of determination, Yang Kai wielded his spear and traversed the chaotic undercurrents. At the same time, he released his divine sense to scan the surroundings. He had to look for another temporal river. Only by finding one would he stand a chance to survive, otherwise he would be tortured to death by these undercurrents. As his divine sense was shredded, Yang Kai felt excruciating pain in his soul. The dragon scales that had covered his entire body were battered and blown off in quick succession. After just an incense stick of time, Yang Kai was covered in blood. There wasn't even a part of his skin that was left intact, but he still hadn't managed to find another temporal river. 1 hour later, half his flesh had been ripped off, revealing many of his bones and making him look extremely miserable. His aura was weakening fast, like candlelight amidst the storm that might put it out at any moment. His vision was blurred, and he found it hard to sustain his divine sense. Every time he activated it, he felt a sting of pain that seemed to be tearing his head apart. Yang Kai nearly fell into despair at his situation. Previously, he was lucky as he had made use of his dragon bead at the critical moment to plunge into the 9,000-meter temporal river. Now though, it seemed his luck had run out. Moreover, even though he had been nurturing his dragon bead for nearly 200 years now, it still hadn't been restored as there were many cracks on it. If he used it again now, it would probably shatter. Just as he was about to lose hope, Yang Kai faintly sensed a calm undercurrent nearby. Another temporal river. Ecstatic, he wielded his spear and desperately swam towards that place. A dozen breaths later, he broke through 2 undercurrents and entered the one after them. He quickly sensed his surroundings, and upon making sure there was no danger, he collapsed to the ground and passed out. After 2 years dedicated to just recovering, Yang Kai began to assess his situation. Even though there was no murderous intent in this second undercurrent he stayed in, it was not a temporal river like he thought it was, for there was no time Tao essence in this place. Instead, it was a coherent grand Tao of nature river. The river was about 20,000 meters long, which was much longer than the temporal river he previously stayed in. Unfortunately, this grand Tao wasn't suitable for him. Therefore, for the past 2 years, other than recuperating, he mostly spent his time studying the 100-meter temporal river he had put inside his small universe. After the temporal river entered his small universe, he was able to digest the time Tao essence, which allowed him to gain some new understanding of the Tao of time. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. After all, if he comprehended the Tao of time in the temporal river for a year, about 40 meters of the length would be consumed. Therefore, a 100-meter temporal river couldn't bring about tremendous transformation to his comprehension. With that said, Yang Kai had now found another way to cultivate. Every undercurrent in this great sea was evolved from a grand Tao. Although he could improve himself by absorbing the grand Tao's power in the undercurrents, the speed at which he could refine it would be much faster if he could keep it inside his small universe. He had never cultivated the Tao of nature before. In fact, among the cultivators he had come into contact with before, only those from free and unfettered paradise like Ning Dao Ren had deep attainments in this grand Tao. Every move such cultivators made harmonized with the heavens and earth, and they believed that everything was born of nature and should not be governed by individuals but instead lived alongside with. Cultivators of the Tao of nature were carefree and unconcerned about worldly affairs, so although Yang Kai admired their mindset, he could never be like them. With the previous experience of taking in the 100 meters temporal river, he was curious about what would happen if he absorbed this 20,000 meters nature Tao river and assimilated it into his small universe. Would he have a solid foundation in the Tao of nature after he absorbed it? In that case, the temporal rivers wouldn't be the only thing he could benefit from in the Great Sea. As long as he could absorb and refine enough undercurrents, he could integrate 10,000 grand Taos into his martial Tao. The reason a cultivator had to focus on a single grand Tao was that they had limited energy and time while there were unlimited grand Taos. Only when one became a master in a particular grand Tao would they achieve something great. If someone cultivated too many grand Taos, other cultivators of the same generation would easily surpass them, for their comprehension wouldn't be deep. Quality was more important than quantity when it came to cultivating grand Taos. Yang Kai had actually cultivated quite a number of grand Taos, which included the Tao of space, the Tao of time, the spear Tao, the alchemic Tao, and the Tao of artifact refining. It could even be said that he knew a thing or two about Tao of spirit arrays, because when practicing alchemy and artifact refining, he would need to use some spirit arrays. However, there were only 3 grand Taos that he had real accomplishments, which were the Tao of space, the Tao of time, and the spear Tao. He was pretty skillful in Tao of alchemy before he entered the 3,000 worlds, but he hadn't practiced it for a long time. That was because he had limited energy, so it was impossible that he could spend lots of time studying every grand Tao he came across. Nevertheless, the unique characteristics of this great sea celestial phenomenon made him realize it might be possible to do just that. Yang Kai wasn't sure what would happen if he managed to comprehend and integrate 10,000 grand daos. With the previous experience of taking in the 100-meter temporal river, it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to absorb this nature river. Although a 20,000-meter river sounded quite long, it was nothing compared with the capacity of his small universe. Opening the portal to his small universe, Yang Kai engulfed the 20,000-meter river with his divine sense before drawing it in. In just 20 breaths of time, the entire river was gone. Before Yang Kai could inspect the changes in his small universe though, the surrounding undercurrents swarmed him. Just like what he had done 2 years ago, he wielded his azure dragon spear and summoned his dragon scales to protect himself. He pierced through the undercurrents and charged forward. According to previous experiences, he had to find a safe place within an hour. Otherwise he might not be able to persevere. Fortunately, he was now aware that there were some calm undercurrents in the Great Sea. As long as he wasn't cursed with terrible luck, he could find a safe place and recuperate before setting off again. In just 10 years, Yang Kai managed to recuperate 5 times and absorb 5 rivers of different grand daos, while the 6th time he finally managed to enter a temporal river again. Upon that realization, Yang Kai was ecstatic. He hadn't come across another temporal river in the past 10 years, so he worried he would never find one. Since there was a second temporal river, there should be a third. As long as he had enough time and energy, he would find more and more. Just like what he always did after entering an undercurrent, Yang Kai first focused on recuperating. When he was fully healed, he finally had some time to inspect the temporal river. This temporal river was longer than the previous one as it was about 13,000 meters long. He knew that he would consume about 50 meters every year just by remaining inside it to cultivate. In other words, this temporal river could last him 250 to 260 years. Elated, he hurriedly fished out a set of resources and began refining them. Although the Great Sea was full of wondrous treasures, Yang Kai had never forgotten his main goal, which was to make it to the 8th order as soon as possible. He would only be considered truly powerful with ample heritage while everything else was just a bonus. Temporal rivers were the key to his rapid increase in strength. As he refined materials to increase his heritage, Yang Kai looked into his small universe and inspected the changes. Over the past 10 years, including the Grand Dao of Nature River, he had taken in 6 rivers of Grand Daos with different lengths. All 6 rivers were gone for good as he had fully refined them. All these rivers contained abstruse powers as they dispersed and blended into his small universe. The Dao essences of the Grand Daos that Yang Kai had never dabbled in before started appearing in his small universe. The length of a river determined the strength of the Grand Dao's power, and it indirectly influenced his achievements in that particular Grand Dao. According to his classifications of Grand Daos, some of the Grand Daos he had absorbed had now reached the 2nd level, peering through the doors. Different Grand Daos corresponded to different principles. Yang Kai couldn't be considered skillful in these Grand Daos, but they had brought about changes to not only himself but also his small universe. He had a feeling that there were some subtle differences in his small universe, but the changes were so tiny that even he, as its owner, was unable to sense them clearly. Perhaps only after he refined even more Grand Dao rivers would the changes in the small universe become conspicuous. One thing he was certain of was that the changes were beneficial to his small universe. Yang Kai was elated. The Great Sea was probably the biggest treasure trove he had ever chanced upon. In fact, it was a treasure trove of the entire universe. He wondered if the sheep-headed royal lord had barged into this place and discovered it. However, Black Ink clansmen and humans cultivated differently, so even if the royal lord had come to realize this place's worth, there was nothing he could do. After realizing such benefits, Yang Kai no longer confined himself to the temporal river. From time to time he would go out and absorb other undercurrents before coming back to continue cultivating. With that said, he bore some risks by doing so. The undercurrents were turbulent and flowed about randomly. If he didn't act swiftly enough, the temporal river would leave his detection range and he would be stuck. Therefore, he would only absorb the undercurrents within reach every time he left. Even so, he benefited greatly from these excursions. Chapter 54:28 Another Breakthrough. About 250 years later, the 2nd temporal river was only left with a length of 100 meters. Just like what Yang Kai had previously done, he transferred the remnants of the temporal river inside his small universe so that he could gradually refine it. Then he set off on his adventure to look for the next temporal river, resting in the less violent undercurrents as he traversed this Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Time passed by slowly. Initially, Yang Kai kept count of how many years had passed, but gradually, he had lost himself in this kind of unusual cultivation, forgetting the passing of time as he kept looking for more temporal rivers. Every time he absorbed and refined any kind of calm Grand Tao river, it would bring about some changes to his small universe, allowing him to gain some understanding of many Grand Taos he had never touched before in his life. His entire small universe was filled with traces of all sorts of Grand Taos now. In the past, when the humans in Void Continent cultivated, given enough aptitude, they could easily comprehend the Tao of space, the Tao of time, the Spear Tao or other Grand Taos Yang Kai had dabbled in. However, as Yang Kai refined more and more Grand Tao rivers, the cultivators in his small universe now found it easier to comprehend even more kinds of Grand Taos. The entire Void Continent was now a fertile place where cultivators could freely choose from a variety of Grand Taos and focus on the ones that interested them. In the Void Tao Temple, many bright cultivators had reached the peak and were just one step away from ascending to the open heaven realm. However, Yang Kai was currently trapped in a place where he couldn't even guarantee his own life, so he couldn't release them. The lengths of the temporal rivers in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon varied greatly. Some of them were thousands of meters long while some were as short as hundreds of meters, causing Yang Kai to wonder just how they were formed in the first place. Of course, longer temporal rivers allowed him to stay there and cultivate for a longer time. As he absorbed even more rivers, Yang Kai acquired some insights on many of the Grand Taos. In fact, he could now be considered something of a master in quite a few of them. As more and more resources of different orders were consumed, the heritage in his small universe increased by the day. It was an extremely long and unusual cultivation session, and Yang Kai was fairly certain he was the first person in history who had ever cultivated this way for such a long time. One day when Yang Kai was engrossed in cultivating in a temporal river, he realized there were some unusual changes occurring in his small universe. Shocked, he hurriedly investigated. As he inspected it, he felt that his small universe was going through an indescribable enhancement. The territories were expanding, and the world force in his small universe was becoming more condensed. The world tree clone seemed to resonate with the changes in his small universe as its leaves rustled noisily and it began to madly refine his world force. Trails of light appeared in the sky, but they were not cracks but the manifestations of the Tao essences of a myriad of different Grand Taos. Furthermore, some heavenly manifestations appeared in different parts of the Void Continent. The cultivators living on the Void Continent were pleasantly surprised to learn that the entire world seemed to have come alive. The Grand Taos became active, which allowed cultivators to comprehend them with ease. Therefore, many hurriedly entered seclusion to take advantage of this occasion. Something suddenly dawned on Yang Kai. I'm about to break through to the 8th Order. He had observed Su Ling Gong ascending to the 8th Order before, and he had learned a lot from that experience. However, his ascension seemed slightly different compared to Su Ling Gong's. Every open heaven realm master who attempted to make it to the next order would fall into a perilous situation, for any accident at this moment could cause their small universe to rupture and their life to be extinguished, and it was more dangerous the higher one's order became. The 8th Order was only one order below the peak, the 9th Order, so it was by no means a safe endeavor. Although on the surface, Su Ling Gong didn't seem to be at any risk when he achieved his breakthrough back then, the real danger lay in his small universe, which others were unable to observe. Fortunately, his ample heritage helped him get through the crisis and successfully break through. However, some open heaven realm masters would face a bottleneck at this point, and before shattering that bottleneck, they wouldn't be able to achieve a breakthrough. Back then, it took the proprietress around 200 years to break through to the 7th Order. Another example was Feng Ying, who spent some 200 to 300 years trying to ascend to the 8th Order. It wasn't until the grand battle against the Black Ink clan that she reappeared. Initially, Yang Kai was worried he would face a similar bottleneck, but now it seemed that he had been worried for nothing. He didn't face any kind of bottleneck, and with ample heritage in his small universe, everything just proceeded smoothly. Perhaps it had something to do with the World Tree clone, which had been in his small universe for hundreds of years now and helped to refine his world force to an incredible degree. His current world force was purer than any other 7th Order masters, and the purer one's world force was, the more robust their heritage was. As a result, bottlenecks simply did not exist for Yang Kai. Yang Kai could even clearly feel that there was no danger to speak of when achieving this ascension. Although there were all kinds of different phenomena in his small universe, those were just the manifestations of the Grand Taos he comprehended and the results of his cultivation, which were harmless to his small universe. Everything just took place smoothly. Yang Kai had been extremely eager to reach the Eighth Order as soon as possible, but when the day finally came, his heart was as tranquil as a clear lake. He wasn't as surprised or excited as he had imagined he would be. He had already expected this day to come, and he was confident he would make it to the Eighth Order no matter what. It was just a matter of time before he achieved it. His small universe continued to expand as it was going through an evolution, but he soon ignored the changes and continued refining materials. On the other hand, the cultivators living in Yang Kai's small universe had benefited greatly from this change. In every corner of the Void Continent, there were cultivators who gathered together as they gained greater understanding of the Grand Taoist they cultivated and made breakthroughs in their comprehension. In the Void Tao Temple, where the essence of the entire continent came together, many youths even managed to condense their own Tao seals at this moment. The babies born during this period of time had even more outstanding aptitudes than before. As the Grand Taoists all came alive, it made it easier for the cultivators to grasp them. The expansion of the world also widened the martial Tao as a whole. Gradually, all the heavenly manifestations disappeared and the visible traces of the Grand Taoist manifestations vanished. The entire Void Continent returned to calmness. However, the Emperor Realm Masters could detect that this world was already very different from the past. For one, it had become vaster. Cultivators formed into groups and began surveying these new lands, confirming their initial suspicions. In the past, there was a world barrier that they couldn't move past, but now that barrier was gone and many more territories had appeared. These territories were fertile, but there weren't any living beings in them. When the sects got wind of this, they sent out their masters who led many disciples to occupy these virgin lands. Yang Kai had only placed a small number of people in his small universe back then, about 10 million or so. However, the environment in the small universe was filled with vitality, making it a paradise where cultivators could thrive. Moreover, there were no major wars or disputes, only some minor conflicts between the various sects. With the Void Tao Temple's appearance, even these conflicts also gradually vanished. With such a peaceful environment, the number of people in his small universe swelled over the millennia. As the population increased, there was a greater need for land. In the past, those from the Void Tao Temple were worried that if this went on, the entire Void Continent wouldn't be able to accommodate the increasing population within a few thousand years. Now though, that problem was solved. The landmass of Void Continent had expanded by 5 times at the very least, so even if the rate of population growth continued as it was, there was no need to worry about not having enough living space for several tens of thousands of years. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was oblivious to all of this because he was pondering on another issue. Now that he was in the Eighth Order, could his power continue to increase? Back then he was forced to ascend to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, so theoretically, his limit was the Seventh Order. However, after he consumed a mid-rank world fruit, his limit became the Eighth Order. With him being in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm now, was there any future for him? There were quite a number of human cultivators whose limit was the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. Many of the Eighth Order Division commanders had directly ascended to the Sixth Order back then. In other words, the Eighth Order was the best they could achieve in their lifetimes. Yang Kai had asked the Eighth Order Masters about it in the past, and he was told that after they ascended to the Eighth Order, they could faintly feel a layer of restraint covering their small universes. It was this invisible restriction that confined them to the Eighth Order. Regardless of how hard they cultivated, they could never break through to the Ninth Order. If they forcefully tried to break that restraint, they would risk their small universes exploding, ending their lives. As such, it wasn't that the Eighth Order Masters didn't want to keep improving themselves, but rather that their small universes were unable to bear greater power. Now, Yang Kai was also an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master himself, and just like what the division commanders had told him, he could feel an invisible shackle on his small universe. This kind of restraint was weak and barely perceptible at the moment. However, as he strengthened his power as an Eighth Order Master, this kind of restraint would grow stronger to the point where he would be stopped from advancing further. As he recalled his decision of ascending to the Fifth Order back then, Yang Kai did not feel regretful. At that time, under the lead of Ti Zhang, a Seventh Order Master from Myriad Demons Heaven, several masters stopped him from attempting to directly ascend to the Seventh Order. This had nothing to do with personal grudges, as they were just trying to prevent a potential crisis. That was because there was such a catastrophe that took place in the 3,000 worlds in the past that made the cave heavens and paradises grow distrustful of those who ascended directly to the Seventh Order who were not supervised by them directly. At that time, if Yang Kai hadn't ascended to the Open Heaven realm, he wouldn't have been able to enter the shadowless cave heaven and save the proprietress. After pulling himself together, he continued refining the materials to strengthen his heritage. He was still a newly promoted 8th Order Master, so there was some road ahead of him yet. However, once he reached the peak of the 8th Order, that would be his limit. There might be some ways in the universe that would allow one to shatter the restraint on his small universe. At the very least, the innate open heaven pills that were born in the universe furnace were one way to go about it. Therefore, Yang Kai wasn't worried about it. In the future he could go looking for the universe furnace so that he would have a chance to make it to the 9th Order. Unfortunately, those that he got from the blood monster cave heaven did not seem to have any effect on shattering the restraint on his small universe. Maybe it was the age of the pills. Or maybe there was some other reason. Regardless, Yang Kai remained hopeful that his hope lay in the universe furnace. Time continued to go by slowly as he repeatedly set off on journeys to look for more temporal rivers. It was a rare chance, so it would be a shame if he missed it. When looking for the next temporal river or cultivating, he would seize the chance to refine even more Grandao rivers. Finally, there came a day when he finished refining a set of materials in a temporal river that was still 3,000 meters long, but when he was ready to fish out another set, he realized that he no longer had complete sets of materials. Regardless, Yang Kai remained hopeful that his hope lay in the universe furnace. Thanks to Dale for remembering this detail because I sure as heck did not. Wish my memory was as good. Chapter 5429, Dao Advancements. Initially, Yang Kai had a massive amount of resources. Before he left the 3,000 worlds for the Black Ink battlefield back then, he had made some preparations by bringing many materials of all different elements with him. Over the years he had acquired even more resources on the Black Ink battlefield, especially when he raised chaos in the Black Ink clan's territory and robbed many of their cities. Every Black Ink clan master's territory had a large number of shops where there were innumerable resources for sale. Therefore, Yang Kai had never worried about not having enough cultivation resources. When Tsang asked for some resources to restore his strength, Yang Kai gave him some without hesitation. Now, he still had a lot of materials, but those were all of the 5 elements. He no longer had any yin or yang element materials with him, including the yellow and blue crystals he had acquired from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Among the different sorts of materials, yin and yang attribute resources were the hardest to come by. In the 3,000 worlds, higher order yin and yang element materials were considered strategic reserves even in the cave heavens and paradises. They wouldn't use them unless they absolutely had to. The situation was slightly better on the Black Ink battlefield, but all in all, yin and yang element materials were still much rarer than materials of the 5 elements. Without a complete set of materials, he couldn't continue cultivating. He regretted using too many yellow and blue crystals to block the Royal Lord's aura back then. Every time he used instantaneous movement he had to release potent purifying light to block the Royal Lord's aura, and after years of running away he had consumed a lot of those crystals. However, it wasn't like he had a choice. If he didn't use purifying light he would have been killed. Even though he had a lot of open heaven pills, consuming them to cultivate was extremely slow in comparison. Moreover, he had been staying in this Great Sea celestial phenomenon for far too long, so he intended to leave. This cultivation session should come to an end. After making some quick calculations, Yang Kai realized he had spent 4,000 years in the temporal rivers. It only took him around 2,000 years to make it to the 8th Order, while he spent the next 2,000 years cultivating, which allowed him to establish himself in the 8th Order. Just like that, 4,000 years had passed. With that said, a significantly shorter amount of time had passed in the outside world. As the flow of time in every temporal river was different, and Yang Kai wasn't aware of the exact ratio compared to the outside world, so he was unable to calculate how much time had really passed by in the rest of the universe. However, he knew he had spent about 100 years outside of the temporal rivers, so taking some rough estimates, he guessed that somewhere between 400 and 500 years had passed in the outside world. How is the war between the two races? It wasn't until this moment that he thought about this matter. After such a long cultivation session, Yang Kai had almost forgotten everything about the outside world. All of a sudden, he recalled that the very reason he even barged into the Great Sea was that he was chased after by the sheep-headed Royal Lord. He hadn't seen the Royal Lord after such a long time, so he wondered if the other party had entered the Great Sea as well, or if he was even still alive. Yang Kai shook his head to push the thought to the back of his mind. To him, the most important thing now was to leave here as soon as possible. When he had ample resources, he had forgotten about the passing of time in the Great Sea. Now that he didn't have sufficient resources, it was pointless for him to keep staying here. Nevertheless, leaving this place wasn't so easy. There were countless undercurrents in the Great Sea that intertwined with each other, so it was hard for him to identify any kind of direction. Having said that, Yang Kai believed that where there was a will, there was a way. He summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and opened up a portal to his small universe before absorbing the 3,000 meters long temporal river. Then he charged towards the undercurrent nearest to him. Unlike when he first plunged into the Great Sea, he was no longer flustered. Over the years he had moved across the Great Sea countless times to look for more temporal and Grand Tao rivers, so he had learned some tricks to deal with these undercurrents. Every undercurrent had evolved from a Grand Tao, which formed a martial domain. Yang Kai had never dabbled in many of those Grand Taos, so it was hard for him to react accordingly. Now he had devoured quite a lot of Grand Tao rivers, including some of the Grand Tao of space, which helped improve his mastery over the Tao of space. By this point, it could be said that he had some basic achievements in most of the Grand Taos in the universe, though his level of mastery in them varied greatly. When he was particularly skilled in a certain Grand Tao, he would have it easier in the corresponding undercurrent. For example, Yang Kai had come across several Space Tao rivers which were full of Space Tao essence and void cracks that moved about randomly. Most people would find such an environment to be a death trap. Even Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Royal Lords would find it hard to survive once they landed in such a river. However, Yang Kai was able to traverse the Space Tao rivers like he was strolling across a flat meadow. He just had to use his space principles to resonate with the currents in the river so he could ride along with it without being harmed. After absorbing such rivers in the past, he realized his mastery over the Tao of space had still improved, and when he came across another Space Tao river, it became easier for him to deal with it. It was a virtuous cycle. Now Yang Kai wasn't skillful in all the Grand Taos, but as long as he knew a thing or two about them, he could make use of his comprehension to ward off some of the dangers in the undercurrents. If the rivers were cohesive enough, he could even refine part of them and enhance his mastery of those Grand Taos. Therefore, despite knowing that it would be easy to leave, Yang Kai wasn't worried he wouldn't be able to achieve it. Given enough time, he could absorb and refine all the undercurrents in the Great Sea, and without these undercurrents the Great Sea would simply cease to exist. This would be an enormously strenuous task as just based on his observations so far, the Great Sea was so vast that it would take him several tens of thousands of years to achieve this on his own. His experience of absorbing the undercurrents this time was different from the previous ones. Back then, Yang Kai primarily focused on looking for temporal rivers to improve his cultivation, while absorbing undercurrents was something he did when looking for the next temporal river or to break up the monotony of cultivating. However, as he focused on taking in undercurrents now, his efficiency was far higher. This caused his small universe to be filled with Grand Tao rivers that he hadn't managed to refine. These rivers contained all sorts of abstrusities as they clashed in the small universe, causing some unusual phenomena. When it became too much, Yang Kai had to look for tranquil undercurrents to refine the remnants of the rivers, and only after they were fully refined would he continue with his journey. As he absorbed the Grand Tao rivers, his mastery over various Grand Taos improved rapidly. He had also managed to raise his Spear Tao to the 7th level of mastery. His mastery of the Sword Tao, which he hadn't even properly studied before, reached the 5th level, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. Reaching the 5th level in this Grand Tao didn't do much to add to his strength, but it was enough for Yang Kai to now be considered a great master in the Sword Tao. Of course, that was just the level of mastery he had achieved in a theoretical sense, and he still wasn't comparable to those who reached the same level through their own hard work and comprehension. Regardless, that was none of Yang Kai's concern, as he just wanted to make use of the advancements in the Grand Taos to help him get out of this Great Sea. Furthermore, it would take one a long time and much effort to reach the 5th level of mastery in any Grand Tao, but Yang Kai only had to refine a number of Sword Tao rivers to achieve that. As more and more Grand Tao rivers were extracted by Yang Kai, he found it easier and easier to traverse the undercurrents in the Great Sea. Having said that, there was one point that made him torn between tears and laughter. Back then, he was eager to cultivate and make it to the 8th Order as soon as possible, so he always exerted himself to seek out temporal rivers, but only found one every 10 years on average. Now that he no longer needed temporal rivers to cultivate though, he chanced upon them quite frequently. After absorbing a couple dozen temporal rivers of different lengths, he suddenly felt that the flow of time in his small universe changed once again. In the past, the flow of time in his small universe was 5 times faster than the outside world, but at this moment the ratio had increased significantly. After some quick calculations, Yang Kai realized that the flow of time in his small universe was now about 7 times faster than in the outside world. In the meantime, he had acquired some new insights on the Tao of time. His dragon vein throbbed as his dragon pressure spread out wantonly. He had achieved a breakthrough in the Tao of time. When he visited the no-return pass several hundred years ago and cultivated inside the dragon pool, his mastery of the Tao of time had improved tremendously, reaching the 7th level. Now, after he absorbed a few dozen temporal rivers, he directly broke through to the 8th level, bringing it to the same level as his comprehension of the Tao of space. With that said, Yang Kai had a feeling that he wasn't far from achieving another breakthrough in his Tao of space. The prerequisite was that there were enough space Tao rivers in this great sea for him to absorb and refine. The realization made him feel ecstatic. As he examined the changes in his small universe, he continued to move across the undercurrents. In the periphery of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, there were a lot of dead universe worlds where black ink nests had been planted, with one of them being especially huge as it belonged to a royal lord. There seemed to be a powerful aura hiding in this black ink nest. About 500 years ago, the sheep-headed royal lord arrived at this place and saw Yang Kai dive into this vast celestial phenomenon. After entering it himself to inspect the situation, the royal lord realized the Great Sea was full of danger, so he had no choice but to withdraw. At that time he was badly injured, and if he insisted on chasing after Yang Kai, forget about finding the ladder, he might even lose his life. Therefore, the sheep-headed royal lord dragged a dead universe world to this place from the void and planted his black ink nest. By doing this, he could monitor the Great Sea so that he could immediately capture Yang Kai should the latter manage to somehow survive and escape. Secondly, he had to recuperate. Now that 500 years had passed, his black ink nest wasn't the only black ink nest in the periphery of the Great Sea. There were about several hundred low-rank black ink nests. With that said, there were no mid-rank black ink nests yet. After all, it would consume a vast amount of energy to nurture mid-rank black ink nests, and the royal lord didn't have the intention of having his own territory lords yet. The reason he even nurtured other black ink clansmen was to help him monitor the Great Sea. Several hundred low-rank black ink nests were scattered around the Great Sea with only a short distance between them, while almost 10 million black ink clansmen had been spawned from these black ink nests. The resources in the nearby void had been fully extracted and sent to the black ink nests to help nurture more and more black ink clansmen. Now, most of these black ink clansmen were posted around the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, so if Yang Kai really managed to emerge, they would immediately discover him. Chapter 5430 Determined to Kill. At this moment, a feudal lord was staring at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon in front of him with a frown, sporting a doubtful expression. He had a feeling that the Great Sea had changed somehow over the years. It seemed to have become smaller, however, the change was so gradual and minute that he wasn't sure. Then, he turned to look at the royal lord's black ink nest and hesitated about whether he should report this matter. The royal lord was still recuperating, and although 500 years had passed, he still hadn't fully recovered. If this feudal lord bothered him with a trivial matter, he was worried he would be punished. Perhaps I'm imagining things. The feudal lord shook his head. He had many companions who had been keeping an eye on this Great Sea as well, so if the Great Sea had really become smaller, the others would have noticed it. Since none of them had detected it, the feudal lord believed that he must be overly worried. While he was lost in his thoughts though, there was suddenly an anomaly in the Great Sea. With a start, he looked towards it intently. He had been in this place for 300 years, but he had never seen any movement in the Great Sea, as though it was completely dead. It was odd that there were some ripples on this day. Before he could see clearly what was happening, a figure bolted out of the Great Sea with a spear in hand. The person seemed to be fighting against an invisible enemy as his murderous intent surged and his world force undulated. When the person appeared, he happened to meet eyes with this feudal lord. Both of them were startled, but the feudal lord soon came to his senses as he hurriedly retreated and howled to alert the others. The human that the royal lord had been waiting for had finally appeared. Although the feudal lord had never seen Yang Kai before, he knew this was the target the royal lord had been looking for the moment the human appeared. Following the howl, the azure dragon spear stabbed into the feudal lord's mouth. As world force burst forth, the feudal lord's head exploded. Why is there a feudal lord here? Yang Kai frowned. As he looked up, his doubt intensified because there was a low-rank black ink nest on a universe fragment nearby. There were also quite a lot of black ink clansmen wandering around this universe fragment. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai realized there were even more black ink clansmen in the void that scattered around the Great Sea, as though they were monitoring something. After giving it some thought, he realized what was going on. That royal lord sure is clever. I suppose he has been waiting for me to come out all this time. He must have had his own black ink nest. Otherwise he couldn't have nurtured so many black ink clansmen. As soon as I left the Great Sea, regardless of direction, he'd immediately find out about it. It seemed that the royal lord never entered the Great Sea and instead was recuperating in the periphery over the years. But how many years had Yang Kai been inside the Great Sea? Since the day he decided to leave the Great Sea, he had spent 200 years looking for a way out. During that period of time, he had simply been dragged around the undercurrents with no way to identify which direction he was headed. Yang Kai almost lost hope after spending 200 years looking for a way out. Fortunately, his efforts had ultimately not been in vain. Before he could ponder on this matter, a powerful aura awakened from a universe world in the distance. Following that, he saw a burly figure shooting towards him like a meteor. Before the figure even arrived, he was engulfed in the familiar royal lord's pressure. He's quite quick. Yang Kai knew that the feudal lords nearby must have informed the royal lord about his appearance through the black ink nests. The feudal lords in the void also started charging towards Yang Kai in an attempt to hold him down. Yang Kai gripped his azure dragon spear and grinned. Then he dashed towards the royal lord, and everywhere he passed, all the black ink clansmen exploded into blood mist. In the void, the royal lord was startled as he wondered, why isn't he running away? He initially thought that Yang Kai would immediately flee after leaving the Great Sea. Although this human was weak, his skill at escaping was phenomenal. Therefore, the moment he received the news from his subordinates, the royal lord dashed out of his black ink nest as he was worried that Yang Kai would escape. To his surprise though, instead of running away, the human came right at him. What gave this human brat such confidence? Had he forgotten about how battered he was while being chased by him 500 years ago? Soon, however, the royal lord realized where the human's confidence came from. As they got closer to each other, the human's aura surged and soon exceeded the limits of the 7th order before reaching the 8th order. He's now in the 8th order open heaven realm. The royal lord was startled. He broke through? This damned Great Sea is full of deadly danger. Back then I couldn't even stay inside for long. It would be considered lucky for this boy to have just survived, so how did he even manage to achieve a breakthrough? Did he come across some kind of astonishing opportunity inside the Great Sea? The royal lord's expression darkened. So what if he's made it to the 8th order? I'm a royal lord. In the past, he was unable to kill the human because he was horribly injured, so he couldn't fully use his strength. However, after 500 years of recuperation, his wounds had mostly healed. Although he still wasn't in peak condition, he was already much better than 500 years ago. Even if there were 5 8th order humans in front of him, he could easily deal with them, not to mention that Yang Kai was on his own. The only worry the royal lord had was about Yang Kai running. As long as the latter didn't try to escape, everything was fine. As the two figures charged towards each other, the distance between them shortened rapidly. Their powerful auras clashed, and before they even exchanged moves, the void had started warping. Suddenly the royal lord lost sight of Yang Kai. The next instant, he was engulfed in a powerful sense of murderous intent and innumerable spear shadows. At this moment, Yang Kai wielded his spear as he showcased the skills he had acquired in the Great Sea. With his own spear Tao as the foundation, he weaved the grand Taos of luck, yin, yang, life, death, 5 elements, karma, murder, bloodlust and many others together. The power of his spear made the entire universe tremble. Even if there was a territory lord in front of him, he had the confidence to destroy him with this move. It was the strongest spear attack he had ever unleashed. Faced with this exquisite series of attacks, the royal lord responded with pure brute force. Circulating his black ink strength madly, he forcefully pushed out his fist. The next instant, Yang Kai was sent flying away while he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood. Overwhelming power triumphed over 10,000 skills. Although Yang Kai had acquired much in the Great Sea and comprehended numerous different grand Taos, it still couldn't make up for the huge discrepancy between their raw powers. He hurriedly stabilized himself, but instead of feeling downcast, Yang Kai was thrilled. That was because he realized he was able to compete against a royal lord. Before he entered the Great Sea, he couldn't have imagined battling against a royal lord, as the other party only needed to land a single punch to end his life. But now, despite still looking battered, Yang Kai had managed to trade blows with a royal lord. His breakthrough to the 8th order and the assimilation of many different grand Taos had improved his strength tremendously. Yang Kai was no longer the frail 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master he used to be. The Royal Lord was also flabbergasted. After striking Yang Kai with that punch, he didn't rush to pursue him and instead looked down intently at his fist. All kinds of indescribable powers swirled around his fist and they also lingered in the void where they clashed. Those powers were inscrutable, as though they had something to do with the very foundation of energy and existence themselves, something he could not understand in the slightest. But soon he cast those distracting thoughts away and glared at Yang Kai, murderous intent burning in his eyes. Some 500 years ago, this human escaped from him by diving into the Great Sea, but after emerging he had become significantly more powerful. The Royal Lord knew he could not let such a human escape again. Otherwise, many Black Ink clansmen would die at his hands in the future. Therefore he was determined to kill Yang Kai regardless of what it took. On the other hand, Yang Kai had also decided to purge this Royal Lord at all costs. It wasn't that he was overly confident in himself because of the increase in his strength, but rather that he knew the secrets of this Great Sea and couldn't afford to let this Royal Lord live. There was no denying that the Great Sea was a massive treasure trove. Although he had been trapped inside for many years, Yang Kai had benefited enormously from the experience. Such a celestial phenomenon was hugely beneficial to all humans, not just him. Perhaps he could come back in the future and cultivate here again. As such, he couldn't let the secrets of this place be leaked out. If he allowed the Royal Lord to live, after witnessing Yang Kai's massive growth and strength, the latter would surely dive into the Great Sea and possibly discover its secrets. The Grand Daos and the undercurrents were useless to the Black Ink clan, but they were beneficial to Black Ink disciples. They just had to bring some Black Ink disciples with them to reap all the benefits of this celestial phenomenon. To prevent such a thing from happening, Yang Kai had to kill this Royal Lord. Moreover, it was obvious that this Royal Lord wouldn't let him flee either. He had been waiting in this place for hundreds of years, so now that his enemy had appeared, there was no way he would let him off. Today either this Royal Lord died, or Yang Kai would perish. It just so happened that both of them were determined to destroy each other. In the next instant, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot while the Royal Lord surged his Black Ink strength and flapped his wings. Following that, Yang Kai abruptly appeared behind the Royal Lord and thrust out his spear. As though there was an eye on the Royal Lord's back, he swung his hand out, his palm seemingly able to suppress the heavens and the earth. Nevertheless, he realized he couldn't grasp his target. Yang Kai's afterimage dissipated in his hand while the true body reappeared on his left. Having expected this though, the Royal Lord directly pushed out his fist. The moment Yang Kai appeared, it was as though he chose to crash into the opponent's attack. They had exchanged over 100 moves in an instant, but they weren't going all out yet. Yang Kai's afterimages scattered around the void, as though there were dozens of him appearing at the same time. Before an afterimage dissipated, a new one had appeared. As he repeatedly thrust out his spear, Yang Kai channeled all sorts of Grand Daos into his attacks and soon there seemed to be a web of Grand Daos that engulfed the Royal Lord. Unperturbed, the Royal Lord reacted accordingly. He knew that this human was a master of the Tao of space, so despite being the stronger one, he couldn't allow the other party to dictate the flow of this battle. Otherwise he might be the one defeated. As he was not as skillful as this human, all the Royal Lord could rely on was his immense power. As long as he found a chance, he could kill the other party with a single blow. At that instant, the battle appeared quite lopsided. One party repeatedly cast flashy attacks as he activated different sorts of Grand Daos through his spear while the other seemed clumsy but unfazed as every move he made exuded immense pressure. Chapter 54:31 Chaotic Time-Space. Not long after the intense battle started, both Yang Kai and the sheep-headed Royal Lord felt their hearts sinking as they sported solemn expressions. For Yang Kai, even though his strength had increased by several times, he was still no match for the other party. Although there was only a difference of 1 order between them, it was the biggest gap to cross. When Yang Kai was a 5th order master, he could kill a 6th order master. When he was a 6th order master, he could kill a 7th order master. When he was a 7th order master, he could kill a territory lord. However, as an 8th order open heaven realm master now, he realized he had no hope of killing a 9th order master with his own strength alone. A Royal Lord's power was equivalent to that of a 9th order master. He could even clearly feel that the Royal Lord still hadn't fully recovered. In other words, the other party wasn't in peak condition, yet he still wasn't a match. Damn it. If this drags on, I'll fall into an unfavorable position. However, if I don't kill this Royal Lord, I can't keep the secrets of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon safe. While this was giving Yang Kai a headache, the royal lord was equally frustrated. The human across from him was significantly more powerful than he was 500 years ago. Although they hadn't been fighting for long, the royal lord came to realize that it wouldn't be easy for him to kill this opponent. There was no doubt this human still wasn't a match for him, but he already had the power to oppose him. Other powerful 8th Order human masters could also probably deal with him for a time, but the royal lord was confident he could kill such enemies sooner or later. However, Yang Kai was different. This guy was a master of the Tao of space, and the royal lord vividly remembered being unable to capture him despite having pursued him for years 500 years ago. If nothing changed in their current battle, Yang Kai would probably flee. I can't give him a chance to run, otherwise I'll never find out what Song gave him. Song's trump card must be of critical importance and must be controlled by us. Both of them had different thoughts in their minds, but at that moment they decided they needed to go all in to defeat the other party at the same time. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly leaped away from the royal lord, widening the gap between them. He initially thought that the royal lord would stop him, but instead the royal lord just let him go. Despite his puzzlement, Yang Kai didn't have time to ponder on the issue as he dropped the Azure Dragon Spear and began rapidly forming a set of hand seals. A golden crow cawed as a great sun leaped into existence. Following that, a cold full moon rose from behind him as it cast its glow onto the void. The sun and moon appeared at the same time, forming a wondrous vision. The moment the sun and moon manifested, they began orbiting around Yang Kai, affecting both space and time in the surrounding region. Time principles spread out, while space principles undulated and intertwined with them, forming an entirely new kind of strength. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was the most powerful trump card Yang Kai could bring out besides his dragon bead. It was also the divine ability he had invented through his own comprehension. Activating it was not difficult, but the prerequisites to cast it were extraordinarily difficult, such that only Yang Kai was capable of it as it was formed from the resonance of his two strongest grand Daos. Therefore, this divine ability displayed an extraordinary might when he used it. He was unable to use his dragon bead casually, so to deal with this royal lord, Yang Kai could only rely on his sun and moon divine wheel. If this move wasn't even useful, he would have no choice but to retreat before trying to come up with another way to kill the royal lord. The instant Yang Kai cast his sun and moon divine wheel, the royal lord also looked up and glared at him. His dark eyes seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss as though they could devour Yang Kai. His obsidian eyes reflected Yang Kai's figure, which was engulfed in endless black ink strength. It was as if he was burning with a dark flame. Royal Lord's secret technique. At that instant, both Yang Kai and the royal lord brought out their most lethal moves in an attempt to defeat the other party. It could be said that they had made the same judgment in this situation and acted decisively on it. Yang Kai was startled as he was quite familiar with the royal lord's secret technique. For the Black Ink clansmen below the royal lords, if they wanted to corrupt a human, they just had to release their black ink strength to invade that human's body and small universe. If that human couldn't resist, they would be turned into a black ink disciple. Royal lords could naturally do the same, but they also had a better and more efficient method, which was known to the humans as the royal lord's secret technique. It was well known among the humans that when a royal lord activated the royal lord's secret technique, even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master couldn't resist it, instantly turning them into a black ink disciple. This was one of the reasons the 8th Order Masters didn't interfere carelessly when a 9th Order Old Ancestor battled a royal lord. A 9th Order Master could fend off the royal lord's secret technique, but those in the 8th Order couldn't. Once they were struck by the royal lord's secret technique during an intense battle, the humans were bound to suffer immense losses. To deal with a royal lord, a 9th Order Master had to personally make a move. The humans had been studying the secrets behind the royal lord's secret technique for years, but they hadn't found out anything useful yet, mainly because no royal lord would easily activate the royal lord's secret technique. Without a target they could study or examples they could learn from, the humans obviously couldn't gather any useful information. With that said, the high-ranking officers had speculated that the royal lord's secret technique might be a kind of innate divine ability that was exclusive to the Black Ink clan. Only royal lords were able to use this innate divine ability, and it was most likely a kind of attack that directly affected one's soul. Certainly, Yang Kai had heard of such information and even experienced it for himself twice in the past, but he was too weak back then to really understand what was happening. Now, having reached the 8th Order and possessing incredible soul cultivation, he was finally able to realize that the Royal Lord's secret technique wasn't purely a soul technique, but rather a combination of one with an eye secret technique. When the Royal Lord activated the Royal Lord's secret technique, Yang Kai could clearly see his own reflection in the other party's eyes. The figure was engulfed in thick black ink strength, as though he had really turned into a black ink disciple. At the same time, Yang Kai was indeed covered in black ink strength in reality. The black ink strength was pure, and it was as though it had appeared out of nowhere. At the very least, Yang Kai didn't see his opponent releasing this black ink strength. The thick and pure black ink strength soon penetrated his physique, and despite his best efforts, Yang Kai was unable to resist its invasion. This kind of corrosion was harmless to his body, but the Royal Lord's secret technique was never meant to be lethal. The pure and dense black ink strength invaded Yang Kai's small universe in the blink of an eye, but unlike what would normally happen, the black ink strength just sputtered, like a stone dropping into an ocean. Any other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have been turned into a black ink disciple and been enslaved to the Royal Lord by now. However, Yang Kai's small universe had the protection of a World Tree clone. He had even planted a low-rank black ink nest in his small universe many years ago to nurture some low-level black ink clansmen to use as training tools for the disciples of the Void Dao Temple. A massive amount of black ink strength had already been suppressed and sealed in his small universe, therefore Yang Kai was truly not afraid of its corrosion anymore. Song once told him that the World Tree clone might not be able to fend off the black ink strength from Mo itself, for he was the source of all black ink strength, but although the sheep-headed Royal Lord was also powerful, he was orders of magnitude weaker than Mo. As such, he could never break through the World Tree clone's protection. Suddenly, Yang Kai realized that the Royal Lord's aura had plunged tremendously after he cast the Royal Lord's secret technique. At that instant, Yang Kai recalled the reason why the Royal Lords wouldn't use the Royal Lord's secret technique unless it was absolutely necessary to do so. That was because there was a price to pay if they wanted to use it. This secret technique was extremely powerful, and it was silent when it was cast. As such, the 8th Order Masters could not hope to defend themselves from it. If the Royal Lords could repeatedly cast it without any restraints, the Black Ink clan would just have to send a Royal Lord to wander around the battlefield to turn all the 8th Order Masters into Black Ink disciples. Once that happened, the human race would be doomed. However, since there was clearly a big price to pay, the Royal Lords wouldn't use the Royal Lord's secret technique as they pleased lest the 9th Order Masters seize the chance and kill them. Obviously, the life of a Royal Lord was far more important than a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Upon that realization, Yang Kai started grinning. He was still engulfed in black ink strength, making him look extremely evil. He was initially worried that his Sun and Moon Divine Will might not be powerful enough to deal with this Royal Lord. Nevertheless, the latter had been significantly weakened after he activated the Royal Lord's secret technique. As such, the Sun and Moon Divine Will would probably be quite deadly to him. Just as Yang Kai was affected by the Royal Lord's secret technique and his entire figure was covered in black ink strength, the power of the swirling sun and moon reached the Royal Lord. Yang Kai's eyes brightened as he was secretly thrilled. It wasn't the first time he used the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. In fact, he had cast this divine ability many times back then to deal with opponents who were more powerful than he was. However, the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel had never been more powerful than it was now. It was to the point where even Yang Kai felt the divine ability was unusually powerful on this day. There was no denying it had something to do with his advancement in the Tao of Time. However, he reckoned the biggest reason was that he had reached a form of equilibrium. In the past, his mastery over the Tao of Space had always been greater than his mastery over the Tao of Time. Before he headed to the No-Return Pass, his mastery over the Tao of Space had already reached the 8th level while his mastery over the Tao of Time was only on the 6th level. After the training in the Dragon Pool, the power of his Dragon Vein increased tremendously, which resulted in his mastery over the Tao of Time reaching the 7th level. When he was cultivating in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yang Kai managed to absorb and refine several dozen temporal rivers, thus pushing his Tao of Time to the 8th level, which was on the same level as his Tao of Space. In the past, when he activated his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, Yang Kai realized that there was an imbalance between the space principles and time principles that composed the attack. This kind of imbalance stopped the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel from unleashing its full potential. He had speculated that once both of his Grand Daos reached a state of balance, he would see a significant increase in the power of his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Now, it seemed that his speculation was right. As the powers of both Grand Daos intertwined, they showcased an entirely new space-time strength, which seemed to resonate with the universe itself. The instant the Royal Lord cast the Royal Lord secret technique, his expression changed drastically. His aura was frail at this moment, and faced with the Sun and Moon divine wheel, he couldn't help feeling that his life was at risk. The Royal Lord madly surged his black ink strength in an attempt to drive it off. However, affected by the strange spacetime strength, his mind and movements became sluggish. Before he could come to his senses, the Sun and Moon divine wheel had already struck his figure. An invisible impact then spread across the void. The Sun and Moon exploded and formed into a massive sphere of light. At that instant, time and space seemed to have fallen into a chaotic state. Even Yang Kai, the one who cast this divine ability, felt that everything seemed to have turned upside down. Chapter 54:32 The True Might. At that moment, Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked fixedly at the light sphere. Although tears started sliding down his cheeks in response to the dazzling light, he still didn't close his eyes. That was because he was seeing something inconceivable. There seemed to be some images flashing across the light sphere. In the images, he saw a vague figure that was engulfed in black ink strength with a big head in his hand. Black blood was seen spilling from the head and countless black ink clansmen surrounded the figure as though they were worshipping him. Before he could see anything clearly though, the images had disappeared, and the images he saw next were even more stunning. Thriving stars and universe worlds filled with vitality were shrouded in black ink strength as they soon turned into barren wastelands void of any life. These images soon disappeared as well. Then he saw a humongous tree that appeared to be sick. The leaves had withered, and even the fruits on the tree were shriveled. They appeared so wrinkled as though they had been exposed to sunlight for years on end. Strange images continued to flicker through the light sphere, but they all disappeared before Yang Kai could look into them. As such, he couldn't take in the details. In just a moment, over 100 scenes had flashed past the light sphere, which was soon replaced by darkness as though there was no longer any light in the universe. Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. What were those images? He had activated the Sun and Moon divine wheel before, but he had never seen such a strange phenomenon. The light sphere had disappeared before he could figure anything out. Engulfed in the Sun and Moon divine wheel, the sheep-headed Royal Lord was soaked in black blood, and his face had been transformed by horror. His aura had already turned weak after he used the Royal Lord's secret technique, and it now seemed even more frail. He had seen the images at the same time as Yang Kai. However, even Yang Kai had no idea what those things were, so how was he supposed to know? Moreover, he wasn't in the mood to ponder on it. The power of the Sun and Moon divine wheel had exceeded Yang Kai's expectations and had also gone beyond the Royal Lord's imagination. The amazing spacetime strength was now corroding the Royal Lord's mind and body, making him suffer indescribable pain. However, he still felt confident that the dust had settled. No human could resist the Royal Lord's secret technique, or at least the Royal Lord thought so, as the next instant, his expression changed drastically, for Yang Kai, who was covered in black ink strength, suddenly grinned mockingly at him. 4 universe pillars. These words sprang into the Royal Lord's mind in an instant. The Royal Lord's secret technique wasn't without its arch-nemesis. The 4 universe pillars could block the Royal Lord's secret technique, ensuring that the humans who possessed one of them wouldn't be corrupted by black ink strength. However, as far as the Royal Lord knew, precious treasures like the 4 universe pillars were extremely rare throughout the entire universe. Therefore, only a small number of humans would possess one. The Royal Lord had never expected that the human he had been hunting down had one as well. He had heard that precious treasures like the 4 universe pillars were always owned by the strongest 8th Order masters. This human was only in the 7th Order 500 years ago, so why did he have one of the 4 universe pillars as well? At that instant, the Royal Lord deeply regretted activating the Royal Lord's secret technique, which caused him to be weakened. Otherwise, he would have been able to deal with the opponent's strange divine ability. He was already weakened to begin with, and he was subsequently struck by the opponent's divine ability, which exacerbated his condition. Realizing he was in a dangerous situation, the Royal Lord's figure shook as he used a secret technique. At the same time, the Royal Lord black ink nest which was planted nearby started transmitting black ink strength to him, allowing his aura to surge. His black ink nest wasn't far away, so he could make use of it to improve his condition. Although he looked battered, everything was still well within his control. He still had a chance to kill this human. The moment the Royal Lord drew energy from his black ink nest though, Yang Kai's facial features warped, as though he was going through some excruciating pain. He then howled in agony. The Royal Lord was startled, but before he could figure out what was wrong with Yang Kai, a howl of even greater intensity burst from his lips. At that moment, he felt an immense force tearing apart the defense of his soul and badly damaging it. Coupled with the spacetime strength's influence, his mind went completely blank. Soul-rending thorn. When Yang Kai asked Grandmaster Ma Fan to refine soul-rending thorns for him for the first time, the latter crafted 12 for him to use. Then Yang Kai used 11 of them in the fight for the mid-rank Black Ink Nest, which resulted in him badly injuring or killing the equivalent number of Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. After that, outside the Royal City in Great Evolution Theater, he used the last one to kill Che Kong. With such a record of success, Yang Kai naturally made sure to get more soul-rending thorns for himself. When the Great Evolution Army set off on their second crusade, Yang Kai gathered some materials and asked Grandmaster Ma Fan to make more soul-rending thorns for him. It took Grandmaster Ma Fan some time and energy to do so, but now Yang Kai had several dozen soul-rending thorns with him and had been hiding them from the enemies. Even when he cast the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel earlier, he did not use them. That was because he would be the first one injured before he could harm his opponent. Using a soul-rending thorn would result in mutual injuries, therefore Yang Kai wouldn't use one unless it was necessary to do so. Now, it had come to a point where he had no choice but to use them. The Royal Lord was indeed powerful. Even though his soul had been struck by the soul-rending thorn and spacetime strength, he still managed to pull himself together quickly, but when he looked up, he realized Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. When his mind was blank earlier, Yang Kai had vanished. Reacting on instinct, he turned around as he widened his eyes and roared, "You court death!" Above the dead universe world where his Black Ink Nest was located, Yang Kai's figure abruptly appeared. He wielded his spear as his weapon turned into a spear light and struck the Royal Lord's Black Ink Nest. Yang Kai didn't directly attack the Royal Lord because he didn't have the confidence to kill him with one strike. It was difficult to deal with a Royal Lord at the peak of his power. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was unable to succeed back then under similar circumstances, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't think he could do any better. Therefore he believed that it would be best for him to seize the chance and destroy the other party's Black Ink Nest. A Black Ink Nest could not run away or counterattack after all. Yang Kai had learned his lesson in the Great Evolution Royal City back then, so he held nothing back this time. As the spear light slashed across the Black Ink Nest, it was cut clean in half. Spear intent burst forth and vaporized the Black Ink Nest down to its roots. All the Black Ink clansmen in the Black Ink Nest were killed in an instant as their auras disappeared. The next moment, the low-rank Black Ink Nests around the Great Sea started collapsing and withering as they had lost their support. Without the support from their source, which was the Royal Lord's Black Ink Nest, all the low-rank Black Ink Nests were doomed to perish. With his spear in hand, Yang Kai turned around and faced the Royal Lord, who was coming at him. His facial features contorted in pain, but the murderous intent behind his gaze seemed to have materialized as he pointed his spear forward and roared, "It's your turn." The Royal Lord had just reached the peak of his power before his aura plunged again to the point where it was worse than before. Faced with the glistening spear, he felt panic for the very first time. The other party was indeed weaker than him, but after they exchanged finishing moves, he was the one badly injured. He couldn't help but think if the fight dragged on, he would be killed by his opponent. Soon, however, he cast his fear away and grit his teeth as he charged towards Yang Kai. His expression was more hideous than that of his opponent, for it had come to a point where there was no turning back. Today one of them would fall, there was no other possible outcome. Yang Kai remained unwavering. As they brushed past each other in the void, their blood spattered and they growled at the same time. This couldn't be helped, as Yang Kai seized the chance to use another soul-rending thorn during their exchange of moves. While his soul was again wounded, the Royal Lord wasn't feeling any better. Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't worried about his soul being damaged too much, but the same couldn't be said for the Royal Lord. The moment they stabilized their figures, they turned around and charged at each other again. In the void, countless Black Ink clansmen surrounded them in all directions. Knowing that he was in a perilous situation, the Royal Lord intended to make use of his subordinates. Unfortunately for him, back then he abstained from spawning any territory lords to save some energy, so his most powerful subordinates were only feudal lords. The Royal Lord wasn't sure if such an army could pose any threat to Yang Kai, but it had come to a point where he had no choice but to give it a try. Yang Kai had apparently realized this as well. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly have no regard for these feudal lords, but the situation now was different. Presently he was surrounded by millions of Black Ink clansmen, and he had to deal with the royal lord at the same time. If he wasn't careful enough, he might lose his life here. Therefore, he became even more ruthless with his moves as he madly activated the soul-rending thorns. After using a fourth soul-rending thorn, Yang Kai realized he had fallen into a dazed state. He secretly cursed because he had used too many soul-rending thorns and had now affected the very foundation of his soul. If he continued to use the soul-rending thorns, his soul would be ripped apart before he could even kill the royal lord. When that happened, even the soul-warming lotus couldn't save him. These thoughts all occurred in a flash before his mind suddenly turned blank as he was no longer able to think clearly. Then he lost consciousness. Some unknown amount of time later, Yang Kai abruptly came to his senses when he felt a cool sensation. His head was in pain as his soul had been badly damaged, which made him unable to think clearly. It was only thanks to the soul-warming lotus that he could even regain consciousness. Following that, Yang Kai realized he was surrounded by enemies that stretched out into the distance with no end in sight. They were the Black Ink Clan soldiers. At this moment he was fighting against the Black Ink Clan soldiers, and wherever he went, blood flowed like rivers as countless Black Ink Clan corpses littered the void. Despite the fact that he was unconscious earlier, his body honed by hundreds of years of combat reacted instinctively to kill the enemies, which saved his life. Otherwise, the feudal lords would have been able to kill him. He considered himself lucky that there were no territory lords among the Black Ink clansmen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood a chance to survive. The next instant, he realized the royal lord was nowhere in sight. Where is he? The reason he fell into a stupor was because he had activated too many soul-rending thorns. His soul was unable to bear the damage brought about by 4 repeated sacrifices. Since he had fallen into such a state, he reckoned that the royal lord wasn't in a better condition either, despite the fact that the latter was stronger. However, now that he was awake, he couldn't detect the royal lord's aura. Did he run away? No. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked down at his hand and realized he was holding a huge head with sheep horns. This head's eyes were still wide open as though he was unresigned before his death. Black blood could be seen dripping from his severed neck. At that instant, Yang Kai realized he had seen such a sight before. Chapter 5433 Spying on the Future. The sheep-headed royal lord was dead. What was certain was that the royal lord died by Yang Kai's hand, but Yang Kai didn't know exactly how he had decapitated the royal lord. He also didn't know why he was holding the royal lord's head in his hand. In this situation there was no way Yang Kai could think clearly, and when he tried he just felt dizzier. He knew this was because his soul was seriously injured. So far, he had relied on the fact that he had the soul-warming lotus and had done many risky things. However, the injury to his soul this time was something that could not be compared to any other in the past. The consequences were huge, but the result was worth it. He had killed a royal lord. This was also the very first royal lord he personally killed all by himself. Although he had previously killed a 9th Order Black Ink disciple in the royal city of Great Evolution Theater, that Black Ink disciple's actual strength was much inferior to a royal lord's, not to mention that he only delivered the last lucky blow while the opponent had his guard down. The opponent's small universe was already extremely unstable after taking a blow from old ancestor Xiao Xiao, and Yang Kai just happened to have the means to defeat him. Using the unique features of his cow punch, Yang Kai was able to send his opponent to his death with just one punch. Thus, the killing of that 9th Order Black Ink disciple was more of a lucky accident rather than a show of strength and skill. But this was a real battle. Since being chased after by the sheep-headed royal lord from outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Yang Kai had faced innumerable dangers, used up a lot of time, and was even forced into the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon to save himself during his escape. However, the winner was king while the loser was the villain. He was still alive while the sheep-headed royal lord was dead. At that moment, Yang Kai felt a sudden sense of satisfaction rise in him. He felt his 4,000 years of dull cultivation didn't go to waste, nor did the countless resources he used when in the temporal rivers inside the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. It just so happened that the cultivation that lasted who knows how many actual years in the outside world had given him the strength to kill a royal lord in a head-on battle. Of course, the consequences he suffered weren't minor either. Yang Kai could tell that several of his bones were broken, and golden blood was oozing from a penetrating wound on his lower abdomen, seemingly having been inflicted by the sheep-headed royal lord's claws. Also, one of his arms and one of his legs were bent in a strange way, with the most serious injury being the one to his soul. After using the soul-rending thorn 4 consecutive times in short order, Yang Kai felt about half of his soul had been sacrificed. In fact, if it had been anyone else, that person would have already died. It was also because he had the soul-warming lotus that Yang Kai was able to stay alive and regain consciousness. The successful killing of the sheep-headed royal lord was not only because of his efforts, but also luck. If such a battle were to happen again, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he would be the ultimate winner. Now, he indeed had the capital to fight against a royal lord, but there was still quite a large gap between their real strength. Yang Kai felt groggy as he could not keep himself conscious for much longer. He was barely able to stay awake and felt like he was suspended in water while constantly sinking into the abyss. This was because his soul was desperate to shut down and sleep to heal. In the end, Yang Kai sank into a state of semi-consciousness again just moments after it had woken up. Though his mind fell into a daze, his body didn't stop killing the enemy. When Yang Kai woke up the second time, his injuries seemed to have worsened even more. The Black Ink clansmen were still besieging him from all directions, and he was continuously killing the enemies as if this battle would never end. Having his mind falling asleep and waking up several times, Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually he woke up to find himself simply standing in the void. His body was exuding a heavy murderous aura that was so potent it seemed like it could condense into a tangible substance, while all around him were corpses and pieces of the Black Ink clansmen. There were so many that it seemed like they were going to fill up the entire void. As for Yang Kai, he was currently standing tall above the mountain of corpses. At some point, his killing spree had stopped. There was not a living Black Ink clansman in sight, though Yang Kai wasn't sure if he had killed them all. However, judging by the remains on the battlefield, he guessed that even if some Black Ink clan soldiers had escaped, there wouldn't be too many of them. He had killed at least 70% of the Black Ink clan army here. The strongest among this Black Ink clan army were only feudal lords, so even if they escaped, it wouldn't make much difference because the dangers they would face in this region of the deep void were great, even for someone like Yang Kai. Without a truly powerful master protecting them, they would all die in this place sooner or later. Lowering his head to look at his hands, Yang Kai discovered the head of the sheep-headed royal lord he was holding when he woke up the first time was gone. Perhaps he had unknowingly lost it at some point. But he wasn't concerned with that. After having a look around his surroundings, he found a universe fragment the Black Ink clan had moved here before stuffing a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and began to adjust his breathing and recuperate. The injuries to his soul had yet to heal, but they were constantly being nourished and repaired by the soul-warming lotus, so their condition was better. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have been able to wake up several times. On the other hand, the injuries on his body were very severe. After all, there were a multitude of Black Ink clansmen here, so even if their strongest were only feudal lords, that was still enough to pose a huge threat to him. His body was covered in wounds of all sizes that were too numerous to count. Many of them were even layered atop old wounds. Fortunately for him, the royal lord was dead, and he had killed who knows how many Black Ink clansmen, so there was no one here to disturb him while he was healing. The first thing Yang Kai did was to reconnect all his broken bones before correcting his twisted arm and leg, which made him break out in cold sweat during the process. After doing all that, he carefully checked his body internally and externally to ensure there weren't any hidden injuries. Having done so, he did find something that made his face twitch. His dragon bead had cracked again. During the 4,000 years he had been cultivating in the Great Sea, his previously damaged dragon bead had already been fully restored. Now that the dragon bead had cracked again, it meant that he had activated his dragon bead while in his hazy state. There was no need to even guess though, it was undoubtedly the royal lord who had damaged his dragon bead again. It seemed like the sheep-headed royal lord didn't die without a fight. At the beginning of their battle, the royal lord was already not in peak condition. Then he used his royal lord's secret technique which had weakened his strength, making it difficult for him to resist the blast from the sun and moon divine wheel. At that point he could be said to be severely injured. Following that, Yang Kai used 4 soul-rending thorns in a row, which tore into the royal lord's soul, causing massive damage. Therefore, when Yang Kai summoned his dragon bead, the royal lord's end was set in stone. Just thinking about it, Yang Kai couldn't help shivering slightly. Since his body could instinctually kill enemies while he was in a semi-conscious state, it would naturally be the same for the royal lord, who was far stronger. Yang Kai couldn't even imagine what would have happened if the royal lord had shattered his dragon bead when he summoned it in his fugue state. Thinking of the royal lord, Yang Kai thought about something else. When he woke up the first time, he was holding the royal lord's head while being surrounded by countless Black Ink clan soldiers. That scene closely resembled one of the scenes he saw after using the sun and moon divine wheel. Back then he thought the Black Ink clan that had surrounded him were showing their admiration for something, but now it seemed like they weren't admiring anything, they were clearly besieging him to kill him. Yang Kai was shocked. How can this be? Could the scene I saw be the scene I just experienced? After activating the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he did have the feeling that time itself had become chaotic. Could the misalignment of time lead to me being able to foresee future events? Instinctively, Yang Kai wanted to deny this conjecture, but one of the flashing scenes he had seen at the time slowly became clearer in his mind, and he discovered that it was very similar to the scene he saw when he first woke up. The moment time became warped, the first scene Yang Kai saw was a figure holding a detached head. The figure looked almost identical to him, but the face was blurred, and no matter how Yang Kai tried to recall it, he couldn't make out who it was. He then shuddered. If that is true, then what do the other scenes I saw represent? Could they be future events as well? He had seen many scenes back then, but most disappeared immediately after appearing, so he couldn't determine what they were. Still, there were a few scenes that he was able to see clearly. Prosperous stars and universe worlds that were full of vitality being enveloped by black ink strength, rapidly turning into wastelands devoid of life. There was also a gigantic tree that seemed to be sick. Its branches and leaves were shriveled, and even its fruits lacked any luster as they shriveled up as if they had been exposed to the sun for too long. As for the universe worlds that had their vitality destroyed and turned into wastelands after being enveloped by black ink strength, that scene might correspond to what might happen if the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. If the Black Ink clan had successfully invaded the 3,000 worlds, there was no doubt that such a future would happen. What about that gigantic tree? Could it be the World Tree? At that point, Yang Kai suddenly recalled Song's words. He said that the World Tree was almost as old as the universe itself, and its appearance wasn't that different from when Mo was spawned, which appeared when the heavens and earth first split apart. Moreover, the World Tree had an inexplicable relationship with the 3,000 worlds. Song, the other 9 martial ancestors, and even Yang Kai himself were means by which this vast universe tried to help itself by exerting its rules through the World Tree. Song and the others had gotten a gift from the World Tree and were able to enlighten themselves about the martial Tao while comprehending the method of reaching the open heaven realm, earning them the title of martial ancestors. Yang Kai was also barely considered to have received a gift from the World Tree as he had obtained a root from it. Since ancient times, others must have entered the grand ancient ruins boundary and received gifts from the World Tree. These were all the universe's means to save itself, but unfortunately, those people seemed to have all failed and fallen. Suppose the World Tree and the 3,000 worlds did have an unbreakable connection. If the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds and turned all the flourishing lands into wastelands, plunging the entire universe into turmoil, then the appearance of the World Tree that seemed like it was severely ill. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he sweated. He couldn't help but shake his head to disperse those thoughts from his mind. However, he didn't expect that when he moved, his head felt like it had turned into mush and the pain was so intense that he almost passed out again. Luckily, after such an interruption, he did not have the intention to think about such nonsense anymore. The ability to foresee the future was too surreal to Yang Kai, so he wasn't willing to believe it was possible. Even though the spacetime strength he used was mysterious as well, it was just a type of strength that made use of his comprehension of the grand chaos of space and time. How could such strength break through the flow of time itself and allow one to peer into the future? Healing my injuries is more important. A while later, cold sweat began dripping from Yang Kai's forehead. No matter how much he refused to believe it, he could vaguely sense that he seemed to have obtained a glimpse of the future. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel had warped and broken time to the point that it let him witness events that had yet to transpire. Chapter 54-34, A Destroyed Great Pass. After a year of focusing all his efforts on recuperating, Yang Kai had almost made a full recovery. Emerging from the universe fragment, Yang Kai observed his surroundings for a while before his figure dashed in the direction of the Black Ink nest. Though the high-rank Black Ink nest exploded after his attack, there were still some remnants left behind. After searching through the debris, Yang Kai found quite a lot of resources. These resources were mined by the Black Ink clan from surrounding areas. The Black Ink clan had a high demand for resources when spawning more of their members, and the Royal Lord also needed resources to heal his injuries. All these unused resources now belonged to Yang Kai. However, he did not intend to use these resources on himself, nor did he intend to further his cultivation at this moment. He scavenged for these resources because he wanted to arrange a universe array. The Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon was a natural treasure trove, and Yang Kai wasn't sure if he would be able to find it again after leaving, so he decided to leave a universe array here, which might be of use someday. In fact, he still had quite a lot of resources on hand, but he was lacking some critical components. It just happened that the resources he found from the black ink nest were enough to make up for the shortage. Soon, a universe array took shape in what was left of the universe world where the high-rank black ink nest was originally situated. Yang Kai then made some arrangements to cover up and conceal the universe array. After taking a good look at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yang Kai turned around and left. All that was left now in this vast stretch of void were densely scattered corpses that seemed to be a sign that there was once a tragic battle here. Previously, outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, where he was targeted by the royal lord and chased all the way here, Yang Kai planned to follow the path the humans took during their crusade back to the no-return pass to seek help from the Dragon and Phoenix clans to defeat the royal lord. Unfortunately, he got lost on the way, and the longer he ran, the more unsure he was of where he was heading. Now, he didn't even know where he was or which way he should travel now. But he wasn't too worried about it because he knew he would eventually find his way back. He just needed to take some time. Another thing that made him feel helpless was that he didn't know how much time had passed. He could accurately calculate the time he spent in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, but he had no idea about how much time had passed in the outside world. The speed of time in each temporal river was different, so there was no way to make an accurate estimate. I wonder what happened after the war between the two races. When Yang Kai escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Tsang fused his body with the restriction to summon the energy Mu needed to leave Mo in deep sleep. Just before making that sacrifice, Tsang left his backup plan to Yang Kai, which was extremely important. It was because the Black Ink clan saw this take place right before their eyes that Yang Kai was targeted by a royal lord. Now that things had gotten to this point, Yang Kai did not resent Tsang because he was the only person Tsang could trust during that last moment. After all, he was also one of the means chosen by the vast universe. To be able to be chosen meant that Yang Kai was special in some way. Therefore, if it were Yang Kai, he would make the same choice as Tsang. But no matter how that battle ended, the human army couldn't stay at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. If the humans won, they would definitely withdraw their forces. If they were defeated, they would still retreat back to the no-return pass to join forces with the Dragon and Phoenix clans because that was the only way they could resist the Black Ink clan army's attack. That was why Yang Kai only had one destination in mind, the no-return pass. In his current situation, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to be certain which direction would lead to the no-return pass, but as long as he could find the late ancient era battlefield, he would be able to estimate his whereabouts. Flying through the void, Yang Kai's figure soared along at amazing speed. He would stop every half a month or so to activate the universe transference law to try and connect to any of the universe arrays he had set inside those purifying Black Ink battleships. However, the only universe array he could sense was the one he set up next to the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. Such a situation meant that his distance from those universe arrays was too great for the universe transference law to even detect them. Although he couldn't sense the position of any purifying Black Ink battleship, this tactic wasn't useless because, at the very least, he could use the universe array he left at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon to deduce his current position. As time passed, his connection with the universe array at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon became vague, which told Yang Kai that he was getting further away from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. It was not until half a year later that he could no longer sense that universe array. With the speed he could travel, coupled with instantaneous movement, Yang Kai still used about half a year before he lost all contact with the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, which showed how vast an area a universe array could cover. There were celestial phenomena of all shapes and sizes in the void, and Yang Kai had seen many of them while he was escaping from the sheep-headed royal lord. He even dove deep into a dense fog celestial phenomenon and the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. But since he was running for his life to avoid being killed, he didn't have the time to enjoy the beauty of these celestial phenomena along the way. Now that he was feeling more relaxed, he had time to study these celestial phenomena more carefully and even found them quite miraculous. These celestial phenomena might be the manifestation of the universe's original form and might. Many radiated extremely dangerous auras, while some of them were deep and unfathomable. Just like the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, though they looked tranquil and calm on the outside, one would only know of the dangers lurking inside after entering them. The 3,000 worlds didn't have any celestial phenomena, possibly because of all the activities of human cultivators causing them to fade away. Wait. The 3,000 worlds does have some. Yang Kai suddenly recalled rumors about some strange forbidden zones in several great territories. Those forbidden zones were filled with dangers, and they were very difficult for ordinary cultivators to even approach. Those so-called forbidden zones might be remnants of ancient celestial phenomena. They weren't complete anymore and only retained a portion of their mysteries and might. As time passed, coupled with repeated explorations by cultivators, those forbidden zones would also gradually disappear into the annals of history. Suppose one could explore the mysteries of these celestial phenomena. Maybe one could use the opportunity to gain insight into the true meaning of the power of the heavens and earth. That thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he flew past different celestial phenomena. Year after year, his dull voyage continued in solitude. The void was incredibly vast and it contained all sorts of wonders, but he wasn't anxious because he knew it was no use being anxious. Along the way, Yang Kai left hidden marks inside some dead universe worlds, making it easier for him to find his way back to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, on a particular day when he used the universe transference law, Yang Kai finally sensed a universe array in a particular direction. The distance was still quite far away and the connection he felt was exceptionally weak, but if he exerted all his efforts to get there, he could probably arrive within half a year. Yang Kai was elated. All his efforts had paid off as he finally discovered something and hurriedly moved in that direction. A few days later, he used the universe transference law to determine his position. Another few days later, it was still the same. 1 month later, after Yang Kai used the universe transference law again, he frowned. Over this 1 month's time, he had used the universe transference law 5 times, and although he could establish a connection with the faraway target, there was something wrong with the situation. He was now rushing there with all his might and had activated the space principles, so his speed was exceptionally fast. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that he could have easily shortened the distance between them in this 1 month's time, and the nearer the distance with the universe array, the stronger the connection he had with it when using the universe transference law. But the reality was that the connection was still very weak. There were only 2 possibilities that could cause such a situation. One was that the universe array he was connecting with was also continuously moving forward and was keeping a constant distance from Yang Kai. However, a purifying black ink battleship's speed was incomparable to Yang Kai's, so even if it was somehow moving in exactly the same direction as him, the distance would still have been greatly shortened. Which meant it could only be the second possibility. The universe array he had set up in this purifying battleship was damaged. Yang Kai had arranged the universe arrays in the very heart of the purifying ink battleships, along with the storage room for purifying light, and after all the great passes had obtained their purifying black ink battleships, they specifically reinforced the defenses around the universe array to the point that it could be said that it would not be damaged unless the purifying black ink battleship was completely crippled. But now, the universe array on this unidentified purifying black ink battleship was actually damaged, so what about the purifying black ink battleship itself? Did they encounter some kind of battle? Were there still survivors there? Yang Kai was so anxious that he pushed his speed even harder. 2 months later, Yang Kai estimated it was about the distance that he could transmit with his now 8th order open heaven realm cultivation and strong physique. Also, it wouldn't be too risky to teleport at this point, so he used the universe transference law, wanting to use the universe array and directly transport himself onto that purifying black ink battleship. However, when the patterns of a grand array lit up under his feet, there was no sign of transmittance. With a deep frown on his face, Yang Kai discarded this plan and continued to move forward under his own power. It seemed that the universe array he had sensed was indeed damaged to the point that it was no longer functional. Along his way, Yang Kai kept his vigilance up, guarding against the possibility that there might be enemies lurking nearby. Another 2 months passed when Yang Kai suddenly looked up and could vaguely make out a lofty shadow standing tall inside the void. It was a great pass. Even though it was still quite far away and the visibility inside the void wasn't too good, he could still make out an outline of a huge great pass. Yang Kai's mind suddenly shook as his figure dashed forward. However, as the distance shortened, Yang Kai's heart also gradually sank. It was indeed a great pass, but it was a destroyed one. The originally majestic-looking Great Pass was now in ruins with large holes broken in its thick walls. Outside the Great Pass were scattered corpses of soldiers from both races and fragments of broken human warships. Yang Kai's figure gradually slowed down as he passed through the mountain of corpses and blood, feeling suffocated. He didn't know what kind of battle this Great Pass had encountered, but judging from the gruesome scene before him, it was one filled with brutal bloodshed. Chapter 5435 Destroyed Azure Void Pass. Outside the destroyed Great Pass, Yang Kai forced down his anxiety and released his divine sense like a flood, wanting to find any trace of vitality that might still be around. However, it was clear that this battle ended many years ago, so if there were any survivors, how could they still be here? Moreover, he couldn't sense any signs of vitality. Crossing the battlefield that looked like a hell's cape, Yang Kai arrived above the Great Pass and looked down. What he saw was the ruined interior of the Great Pass with corpses scattered everywhere. Yang Kai's face fell. Although he didn't know what kind of battle the humans of this Great Pass had gone through, he could guess just by looking at the scene before him. The Black Ink Clan army broke through this Great Pass defenses and swarmed inside, engaging in a battle to the death with the human soldiers. Soon he saw a purifying black ink battleship that was broken in two and sensed the weak connection coming from the universe array inside of it. It was this particular universe array that had led him over here. Which Great Pass is this? Yang Kai couldn't figure this out from just a cursory examination, so he continued his search and soon came to the inner sanctum. The inner sanctum of every Great Pass, specifically the central square, could be said to be a human army's drill ground. Now that he looked at this place, he could see obvious traces that were left behind from the battle, as there were numerous Black Ink Clan corpses littered around the area. Those dead Black Ink Clan soldiers were piled up layer by layer and almost covered the entire central square. And in the center of all those dead Black Ink Clan soldiers was an empty space where a figure was quietly sitting cross-legged with both eyes wide open and a peaceful expression. At that moment, Yang Kai felt like his heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. He slowly walked forward, cleaning out a path among the piles of corpses before arriving before the figure. The two pairs of eyes met each other, and Yang Kai felt a deep sense of sorrow fill his heart. He now knew which Great Pass this was. Azure Void Pass. Although each Great Pass had similar layouts, Yang Kai had visited Azure Void Pass many times and was quite familiar with this place. It was because Azure Void Pass was a complete mess after the Great Battle that Yang Kai couldn't immediately recognize it. However, he did recognize the peaceful-looking fallen cultivator sitting cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard. It was the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor of Azure Void Pass. He was the one who gave Yang Kai a piece of beef all those centuries ago. That beef was cooked into soup and allowed Su Ling Gong to gain a burst of enlightenment and break through to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm. The old ancestor of Azure Void Pass had died in battle here. Even in the last moments of his life, he still didn't give up on the Great Pass he protected. Thinking of that, Yang Kai felt his vision becoming a little blurry. Beside the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass was the ox monster, which was missing one of its horns that the old ancestor had kept for numerous years. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had her eyes on this ox monster for a long while but never succeeded in getting it. At this moment, the ox monster was in the same situation as Azure Void Pass old ancestor. Its body was covered in wounds while its other horn was broken as well. Even its tail was nowhere to be seen. The ox monster quietly lay beside Azure Void Pass old ancestor with its head lowered. Yang Kai blinked a few times to dispel the blurriness in his vision. Then, he faced the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass and bowed with a solemn expression. I vow to live and die together with the Great Pass. That was the oath that every soldier in every Great Passes swore. Azure Void Pass old ancestor had fulfilled that oath. Every soldier in Azure Void Pass had done so. For numerous years, countless human soldiers died on the Black Ink battlefield to protect the 3,000 worlds, and the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors weren't an exception. No matter their cultivation or status, these humans who died fighting the Black Ink clan were all honorable warriors. Their corpses shouldn't be left out in the void to rot. Since Yang Kai wasn't able to join this battle and had coincidentally arrived here, it wouldn't be a problem for him to help gather these corpses. When he rose to his feet, he suddenly saw the ox monster beside Azure Void Pass old ancestor raising its head and saying, "Take the old ancestor's corpse. If you encounter another Supreme Master, it can help you defend yourself against the enemy." Yang Kai was elated. "Senior Ox, are you still alive?" However, the ox monster didn't answer his question but continued, "There's no need to hesitate. This is also the old ancestor's last wish before he died. If his corpse could be used to kill a few more enemies, he would surely feel happy in the afterlife." After that, the ox monster again closed his eyes and silently laid its head down. Yang Kai's expression darkened. It seemed like the ox monster had already died as well. The reason it was able to speak might be due to the effect of some secret technique. If the being that came here was human, the ox monster would speak and tell that person to store away the old ancestor's corpse, but if it were a Black Ink clansman, things might not be that simple. Since the old ancestor's corpse could also be used as a weapon still, it must be because the old ancestor had left some kind of last will behind before his death. This final will probably held extraordinary power, and it was after hearing this that Yang Kai suddenly realized why the corpse of Azure Void Pass old ancestor was able to remain undisturbed here. The only enemy who could face an old ancestor was a royal lord, and Yang Kai could see that the injuries on the old ancestor's body were not left by just one royal lord. Just by looking at those injuries, Yang Kai could distinguish the auras left by 3 royal lords. In other words, before Azure Void Pass old ancestor died, he had fought at least 3 royal lords but was unable to defeat them and died. As for why the 3 royal lords didn't choose to destroy the old ancestor's body and simply left it here, they must have seen that Azure Void Pass old ancestor left behind that last will and were afraid to do anything, lest they encounter an accident. If it hadn't been for that, Azure Void Pass old ancestor's body would have already been destroyed. Considering all this, Yang Kai felt his heart clench. If the royal lords noticed this, how could they not leave some people behind to monitor the situation to avoid any surviving human soldiers from approaching this place? Just as he was thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked up. What he saw were 3 figures suddenly appearing from inside Azure Void Pass, each with a majestic aura. They were territory lords. The Black Ink clan had indeed left guards behind. A royal lord couldn't wait here for such a reason, but a few territory lords could be spared for such a duty. If 3 territory lords worked together, they could deal with most situations. Among those 3 territory lords, one of them had a seductive figure and a flirtatious expression, which reminded Yang Kai of the Charmed Demon clan. There was also a tall and strong territory lord that looked more than 3 times taller than the seductive territory lord. 2 fangs were poking out from both sides of his lips and curved upwards, making him look hideous like he was a crazy wild boar. The third one looked more normal and had many human traits, with the only difference being that his limbs resembled talons that were shining with cold light. This territory lord also had a pair of wings. It was unknown where they were hiding because Yang Kai didn't even sense the slightest trace of their auras before now. The 3 territory lords weren't in a hurry to appear, seeming to be not worried that Yang Kai would escape. The seductive territory lord spoke up first. When the sirs asked us to stay here in case any humans decide to come back, I first thought they were being too careful, but now it seems that there are indeed some humans that are seeking death. The fang-toothed territory lord snorted lightly. We've waited here for 200 years. I think my body is about to become moldy. Human, you're unlucky today. On the other hand, the Talon territory lord frowned while warning, don't be careless. This human is an 8th order master, so he might not be easy to deal with. After letting out a snort, the fang-toothed territory lord retorted, so what if he's an 8th order human? It's not like we haven't killed any of them. Let me kill him while you 2 stand guard. Saying so, the fang-toothed territory lord charged at Yang Kai. Because he had a burly and bulky body, his actions seemed clumsy, but in fact he was moving very fast, and his huge frame fell like a meteor, quickly approaching Yang Kai. The terrifying aura of a territory lord burst forth, causing the broken walls in the great pass to begin to creak. Meanwhile, the Talon territory lord fixed his eyes on Yang Kai, and even his eyes reflected the latter's figure. He was the fastest among these 3 territory lords, so he needed to be vigilant in case Yang Kai decided to activate whatever final seal was left on the 9th Order Master's corpse. Although they didn't know what this seal was or what it was for, the royal lords had specifically told them it was definitely something the 3 of them couldn't resist. Even they, as royal lords, might not be able to resist the power which was hidden inside that seal. Even after death, a 9th Order Master still couldn't be underestimated because the secret techniques those humans practiced often had unimaginable power. If Yang Kai really did exhibit any intentions of touching that corpse, the Talon territory lord had to stop him immediately. While watching Yang Kai's every action carefully, the Talon territory lord tried to think in Yang Kai's shoes and predict his next move. Just like he had said, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't so easy to deal with. The territory lords had indeed killed many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, but the territory lords had suffered huge losses as well. The number of fallen territory lords in that battle was 2 to 3 times higher than that of the enemy. Even he himself had been severely injured by a near-dead 8th Order Open Master. Though several hundred years had passed since that battle, he could still feel slight pain coming from his injuries whenever he thought about that scene. In this situation, this 8th-order human only had two possibilities for survival. One was activating the seal on the 9th-order old ancestor's corpse, while the other was to flee immediately. No matter how strong an 8th-order master was, when faced with 3 territory lords, the only possible ending was death. What shocked the Talon territory lord was that the somewhat excessively young-looking 8th-order master didn't reveal the slightest bit of panic since they appeared. Instead, this human kept a saddened expression, which was naturally because of the death of his people and the destroyed Great Pass. Under that veil of sadness, however, was endless murderous intent. This human clearly had no intention of activating the seal on the corpse. The Talon territory lord felt his heart sink and hurriedly warned the others, "Be careful." Right after he said that, he saw the 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master lunging at his fellow territory lord with a vicious expression. The human was so fast that he left a blurred afterimage behind him, making it look like there were countless clones of him charging forward to kill. The Talon territory lord felt his pupils shirk. This speed, it's too fast for me to interfere. When the big and small figures clashed, the sound of bones breaking rang out, but the expected scenario of the small human being sent flying away did not appear. Instead, the figure being sent flying was the tall and strong fang-toothed territory lord. His chest had caved in, and his expression looked shocked, as if he couldn't believe that he was not a match for his enemy in a head-on confrontation. However, as the territory lord was sent flying, he still viciously punched his opponent. Yang Kai wasn't able to dodge that attack, or more precisely, he didn't intend to dodge, simply lifting his arm to guard himself. At the same moment, his other hand made a grabbing motion towards the void and the azure dragon spear appeared. With a flourish of the spear, numerous Tao strengths manifested, creating a kind of unstoppable torrent. Following that, the long spear pierced out. A soft, muffled sound came out, causing the Talon territory lord's pupils to shrink to the size of needles as he felt the entire world suddenly freeze. Chapter 54-36, Continuous Killings. At that moment, the fang-toothed territory lord that was sent flying out finally fell onto a ramshackle house, smashing the already toppling building to the ground. Drip. Drip. Fresh blood dripped down and splashed onto the ground, creating a beautiful blood flower. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Above Azure Void Pass's central square, Yang Kai held his spear with one arm, and on the spear was a curvaceous body. The spear had penetrated that figure, and black fresh blood was dripping from it. While the different Tao strengths intertwined, they created a strange balance above the figure pierced with the spear. However, the owner of the figure could feel that the balance was very weak and could be broken with just a slight change. Once the balance was broken, those Tao strengths would suddenly explode, and what awaited her would be her death. On the Azure Dragon spear, the seductive territory lord looked at Yang Kai with a conflicted expression. Her eyes were wet, making her look pitiful, but she felt more disbelief than anything. It was as if she didn't expect that she, a territory lord, couldn't even stand a single spear thrust from her opponent. Her figure was smaller than the fang-toothed territory lord, so when the fang-toothed territory lord was charging forward, she used a secret technique to follow behind him and silently approach her enemy. These 3 territory lords never thought to look down on an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, a lesson they learned from fighting the humans on the battlefield outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction and in various places throughout the vast void. So, at that moment, though it looked like only the fang-toothed territory lord was attacking, it was actually a joint attack from all 3 territory lords. The seductive territory lord concealed herself behind her companion, while the Talon territory lord intimidated the enemy with his sharp aura, distracting his attention with his focused divine sense. This wasn't the first time these 3 territory lords worked together. Back when they attacked Azure Void Pass, they used such techniques to kill several 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was why the Royal Lord had specifically left them here, because they were strong enough to deal with any dangers that might arise. By coordinating with each other, these 3 hadn't made any mistakes and could be said to be unbeatable. However, they had encountered an anomaly this time. The fang-toothed territory lord was sent flying after a head-on clash, followed by the seductive territory lord being run through by a spear. Meanwhile, the Talon territory lord's pupils just shrank as he didn't dare to make a move. He could detect that the opponent still had an explosive force that had yet to be unleashed condensed inside that spear, so if he moved rashly, the seductive territory lord would immediately die. Although they were shocked at how powerful this 8th Order human was, they had actually won. The seductive territory lord indeed looked quite pitiful at this moment as Yang Kai's spear was piercing her, but her efforts and sacrifices weren't in vain as her jade hand had pierced into Yang Kai's chest and grabbed his heart. She could feel the strong beating of his heart inside his chest in the palm of her hand. Just by tightening her grip, she would be able to crush this human's heart and kill him. However, she didn't do that. Instead, she silently looked into Yang Kai's eyes and suddenly smiled. "You're very strong. Such a strong 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I don't feel like killing him anymore." Black ink strength filled the air and flowed into Yang Kai's body. In an instant, the outside of Yang Kai's body was surrounded by black ink strength. She was going to corrupt this strong opponent with black ink strength and make him her black ink disciple. Though she was by no means weak, if she had such a strong black ink disciple protecting her, her strength would more than double. On the other hand, Yang Kai stayed put as if he were afraid of something. The black ink strength soon enveloped him and even his eyes turned black. Success. The Talon territory lord, who was feeling nervous all this while, relaxed his breath as he was also reluctant to see his companion dying here. Now that the black ink strength had corrupted their enemy, their side would gain a strong helper, which was undoubtedly the best outcome of this situation. "Put me down," the seductive territory lord ordered gently as if she were sweet-talking her lover. "Yes," Yang Kai responded. At that moment, the seductive territory lord suddenly felt something wasn't right and immediately roared before trying to tighten her grip on Yang Kai's heart. But before she could crush her opponent's heart, she felt a mysterious strength suddenly erupt from inside her body. Right then, numerous Tao strengths ran rampant, rapidly expanding the seductive territory lord's curvaceous body into a ball before exploding it. Black blood fell like rain and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. The seductive territory lord's body exploded into a pretty-looking blood flower. That sudden turn of events shocked the Talon territory lord so much that he turned pale. It was then that he realized that his enemy wasn't afraid of being corrupted by black ink strength. At that point, Yang Kai had stealthily appeared by his side, and with a sweep of his spear, it transformed into a huge shadow that slashed down at his head. With a roar, the Talon territory lord channeled his black ink strength into his claws and wings, instantly turning them into weapons as he battled with Yang Kai. Fresh blood flew everywhere from both Yang Kai and the Talon territory lord. The battle looked even from the outside, but the Talon territory lord felt his blood run cold. After their initial clash, he knew he wasn't a match for his opponent, and the only reason this 8th Order human was being wounded was because he completely gave up defending himself to kill him faster. In just 3 breaths of time, the two figures separated. While panting heavily, the Talon territory lord had a shocked expression on his face while sporting hundreds of injuries of all sizes all over his body, leaving almost no place unscarred. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all though, but these injuries all contained some strange power that affected his ability to use his black ink strength, which made him continuously grow weaker. At that moment, an angry roar sounded, and a huge figure charged over from the side and instantly appeared behind Yang Kai before spreading his arms wide and closing them while approaching Yang Kai. It was the fang-toothed territory lord who had finally regained consciousness and came to help. He was still a little confused as to why one of his companions wound up severely injured while the other died during the short moment he was knocked away. All he knew was that he and his companions had greatly underestimated this human 8th Order master. Just as he was about to slap his hands and crush his enemy, the fang-toothed territory lord suddenly felt a strange power surging in the air and surprisingly found that no matter how he tried to bring his palms together, he couldn't shorten the distance between them. At this instant, the space between his palms seemed to be infinitely stretching. This scene shocked him even more. While he was distracted, the 8th Order master had already disappeared, and a grunt and roar came from the other side. Raising his head to look over, the fang-toothed territory lord felt his heart jump as he watched his Talon companion being madly beaten up by the 8th Order master like a sandbag. The space over there seemed warped, distorted beyond recognition, causing the two figures on the other side to appear occasionally elongated or shortened like they were reflections in a broken mirror. Black blood spewed everywhere, and the Talon territory lord seemed to be unable to resist the relentless thrusts of Yang Kai's spear. Many principles and Tao strengths were being activated by Yang Kai and turned into killing power. Noticing the situation, the fang-toothed territory lord howled madly before dashing over to help his companion. They came here as a trio, but now one of them was dead. If another one of them fell, they might be completely wiped out. Having never encountered such a terrifying foe before, the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord thought that all the other 8th Order Masters they had previously killed were simply incomparable to the one before him. Despite the fact that his aura wasn't stronger than any of the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, this human had control over some various kinds of strengths that were exceptionally difficult to deal with. They had seen such strengths used by other human masters, but those humans would only be proficient in 1 to 2 of them, so they weren't so difficult to counter. There had never been a human who could wield so many different kinds of Dao strengths. These strengths weren't much on their own, but when they all intertwined in one place, they seemed to produce unpredictable effects. After madly running halfway to help his companion, the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord suddenly stopped and immediately turned around before charging out of Azure Void Pass's broken walls and into the void's depths. This couldn't be helped as he saw the Talon Territory Lord's head blown to pieces by Yang Kai before he could even arrive to offer assistance. In just 30 breaths of time, even with 3 Territory Lords working together, 2 of them had been killed, leaving only 1 alive. Would he be able to keep his life if he stayed there? Before the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord could escape Azure Void Pass though, he suddenly stopped and looked up with a heavy expression. Standing tall above the crumbling walls was a figure with a long spear that was pointing down at him as black blood dripped from his hand. That figure was glaring at the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord with cold eyes. That figure was the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was supposed to be behind him. The Fang-Toothed Territory Lord felt a truly bitter taste in his mouth. However, he soon composed himself because after killing both his companions, this human must have also suffered severe injuries. The most obvious sign of that was the human's aura, which felt wavered between strong and weak, clearly indicating the other party was not in top form anymore. I might be able to defeat him. I can't let him intimidate me with his aura alone after he killed 2 Territory Lords. If I don't fight, I might really die here. I can kill him. I must kill him. The Fang-Toothed Territory Lord roared as black ink strength poured out of him like a tsunami, making his figure become even bulkier. With determined eyes, his aura flared to the point that it felt like he could kill the enemy with 1 punch, even if the one standing before him was a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Then he charged at Yang Kai. Following that, the 2 figures entangled together, their fight drifting from Azure Void Pass out into the void. Attacks were exchanged back and forth as the 2 were locked in an intense battle. At that moment, the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord was indeed very happy. He discovered that, just like what he had expected, this 8th Order human strength really had fallen after killing his 2 companions. Even though the enemy was still very strong, this human couldn't kill him with his current strength. Sensing this, the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord immediately changed tactics. Since the opponent seemed to be fighting with all his might, wanting to end this battle as quickly as possible, he would focus on defense instead. He then decided that he would drag this battle out until the human couldn't hold on any longer. An hour, 6 hours, half a day later. The battle was still as intense as ever, but the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord didn't feel as relaxed as before, and his expression was gradually becoming heavy. As the battle gradually became disadvantageous for him, he was able to discover the root of the problem as well. The strength that this human 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was exerting was slowly increasing. In other words, the human was slowly becoming stronger. This human? What's wrong with him? The Fang-Toothed Territory Lord could never have expected that the opponent before him had only just broken through to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm recently and was considered newly advanced. Yang Kai had spent quite some time cultivating inside the Great Sea, so his foundation was extremely stable and his heritage wasn't distinguishable from veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so the thought that he had only just reached this realm was hard to imagine. Chapter 5437, Azure Void Remnants. Under normal circumstances, there were 2 criteria for determining if an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a veteran or newly promoted. One of them was that the heritage of that person's small universe had achieved a certain threshold. Under normal circumstances, even 2,000 years after a cultivator advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, they could still not be counted as a veteran. 2,000 years was basically just sufficient for an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to stabilize their foundation and be able to freely exert their strength. The second criterion was one's experience in battling and killing enemies. No matter how strong one's heritage was, if they didn't have any battle experience, they would be restricted in battle and wouldn't be able to bring out their full strength. Among all the human 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield, there were only a few newly advanced 8th Order Masters, while the rest were veterans. After they had advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, they continued cultivating while simultaneously battling the Black Ink clan, slowly training themselves to master and enhance their strength. Therefore, situations like being unable to bring out their complete strength essentially never occurred. However, Yang Kai was an exception. He had a breakthrough to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm inside the temporal rivers of the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon and then cultivated there for 2,000 years before exiting. After Yang Kai left the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, he battled the sheep-headed Royal Lord and even decapitated him, but during that fight, he had constantly been going all out in a desperate struggle as there was a huge difference between his and the Royal Lord's true strength, even using 4 soul-rending thorns, causing himself to become delirious due to his injured soul. In the end, he didn't even know how he killed the Royal Lord as he was already holding onto his head when he came to his senses. This time it was different. With his current strength, a territory lord wasn't too strong nor too weak, but rather just right for him to use as a polishing stone. After he killed 2 territory lords one after the other, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to end the 3rd territory lord's life. Instead, he wanted to borrow this territory lord's strength to hone and familiarize himself with his newfound strength. The many Grand Dao strengths he had refined inside the Great Sea especially were unfamiliar to him. If he could hone them during an intense battle, Yang Kai could gain better control over them and would be able to use them more effectively. That was why the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord felt that the Yang Kai strength was growing. Yang Kai now controlled so many Dao strengths that he wasn't able to skillfully wield them. He desperately needed an opponent to battle against. Therefore he chose to quickly kill 2 territory lords, even if it meant getting hurt in the process. Another half a day later, the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord felt despair because this battle, which started with them being on par with each other, then turned against him slightly, was now approaching the point where he was completely overwhelmed. His heart was filled with bitterness. The battle had now made a complete turnaround. Yang Kai's attacks were calm and unhurried as he was still honing his strength, while on the other hand, the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord was fighting back desperately as he knew that the longer the battle continued, the stronger his opponent would become. Once this human had reached a certain limit, he would die. But in battle, sometimes fighting with everything one had simply wasn't enough. Another half a day passed, and the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord's aura had already weakened beyond recognition. His body was covered in every kind of wound imaginable, and his black ink strength was leaking out from all those injuries. If this went on for much longer, there was a high likelihood that his strength would regress from that of a territory lord to a feudal lord. At this moment he felt envious of his 2 companions because at least their deaths were swift. Meanwhile he was like a piece of meat being slowly shaved by a dull knife, a torturous process for both his body and mind. Knowing that he was destined to die today, the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord made a decision and completely gave up on defending before brazenly charging towards Yang Kai in a final, desperate struggle. After a dozen breaths, a long spear pierced into his eye socket, and numerous Dao strengths surged into his brain, grinding it into a paste. His originally fierce-looking expression gradually turned peaceful, feeling a sense of relief as the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Yang Kai withdrew his spear and frowned slightly because he was quite dissatisfied with his current strength. He didn't consider the battle with the sheep-headed Royal Lord because he had completely lost consciousness during that fight, relying almost solely on his instincts to kill the enemy. After the battle with these 3 territory lords, he discovered his shortcomings. Back when he was a 7th Order Master, he could crush those in the same realm without any difficulty. No matter how strong a feudal lord was, they were no better than children before him and had no chance of fighting back. But now that he had advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, his situation couldn't compare to the glory he had when in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. During this battle, Yang Kai had paid quite a large price to kill the seductive Territory Lord and Talon Territory Lord. It was even so for the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord he killed last. Although he had intended to use this Territory Lord to hone his strength, the time he took to finish the latter off was less than satisfactory. According to the intelligence he obtained during the previous crusade, these 3 Territory Lords were considered innate Territory Lords, ones who were spawned directly from a high-rank Black Ink nest. Therefore, they were stronger than those Black Ink clansmen who advanced to become Territory Lords through their own cultivation. Innate Territory Lords were already the strongest among all Territory Lords. In other words, Yang Kai might still be invincible among his peers, but was far from being able to crush those in his realm. But after giving it another thought, Yang Kai understood that he had only been in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm for 2,000 years, so the heritage in his small universe hadn't reached anywhere near its maximum yet. Once he reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, it wouldn't be a problem to crush his peers. On the other hand, he also discovered the biggest problem he was having now. He had too many Tao strengths under his control. To escape from the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, he had no choice but to absorb those undercurrents, which increased his attainment in many different grand Taos. It seemed now that he had absorbed and refined too many undercurrents, so his foundation, which comprised of all the different grand Taos, was just too broad. With the ability to wield so many Tao strengths, it meant he had more means of dealing with different enemies, which was a good thing. However, Yang Kai was finding it difficult to integrate all these varied Tao strengths into a coherent force. While he had comprehension of many Tao strengths, he did not know how to harmonize them to enhance his power and could only clumsily smash them all together at the moment. Also, he had a vague feeling that if he could properly gather all these Tao strengths into one, the power he could exert would definitely experience an earth-shattering change. In his current situation, he could only think about these things because, among the variety of Tao strengths, he did have attainments in some of them, but none were comparable to his mastery of the Tao of space, Tao of time, and Spear Tao. How could he gather all these Tao strengths into one when he hadn't even comprehended the true mysteries behind them? Even with just the Tao of space and Tao of time, which he had focused on cultivating over many centuries, Yang Kai still hadn't managed to achieve a perfect fusion. Shaking his head to clear out such distracting thoughts, Yang Kai turned to look into the distance and stared for a moment before shouting, "Come out!" From the cover of the messy battlefield, a few figures slowly emerged from the shadows. Each of them looked at Yang Kai with shocked expressions on their faces. They had watched the battle just now, and the scene where an innate territory lord was slowly being tortured to death was quite an eye-opener for them. Great evolutions. Yang Kai greets fellow martial brothers and sisters. Yang Kai bowed. He had already discovered that people were spying on him while he was battling the Fang-toothed territory lord and could feel that they weren't very strong, nor were there many of them. Clearly, they had been attracted here by the fallout from the battle. Since these visitors kept themselves hidden nearby and showed no intention of coming out, Yang Kai couldn't tell whether they were friends or foes. It was not until this moment that he was certain that these observers were humans. Its senior brother Yang, one of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, was elated after hearing Yang Kai announce his identity. They were originally worried that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that killed those Black Ink territory lords might be corrupted by Black Ink strength, which was the reason why they didn't show themselves even after Yang Kai had killed the Fang-toothed territory lord. But upon learning his identity, those worries disappeared. This couldn't be helped, because every human soldier in every great pass knew Yang Kai's name. He was the one who brought them purifying light, so it was well known he wasn't afraid of being invaded by Black Ink strength. All those below the 9th Order had the possibility of being corrupted by Black Ink strength, but Yang Kai was an exception. Meanwhile, the others also revealed happy expressions as they hurriedly approached Yang Kai. When they saw Yang Kai's face, they could finally determine his identity. Yang Kai also thought these people looked quite familiar, and after taking a closer look he stated hesitantly, "You're the senior brother who was always on guard duty at the space array." Having visited Azure Void Pass several times, Yang Kai naturally recognized the 7th Order Masters that guarded the Great Pass hyperspace array, and he was sure that this person before him was one of them. That 7th Order Master seemed like he was about to cry from joy and choked out, "Sun Mao greets senior brother Yang." Then Yang Kai swept his gaze over the others and his face fell. "Are you all that remains of the Azure Void Army?" Sun Mao composed himself before answering, "There are a few other fellow brothers and sisters, but they are currently in hiding. We came here because we sensed there was a battle happening and wanted to investigate." "How many of you are there?" Yang Kai asked. Sun Mao replied in an astringent voice, "Less than 1,000. Feeling his face twitching slightly, Yang Kai felt as if his heart was being torn out. Azure Void Pass should have had 30,000 human masters stationed here, about the same as Blue Sky Pass back then. After the attack on the Royal City in the Azure Void Theater, they undoubtedly suffered some casualties, but there should have still been more than 20,000 troops here during the Second Crusade. Less than 1,000 of the original 20,000 survived, while even the old ancestor died in battle. It was nothing less than tragic. "Senior brother Yang, are there still any Black Ink clansmen in the inner sanctum?" Sun Mao asked. Yang Kai shook his head, "I didn't make a thorough check, but there shouldn't be any left. Since the 3 territory lords hidden here had been killed, Any remaining Black Ink clansman would have appeared by now, even if it was just to try to flee. Hearing that, Sun Mao felt relieved. If that's the case, then Division Commander Huang and the others can be saved. Yang Kai frowned. Why did you say that? Sun Mao explained. Division Commander Huang and some fellow brothers and sisters were invaded by Black Ink strength. Since we ran out of purifying Black Ink pills and didn't have access to any purifying light, they were unable to eliminate that Black Ink strength. Previously, Division Commander Hai led some troops here, intending to recover the purifying Black Ink battleship. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any news from them since they left, so we assumed they ran into trouble. Quite a number of the remaining soldiers gathered here had been stained by Black Ink strength and had been suppressing the Black Ink strength inside their bodies over the years using various methods, but every once in a while, one of them could not hold on any longer and would have to commit suicide. The battle 200 years ago not only destroyed Azure Void Pass, but also cut off the human supply lines. Even the purifying Black Ink pills and evil purging divine spears were all used up by now. Although there were still alchemists among their ranks, it was impossible for them to refine spirit pills without any spirit herbs or materials. Division Commander Huang Xiong was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so even if he was invaded by Black Ink strength, he could still hold on for a time, but if too long passed he would also find it difficult to cope. Now, the only thing that could save them was the purifying Black Ink battleship that lay in the inner sanctum. Purifying light might still be sealed inside the battleship, so the only way they could survive was to extract it from the Great Pass. Chapter 5438 Huang Xiong. When the purifying Black Ink pill was first introduced, Yang Kai did some experiments with the alchemy great grandmasters of Blue Sky Pass. That pill could indeed allow one to resist Black Ink strength and eliminate it from their small universe, but only if one had not completely become a Black Ink disciple. The stronger the cultivator was influenced by Black Ink strength, the more limited the effect of the purifying Black Ink pill. Whenever a human was invaded by Black Ink strength, they would choose the most appropriate method to resolve the crisis. Before a big battle, the human soldiers would take a purifying Black Ink pill, and only if they were unlucky enough to be stained by Black Ink strength after the pill's effects wore off would they resort to using purifying light. After Azure Void Pass fell, about 1,000 soldiers were left from the original complement of 20,000 troops, and among those 1,000 soldiers, many had been invaded by Black Ink strength. Therefore, the purifying Black Ink battleship here was their only hope. That was why Division Commander Hai Xing led some soldiers here to try to recover the battleship, but there had been no news since they left, so Sun Mao and the others presumed that they had encountered a strong enemy and ultimately ended up dead. From this, they also surmised that there were strong enemies still occupying Azure Void Pass, which was why they were hesitant to come here all these years. Yesterday they felt the fallout from a great battle coming from the direction of Azure Void Pass, so Sun Mao and the others risked their lives to come over and investigate, only to personally witness Yang Kai killing the Fangtoothed Territory Lord. Where are Division Commander Huang and the others hiding? Quickly bring me. Yang Kai wanted to ask them to lead him there and let him help dispel the Black Ink strength from their bodies until he suddenly remembered that he couldn't do that anymore. They needed purifying light to dispel Black Ink strength, but to create purifying light, Yang Kai needed yellow and blue crystals. However, he had consumed all the yellow and blue crystals he had left during his 4,000 years cultivating inside the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling frustrated. If he had known this would happen, he would have saved some of the yellow and blue crystals, but then he thought about when he was cultivating in the Temporal River. He could feel his strength increasing steadily, so how could he be willing to stop before he was forced to? He might still be cultivating inside the Temporal River if he had more resources. Such an opportunity was simply too rare to come by. Please invite Division Commander Huang and the others over. I'll sweep Azure Void Pass to see if there are any more Black Ink clansmen in hiding, Yang Kai instructed them. Sun Mao and the others were instantly elated and left in a hurry. After they departed, Yang Kai began inspecting Azure Void Pass again. This time he did a thorough sweep using his divine sense to ensure there were no more Black Ink clansmen inside. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai determined that those 3 territory lords he just killed were the only Black Ink clansmen stationed here. But that wasn't strange. This great pass had already been thoroughly destroyed, so it was impossible that the Black Ink clan would pay much attention to this place. Moreover, 3 territory lords were posted here mainly to prevent any humans from coming over to retrieve Azure Void Pass's old ancestor's corpse. With 3 innate territory lords working together, they could handle most situations when there was no old ancestor. The division commander Hai that Sun Mao mentioned might have fallen at the hands of those 3 territory lords. After finishing his inspection, Yang Kai returned to the central square and bowed again to the old ancestor before carefully storing his corpse and the now hornless ox monster in his small universe. Immediately after that, he came to where the purifying black ink battleship was. This warship was severed in 2, but fortunately the place storing the purifying light and universe array weren't too severely damaged. Otherwise the universe array wouldn't have responded to Yang Kai when he used the universe transference law. The question now was whether the purifying light inside had all leaked out. Technically speaking, purifying light was just another kind of energy. When designing the original purifying black ink battleship, Yang Kai had joined forces with several array masters to create a sealed space that would ensure the purifying light would not leak out. As for getting in and out of that space, they could use a space array. Now that the purifying black ink battleship was heavily damaged, if the formations inside were also affected, even if it were a minor flaw, the purifying light sealed inside would all eventually flow out and dissipate. Yang Kai prayed silently for that not to be the case. Since he no longer had any yellow and blue crystals, he couldn't create more purifying light, so if the purifying black ink battleship no longer had any, Division Commander Huang and the others would fall into a difficult situation. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai checked the space array and found it to be slightly damaged, so he quickly went about repairing it. In less than half a day the space array was fixed, and Yang Kai stood above it before trying to activate it. He felt relieved and lucky that the space array inside of the purifying black ink battleship was intact. Otherwise he didn't know how he was going to get inside. The light of the array flashed, and Yang Kai was instantly transported inside the purifying black ink battleship's main cabin. After giving it a good look, the hope inside him disappeared. The interior of the purifying black ink battleship was clearly damaged, meaning the seal was broken and there was no longer any purifying light. Moreover, there was a Black Ink Clan corpse here. When the Black Ink Clan attacked Azure Void Pass, they must have discovered that the purifying Black Ink battleship looked different from other human warships, so they naturally investigated it. This dead Black Ink clansman must be the one who went inside to probe the situation, instantly falling into this space that was filled with purifying light. Like an ant that fell into a pot of boiling oil, the Black Ink Clan let out a final attack before dying and damaged the arrays from the inside, causing the leakage of purifying light. Gnashing his teeth, Yang Kai teleported back outside. Since the purifying black ink battleship no longer had any purifying light, and he couldn't produce any, purifying black ink pills were their last hope. Now Yang Kai could only hope that the survivors weren't too heavily invaded by black ink strength, or else the purifying black ink pills wouldn't have much effect on them. Since the introduction of the purifying black ink pill, every great pass had been mass refining them and would distribute them to all soldiers before a battle. With a World Tree clone in his small universe and the ability to cast purifying light, Yang Kai naturally did not need purifying black ink pills, so he did not have any on him. However, he was the one who found the remnant recipe for the purifying black ink pill, while it was later completed by the great Grandmaster Alchemists of Blue Sky Pass, so it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to refine them. Moreover, he didn't lack spirit herbs. Back when he was still stationed at Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai had planted large numbers of the herbs necessary to refine purifying black ink pills in the medicine garden in his small universe, leaving his 2 wood spirit helpers to look after them. Over 4,000 years had passed since then for Yang Kai, while time in his small universe flowed several times faster than that, so now there was an abundance of all kinds of spirit herbs, flowers, and fruits in his medicine garden. He had even stockpiled over 1,000 profoundine spirit fruits, which were normally so rare and in demand that there was never any in stock in the various great passes. Understanding what needed to be done, Yang Kai took out an alchemy furnace and got to work. He had essentially abandoned the alchemic Tao after ascending to the open heaven realm, but with his experience in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, his mastery of the alchemic Tao had actually improved greatly. Though he hadn't reached the level of Great Grandmaster or even Grandmaster, purifying black ink pills weren't too difficult to refine, so his current skill was more than sufficient. 1 furnace of purifying black ink pills was soon produced, and Yang Kai immediately started on the next. Before the second batch was finished, Sun Mao and the others had already led the 1,000 or so remnant soldiers over. It had been more than 200 years since they last stepped into Azure Void Pass, so those soldiers who wouldn't even frown in the face of death all had teary eyes. Looking at the inner sanctum and the gruesome battlefield reminded them of the bloody battle they had fought here 200 years ago, causing them to feel quite emotional. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a stout figure and a firm gait. His face was fair and without a beard while his expression looked fierce without appearing angry. However, the man saw Yang Kai was in the middle of refining pills, so he stayed far back to not disturb him. This man had an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and was the only 8th Order master among the bunch. It was obvious he was the division commander named Huang Xiong's son Mao mentioned before. They didn't come forward, so Yang Kai bowed and greeted them first. Great Evolution Army's Yang Kai greets Division Commander Huang and fellow brothers and sisters. Huang Xiong's eyes lit up. Martial nephew, your name has spread far and wide. I only found out today that not only do you have superb combat capabilities, but you also have high attainments in the alchemic Tao. How remarkable. He didn't come forward to disturb Yang Kai just now because he was afraid he might disturb the latter, causing him to fail the refinement of the batch of pills he was currently working on. But when he saw Yang Kai appearing at ease while continuing to refine pills, even greeting them, it showed that he obviously had quite some skill in the Tao of alchemy. Squeezing out a smile, Yang Kai shook his head. Division Commander Huang is too polite. I just finished a furnace of purifying black ink pills. Please distribute them to the others. Although it was a happy thing to reunite with his fellow comrades, the current situation made it hard for Yang Kai to truly smile. He swept his gaze over the 1,000 soldiers before him and found that many of them had been stained by black ink strength. Even Huang Xiong had a faint black ink strength lingering around the surface of his body, and while they were talking, there was even a trace of darkness flashing in the depths of his eyes. That was an obvious sign of being seriously invaded by black ink strength. If left unattended, it was only a matter of time before Huang Xiong would be entirely corrupted. Of course, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen because he would either end his own life or sacrifice part of his small universe before then. Huang Xiong came forward and received the purifying black ink pills that had just been refined before casually tossing them to the soldiers behind him. As for him, he sat cross-legged beside Yang Kai and silently watched him refine pills. A while later, Huang Xiong finally spoke up, inside the purifying black ink battleship. With a slow shake of his head, Yang Kai replied, the Black Ink clan sent someone inside to investigate and they damaged the ceiling arrays. The purifying light has all leaked out. Although Huang Xiong had already guessed this outcome when he first saw Yang Kai, he still sighed heavily after getting confirmation. I shouldn't have let senior brother Hai come over. They lost their lives for nothing. There were already not many masters among the survivors here, and the only surviving 8th Order masters were him and Division Commander Hai. More than 10 years ago, when Division Commander Hai brought some soldiers to Azure Void Pass to salvage the purifying black ink battleship but never returned, Huang Xiong understood that Division Commander Hai must have fallen at the hands of the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stayed silent because he didn't know what to say. Huang Xiong suddenly asked, Martial nephew, did you encounter some kind of opportunity? When did you advance to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm? As far as he knew, Yang Kai was a 7th Order master who had broken through less than 1,000 years ago. But looking at him now, not only did Yang Kai break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, he even managed to kill 3 innate territory lords above Azure Void Pass all on his own. Only the strongest, most veteran 8th Order masters might be capable of such a feat. Although it seemed like Yang Kai suffered some serious injuries in the process, it didn't seem to affect him at all as he was casually refining pills here, which surprised Huang Xiong greatly. Chapter 5439-2. After asking, Huang Xiong realized his question was somewhat rude and intrusive, so he added, if you find it inconvenient to tell me, you can take it as if I never asked. Since this matter was related to a cultivator's personal secrets, it was inappropriate to pry into it. Shaking his head, Yang Kai replied, there's nothing inconvenient about it. I indeed managed to break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm because I met with an opportunity. He then stopped for a moment before continuing, Division Commander Huang, how long has it been since the battle at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction? Huang Xiong looked at him strangely. Though he didn't know why Yang Kai would ask such a question, he still answered honestly, it's been 512 years. 512 years? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. The actual time was somewhat different from his estimations, but the difference wasn't too big. Back at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, the hardest thing to estimate was how long had passed in the outside world, for he had spent some 4,000 years in and out of numerous temporal rivers which all had different ratios for the flow of time. However, he could clearly account for part of that time. He had spent about 100 years searching for temporal rivers to cultivate in, and after deciding to leave, he used up almost 200 years to escape from the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. With that in mind, and with the information from Huang Xiong, it seemed the time he spent cultivating inside the temporal rivers was just about 200 years as well. Though only 200 years had passed in the outside world, Yang Kai actually spent 4,000 years cultivating, which meant that the average rate of time flow inside the temporal rivers was 20 times that of the outside world, which was actually much higher than he expected. After composing himself, Yang Kai used a pill condensing technique to collect the furnace of spirit pills before handing them to Huang Xiong. This time Huang Xiong ate one before passing the rest to the soldiers behind him. With a slightly complicated expression, Yang Kai explained, "Division Commander Huang, while 512 years passed in the outside world, I've actually been cultivating in a certain place for over 4,000 years." Huang Xiong was taken aback. 4,000 years? How is that? Following that, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "A temporal river?" It was obvious that he had heard rumors about temporal rivers in the past. Therefore, if there was any place in this universe that could allow Yang Kai to have such a strange encounter, that was the only possibility. Rumor had it that time flowed faster inside temporal rivers compared to the outside world, allowing one to cultivate inside for 10 or even 100 years while only a single year passed by in the rest of the universe. Many open heaven realm masters had heard these rumors, yet the overwhelming majority had never seen a temporal river for themselves, much less used one. If that were true, it wasn't a surprise that Yang Kai was able to break through to the 8th order open heaven realm so quickly. Yang Kai's aptitude was clearly exceptional as well, seeing how high his strength had risen in just 4,000 years. Nodding, Yang Kai answered, "It was a temporal river. Outside the primordial heaven source restriction, I was targeted by a royal lord. All of the old ancestors and 8th order division commanders had their own enemies to face, so with no other option, I could only try to escape. Originally, my plan was to pass through the late ancient era battlefield and head for the no-return pass to seek help from the Dragon and Phoenix clans to deal with that royal lord, but my plans went astray and I became lost along the way." Even though Huang Xiong was an 8th order open heaven realm master with a calm nature, he couldn't help but want to chuckle after hearing Yang Kai say he actually got lost. When one's strength had reached the 7th order and 8th order open heaven realm, with a universe chart in hand, they could freely roam throughout the vast void without ever getting lost. However, the Black Ink battlefield was too vast, and the region beyond the royal cities was completely uncharted territory, so becoming lost wasn't actually that surprising. It was especially so with Yang Kai's situation, where a royal lord was chasing him, so it made sense that he got flustered and lost his way. Then, Yang Kai began talking about the dense fog celestial phenomenon and how he repeatedly escaped from the grasp of the sheep-headed royal lord before encountering the mysterious Great Sea celestial phenomenon. When Huang Xiong took all of this in, his eyes brightened as an excited expression appeared on his face. Yang Kai could see that the Great Sea celestial phenomenon was a very valuable place, so naturally Huang Xiong could as well. Within the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, many undercurrents hid several kinds of martial domains that evolved from the purest form of Grand Tao essences. Absorbing and refining even one compatible undercurrent could save a cultivator tens, if not hundreds of years of hard cultivation, not to mention the existence of so many temporal rivers. To an open heaven realm master, temporal rivers were a shortcut to a higher martial Tao on a path that wasn't supposed to have any shortcuts. "Where is this Great Sea celestial phenomenon? Can you still find it?" Huang Xiong asked. With a nod, Yang Kai answered, "I've left markers along my way here and arranged a hidden universe array at its outskirts, so finding it again shouldn't be difficult." Huang Xiong was excited. "Great! Such a treasure will surely be helpful to us humans in the future." But after expressing his excitement, his mood immediately turned gloomy. For now, they couldn't head to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, because the human race wasn't in a good situation. What was the result of the battle at the primordial heaven source grand restriction? How was Azure Void Pass destroyed to such an extent? Now that Yang Kai had answered Huang Xiong's questions, he asked some of his own. Back then, Yang Kai was targeted by the sheep-headed royal lord not long after the battle had begun and was forced to escape from the battlefield, so he had no idea what actually happened afterwards. Huang Xiong sighed heavily. "That battle was our human race's loss." Hearing that, Yang Kai felt his heart sink. Actually, he had already guessed this outcome because if the humans had won, Azure Void Pass wouldn't be in such a state. "The Black Ink giant spirit god?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. If there was one variable on the battlefield outside the primordial heaven source restriction, it would be the black ink giant spirit god. Before the battle, Mo, the ancient supreme master, kept trying its best to maintain balance on the battlefield, which was why there were never more royal lords leaving the primordial heaven source grand restriction than there were old ancestors. It was like Mo wasn't interested in defeating the humans, but rather fully intended to maintain the balance between the two sides. In the beginning, no matter whether it was the humans or Tsang, no one could understand Mo's intentions. But when the black ink giant spirit god appeared, everything became clear. The corpses of the black ink clansmen that died in battle had left behind a massive amount of black ink strength, and all of that became a huge help to the black ink giant spirit god. Moreover, the black ink giant spirit god had pried open the primordial heaven source grand restriction from the inside in order to free itself. In fact, if Tsang hadn't fused his body with the restriction to trigger the hidden hand that Mu had left behind, sealing the primordial heaven source grand restriction and forcing Mo into a deep slumber, the primordial heaven source grand restriction might have been torn open then and there and Mo would have been set free. If such a scenario had come to pass, the human race wouldn't have just lost the battle, they would have been wiped out. Fortunately, Mo was rendered unconscious and the primordial heaven source grand restriction was sealed up in the end. The number of royal lords on the field was actually lower than the number of Ninth Order masters. For the territory lords, the Eighth Order masters could deal with them, and for the feudal lords and below, the humans actually held the advantage. However, the humans still lost that battle, so there was only one possible reason, which was that the black ink giant spirit god was just too powerful. When Yang Kai was escaping, he noticed a scene where several old ancestors worked together to suppress the black ink giant spirit god. Otherwise, the sheep-headed royal lord wouldn't have had the time to deal with him. He had only caught a quick glance, but what he saw was that those old ancestors were already stretched to their limit just dealing with the black ink spirit god whose lower half had been cut off by the primordial heaven source grand restriction when it abruptly closed. How strong would a complete black ink giant spirit god be? Huang Xiong nodded gravely. It was the black ink giant spirit gods. If there had been only one, though the humans would still have had a hard battle, we would still have had a chance to emerge victorious. However, another one of those monsters appeared. Yang Kai's pupils contracted. There were two black ink giant spirit gods. Where did it come from? Before the primordial heaven source grand restriction was sealed, there was only one black ink giant spirit god. In fact, it was only half of one since the grand restriction sheared him in two, so where did the second one come from? Could it be that the grand restriction reopened? Contrary to Yang Kai's worries, Huang Xiong slowly explained, I don't know where the second black ink giant spirit god came from either. It just suddenly appeared from behind the army and instantly destroyed a great pass, signaling our defeat. From behind the army? Yang Kai was instantly dumbfounded. Why would there be a black ink giant spirit god that came out from behind the army? Although Mo clearly created the black ink giant spirit god in the image of the true giant spirit god clan, the black ink giant spirit god wasn't much different in terms of strength and ability. If such a behemoth were to launch an ambush from behind the army, it would be impossible for the humans to react in time. Suddenly, Yang Kai thought of something and asked, did the second black ink giant spirit god appear from the direction of the late ancient era battlefield? Huang Xiong nodded, indeed. Yang Kai took a breath, I probably know the origin of the second black ink giant spirit god. Huang Xiong was stunned, you do. He still couldn't figure out how a second black ink giant spirit god appeared. Even the Azure Void Pass old ancestor couldn't deduce anything after hundreds of years of pondering the issue, so how could Yang Kai uncover the truth after just hearing about it? Yang Kai said solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, it came out of the late ancient era battlefield. During the Second Crusade, old ancestor Xiao Xiao and I encountered a true giant spirit god. Along the path Great Evolution Pass traveled to reach the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Yang Kai saw a giant spirit god who was rampaging across the late ancient era battlefield, holding a huge bone club, seemingly fighting a swarm of invisible enemies. At that time, old ancestor Xiao Xiao went to investigate with him, and they were almost accidentally smashed by that giant spirit god. From their observations at the time, the two of them speculated that the giant spirit god had already died in battle. However, it seemed the giant spirit god clan, despite being childlike and innocent, possessed truly indomitable wills that even in death were able to maintain the instinct to fight on. That giant spirit god had probably been rushing across that battlefield for millions of years even after perishing so long ago. Yang Kai was deeply moved at the time, believing that the giant spirit god's obsession was with trying to save its friends and allies rather than killing the enemy, because with the strength of a giant spirit god, while there might be some enemies it could not defeat, there was no enemy it could not escape from. The fact that it died in battle meant it had chosen to remain behind and keep fighting. However, now it seemed his speculations back then were incorrect and that giant spirit god was not at all what he suspected. That giant spirit god was probably also a black ink giant spirit god which was created by Mo a long time ago, possibly even before it was trapped by Tsang and the other martial ancestors in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. When the primordial heaven source grand restriction was open this time, Mo must have used some unknown method to revive that black ink giant spirit god in the late ancient era battlefield and directed it to attack the human army from behind. Although he had not personally witnessed that battle, Yang Kai could still imagine how desperate and helpless the humans must have felt when that second black ink giant spirit god set foot on the battlefield. Originally, the old ancestors had a slight advantage over the royal lords, but the first black ink giant spirit god occupied at least a dozen Ninth Order masters, flipping that advantage on its head. When the second black ink giant spirit god appeared, it was like the black ink clan suddenly received a dozen more royal lords as reinforcements, with no one capable of stopping it. Once that second black ink giant spirit god started rampaging, what could be done to stop it? In such a vast yet almost even battle, even the smallest breakthrough could result in a chain reaction that completely tipped the scales of war, much less the intrusion of a being as powerful as a black ink giant spirit god. Huang Xiong was stunned when he heard this and couldn't help asking, "Are you saying that the second black ink giant spirit god was the one you saw before?" Yang Kai nodded. "Other than that, there is no other possibility." Huang Xiong was speechless as sorrow filled his heart. Chapter 5440 The Road Ahead. After a long while Huang Xiong finally spoke up. "The two black ink giant spirit gods attacked us from both front and back, destroying a few great passes in the opening moments of the battle. The old ancestors had no choice but to order us to retreat from the primordial heaven source grand restriction to preserve our strength. The Black Ink clan naturally didn't just let us go, so their army pursued us under the lead of the royal lords. During the bloody battle in the void, the two races both suffered serious casualties. Meanwhile, the two raging Black Ink giant spirit gods were constantly causing havoc. In such a situation, even the old ancestors weren't able to reverse the declining trend. While they were retreating, the two Black Ink giant spirit gods destroyed several more great passes, and though most of the humans inside those great passes managed to escape in time, there were still a significant number of casualties. The situation had taken a turn for the worst, and even if the human army and the others from all the great passes managed to reorganize themselves, they were still facing annihilation. Therefore, the old ancestors had a rapid discussion and decided that the remaining great passes would split up into several groups and retreat separately. The group to which Azure Void Pass belonged to was particularly unlucky as they were targeted by the Black Ink giant spirit god that came from the late ancient era battlefield. Besides that Black Ink giant spirit god, there were nearly 20 royal lords and large numbers of territory lords and feudal lords within the pursuing Black Ink clan army. If the humans didn't think of a way to escape from the Black Ink giant spirit god, it would be impossible for them to escape using this route. At the critical moment, Azure Void Pass old ancestor split off from the main group in order to lure the Black Ink giant spirit god away. Naturally, the Black Ink clan wouldn't give up on chasing the humans so easily, so the Black Ink clan army surrounded the humans from different sides under the lead of the Black Ink giant spirit god and royal lords. That struggle lasted for nearly 300 years. It was only 200 years ago that Azure Void Pass casualties reached a breaking point where too many 8th Order masters had fallen, making it impossible for them to flee anymore. As such, they made a last stand against the Black Ink clan. The result was clear and required no other explanation. Azure Void Pass was destroyed, and the old ancestor couldn't resist the joint assault of several royal lords and ultimately died in battle. The huge holes on the walls around the Great Pass were made by the huge bone club of the Black Ink giant spirit god. From that moment, Azure Void Pass, which had been guarding the Black Ink battlefield for millions of years, met with total defeat, ending its magnificent history. More than 20,000 soldiers had guarded this place, yet less than 1,000 remained after the nearly 300-year battle. Azure Void Pass could be said to be almost entirely wiped out. Among the less than 1,000 remnant soldiers, many had been stained by Black Ink strength and were constantly at risk of falling. Moreover, because their supplies had been completely used up, most of those corrupted soldiers had to sacrifice themselves just so that they wouldn't become Black Ink disciples and bring more trouble to their fellow survivors. This situation was just like Meng Qi's, the 7th Order Master Yang Kai met when he first arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. Meng Qi was the first Open Heaven Realm Master Yang Kai had met that had the courage to give his life for the human race. Back then, Yang Kai felt greatly touched by this selfless sacrifice. In the 3,000 worlds, 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators were true masters who were only found in the cave heavens and paradises, making them all but invincible and untouchable. However, on the Black Ink battlefield, such a master willingly ended his life without any hesitation in order to protect the secret of the Void Corridor leading to Black Territory. It could be said that the human race was able to endure until today because there were millions of humans like Meng Qi who sacrificed their blood, sweat, and even lives to protect the 3,000 worlds. Such bravery should be respected by all. The remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass didn't leave this place but instead found a dead universe and silently hid inside. For one, they knew they might not be able to survive if they left, and two, Azure Void Pass was taken from their hands so they still wished to take it back, even if their chances were slim at best. Their wait lasted nearly 200 years and finally ended when Yang Kai arrived yesterday. While they were waiting for an opportunity to retake what they had lost, they also looked for a way to solve their troubles of being corrupted by Black Ink strength and tried to salvage a derelict purifying Black Ink battleship. However, after the disappearance of the 8th Order Master named Hai Xing who led that effort, the rest didn't dare to act rashly. If Yang Kai had arrived just half a year later, the remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass would have launched a last-ditch attack under Huang Xiong's lead. Even if they couldn't get Azure Void Pass back, they would rather die with the Great Pass than linger on in disgrace. While they spoke, Huang Xiong's body suddenly expelled a dense cloud of Black Ink strength. It was a sign of the purifying Black Ink pill taking effect. Purifying Black Ink pills were effective as long as a cultivator had not been entirely turned into a Black Ink disciple. The less Black Ink strength in them, the better their situation would be, and the more effective the pill was. Therefore, purifying Black Ink pills were usually taken prophylactically. A short while later, Huang Xiong had dispelled all the Black Ink strength in his body and let out a long sigh of relief. It had been difficult for him to keep suppressing the corruption of the Black Ink strength, but now that problem was completely solved. Yang Kai looked at Huang Xiong and asked, "Division Commander Huang, did you previously sacrifice part of your small universe?" Yang Kai hadn't paid attention to it at first, but he now noticed that Huang Xiong's aura was quite unstable. It felt like his order would regress at any moment. That was a clear sign that the latter's small universe was damaged. On the Black Ink battlefield, such a situation only occurred when one was forced to sacrifice a large portion of their small universe. Huang Xiong nodded. "This is already the second time I was invaded by Black Ink strength. I was able to sacrifice part of my small universe to save myself the first time, but this time, I did not have the option to do so again." His aura was already fluctuating unstably, so if he sacrificed part of his small universe again, he would definitely regress into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Under other circumstances, Huang Xiong would not have hesitated to sacrifice part of his small universe to purge the Black Ink strength's corruption from himself. But he was the last 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among the remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass, so his strength was indispensable for their survival. Without a powerful master to lead them, this ragtag band of soldiers' fate would be sealed. Huang Xiong wasn't the only one who was concerned about such a possibility because everyone among the 1,000 or so remnants that were stained with Black Ink strength had similar thoughts. None of them was unwilling to sacrifice their small universe. They simply felt it was better to retain as much strength as possible to launch one final attack on the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, Yang Kai knew of Huang Xiong's worries without needing him to explain anything. With a slight nod, Yang Kai retrieved a profound Yin spirit fruit and gave it to Huang Xiong. Division Commander Huang refined this. Just as Huang Xiong was about to refuse when he saw Yang Kai take out several dozen more profound Yin spirit fruits and called out to Sun Mao, "Senior brother Sun, please distribute these fruits to those with damaged small universes." Sun Mao agreed and happily came forward to accept the fruits. Noticing the situation, Huang Xiong didn't refuse anymore and readily took one for himself. Despite not having any more troubles with Black Ink strength, the amount of strength he could exert now was at best on par with a newly promoted 8th Order Master. If he could repair his small universe, his strength would increase significantly. After all, he was originally a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Having suffered hundreds of years of hardships and torment, these soldiers finally attained a moment of peace and could finally dispel Black Ink strength plaguing them and restore their small universes. Sun Mao came forward and whispered to Yang Kai, Senior brother, I would like to lead a few people to gather the bodies of our fallen brothers and sisters. Might I trouble you to stand guard here? Nodding, Yang Kai agreed, of course. Go ahead. Even if Sun Mao hadn't mentioned this, Yang Kai had also planned to spend some time helping to gather the remains of the fallen Azure Void Pass soldiers. These soldiers had all died in battle and deserved to be laid to rest with dignity rather than simply being left in the nameless void to rot. Receiving permission, Sun Mao quickly led a few others away to carry out the task. A month later, the interior and exterior of Azure Void Pass had been cleaned out. All the bodies of fallen soldiers they could bring back were buried in the restored cemetery. Then, Sun Mao and the others found a way to dispose of the corpses of Black Ink clansmen and the remaining Black Ink strength in the nearby void. Inside the core hall of Azure Void Pass, Huang Xiong led Yang Kai to investigate the situation. Since he had consumed a profound Yin spirit fruit and repaired his small universe, Huang Xiong was no longer at risk of regressing to a lower order, but he still needed some time to cultivate to restore his strength to its peak. Now that Azure Void Pass was rid of its external enemies, the two of them needed to think about what they had to do next. Of course, there was only one idea that came to mind, which was to head towards the no-return pass. There must still be a heaven-shaking war happening there. Although it had been hundreds of years, both of them weren't sure whether the Black Ink clan had captured the no-return pass. Therefore, they needed to head over and take a look for themselves in order to be sure. With 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods and dozens of royal lords, there was no telling whether the divine spirits headed by the Dragon and Phoenix clans would be enough to withstand the enemy. Perhaps the no-return pass had already been defeated. But the 3,000 worlds were everyone's homeland after all, and they all had to return there at some point. Great Evolution Pass had a core, so Azure Void Pass naturally had to have one too. In fact, every Great Pass had its own core, which was placed in the most central location in each Great Pass. Moreover, every Great Pass was only able to function as a mobile palace artifact and engage in a crusade because of the existence of its core. These cores were the crystallization of the wisdom of great experts from the early ancient era. After a thorough investigation, Huang Xiong discovered that a strong force had shattered Azure Void Pass core, and from the lingering aura, he determined that it was the old ancestor's doing. Seeing that Azure Void Pass was lost, the old ancestor must have shattered the core at the last moment, preventing the possibility of the Black Ink clan causing more trouble to the human race after gaining Azure Void Pass. Yang Kai's accomplishments in Tao of Artifact Refining and Tao of Spirit Arrays were quite profound now, but it was still completely beyond his capabilities to refine a new core. Moreover, even if he was able to refine a new core, there were nowhere near enough soldiers in Azure Void Pass to power it. During the Great Evolution Army's crusade, Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao personally controlled the core while 38th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters worked together with her to power it. Now the only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here were Huang Xiong and Yang Kai, so it was impossible for them to even activate a core if they sank all their strength into it. Huang Xiong also understood this. It was never his intention to regain Azure Void Pass but instead to simply retrieve the core for possible future use. Since the old ancestor had shattered the core though, he could only discard this plan. There are 935 of us in total, so although it will be cramped, one purifying Black Ink battleship should be able to fit everyone. I need a few who are skilled in artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays to assist me. Please help me arrange that, Division Commander Huang. Huang Xiong nodded. Then I shall have to trouble you, Division Commander Yang. On the Black Ink battlefield, once a cultivator reached the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, they were qualified to become a division commander. Though no old ancestor or army commander had appointed Yang Kai to such a position, the situation was different now, so it was normal for Huang Xiong to address Yang Kai as division commander. If they wanted to head towards the no-return pass, they couldn't only rely on just the few soldiers they had here. A warship was necessary to maximize the strength of the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them and reduce their consumption in battle. Chapter 54-41 Luring the Enemy. At this moment, the strongest warships humans fielded were the purifying Black Ink battleships. Whether it was in terms of capabilities, capacity, or raw power, the purifying Black Ink battleship was not something any other class of warship could compare to. Even Dawning Light was inferior to the purifying Black Ink battleships. Therefore, a purifying Black Ink battleship was the most obvious choice for Yang Kai and the others. With Yang Kai's current capabilities, though it would be difficult, he could refine a new purifying Black Ink battleship from scratch, but that would take far too much time and effort. Instead, the better option was to simply repair the derelict battleship which was lying in the Great Pass. With a plan worked out, the remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass were in high spirits as, after more than 200 years of fleeing and hiding, they finally had a chance to go on the attack. After a short month of continuous work and using up large amounts of resources, the broken purifying black ink battleship was finally good as new. The soldiers then began salvaging the artifacts that weren't entirely destroyed from Azure Void Pass before letting their fellow soldiers who were proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays and Tao of Artifact Refining install them onto the purifying black ink battleship. As for Yang Kai, he was responsible for repairing other warships. When Sun Mao and the others gathered up the bodies of their fallen comrades, they also found several damaged warships. Though none of these warships were functional, they each had parts that were still in working condition, so Yang Kai simply salvaged whatever was usable and combined pieces from 10 to 20 broken warships into a new one. Another half a year had passed before the less than 1,000 lineup of soldiers gathered in the central square. Despite their small number, they still exuded the air of an army many times their size. Meanwhile, the purifying black ink battleship was quietly docked outside the square, displaying its ferocious new appearance. Since preparations had been completed, it was time to set off. Everyone was eager to head to the no-return pass and unwilling to waste a moment more. Huang Xiong swept his gaze over everyone and boomed, "Today we rejoin the war, and even if it is our fate to die, we will take many times as many enemies down with us. Kill? Kill? Kill?" When everyone thought back to when Azure Void Pass was overrun and defeated, the old ancestors' death in battle, and all the corpses of their fellow soldiers, their eyes reddened with tears and the murderous intent coming from them soared. Everyone then boarded the battleship. In just a few short moments, the purifying black ink battleship sailed out into the void and melted into the darkness before disappearing from sight. While repairing this purifying black ink battleship, Yang Kai had arranged several other grand arrays, including an illusion array that could be used to conceal it. Although the purifying black ink battleship wasn't small, this array would allow them to move undetected as long as their luck wasn't too poor. If the enemy wasn't wary enough, they might not discover the purifying black ink battleship even if they were just 1,000 kilometers away. This purifying black ink battleship that carried the last forces of Azure Void Pass looked very different from its original design. It was now far more ferocious in appearance. After all, this purifying black ink battleship had gathered all the remaining war potential of the entire Azure Void Pass. While repairing this warship, Yang Kai and the others had installed every usable artifact they could find. Not only was the purifying black ink battleship equipped in such a luxurious manner, every squad-class warship in their possession was similarly armed. Even though Azure Void Pass was destroyed, no matter how broken it appeared, there were still many treasures left behind. Therefore, they used the remaining essence of the Great Pass and merged it into this purifying black ink battleship. When they turned around to look back and saw Azure Void Pass gradually disappearing from view, everyone had mixed feelings. Among them, some of them had been stationed at Azure Void Pass for thousands of years, while some had even been here for over 10,000 years. After setting foot onto the black ink battlefield and being deployed to Azure Void Pass, they had abided by the oath of living and dying together with the Great Pass as they fought the Black Ink clan. But now they had survived, yet Azure Void Pass was left broken and destroyed. There was no telling whether there would be a chance to recover and restore the Great Pass in the future. Since almost 1,000 soldiers were in their group, they could just about form 2 complete divisions. Each division was comprised of 500 soldiers separated into approximately 40 squads and led by Yang Kai and Huang Xiong respectively. Huang Xiong and the others had been on the run for 200 years, but they didn't only spend their time hiding. At the very least, they had familiarized themselves with this region of the void. Their situation was better than Yang Kai's, who had been lost for a long time and didn't even know where he was before finding Azure Void Pass. How could he know in which direction the no-return pass was when he didn't even know where he was? As they headed in the direction of the no-return pass, their journey was fairly uneventful. Along the way they could vaguely see traces of battles and even pieces of broken human warships. Back when the old ancestors decided to retreat to the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan army had naturally chased after them. It could be said that the battlefield stretched from outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to the no-return pass. No one knew how many human soldiers had fallen during that war or how many had successfully reached the no-return pass. Whenever they discovered bodies of fallen human soldiers, they would quietly gather them. A couple years later, the purifying black ink battleship was quietly sailing through the void when Yang Kai, who was monitoring the surroundings from the deck, suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look in a certain direction. The next moment, his figure disappeared. Sun Mao, who was nearby, heard Yang Kai's order, "Hide." After receiving his orders, Sun Mao quickly relayed the order, and the purifying black ink battleship hurriedly approached a nearby universe fragment to conceal itself. On the other hand, Yang Kai moved rapidly and soon arrived millions of kilometers away. He looked over and saw a severely tattered warship that looked as if it would be destroyed at any moment under the siege of the surrounding Black Ink clansmen. The warship was clearly a human warship, and the squad on the deck were running around anxiously. The arrays and artifacts were constantly activated, and though they killed and injured many of the Black Ink clansmen, there were still more besieging them. There were at least 1,000 enemies here, and there seemed to be a territory lord hiding his aura amongst them. Yang Kai's expression brightened. After more than 2 years of travel without meeting any other human survivors, he had finally encountered a remnant squad. Though he didn't know which great past this squad came from, the current situation didn't allow him to think too much about it. Just as he was about to make a move to assist them, he suddenly paused. He carefully surveyed the surroundings and discovered that despite the situation of the warship being fairly dangerous, the squad manning it were still trying their best to lure the surrounding Black Ink clansmen in a specific direction. In that direction was a small, tattered universe fragment, probably debris left over after the Black Ink clan mined all the resources out of it. Immediately, Yang Kai seemed to have seen through this squad's plan and suppressed his murderous intent before quietly following them. The Black Ink clan's attack was fierce and continuous, so even though the squad's warship moved nimbly, it still couldn't avoid all the incoming attacks. Once the warship's shields failed, the human squad would be facing the mad attacks from the Black Ink clan head-on. By then, their situation would become dire. However, the squad seemed to be very lucky because even after they had retreated to the tattered universe fragment, the light barrier still hadn't been broken through. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan was now in position. At that moment, lights from several arrays above the universe fragment suddenly lit up and turned into bolts of light that blasted towards the Black Ink clan soldiers. Those arrays had powerful artifacts serving as array cores, or else they wouldn't have been able to exert such terrifying might. The light beams blasted towards the Black Ink clan army, clearing out a few areas and killing hundreds of Black Ink clansmen. Following that, an even brighter ray of light transformed into a huge net and directly enveloped the territory lord hidden amongst the Black Ink clan army. Meanwhile, the territory lord obviously didn't expect his whereabouts to be exposed so quickly and was shocked when he was directly targeted. The net that surrounded him was incredibly strong, so he couldn't break free immediately. A dozen or so squads hiding inside the universe fragment suddenly appeared and began firing as they moved to surround and protect the tattered warship approaching them. After that, the Black Ink clan suffered even more casualties. This was obviously a plan to lure the enemy into a trap. The human squad that was being attacked risked their warship being blown up to lure this small Black Ink clan army to the spot where they had previously arranged a number of killing arrays that were just waiting to be activated. Though it was a simple trap, it worked perfectly. No matter how vigilant the Black Ink clan army was against such a plot, it was impossible for them to not chase after the humans once they fled. As long as the Black Ink clan wanted to kill these humans, they would fall into the trap. When it came to the use of spirit arrays and artifacts, the humans were vastly superior to the Black Ink clan. The ambushing squads were made up of soldiers who had endured hundreds of battles, so not only did they manage to take the opportunity and trap the hidden territory lord with the help of certain arrays and artifacts, they even neatly split into 2 teams, one of them corralling the flustered Black Ink clan army and killing them, while the other team focused on pinning down the territory lord. They didn't have an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with them, so they knew they had to kill the territory lord before he broke free, or else they would suffer heavy losses. Following that, several divine abilities and artifacts were fired at the territory lord, causing him to mumble with a gloomy expression, "I thought we could lure a big fish out, but I didn't expect to see only some small fry." Once those words were spoken, the humans who were vigorously attacking the Black Ink clan army instantly felt their hearts sink. One of the 7th Order squad leaders who appeared to be the leader of this group wore a grim face as he shouted, "Retreat!" With one shout, every warship turned around wanting to leave this place, disregarding their almost won battle. All of this was because of the fear they felt after listening to the simple message that came out of the territory lord's mouth. They had waged this battle to lure out the enemy, but it was not clear which side was the hunter, and which was the fish prey. Still not making a move yet? The trapped territory lord bellowed. Right after he said that, a figure emerged from the shadows. The figure seemed to have merged with the darkness, so no one had noticed its existence right up to the moment it appeared and blocked the warship's escape route. On the other side, another territory lord released an imposing aura and appeared like a ghost. All the humans felt their blood run cold. There were about a dozen squads gathered here, so if there was only one territory lord, they might be able to handle him. 2 territory lords would cause them to be in danger, but now there were actually 3 territory lords present. These 3 were different from the territory lords of old that attacked the great passes from the royal cities. The Black Ink clan hadn't had enough time to naturally cultivate more territory lords yet, which meant these 3 territory lords came from the primordial heavens grand source restriction and were all innate territory lords. Each one of them wasn't much weaker than Che Kong. Chapter 54-42 The Hunter and the Prey. Even with Yang Kai's current ability, he had paid quite a high price to kill those 3 innate territory lords back at Azure Void Pass, which clearly showed how strong innate territory lords were. Now the human squads were facing 3 innate territory lords without a single 8th Order master backing them up. In such a situation, annihilation was all but certain. The 7th Order master that gave out the order to retreat earlier clearly knew this, so after understanding that there was no chance of survival, he immediately yelled, "Kill!" There were only 3 breaths of the time difference between 2 totally opposite orders, but they were orders that perfectly suited the situation. None of the humans hesitated, and the dozen or so warships that were about to flee all stopped momentarily before charging straight at the Black Ink clan army. When facing certain death, killing 1 enemy would allow them to break even, while killing 2 would gain them a profit. There were even 2 squads that charged straight at the territory lord who was trapped by the arranged array. They were going to give it their all to kill this territory lord because only that way would their deaths be truly valuable. Naive. The 3rd territory lord who had appeared sneered disdainfully before putting power into his legs, but just as he was about to shoot forward, a sense of crisis suddenly overwhelmed him, making him feel like he had fallen into an ice pit. The last time he had such a feeling was back at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. At that time he had just emerged from the darkness and was fighting a bloody battle with a human division commander. While locked in battle, a nearby old ancestor randomly slashed at him. That slash almost cost him his life, but fortunately for him, that old ancestor was dealing with a royal lord and had no time to finish him off. Otherwise he would certainly have died before he could blink. More than 500 years had passed since then, but he was feeling the same feeling again. Although this territory lord didn't have much experience in battle, he was very sensitive to danger. Noticing something was wrong, he immediately gathered his Black Ink strength to protect himself. However, the next moment he felt the space around him solidify, and his thoughts seemed to be affected by a strange kind of energy, which caused his reaction to be delayed. Before he could come to his senses, a long spear brushed past his head, blowing nearly half of it off in one violent thrust. If he hadn't forcefully jerked his head to the side at the critical moment, that spear would have pierced right through his brain and blown his head apart. Despite suffering such a serious injury, the territory lord wasn't dead, and if he was lucky enough to escape, he would only have to return to a Black Ink nest to recuperate for a few hundred years before being able to make a complete recovery. Behind the territory lord, Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw that his spear had missed, seemingly dissatisfied with his performance. He had been hiding in the dark, yet his sudden sneak attack still wasn't able to kill this innate territory lord in one blow, which proved that the opponent was no weakling. But that was all. Under the intertwining of many Dao strengths, and having surrendered the initiative to Yang Kai, this territory lord had lost all ability to fight back. The territory lord that had just escaped death hadn't even seen what his opponent looked like before a multitude of strands of interwoven Dao strengths sliced through his body. At that instant, Yang Kai flicked his spear and shot past him before charging straight at the 2nd territory lord. Behind him, the 3rd territory lord exploded into numerous pieces of flesh. The sudden change of events completely shocked everyone on the scene. The Black Ink clan were shocked, while the humans were ecstatic. They thought they were going to die for sure, but who knew that reinforcements would appear right when they had resolved themselves to fight to the death. Moreover, their reinforcements were far stronger than they could imagine and had even killed an innate territory lord in just 2 moves. Following that, the cries of the golden crow sounded, and a great sun rose as Yang Kai guided it with his spear towards the sturdy-looking territory lord. The might of the attack was glorious and unstoppable. The territory lord roared madly as Black Ink strength surged from his figure. Then he raised his hand and cast a powerful secret technique. But the next moment he felt an immense pain in his mind, as though something had pierced directly into his soul and was shredding it to pieces. Under the intense pain, he howled in agony and even the black ink strength he had gathered began to disperse. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's expression twisted into a ferocious one. He knew his strength best, and though it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill this territory lord with conventional means, it would take him some time. However, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, and he wasn't sure if any other Black Ink clan masters were hiding nearby, so he had to end things here quickly. In this situation, the soul-rending thorns were his best option. Having used this combination soul-type artifact technique many times, Yang Kai had grown somewhat accustomed to its activation. Moreover, he only needed to sacrifice a piece of his soul to power the soul-rending thorn, and with the soul-warming lotus, that damage would heal on its own in time. It was a different situation for the enemy. After being seriously injured by the soul-rending thorn, the territory lord instantly lost half his combat strength. Right when the territory lord's black ink strength began to scatter, the spear with the great sun at its tip arrived and viciously blasted at his chest. The might of Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun exploded and enveloped the territory lord before turning into an even brighter great sun, illuminating the void in all directions. A moment later, the light faded and Yang Kai had disappeared, while the sturdy-looking territory lord had a giant see-through hole in his chest. His vitality dispersed quickly while his eyes were filled with pain and disbelief. He seemed to be unable to believe that there was actually an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who could kill him so easily. After his previous encounters with a few human masters, his impression was that they were not much. Besides the top 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the other's strength was basically on par with his, while some were even weaker. In addition, he had the confidence to face those top few 8th Order Masters. Even if he couldn't beat them, he wouldn't die at their hands. But today he met an 8th Order human who almost instantly killed his companion before slaughtering him in the next breath. As for his last comrade, he would probably meet with a disastrous end soon. Before his vitality dispersed, he struggled to turn around and look at his final companion, and just as he had expected, he saw the strange human master had already reached him and was thrusting his spear at his fellow territory lord's head. The light in his eyes faded before he could see the ending of his last companion. The Azure Dragon spear thrust out with unparalleled momentum as Yang Kai condensed his many Dao strengths to their extreme. If given a few breaths of time, the territory lord trapped inside the array net would be able to escape, but now he had no chance of doing that. Looking at the approaching spear, he wanted to resist but couldn't. After barely managing to put up a defense by condensing all his black ink strength in front of his face, the territory lord's head was pierced through and blown apart by the spear, leaving behind nothing but a headless corpse that spurted out black blood. The situation had completely turned around. It had been less than 10 breaths since Yang Kai's appearance, but all 3 innate territory lords had fallen while the only damage Yang Kai suffered was the self-inflicted wound from using a single soul-rending thorn. With the soul-warming lotus, such damage was completely ignorable. This victory boosted the humans' morale to untold heights. They originally thought they were going to die here today, but this sudden change gave them a huge pleasant surprise. Though they didn't know who the 8th Order Division commander that came to their rescue was, they all swore they had never seen such a powerful 8th Order master before. However, the battle wasn't over yet. The 3 innate territory lords were dead, but many Black Ink clansmen were still alive. After these remnants saw how their territory lords died such tragic deaths though, they didn't dare to remain and began escaping in all directions. Aboard the warships, the dozen or so squad leaders were eager to kill, but their surroundings suddenly began to tremble, and in the next instant, an inexplicable power seemed to have flashed through the void. Following that, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The entire region around them seemed to have transformed into a mirror. To be more precise, it was a broken mirror with cracks running everywhere through it, extending out far enough to encompass every surviving Black Ink clansman's body, silently slicing them to pieces. Those cracks seemed to have spirituality because they moved around the warships. Even if there were warships that were moving too fast to dodge around where these cracks appeared, the crack itself would suddenly disappear and cause no harm to them. Within a few silent breaths of time, all the remaining Black Ink clansmen were dead. The warships stopped moving and the humans aboard them had their jaws dropped in shock. But more than shock, they felt joy as they turned their gazes towards Yang Kai, their eyes filled with admiration. Space principles. One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters muttered. To be able to create cracks in the void was obviously the work of manipulating space principles, and judging from how Yang Kai had killed the enemy so easily, it was clear that he had reached an extremely high level of mastery in the Tao of space. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be able to avoid his allies in such proximity while killing the enemy. The Seventh Order Masters had vaguely guessed Yang Kai's identity by this point. In the entire Black Ink battlefield, only one person had cultivated the Tao of space to this extent. Everyone gathered over, and the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master that gave the commands cupped his fist and bowed. Primordial Army's Lin Chi greets Senior Brother. Are you perhaps Senior Brother Yang Kai? When Lin Chi announced that he was from the Primordial Army, he wasn't saying that he was from Primordial Cave Heaven, but rather a soldier from Primordial Pass, similar to how Yang Kai introduced himself as Great Evolution Army's Yang Kai. He wasn't from Great Evolution Paradise because Great Evolution Paradise was long gone. They were able to guess Yang Kai's identity because Yang Kai had made quite a name for himself on the Black Ink battlefield. Besides the old ancestors overseeing every great pass, even the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters weren't as well known as him. The mere appearance of purifying light was enough for the ordinary soldiers to know Yang Kai's name. Sweeping his gaze across everyone, Yang Kai nodded lightly. It is this Yang. This place is not safe. Come with me. After gathering everyone, Yang Kai led them to the place where the purifying Black Ink battleship was hiding. No one spoke on the way, and they soon arrived at a large universe fragment before finding the purifying Black Ink battleship's hiding spot and meeting up with Huang Xiong. Noticing the group of humans following Yang Kai, Huang Xiong was so happy that his eyes lit up as he asked, Division Commander Yang, I sensed movement from a battle just now. Did you encounter enemies? When Yang Kai left in a hurry, Huang Xiong was cultivating inside the purifying Black Ink battleship's cabin. He had previously sacrificed part of his small universe, so he needed time to cultivate if he wanted to restore his original strength. Of course, this was easier than the first time since he was just retracing a path he had already walked before. He could sense the movement from the battlefield from here and wanted to head over to help, but he didn't dare to leave this ship easily because he was the only other Eighth Order Master present. If he left as well, Sun Mao and the others would have no way to defend themselves if a truly powerful opponent appeared. Meanwhile, Yang Kai endured the sharp pain in his soul and explained to Huang Xiong what had just happened. After understanding the current situation, Huang Xiong turned to Lin Chi and the others before asking bitterly, How is Primordial Pass? Lin Chi's eyes turned red as he quickly reported, Primordial Pass has been defeated. The old ancestor died in battle, and countless of our fellow brothers and sisters fell or were injured in the battle. Chapter 54-43 Bad News? Besides you all, is there anyone else? Huang Xiong asked next. He had guessed that Primordial Pass might be gone when he saw Lin Chi and the others in such condition, because if that wasn't the case, a dozen squads couldn't be moving about in the void randomly instead of protecting the Great Pass, but when he heard Lin Chi's confirmation, he still felt forlorn. None of them knew how many of the 106 human Great Passes had been destroyed. Lin Chi solemnly shook his head. He didn't know if there were any other survivors in the neighboring regions, as the situation at Primordial Pass was similar to that of Azure Void Pass. Both were chased after by the Black Ink clan while retreating to the No Return Pass, and in the end, Primordial Pass had no other choice but to split off and act as a diversion, resulting in its tragic fall. Everyone knew that those who stayed behind would not have pleasant ends, but with the Black Ink clan hot on their tails, sacrificing a few to save the many was the only viable option. On the day Primordial Pass fell, the old ancestor and several Eighth Order Division commanders died in battle, while Lin Chi and some others were ordered to scatter and try to escape. Since that day they had been running and hiding. At first there were quite a lot of them, a couple thousand in fact, but after enduring repeated attacks from the Black Ink clan just a dozen or so squads remained, less than 200 soldiers in total. They might have been wiped out today if they hadn't coincidentally met Yang Kai. With 3 innate territory lords working together and being supported by nearly 1,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, just 200 humans wouldn't stand a chance. Do you know anything about the situation at the No Return Pass? Yang Kai asked while having a sinking feeling in his heart. Lin Chi's expression darkened. The No Return Pass was breached. What? Huang Xiong yelled in shock. The No Return Pass fell as well? The Dragon and Phoenix clans were standing guard there, blocking the only passageway from the Black Ink battlefield to the 3,000 worlds. If the No Return Pass has been breached, what is the current situation in the 3,000 worlds? Huang Xiong couldn't bear to think further. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sighed as he had vaguely guessed this was the case. To be honest, he had already assumed such a result when he saw Lin Chi and the others here. If the no-return pass was still standing, how could Lin Chi and the others be wandering the void aimlessly? Even if Primordial Pass had fallen, they could have retreated to the no-return pass to battle against the Black Ink clan alongside the other great passes. The only reason they had to not do so was that the no-return pass had already been occupied. With 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods working together, as well some 100 royal lords and a massive Black Ink clan army, even if the no-return pass had the Dragon and Phoenix clans standing guard and all the surviving humans from the great passes had joined them, the situation would still be bleak. Along the way here, Huang Xiong still held out hope that the no-return pass could block the Black Ink clan's advance, but now that he heard that the no-return pass had also been defeated, he fell into a daze. It wasn't because he lacked mental fortitude, but when he thought about the Black Ink clan invading the 3,000 worlds, the scenes he imagined in his mind were simply too terrifying. At that instant, Huang Xiong didn't know where he and the other soldiers in their group should go. Though they didn't fear death, they could not just die for no reason by idiotically charging an enemy they had no hope of defeating. If they did, it would simply be a pointless sacrifice. Yang Kai, who had already assumed such an outcome, composed himself more quickly before looking at Lin Chi and asking, "Did you see for yourself that the no-return pass has been breached?" Shaking his head, Lin Chi explained, "Although I didn't see it for myself, we sometimes send scouts to observe the no-return pass from afar. Currently, that place is engulfed in Black Ink strength, and many dead universe worlds and universe fragments have been brought over by the Black Ink clan on which they have planted an enormous number of Black Ink nests. There were originally some signs of battle occurring there, but that was many years ago and now there is only silence. If the no-return pass was still standing, it could not possibly be so quiet." Yang Kai nodded lightly. If there were still humans at the no-return pass, they would no doubt be engaging in constant battle with the Black Ink clan. Since there weren't any disturbances coming from there, it meant that the situation at the no-return pass had settled. The Black Ink clan had conquered the no-return pass. This was the worst news they could have received. Now that the Black Ink clan had conquered the no-return pass, they would definitely invade the 3,000 worlds as that had been their goal for millions of years. Every great territory in the 3,000 worlds was flourishing and had rich world force with abundant resources. The Black Ink clan only had to conquer those great territories to be able to have a near unlimited supply of materials that they could use at will. Also, there were countless human cultivators there that could be turned into Black Ink disciples. If that were to happen, the Black Ink clan could eventually gain enough strength to return to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to free Mo. After a brief pause, Yang Kai suggested, "The most important thing now is to investigate the situation at the no-return pass. Even though it has been occupied by the Black Ink clan, we still need to know what kind of garrison is stationed there." Their original plan had centered around the idea that the no-return pass was still in the hands of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. In that plan, Yang Kai would lead Huang Xiong and the others to find a chance to pass the Black Ink clan army before rejoining the human race army. But now that the no-return pass was occupied by enemy forces, they could only try to return to the 3,000 worlds. If they wanted to return to the 3,000 worlds, the no-return pass was a place they couldn't avoid. Therefore, they had to first learn about the forces of the Black Ink clan stationed at the no-return pass. Without needing to say anything, everyone understood that if the no-return pass had more than 3 royal lords, it would be impossible for them to return to the 3,000 worlds. If there were only 2, perhaps they could still find a way. Since Yang Kai had retrieved the corpse of Azure Void Pass old ancestor, he could use it in this situation. Although the old ancestor had passed, his corpse could still be used to fight with the Black Ink clan in some limited capacity, which was also his dying wish. Other than that, there might be more remnant soldiers like Brother Lin, so we have to think of a way to gather them together. They would only get a single chance to pass through the no-return pass and return to the 3,000 worlds, so any survivors that they left behind on the Black Ink battlefield would undoubtedly die at the hands of the Black Ink clan sooner or later. Moreover, the more allies they could gather, the better their chances of making it through were. Lin Chi immediately nodded. There must be quite a few. Over the years, we have come across some traces of large-scale battles and even felt the fluctuations from such fights. However, the void is too vast, so we don't know where the others are hiding. At that moment, Huang Xiong finally came back to his senses and spoke up. No matter where they are hiding, they must now be thinking about returning to the 3,000 worlds, so there is a high possibility that they are monitoring the no-return pass, looking for an opportunity. As long as we can cause a commotion at the no-return pass, it wouldn't be difficult to contact them. Yang Kai agreed. Division Commander Huang's idea has merit. Whether it was returning to the 3,000 worlds or contacting the other remnant soldiers, the no-return pass was the key. With a rough plan set, everyone rested for a bit before heading towards the no-return pass. During the time Lin Qi and the others had been hiding around the Black Ink battlefield, they had suffered huge losses, and their resources were almost used up. The situation was so dire that their warships were all on the brink of failing as they lacked the supplies to even repair them. Now that they had met up with Yang Kai, they naturally needed to address this issue. Under Yang Kai's direction, many artifact refiners and array masters worked together to repair those warships. Then they all received pills from Huang Xiong and began to recuperate. Another month passed, and the purifying Black Ink battleship was passing by a shattered universe world. With just a glance, Yang Kai could see the ruins of a vast city on that universe world, all its structures and buildings destroyed beyond repair. Although hundreds of years had passed, there were still signs of the intense battle which was fought here. It was one of the royal cities, at the center of which were the remains of a destroyed high-rank Black Ink nest. Yang Kai retrieved his universe chart and compared it to their surroundings and determined that this was the theater where 9-Star Pass stood guard. This royal city had already been destroyed before the human army departed on their second crusade. Now, there was no vitality left in the royal city. Since they had reached this place, it meant they weren't much further from the no-return pass. At first, they were hoping to encounter other groups of remnant soldiers like Lin Qi and the others, but along the way not only hadn't they met a single human, they didn't even encounter any Black Ink clansmen. However, it made sense because now that the Black Ink clan had successfully conquered the no-return pass, all their efforts would be focused on invading the 3,000 worlds. How could they spare any significant manpower to deal with the remnant forces of the human armies on the Black Ink battlefield? Even if there were Black Ink clansmen staying here, there wouldn't be many of them. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai vaguely felt that the Black Ink clan might not have left too many troops at the no-return pass. The human army had retreated to the 3,000 worlds, so it was meaningless for the Black Ink clan to garrison a large force at the no-return pass. If that were true, their chances of passing through the no-return pass would go up significantly. A few months later, the purifying Black Ink battleship arrived at the place where 9-Star Pass once stood. Of course, the Great Pass was no longer here, so all that was left was an empty void. However, now that they had reached this place, they had to be even more cautious. Despite the fact that the Black Ink clan wouldn't leave too many soldiers at the no-return pass, that was only relative to the forces they sent to attack the 3,000 worlds. It would not be surprising if there was still a sizable army tasked with hunting down the remaining human soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield as well as guarding the no-return pass. Just like they had anticipated, as they moved forward, they gradually encountered a few groups of Black Ink clansmen ranging in size from just a few dozen to several thousand. These groups seemed to be searching the void for something. Yang Kai had arranged many arrays on the purifying Black Ink battleship, which enabled it to move about unnoticed. As long as the Black Ink clan didn't pay much attention while searching, they wouldn't be able to detect them. The Black Ink clan's actions undoubtedly signaled that other human soldiers were hiding around here. If not, there would be no need for the Black Ink clan to be searching this region. At this moment, the most troublesome issue was how to contact these other human groups. They continued for a few more months and were now getting close to the no-return pass. A small asteroid drifted through the void, moving not too fast nor too slow as it gradually moved in the direction of the no-return pass. Then, at some point, the asteroid stopped moving as if it were blocked by something. The purifying Black Ink battleship was naturally nestled inside the asteroid, using it as an extra layer of cover to fool the enemy. As for how this asteroid could be steered, that was thanks to Yang Kai arranging some hidden arrays on it which could be powered by the purifying Black Ink battleship. At this moment, Yang Kai was prepared to move out when Huang Xiong earnestly reminded him, "Be extra careful. There must be royal lords guarding the no-return pass." Yang Kai nodded. "You may rest assured, Division Commander Huang, I may have to trouble you to look after this place for some time. I'll return as soon as I can." Finishing his words, he then dashed out of the purifying Black Ink battleship. After scanning his surroundings, Yang Kai shot straight towards the no-return pass. This place was about a month away from the no-return pass by warship, so if they continued ahead, the purifying Black Ink battleship might not be able to remain undetected. In a situation where they didn't know anything about their enemy, Yang Kai didn't dare to let the purifying Black Ink battleship get too close to the no-return pass, lest they accidentally expose themselves. Therefore, he and Huang Xiong had a quick discussion and decided that Yang Kai would head to the no-return pass alone. That way he wouldn't have anything holding him back and could fight or run according to the situation while probing for information. Chapter 54-44, Provoking the Enemy. This situation reminded Yang Kai of when he first arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. Back then, he appeared right in the heart of the Black Ink clan's territory and had no choice but to pose as a Black Ink disciple while following behind a high-rank Black Ink clansman. He could vaguely remember the high-rank Black Ink clansman was called Nu Yen, a character who was too lazy to memorize his human name, so he was just called E5. Besides him, there were also A1, B2, C3 and D4. As he thought back on those days, Yang Kai felt like they were truly distant memories. Adding on the time he had spent inside the various temporal rivers, those events happened some 5,000 years ago. While he was disguising himself as a Black Ink disciple beside Nu Yen, Yang Kai was unable to find a way to escape. Luckily for him, the old ancestor from Blue Sky Pass led an attack on the Black Ink clan's territory. Soon after the chaotic battle, Nu Yen was killed by Feng Ying, and Yang Kai gained his freedom. Later on, he and Feng Ying gathered a large number of Black Ink disciples, restored them to their senses, and killed their way out of the Black Ink clan's hinterlands as they headed towards Blue Sky Pass. It was during those days that Yang Kai met Ning Qiji, Chi Taichu, Sheneo, and many others whom he went on to serve with. Among those three, Chi Taichu and Ning Qiji died in battle one after another, while Yang Kai wasn't sure if Sheneo was still alive. Now he needed to lead Huang Xiong, Lin Qi and the other remnant soldiers to make their way past the no-return pass, which largely resembled the situation back then. The difference was that Blue Sky Pass was in the hands of their fellow humans, while the no-return pass was now in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Although his strength was many times stronger than back then, the level of danger this time around was even more exaggerated. Being alone, Yang Kai was able to move rapidly and soon arrived outside the no-return pass. This was the second time he had come here. As he moved forward, his heart felt heavier because he couldn't establish a connection with the Dragon Altar. The Dragon Altar, or more specifically the Dragon Pool which was linked to the Dragon Altar, was the origin of the Dragon Clan, hidden in a mysterious place that others couldn't find, much less access. Only when the Dragon Clan hosted the ceremony could the entrance to the Dragon Pool be opened for the Dragon Clan's descendants to head inside and cultivate. Since he couldn't connect with the Dragon Pool, it meant that the Dragon Clan was no longer inside the no-return pass. There were Black Ink clouds all over the void, so Yang Kai used them to conceal his figure and aura as he closed in on his target. It would be difficult for the Black Ink clan troops coming to and fro outside to detect his existence. Looking in the direction of the no-return pass, Yang Kai couldn't see clearly because of the vast distance and numerous Black Ink clouds impeding his vision. However, the situation was just as Lin Qi had said. The outside of the no-return pass was surrounded by Black Ink strength, and there were numerous dead universe worlds moved here by the Black Ink clan. Above those universe worlds were dozens to hundreds of Black Ink nests, all densely packed in. There were new Black Ink clans constantly emerging from these Black Ink nests and heading towards the no-return pass. Outside the Black Ink nests were many Black Ink clansmen transporting resources to them. The Black Ink clan was spawning new soldiers in massive quantities, and Yang Kai had discovered many universe worlds along their way here that were completely mined out. Previously, there were still many unmined universe worlds floating in this stretch of the void, but they were now scarce because everywhere the Black Ink clan army passed, they would exploit every resource they came across. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai raised his finger and gently wiped his left eye. Open. A golden cross appeared, and Yang Kai's gaze passed through the dense Black Ink strength and saw beyond them. The next moment he narrowed his eyes. Right behind the blockade of the Black Ink strength, he saw many great passes, at least 70 to 80 of them. The humans had 106 great passes, corresponding to the 106 cave heavens and paradises other than the Dragon Altar and Phoenix Nest, which were special and unique. During the Crusade, all of these great passes gathered outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction in the most powerful human army to have been assembled since the late ancient era. However, even this army couldn't defeat their enemy in the war outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. While retreating, a few great passes sacrificed themselves to divert the enemy's attention, allowing the others to escape. Without exception, those great passes were destroyed far from here. In the end, less than 80 great passes had reached the no-return pass. Now though, every great pass was destroyed beyond recognition, while some were so broken that the only fragmented ruins remained. Although Yang Kai hadn't participated in that war, He could imagine what kind of earth-shattering battle the No Return Pass had experienced just by looking at these broken great passes. In such a battle, numerous old ancestors and royal lords had certainly died. Now, those destroyed great passes were placed outside of the No Return Pass and had become platforms where the Black Ink clan placed their black ink nests. Every one of the great passes had towering black ink nests planted atop it. Looking further inside, Yang Kai noticed that the No Return Pass looked far different from before. There were traces of battle everywhere, and the immortal parasol tree was gone. It was impossible to tell whether the immortal parasol tree was destroyed, or the Phoenix clan had simply moved it. However, the latter was more likely as it was the very foundation of the Phoenix clan. If the immortal parasol tree was destroyed, the Phoenix clan would be facing extinction, so no matter what, the Phoenix clan would not allow such a thing to pass. Behind the No Return Pass was a massive territory gate which led to the 3,000 worlds. When Yang Kai visited this place the last time, he didn't pay much attention to this territory gate, but even a brief glance was enough to know there were numerous powerful restrictions placed around it, making it difficult to open. But now, this territory gate looked like it had been torn open by an incredible force and transformed into what looked like a giant black hole in the void. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel space principles pulsing from this black hole. This was the portal through which the Black Ink clan could invade the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai felt his heart tighten, but he couldn't see through the hole and investigate the situation at the 3,000 worlds. They would need to kill their way past this place in order to do that. It had only been a bit more than 500 years since the war outside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, where the humans were defeated and forced to retreat to the No Return Pass. Following that, another huge battle between the humans and the Black Ink clans must have occurred at the No Return Pass before the humans were defeated and retreated again. Strictly speaking, it hadn't been long since the Black Ink clan began their attack on the 3,000 worlds. Perhaps their attacks might have started about 200 years ago or even less. In such a short time, the Black Ink clan might not have advanced too much, so the humans might still be able to fight back. However, there was no use in thinking about such meaningless matters because the most important thing now was to lead Huang Xiong and the others to break through the Black Ink clan's blockade. Also, Yang Kai wanted to gather all the remaining survivors from the Black Ink battlefield. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Originally, he was stealthily observing the No Return Pass while carefully hiding from the Black Ink clan, but now his gaze suddenly turned aggressive. The next moment, a strong divine sense suddenly came probing from the No Return Pass. It was a royal lord's divine sense. There were bound to be royal lords guarding the No Return Pass, but no one knew exactly how many there were. Yang Kai's goal right now was to figure that out, even exposing his position to do so. Using his eye secret technique to aggressively probe the situation at the No Return Pass was also a type of provocation. If it was any other 8th Order master who dared to do such a reckless thing, they would simply be courting death. However, Yang Kai was not worried. Back when he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master, he had successfully escaped from the sheep-headed royal lord. Now that he had reached the 8th Order, he had the capital to even fight a royal lord, so it wasn't a big deal to him if a royal lord really came to find him. Since he had attracted the royal lord's attention, Yang Kai no longer bothered hiding himself and charged out of the Black Ink cloud before heading in the direction of the No Return Pass. The royal lord seemed to have noticed this, and the aura surged from his divine sense, clearly showing that he was enraged. If the distance between them hadn't been so great, the royal lord would have used his divine sense to directly teach Yang Kai a lesson. But across such a vast distance, while the royal lord could sense Yang Kai's rough position, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, the royal lord directly withdrew his divine sense. On the other hand, Yang Kai was vigorously moving forward and continuously increasing his aura, soon reaching a peak. Then, everywhere he passed, space shook, creating a massive disturbance that could be felt from extremely far away. If he wanted to gather the other remnant soldiers, he would have to cause a commotion. Other than doing this, he didn't have any means to contact the others. Following the flaring of his aura, Yang Kai almost entirely turned into a bright shooting star that was openly charging towards the No Return Pass. From afar, a large Black Ink cloud around the No Return Pass churned as a troop of Black Ink clansmen appeared with 2 innate territory lords leading them. An 8th Order human wasn't an easy foe to deal with, which was why the Black Ink clan decided to deploy 2 territory lords. In addition, there were thousands of Black Ink clansmen, including quite a few feudal lords. Such a lineup was enough to deal with any known 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master. Yang Kai's actions angered the 2 territory lords, but also confused them. They naturally knew that there were humans still lurking on the Black Ink battlefield, but after being hunted down by the Black Ink clan for so many years, all of them acted stealthily, afraid of being discovered. None of the Black Ink clansmen here had expected that there would be such a crazy human. The strange situation caused the two territory lords to act cautiously, carefully checking their surroundings in case other humans were hiding nearby. These two continued to observe while instructing the thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers under them to attack the enemy. A moment later, sounds of battle echoed through the void. Sweeping out with his spear, Yang Kai killed a large number of Black Ink clan soldiers. Even the feudal lords were slaughtered like helpless chickens by him. The fight had only been going for a moment, but nearly 1,000 Black Ink clansmen had been killed. After making sure that there wasn't an ambush nearby, the two territory lords couldn't hold back their anger anymore and attacked Yang Kai from both sides. In an instant, Yang Kai was overwhelmed and was soon beaten to the point of spitting out blood. His aura had also dimmed greatly. Seemingly not wanting to continue fighting, he found a chance to escape the Black Ink clan's siege and flew away from the battlefield. The two territory lords naturally wouldn't give up that easily, so they led their subordinates to chase after Yang Kai, but how could they have caught up with a master of the Tao of Space? Less than an hour later, they had completely lost track of Yang Kai and had to return unhappily. After they reported everything to the royal lord, the latter frowned slightly. The Black Ink clan knew there were remnant human soldiers around and had even killed off many of them throughout these few years, so they were certain that there weren't many Eighth Order masters left. The territory lords and Eighth Order masters were the backbone of the two races' armies. After all, though Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters and royal lords were far stronger, there weren't many of them. Thus, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters and territory lords were the real mainstays of their respective forces. That was why the Black Ink clan would go all out to kill an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm master whenever they appeared alone in order to weaken the humans' overall strength. It was difficult for the humans to produce new Eighth Order masters, so the more the Black Ink clan killed, the weaker the human race would be. Therefore, besides the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters that had retreated to the 3,000 worlds with the main human army, there weren't many Eighth Order masters scattered around the Black Ink battlefield as most had already been killed. Chapter 54-45 Hidden Guidance. Based on the information that the Black Ink clan had, there were at most 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters remaining among the human survivors, so the appearance of a never-before-seen Eighth Order master came as a bewildering situation to the royal lord. However, he was in charge of overseeing the no-return pass and could not leave easily. Since his subordinate territory lords were unable to catch this human, he had no choice but to set the matter aside. After suffering such a loss, he believed that this Eighth Order human surely would not recklessly appear again. But he was wrong. The very next day, the same Eighth Order master came over again, charging in boldly towards the no-return pass with great momentum and an aura which seemed to indicate he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. From afar, this human acted extremely provocative with his divine sense and also hunted down a good number of Black Ink clan teams who were bringing back resources from the outside, robbing them of all their goods. The royal lord was furious and reprimanded the two territory lords who were chasing him that day severely. According to their report, the Eighth Order human was severely injured after their beating and would not be able to show his face again in a short time. Yet just one day later he showed up again. If not for the trust he had in his subordinates, the royal lord would have seriously wondered if these two had been lying to him. The two territory lords also could not keep their heads up after being chastised by the royal lord. At once, they vowed to bring their armies to take the head of this Eighth Order master. So, once all their troops were gathered, together with 3 more territory lords, they left the no-return pass, splitting up so they could encircle him. The Eighth Order human was seemingly unaware of their plans as he fought his way forward and engaged one of their groups for a time before the other suddenly swarmed him from the opposite side. Flustered, the human hurriedly fled. Even as he fled, many Black Ink clansmen were cut down, but the Eighth Order human also took numerous hits and coughed up blood incessantly. His condition could only be described as miserable. However, the united efforts of 5 powerful innate territory lords still lost him during the chase. This human looked half dead, but he was still ridiculously quick. It was not known what sort of extraordinary secret technique he cultivated, but as soon as he noticed that something was wrong, a blood mist would explode from his body and he would then disappear without a trace. The 5 territory lords returned to the no-return pass in disgrace, which naturally made the royal lord very unhappy. Still, the matter was already in the past, so what could they do now? Everyone thought that the injuries of that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master were so severe that he must not be far from death. He surely had to find a place to recuperate and would not stir up any trouble again. And yet, that was exactly what he did. Just one day later, this human showed up again, mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger, picking fights outside of the no-return pass and continuing to hunt down the Black Ink clansmen bringing back recently mined resources. All the territory lords were flabbergasted and even the royal lord himself had a vague feeling that something was not right. After sustaining such heavy injuries, an Eighth Order master couldn't recover back to peak condition in such a short amount of time. This could mean that his injuries were feigned or, the Eighth Order human who came to pick a fight the other day was not the same person at all. There was no way for his injuries to be faked though. No matter how strong an Eighth Order human was, they would not be able to emerge from an ambush of 5 territory lords unscathed. That meant that there was a high possibility that it was a different person. There were rumors of twins appearing on the human side or human masters who practiced some profound illusion techniques to disguise themselves as other people, but what was the point of doing that? The Black Ink clan couldn't understand. However, the provocation of this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was hard to ignore, so each time, troops were deployed to surround him. But each time they returned empty-handed. The Black Ink clan started by mobilizing 2 territory lords, but that number continued to increase until a full 10 were sent out, even setting up a hidden ambush outside of the no-return pass. Despite taking such drastic measures, they were still unable to take down this annoying human. On one occasion the royal lord was even prepared to set out himself, but as if the Eighth Order master could sense this, he quickly escaped, leaving the Black Ink clan feeling frustrated as if they had thrown out a heavy punch only to hit the clouds. In just one short month, the Eighth Order master with the same appearance made several dozen raids on the no-return pass, wiping out hundreds of Black Ink clan mining teams. If they included the casualties incurred when they tried to encircle him, then as many as 50,000 Black Ink clansmen had died at his hands in just 1 month, among which there was no lack of feudal lords. The territory lords on the other hand were unscathed. However, the loss that they incurred from just one human did no favors to their pride. All of them hated this Eighth Order human to the marrow of their bones, and anytime he dared to show his face, he was chased down by numerous territory lords and given a good beating. The results of his plan thus far were just as expected. Yang Kai had no idea whether or not this would be effective, but the decisive factor to gain results was effort. There were surely some remnant human soldiers observing the situation here, perhaps even hiding nearby, waiting for their chance to move. However, with such a strong force in their way, it was simply impossible for these scattered human soldiers to break through the blockade of the Black Ink clan and return to the 3,000 worlds. With nobody to rally and lead them, they would die here sooner or later. Yang Kai left some subtle hints each time he clashed with the Black Ink clan, but he had no idea whether the humans in hiding would pick up on them. All he could do was hope they were smart enough. Yang Kai could not be too obvious under the eyes of the Black Ink clan. It would be truly foolish of him if he were to treat them as idiots. So, from the start he didn't dare to reveal his true strength, only using the power of an ordinary Eighth Order master to deal with the Black Ink clan's encirclements before escaping at the last moment using space principles. As for the Black Ink clan's suspicions that he had cultivated some sort of miraculous escape technique that made him burst into a cloud of blood mist, that was merely a show to cloud their eyes. Yang Kai also didn't dare to kill any of the territory lords because if he were to expose such strength, the royal lord would not be able to sit still and would have to personally come out to eliminate him. He worked hard to keep the situation manageable. It was hard for Yang Kai to maintain this cycle as the injuries he sustained were not fake. It was true after all, that he was being encircled by many innate territory lords at once. However, his restorative powers were so great that as long as his injuries were not critical, he would be able to recover rapidly, giving rise to the suspicion the Black Ink clan had of him having a twin. Outside of the no-return pass, 2 figures were lurking on a small shattered asteroid. Both of them were only in the 7th Order, but even though they both cultivated profound secret techniques that concealed their auras, they did not dare to approach the no-return pass too closely, lest they reveal themselves. They had been hiding here for 3 days now after having recently changed their hiding spot several times in recent days. This was because the Black Ink clan had now put up their guard and also increased the strictness of their patrols outside of the no-return pass due to the recent disturbance from their repeat uninvited guest. The 2 7th Order humans had nearly been exposed on several occasions, but the absence of a master among the patrolling Black Ink clansmen allowed them to slip away each time. At this moment, they were watching the 8th Order Division commander being chased by the Black Ink clan towards the depths of the void, soon disappearing from sight. It was a scene that they had seen many times before, as it was a performance that was put on almost every day. After the no-return pass regained its peace, the two would quietly communicate with each other through their divine senses. Did you get a good look at which division commander that was? The slightly older one of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked. The younger one shook his head. It was too far, I couldn't see. What about Brother Zhou? The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Zhou sighed. Me neither. They were in a rather remote location, but with their mere 7th Order strength, they did not dare to spy on them too openly, so it was naturally difficult for them to get a complete picture of the situation. What's more, even if they could see the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's face, they might not be able to recognize him. There were many division commanders among the Great Passes, and they rarely interacted with any of them, so how could they recognize all of them? After a moment's silence, the 7th Order Master surnamed Zhou muttered, "There's something strange about that division commander's actions." The younger one nodded, "Indeed. His actions were so risky that the slightest mistake could mean death. Many times they thought that this division commander was going to meet an unfortunate end. After all, the territory lords who chased him out from the no-return pass were quite numerous. However, he would always escape and make an appearance the very next day. His actions seemed meaningless and also quite dangerous, which was a fact that they found quite strange. Even stranger than that, this 8th Order Division commander always brandished his power recklessly, making it all but impossible to not notice him even from afar. Even across such a great distance, these two would always sense this 8th Order Division commander the moment he appeared. If something seemed unusual, there must be some reason behind it. No 8th Order Division commander was a fool, so there had to be a reason for his strange actions. The 7th Order Master surnamed Zhou suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "Brother Gu, is the division commander trying to tell us something?" The 7th Order Master surnamed Gu also had the same suspicion for a time now and nodded. "Does Brother Zhou think so too?" The one surnamed Zhou said, "If he's trying to tell us something, the only logical conclusion is he is trying to gather us somewhere. He surely knows that there are other survivors like us monitoring the no-return pass, which is why he is taking the risk to show up here so that they could lead us to a gathering place." The one surnamed Gu was roused by his words. "Then, which direction does Brother Zhou think that division commander is trying to point towards?" The one surnamed Zhou narrowed his eyes as he replied, "I don't know if you noticed, but that division commander will most frequently escape in a certain direction each time he gets chased by the territory lords. Many times he also moves in that same direction for unusually long periods of time." Certain things felt foggy if not mentioned, but once brought up, then it became simple and clear. The two of them exchanged glances, then they turned their heads in unison to a certain direction. That was exactly the place where Yang Kai's actions were pointing towards. Both their spirits were lifted. After a brief exchange, they quietly snuck out of their hiding place and flew in that direction. On a certain day half a month later, after escaping from the territory lords chasing him, Yang Kai landed on a certain asteroid, taking a break to recover. A short while later he took out a space beacon that served as a link between him and Huang Xiong. He would basically take the space beacon out and communicate with Huang Xiong for a while whenever he was free to confirm the situation on the other side. During these days, the purifying Black Ink battleship had been peaceful without any unusual occurrences. Some Black Ink clan teams were searching the area, but the purifying Black Ink battleship was so well hidden that these Black Ink clan soldiers were unable to find anything. However, just after taking the space beacon out today, he could feel space principles fluctuating. Clearly, Huang Xiong had been trying to get in contact with him. Chapter 54-46, Father has come to help. Yang Kai raised his brow as the next moment, a jade slip appeared before him from the void. He reached out to grab it and immersed his divine sense into it, then he breathed a long sigh of relief. His efforts during this period were finally showing results. The remnant soldiers lurking outside of the no-return pass were fortunately perceptive enough. On this very day, the first of the remnant soldiers found Huang Xiong and safely converged at the meeting point. Considering how much time had passed, it was clear that there were some smart ones among the human survivors. They had likely noticed the hidden signs he was giving them after appearing only a few times outside of the no-return pass. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to find Huang Xiong and the others so quickly. These remnant soldiers were few in number, only several dozen or so. Enough only to form a few squads, however this was a good start. If there was one group of them, then there had to be a second and a third. However, Yang Kai felt that he was running out of time. He had been doing this every day for more than a month, so if he continued to do so, his true intentions would probably be exposed. The Black Ink clan were not complete fools after all. If they were able to see through his goal and where he was pointing towards, then things would not end well. However, there was a bright spot in all of this. There was only a single royal lord standing guard at the no-return pass. Yang Kai had been worried that there would be too many royal lords at the no-return pass, but now, it seemed like he had been overly concerned. Whether it be the battle outside of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction or the battle outside of the no-return pass, both the humans and the Black Ink clan must have suffered heavy casualties. Royal lords and Ninth Order old ancestors too, were certain to have fallen. Yang Kai did not know the overall situation of the human race, but he could be sure that the strongest masters had been whittled down in numbers, with the Black Ink clan not being better off. In other words, for both races, whether it be royal lords or Ninth Order old ancestors, their numbers won't be high. There should be several dozen of each in the best-case scenario. The Black Ink clan had already breached the no-return pass and invaded the 3,000 worlds, so the humans were bound to put their lives on the line to stop them. With the Ninth Order old ancestors there to suppress them, the royal lords would not be able to leave as they please. Under such circumstances, how could there be several royal lords standing guard at the no-return pass? The fact that they left a single royal lord here was probably only because they knew the importance of the no-return pass. This was the only known entrance to the 3,000 worlds from the Black Ink battlefield. As far as the Black Ink clan were concerned, they couldn't afford to lose this place now that they had taken it. After all, they had to pass through here sooner or later to return to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction to help Mo break free from its prison. This was good news for Yang Kai. If there was only one royal lord, then he would not have too many constraints. Not to mention that he had previously collected the body of Azure Void Pass old ancestor, which he could use to face such an enemy. Even without it, he still had the capital to compete with a royal lord for a time on his own. In the days that followed, Yang Kai would charge the no-return pass and provoke the enemy every now and then, pointing the way subtly each time. Even though he had no idea how many of the human race soldiers left behind would understand the message, he had to keep trying. The Black Ink clan at the no-return pass grew more and more irritable. The repeated raids made them hate this 8th Open Master greatly. Worse yet, every time they thought that they had cornered him, the 8th Open Human would suddenly use his strange escape technique and disappear without a trace, which would unfailingly result in them, the territory lords, being chastised by the royal lord who berated them for their incompetence. The more they were scolded, the more their hatred for Yang Kai grew. On a certain day, Yang Kai was again picking fights outside of the no-return pass, drawing a dozen territory lords over with their troops to attack him. He swept back and forth, weaving in and out of the Black Ink clan army but avoiding the territory lords, only picking on the soft persimmons, felling countless Black Ink clansmen with his Azure Dragon spear. All of a sudden he felt a shocking murderous intent explode from within a certain Black Ink cloud. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai saw a familiar imposing figure emerge from it, his fiery red hair billowing behind him as he held up a huge saber with both hands. Peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm might burst out as that saber slashed down at a nearby territory lord. Die. At the same time the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master howled, the large blade in his hand burst into flames, causing space itself to warp from the intense heat. The territory lord who was caught by the saber light was shocked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected to be ambushed here. However, it wasn't that the Black Ink clan hadn't been careful, just that Yang Kai had been fighting alone for such a long time without any help, so how could they anticipate being ambushed here today? They were not the only ones who did not expect this situation though, as even Yang Kai did not anticipate this happening. The sudden slash was the crystallization of the lifelong cultivation of a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. What's more, this attack had clearly been channeled and prepared for a long time, so when it struck, even a powerful innate territory lord was cut in half. Black blood spilled out and evaporated in the blazing heat left from the saber strike. This blow had exceeded the 8th Order in terms of pure force, but it clearly caused an overdraft of the master who used it, so after cutting down that territory lord, he froze in place, unable to move. After the other territory lords recovered from their shock, how could they hold back? They all attacked this unmoving target with their secret techniques. Seeing that his situation was about to become dangerous, Yang Kai swiftly retreated and put one hand on this unexpected ally's shoulder, pulling him behind him as numerous Tao strengths condensed onto his spear before he thrust it out. The violent energy shook the void and blood trickled out from the corner of Yang Kai's mouth and his body got struck. Behind him, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master shouted, "Young boy, I came to help you. Let's kill these bastards. Kill one to break even, kill two to gain a profit." Yang Kai choked down the fresh blood in his mouth and said through ground teeth, "In that case I really should thank you." Making use of the force of the Territory Lord's combined blow, Yang Kai retreated quickly while suffering from a great deal of discomfort. Fortunately, the sudden loss of one Territory Lord had frightened the other Territory Lords, so they did not dare to chase after them right away for fear that there might be other ambushers nearby, just waiting for an opening to strike. While the enemy was distracted, Yang Kai hurriedly left. Before he got far, another figure came out of hiding and shouted at Yang Kai from a distance, "Brother Yang, take me with you. I don't want to be left behind here." Yang Kai turned back his head, feeling so aggrieved that he was about to cough up blood again. However, he had no choice but to dart over to that side and bring along the figure that suddenly appeared. However, this delay allowed the Territory Lords to compose themselves and chase after them. Yang Kai desperately pushed his world force as he fled. If he was alone, then he could easily shake off his pursuers under this situation, but now, he had to bring along an 8th Order Master who was practically a lamp running out of oil and could do nothing but cackle with a smug look on his face, as if killing a single innate Territory Lord made him invincible, and another 7th Order Master too. How could Yang Kai escape quickly under such circumstances? The Territory Lords behind them were gaining on them, constantly blasting secret techniques out in their direction, causing Yang Kai to stagger. He threw his hand back and pulled the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master onto his back. The 8th Order Master was shocked and gasped, "Young boy, I'll die like this." With him on Yang Kai's back, the first one to get hit by the attacks coming from behind would be him. Yang Kai naturally acted as if he didn't hear him. Behind them, as another round of the Territory Lord's attacks were about to reach them, space principles undulated and the trio disappeared. After several uses of instantaneous movement, Yang Kai finally escaped his pursuers, but he did not dare to stop. He continued moving forward and it wasn't until half a day passed that he found a place to hide. After putting the two deadweights down, Yang Kai fell to the floor and sighed. It had been quite the thrilling trip. The 8th Order Master also wanted to relax on the floor, but as soon as he touched the ground, he jumped up again. Touching his back, he found it covered in blood and hurting like hell. He suspected that Yang Kai put him on his back on purpose so he could use him as a shield. On the other hand, the 7th Order Master bowed to Yang Kai, "Many thanks, Brother Yang, for this life-saving grace." Yang Kai looked at him, then at the 8th Order Master, getting furious at once and scolding, "Brother Gong, your master doesn't have a brain, but are you also lacking one? Why did you jump out like that? Were you trying to save me or harm me?" The 7th Order Masters was none other than Gong Lian, whom Yang Kai knew well as he was the legacy disciple of the Great Evolution Army's Southern Army commander, Yang Lai. Gong Lian was a man of great aptitude and intelligence, his only fault was his lazy nature. When Yang Kai was in the Great Evolution Army, he had the chance to interact with Gong Lian on several occasions, but every time he saw him, this guy always had a sleepy look on his face. Even in the main conference hall, during important meetings that would decide the fate of the war, Gong Liang could still sleep while leaning against a pillar. This time was different, however, as Gong Liang was wide awake, seemingly still in shock from his life being put on the line. After being reprimanded by Yang Kai, Gong Lian only smiled awkwardly, too embarrassed to say anything. Next to him, Yang Lai naturally wasn't happy and glared at Yang Kai, "Smelly brat, how can you talk like that? What do you mean this old master doesn't have a brain?" He patted his own head, "Can't you see this old master's big head?" Yang Kai looked at him and could not help but think of Xiang Shan and Mi Jingluan. The two big heads had heads filled with strategies, whereas Yang Lai's hand was probably filled with water. Yang Kai sighed a long sigh. One should not compare people lest they anger themselves to death. Yang Lai was indignant for a while, but then he was suddenly smiling again. "Brat, when did you advance to the 8th Order? Your cultivation speed is really a sight to behold." Then he turned to Gong Lian, "Damn disciple, why don't you learn from him? Yang Kai didn't even advance to the 7th Order as early as you, but now he's already in the 8th Order. What about you?" Gong Lian pursed his lips and kept silent, acting like he heard nothing. Yang Lai tossed the matter to the back of his mind after scolding him. He then turned back to Yang Kai. If this old master hadn't seen it with his own eyes, then it's simply hard to believe what happened. Back then, this old master even worried about you when you were chased out of the battlefield by that royal lord. I wondered whether or not you'd be able to survive, and there had been no news all this while. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was worried sick about you. Many people had seen Yang Kai being chased by the royal lord outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. However, the old ancestors were completely powerless to help. A few 8th Order masters tried to offer assistance, but Yang Kai and the sheep-headed royal lord were both too fast, so they were only able to chase them for a while before losing track of them, forcing them to return to the battlefield and continue their fight against the Black Ink clan. Everyone who saw that scene thought that Yang Kai's fate was surely going to be bad. After all, he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master being chased by a royal lord. So what if he was proficient in the Tao of Space? The gap in strength was so great that it was simply impossible for Yang Kai to escape. However, when Ouyang Lai saw Yang Kai again today, not only was the latter alive and well, but he even advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Ouyang Lai was stunned to say the least. Chapter 54-47, Gather. Ouyang Lai had also been there to witness Yang Kai being chased by the royal lord. He also wanted to help Yang Kai, but he was outnumbered 2-1 back then. Being targeted by 2 innate territory lords by force, he was unable to extricate himself and could only watch as Yang Kai was chased. It had been 500 years since that event, but rather than dying like everyone expected, Yang Kai had actually advanced from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 8th Order. Ouyang Lai could also sense from his perception that Yang Kai's heritage as an 8th Order Master was both rich and sturdy, completely unlike someone who had just broken through. This filled him with many doubts. He had no idea how Yang Kai was able to shake the royal lord off, and what sort of opportunities he encountered. Yang Kai originally had a stomach full of grievances. This was the final time he had planned to show up to guide the remnant human soldiers. He never expected to see Ouyang Lai and his disciple halfway through, and for them to make such a mess of the situation. If his current strength had not grown far beyond what it was the last time they had met, they might all have fallen into a disastrous state now. However, after hearing Ouyang Lai's words, Yang Kai really couldn't find it in him to be annoyed at him. Ouyang Lai had used all of his strength to kill that innate territory lord with one strike. In other words, that one blow had completely drained him, leaving him completely defenseless. Even a feudal lord could have killed him at that point. It was a sneak attack to begin with, and Ouyang Lai had brought out all his strength in a single secret technique. Only then was he able to cut down that innate territory lord on the spot. Otherwise, how could an innate territory lord die so easily? Even though what he did was rash, Ouyang Lai had only done so because of the confidence he had in Yang Kai. He believed that Yang Kai could get him out of there, otherwise he would not have put himself in harm's way so easily even if he was a musclehead. Unfortunately, his actions burdened Yang Kai, who was forced to clean up after him and bring the master and disciple pair along to escape. Why is Senior Ouyang here? Yang Kai asked while tossing Ouyang Lai a bottle of spirit pills. Huang Xiong and the others had run out of supplies after so many years of fierce battling, so Ouyang Lai was likely in the same condition. As expected, Ouyang Lai's eyes lit up at the sight of the healing pills. He took them, gulped them all down, then shut his eyes to adjust his breathing, but not before signaling to Gong Lian with his eyes, telling him to explain the situation to Yang Kai. Naturally, Gong Lian obeyed. We have been hunting around the outer periphery of the no-return pass all these years. Only we normally stay a bit further away since we dare not venture too close. Some days ago, we received a report from one of our squads about there being movements of masters fighting at the no-return pass, but by the time they arrived they were unable to find anything. After that, another few squads vaguely felt movements over the following days, so Honored Master led me over to see what was going on. It was quite coincidental since this was Ouyang Lai and his disciples' first time coming over here to check on the situation, and the reason he had to bring Gong Lian was so that he could make use of Gong Lian's unique ability. Many years ago, when they were investigating the situation of the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass, Ouyang Lai brought Gong Lian with him as he was able to spy on others without alerting, as his perception was somehow untraceable. Naturally, it would not be different this time. The two of them had only just hidden themselves for a short while before Yang Kai appeared, picking fights recklessly outside of the no-return pass. Even more coincidentally, Yang Kai actually passed by where they were hiding while being chased by those territory lords. How could Ouyang Lai resist such a golden opportunity? Moreover, with the territory lords being so close, Ouyang Lai wasn't sure that they wouldn't be discovered. Since the possibility of being found was high, he naturally decided to seize the initiative. It was at the instant when Yang Kai passed by the black ink cloud that the hiding Ouyang Lai burst forth and cut down an innate territory lord. The actions of the master and disciple were as much a matter of necessity as they were a matter of coincidence and circumstance. After hearing Gong Lian's account, Yang Kai realized that he had mistakenly blamed Ouyang Lai for acting recklessly, saying that this old fart should not be acting so brainlessly, lest he hurt the people around him and himself. Brother Gong, how is it that you're still here and have not returned to the 3,000 worlds? As far as I know, the vast majority of the human army managed to withdraw to the 3,000 worlds other than a few remnants from the Great Passes that acted as a rear guard to delay the Black Ink clan. Could it be that Great Evolution Pass was also? Yang Kai's heart jumped in worry. Huang Xiong and the others were roaming around the Black Ink battlefield because Azure Void Pass had fallen in battle. Stuck behind enemy lines and with no way back, they instead chose to attempt to retrieve the bodies of the old ancestor and Azure Void Pass core. If Great Evolution was also broken through, then that would mean that old ancestor Xiao Xiao had perished. Yang Kai's feelings grew heavy. As if knowing his worries, Gong Lian hurried to explain, "It's not as Brother Yang thinks. What remained of the Great Evolution army after that war basically managed to return to the 3,000 worlds, but as for us, well, it's an interesting story." Saying so, he glanced at Ouyang Lai, finding it difficult to speak. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that it was Ouyang Lai who messed something up. As expected, Ouyang Lai opened his eyes and said, "There's nothing much to be said about it. When the human race army lost the battle outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the old ancestors gave the order for us to retreat to the No Return Pass to regroup with the Dragon and Phoenix clans so we could make a stand against the Black Ink clan. Many battles were fought and both sides incurred heavy casualties. This old master led the troops across the battlefield, but our ranks were unfortunately splintered by the Black Ink clan army and were unable to reach the No Return Pass in time. We had no choice but to take in the other survivors and become drifters after that." In the heat of the battle, Ouyang Lai probably couldn't be bothered to care about something like a fleet formation either. He led his army forward boldly, but that also allowed the Black Ink clan to cut them off. Yang Kai was relieved after finding out what happened. The fall of the No Return Pass was something that happened only about 200 years ago, and Ouyang Lai was seemingly able to gather some helping hands in this period. Only just like with Huang Xiong, they were all remnant soldiers. The numbers Ouyang Lai managed to gather up were actually higher than Huang Xiong's side. Over the years he was able to assemble a considerable force, almost 3,000. There were even 2 8th Order Open Heaven Masters in their group. Besides Ouyang Lai, there was another called Fei Yuanlong, but he did not come with them this time. They did not dare to provoke the Black Ink clan at the No Return Pass. After all, a royal lord was overseeing the situation, so the only thing they could do was roam around outside, but they were still relatively successful, killing a considerable number of Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai picked many fights outside of the No Return Pass over the past 1.5 months, subtly guiding the remnant human soldiers. If Gong Lian could have observed it a few more times, then he would surely be able to catch the hint with his wits. Then he only had to follow the directions to find Huang Xiong and the others. Only his whereabouts were exposed the very first time he came to investigate with Ouyang Lai, so where would he find the time to ponder Yang Kai's actions? "Brother Yang, have you also been drifting about these years?" Gong Lian asked out of curiosity. Yang Kai sighed, "It's a long story." After that, he gave them a brief account of what he told Huang Xiong, causing Gong Lian's eyes to flash. He had heard about the legendary temporal rivers before, but even his honored master Ouyang Lai has never come across one before, so how could he have? Honestly, Gong Lian thought it was just an old folktale, never actually expecting them to really exist. Such a good thing caused Gong Lian to wonder if he would also have a chance to cultivate in those temporal rivers, and how fast it would allow him to increase his cultivation. However, on second thought, the time spent inside of the temporal rivers was real, only passing by faster than in the outside world. That was the reason why it was called the cultivation shortcut for those in the open heaven realm. At the end of it all, even with a temporal river, one's effort was still required for results. Thinking of all the work that would take, Gong Lian immediately lost interest. On the other hand, Ouyang Lai gave great importance to the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon and asked many questions about it. Naturally, Yang Kai answered all his questions one by one. When he heard that Yang Kai had marked out a path back to the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon so he could still find it in the future, Young Lai did not reserve any compliments on his meticulousness. After finding out that there were other remnant soldiers with Huang Xiong from Azure Void Pass, Young Lai could no longer sit still. He was unwilling to live out the rest of his life running and hiding as he had for these past 200 years, but he had no other choice and his own circumstances made him feel very bitter. If he wasn't so vexed at his situation, he might not have cut down that territory lord so decisively when the chance presented itself. Now there was a possibility of breaking through the no-return pass and returning to the 3,000 worlds to rejoin the human army. How could Young Lai stand to delay? But even though his injuries were not serious, that attack earlier drained all of his world force, and he was barely able to recover some of it even after recuperating for a few days. Even so, he immediately led Yang Kai towards the base where he and his group were hiding. After gathering everyone, they set out to converge with the remnant soldiers from Azure Void Pass. In an instant, the strength of the remnant army surged. The army that originally had less than 1,000 troops swelled to more than 4,000. The only complaint would be the small number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they had. Currently they only had 4, including Yang Kai, which for 4,000 soldiers really wasn't much. They were in no hurry to act though. After all, there were far too many variables if they were to launch an attack on the no-return pass. They could not act with confidence unless they did some proper planning beforehand. Moreover, Yang Kai wanted to wait a while longer. Perhaps some other survivors caught on to his clues and would be coming to join them soon. While the remnant army plotted their course, the Black Ink clan of the No-Return Pass finally found some long-awaited peace and quiet. That 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master finally stopped showing up. Even though another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showed up the last time and even killed an innate territory lord, causing the Black Ink clan to lose all face, it was still better than being teased like monkeys on a daily basis. Thus, the territory lords rejoiced. However, another thought came to mind. What was there to be happy about? During the days when that 8th Order Master stirred up trouble outside of the No-Return Pass, the total number of Black Ink clansmen who died at his hands was approaching the 100,000 mark. Just the fallen feudal lords alone numbered over 1,000. Even though they would beat him till he spat blood every time and made him look utterly miserable, nobody had any idea how hurt he truly was. The result was so frustrating that the territory lords all vowed to themselves that if they ever saw that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the battlefield again, they would surely take good care of him. The Black Ink clan did not give up on their search either. Large numbers of search parties were sent out to try to locate that 8th Order human, but they all came back empty-handed. Even if there were any who discovered him, they simply never returned to give a report. At the hiding place of the human remnant army, over the following month a continuous stream of human soldiers gathered after understanding Yang Kai's hints. The remnant army now numbered around 5,000, but they still only had 4 8th Order Masters among them. A single purifying Black Ink battleship could not fit so many soldiers. At the very most, a purifying Black Ink battleship could only hold a maximum of 1,500 soldiers. However, they were unable to find a second purifying Black Ink battleship as the war with the Black Ink clan had been extremely intense, to the point that even great passes were destroyed. Most of the purifying Black Ink battleships were blasted to dust, so it was really a miracle to find a purifying Black Ink battleship that was only half ruined in the ruins of Azure Void Pass. Chapter 54-48 Breaking Through. Yang Kai had been dizzy with work during these days. Since they had to attack the No-Return Pass, they naturally had to be prepared. Warships needed to be repaired and all sorts of spirit pills had to be refined. As the saying went, before the troops move, fodder and provisions must be prepared. Yang Kai had exceptional attainments in alchemy, artifact refining, and the array Dao, so out of all the people present, he naturally became the busiest. Preparations took 2 years to complete, and in these 2 years Yang Kai had been so busy that he practically never stopped in one place for even a moment. Even though his cultivation was now in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, he still turned haggard from overwork. Most of his energy was expended on repairing warships. All the remaining ships of the human squads were on the verge of falling apart. Their charge into the No-Return Pass was going to be extremely dangerous, so without the protection of warships, the casualties among the remnant soldiers would be atrocious at best. So, during these 2 years, every warship was carefully repaired so that it could provide the maximum amount of protection during the life-or-death battle to come. Finally, all the preparations were in place. The 5,000-strong remnant army had been reorganized into 4 extra-large divisions, with the 4 8th Order Masters becoming the commanders of each division. In addition, they spent a lot of time planning for the various scenarios they would face once the attack began, trying to account for every contingency. The remnant army gathered at their hiding spot, equipped and ready to depart. Even though it was quiet, the murderous aura clearly showed each person's determination. After leaving here, they would either break through the no-return pass and return to the 3,000 worlds or die trying. Among the 4 Eighth Order Masters, Ouyang was the most senior, so he should have been the one to come forward and give a speech to boost the army's morale, but as usual, he ended up thinking that it was too troublesome when it came time to do it and discarded the long speech he prepared. Grinning menacingly, he simply raised his fist and roared, "All right, boys and girls, let's go and fuck those bastards up." Gong Lian could not help but facepalm, looking as if he had a headache. The effect was somewhat unexpected, however, as the morale of the remnant army really soared and they all cheered in unison. They had been extremely vexed after being forced to run and hide for so many years, watching their fellow brothers and sisters die along the way. They would rather die fighting, trying to make their way home, than keep hiding like this, living like rats in the mud, never to see the light of day again. The army set out. At the forefront was the purifying black ink battleship where Yang Kai personally assumed command. To his left was Huang Xiong, to his right Fei Yuanlong, and Ouyang brought up the rear. Fei Yuanlong was the last of the Eighth Order Masters, and also another old veteran Eighth Order Master who was no less powerful than Ouyang. If they had to compete, then among the 4 Eighth Order Masters, the weakest one would actually be Huang Xiong. After all, he was forced to sacrifice part of his small universe. Even though he had received a profound Yin Spirit fruit from Yang Kai and managed to repair that damage, it would still take many years for him to restore his strength back to its peak. The current Huang Xiong was stronger than a newly advanced Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but still far from reaching the strength of a true veteran. The remnant army's hiding place had changed several times over the past 2 years, and now they were a 3-month journey by warship from the no-return pass. The first month was uneventful. However, they began to encounter Black Ink clan squads one after another in the following month. No territory lords were overseeing these patrols, and each of them was quite small in number, so there was no need to mention what happened to them. The further they advanced though, the more Black Ink clansmen they encountered. These Black Ink clansmen were mostly patrolling around the no-return pass periphery or returning from the outside with freshly mined resources. 1 or 2 teams going missing would not be enough to attract the attention of the Black Ink clan's higher-ups, but as the numbers grew, the unusual situation was naturally detected by the Black Ink clansmen at the no-return pass. After some brief discussion, a few territory lords assembled their armies and set out to investigate the situation. With only 10 days to go before arriving at the no-return pass, the human remnant army encountered their first territory lord. From the purifying Black Ink battleship that he oversaw, Yang Kai was able to detect the territory lord's aura from afar. However, the other party was only able to detect them after approaching to within a few 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai had arranged an illusion array on the purifying Black Ink battleship, so why would he not equip the other warships with them? As long as the enemy didn't get too close and didn't check too carefully, these arrays were enough to conceal the movements of the remnant army, making it difficult for the Black Ink clan to spot them. When he saw such a large force of humans coming towards him, the territory lord was shocked and ordered his subordinates to block them. At the same time, he turned around, preparing to head back to the no-return pass to report this troubling development. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw a young human standing silently behind him, giving him an icy glare. The territory lord paled as he had no idea how this human managed to get behind him without him even noticing. However, he recognized the other party at a glance. It was the same young human male who had constantly provoked them outside the no-return pass a few years ago. He had crossed blades with this human countless times and even forced him to cough up blood by joining hands with the other territory lords. For 2 years, this human had disappeared, so the territory lord never thought he would see him again on this day, leading such a large human army no less. Having fought with Yang Kai before, he more or less understood his strength, so how could this territory lord be careless? He immediately charged at Yang Kai as his Black Ink strength surged, condensing into a giant palm that covered the sky as he roared, "Scram!" He was not in the mood to get tangled up with this fellow right now. An army of humans had appeared just a few days away from the no-return pass. This matter had to be reported as soon as possible. The territory lord was stunned, however, to discover that his opponent remained completely indifferent to his attack. The annoying human simply summoned his spear and unleashed a flurry of thrust at him. After exchanging blows for just 2 breaths, the territory lord was flabbergasted. After not seeing this human for 2 years, his strength had somehow increased to a ridiculous degree. Mysterious powers spread out and intertwined, giving the territory lord the illusion that he was caught in a large net, and each fiber of that net contained heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. While Yang Kai fought with the territory lord, the squad warships on both sides of the purifying black ink battleship also unleashed a powerful barrage from their artifacts and arrays. In just one volley they tore apart the Black Ink clan army, and with swift movements, the 4 divisions closed in, ensuring not a single Black Ink clansman was able to escape. Ouyang Lai originally planned to move to assist Yang Kai, but before he could even head over, he saw Yang Kai's spear sweep across the territory lord's waist from a distance. At once, the other party's abdomen caved in as black blood splashed out violently. Yang Kai thrust his spear out again, piercing through the territory lord's chest. With a fierce explosion of power, the latter's insides were thoroughly mangled. Before his death, the territory lord gawked at Yang Kai incredulously, seemingly unable to understand how this 8th-grade open heaven realm master had become so overwhelming in just 2 years. Yang Kai flicked his spear, causing the territory lord's corpse to burst into a blood mist. Immediately after, he returned to the purifying black ink battleship and ordered, "Move out." The 4 divisions of the remnant army reorganized themselves and continued forward. However, every soldier who saw the battle earlier had their spirits lifted. A powerful innate territory lord had been cut down just like that. They had never seen such a decisive victory before. Even Ouyang Lai and the 2 other 8th Order masters felt their hearts pounding. Yang Kai seemed strong to an absurd degree. Huang Xiong and the others were not too familiar with Yang Kai, but Ouyang Lai had more contact with him and knew that Yang Kai was able to crush those in the same realm when he was in the 7th Other. Back then, against feudal lords, Yang Kai was basically able to kill them with a single blow. Ouyang Lai had thought that even if Yang Kai found an opportunity to advance into the 8th Order, he would not be able to retain such an overwhelming advantage like he had in the 7th Order, but with the strength Yang Kai had just shown, he was on the path of crushing his peers again. 2 years ago, Ouyang Lai had also killed an innate territory lord with a single slash, but that had been in a sneak attack and had cost him all his world force. After that, he was completely unable to fight, which was very different from Yang Kai's case today. It was no wonder why he had the guts to provoke several territory lords at once outside the no-return pass. It turned out that he was strong enough to ignore them. Yang Kai had not even reached the peak of the 8th Order yet, so Ouyang Lai was suddenly looking forward to how he would be once he reached that height. Maybe, he might really be able to kill an innate territory lord in a single blow without suffering any injuries. Yang Kai was wounded this time when he killed that territory lord, likely because he wanted to end the fight quickly and was willing to suffer a bit in exchange for speed. However, those injuries were all internal, so outsiders were not able to see them. The remnant army were unable to approach the no-return pass unnoticed in the end, which was something that they had expected. The illusion arrays on the purifying black ink battleship and the warships were not powerful enough to allow them to go unnoticed under the determined search of the enemy. Just 3 days out from the no-return pass, the remnant army was finally fully exposed. The no-return pass was naturally stunned, unable to figure out how the humans could still have an army of this size on the black ink battlefield. They knew about human survivors, but they were all scattered about and of no threat to them. However, when they saw such an army approaching, they had no choice but to take them seriously. Once the news was reported, the royal lord overseeing the no-return pass personally came out to investigate the situation. But when he had got a look at the lineup of the human army, he just snorted. They dared to come and pick a fight with just 4 8th Open Heaven Realm Masters? It was no different from suicide in his opinion. The forces guarding the no-return pass were not large, but they still had a royal lord and some 20 innate territory lords. The Black Ink clan garrison here also numbered at least 1 million, with many more constantly being spawned and sent to the 3,000 worlds. This was not something a mere remnant army of a few thousand humans could challenge. Seeing the remnant army led by a huge warship, constantly approaching the no-return pass, the royal lord became furious and ordered his territory lords to assemble their armies and meet them in battle. Under the royal lord's order, the territory lords did not dare to delay for a moment. At once, 10 territory lords mobilized along with a 300,000-strong army, showing the importance they attached to this battle. They themselves knew that the Black Ink battlefield would be completely under their control after this battle. They would no longer have to worry about being harassed by these human remnants. The supply convoys would also no longer be intercepted, and they could focus all their attention on invading the 3,000 worlds. 10 territory lords stormed out of the no-return pass with great momentum, a massive Black Ink clan army at their back exuding unconquerable might. Under their command, the 300,000-strong Black Ink clan army quickly formed a semicircle that surrounded the human army. It seemed from this arrogant gesture that they meant to take down the 5,000 humans in one fell swoop. Instead of being frightened by such a disparity in numbers though, the humans all lifted their weapons and prepared to meet the enemy. This was only natural. After all, they had already experienced far too many battles like this. To fight as 1,000 against 10,000, which human soldier had not experienced that before? Only, the humans were indeed meager in strength, and the number of 8th Order masters were less than usual for an army this size with only 4 in total. However, what did they have to fear about the trivial Black Ink clan? They would still fight to the death. Chapter 54-49, 10,000 Black Ink clansmen. The two armies rapidly approached each other, exuding turbulent killing intent. At a distance of 1 million kilometers, the purifying Black Ink battleship acting as the vanguard began its attack. The many arrays arranged around the purifying Black Ink battleship hummed and the artifacts at their core lit up, turning into streams of colorful light that cut through the void, illuminating the outside of the no-return pass into a glorious light display. Each burst of light carried terrifying killing power with it and soon exploded amidst the Black Ink clan army, clearing out large regions of space. The remnant army's only purifying Black Ink battleship was brought out from Azure Void Pass, and it could be said to contain the remaining essence gathered from the entire Great Pass, so its might was several times stronger than an ordinary purifying Black Ink battleship. The 1,000 or so human soldiers stationed aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship were essentially all there to power the excessive number of arrays installed on its hull. Before the purifying Black Ink battleship was breached, they did not need to head out to fight the enemy hand-to-hand, they only needed to activate the various arrays and rely on the might of the artifacts. Not once had a purifying Black Ink battleship appeared with such a luxurious loadout before. The first round of attacks came as a shock to the Black Ink clan, and the 10 territory lords instantly realized that this purifying Black Ink battleship was different from the others. They had also seen the humans purifying Black Ink battleships before, but what they saw in the past could hardly compare to the might of the warship before them now. So, after a brief discussion, 5 of the territory lords charged straight at the purifying Black Ink battleship under the cover of their subordinates. Regardless of where this remnant army came from, they seemed to be heavily reliant on this purifying Black Ink battleship, so as long as they could finish it off, the human strength would be greatly reduced, leaving the enemy at their mercy. With the combined strength of 5 innate territory lords against only 1 8th Order master standing guard aboard the battleship, it was practically impossible for them to fail. Soon, with the sacrifice of their subordinate Black Ink clansmen, the 5 territory lords were able to close to a distance of 100,000 kilometers from the purifying Black Ink battleship. From this distance, the innate territory lords could fully exert their strength against this purifying Black Ink battleship. However, before they could make their moves, a stream of light suddenly emerged from the purifying Black Ink battleship. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing the battleship actually charged out to meet them. The territory lords all had sharp vision and excellent memory, so they could naturally tell at a glance that this was that 8th Order human master who had constantly picked a fight with them outside of the no-return pass 2 years ago. Similar to the territory lord who was cut down by Yang Kai previously, these 5 greatly underestimated Yang Kai's strength, thinking that he was only uniquely gifted at escaping and not really that strong. So, none of the 5 territory lords put this man's charge to heart. Instead, they each gathered their strength, intending to blast apart this arrogant human together with the purifying Black Ink battleship. However, the 8th Order humans' figures suddenly blurred and disappeared from their sight. The next moment, 3 territory lords howled in pain as if they had been subjected to some unbearable torture, their faces twisting in agony. In an instant, 3 powerful innate territory lords were rendered helpless. The remaining 2 had no idea what happened to their companions, but they were too shocked to even react. They had sensed a surge of spiritual energy just now, but they had no idea what took place. Before they could check on the condition of their companions though, the soldiers on the purifying Black Ink battleship who had received Yang Kai's instructions ahead of time activated all of the offensive arrays and fired in the 3 disabled territory lords' direction. If these 3 had been at their peak, then such an attack would not have been much of a threat to them. However, with their souls being torn into at this moment, they were in a heavily dazed state and unable to react promptly. The purifying Black Ink battleship had hundreds of arrays installed, and all of them shot at once in 3 directions, completely enveloping the enemy masters. Each territory lord was exposed to 200 to 300 attacks, each of which was at least equivalent to the full-powered blow of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, with a dozen or so of them even being comparable to the strength of an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was as if the entire void had been torn apart in an instant. The violent tidal wave of energy not only forced the Black Ink clan army back, but even the purifying Black Ink battleship's shields flickered furiously as they were hit by the shockwaves from the close-range explosions. Amid this chaos, 3 powerful auras were extinguished. The 3 targeted innate territory lords died just like that. As the dust settled, Yang Kai reappeared and swept his spear out at the 2 remaining territory lords. The veins on his forehead were throbbing and both his eyes had gone bloodshot. The indescribable feeling of pain coursing through his body made him feel as if his soul was being torn apart, but he still grit his teeth and endured, channeling his pain into a furious onslaught of attacks. 10 territory lords led a 300,000-strong Black Ink army, while the humans only had 4 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters commanding 5,000 soldiers. The odds were not in the humans' favor, to say the least. So, no matter what, the gap in strength had to be reduced. At such moments, the soul-rending thorn was the best card Yang Kai could play. From his experience killing the sheep-headed royal lord, Yang Kai knew the limits of his soul. If he were to use the soul-rending thorn 4 times at once, his consciousness would blur to the point where he was no longer able to think rationally just like last time. He was lucky back then and continued fighting on pure instinct despite blacking out, even managing to kill the sheep-headed royal lord in the end, but Yang Kai could not even remember how he accomplished that. He only knew that he had brought out his dragon bead since he noticed it was damaged when he inspected his wounds after the battle. Only by attacking with his dragon bead was Yang Kai able to kill a royal lord, as it was his most powerful trump card. However, he wouldn't always be so lucky. So, Yang Kai only used 3 soul-rending thorns this time, targeting 3 territory lords. This was complemented by a powerful attack from the purifying Black Ink battleship, which felled the 3 territory lords in one swoop as he expected. After such an opening move, Yang Kai could just barely manage the remaining 2. The 2 surviving territory lords were both in a state of shock after the instant deaths of their 3 companions, so they put almost all their strength into defending themselves lest they follow in the footsteps of their companions, which gave Yang Kai an easier time dealing with them. The fight started so furiously that it vastly exceeded the expectations of the Black Ink clan. They had originally planned for the 5 territory lords to surround and attack the purifying Black Ink battleship while the remaining 5 would deal with the other 3 8th-order masters, which should have been enough to keep the humans pinned down. However, the 5 who were supposed to deal with the purifying Black Ink battleship had instantly failed. The fall of 3 territory lords not only left the remaining 2 at the enemy's mercy, it also completely astonished the other 5. Ouyang Lei and the others were stunned at Yang Kai's methods, but they also knew that they could not waste the momentum that Yang Kai built up for them and immediately led their troops towards the Black Ink clan while they themselves engaged the other 5 territory lords. One by one, lights shot out from the squad-class warships. 5,000 against 300,000, yet the Black Ink clan army was clearly on the back foot, constantly retreating towards the no-return pass. The dissipation of auras could constantly be felt. The Black Ink clan's casualties were innumerable, but warships were beginning to explode on the human side, leading to the collapse of small universes. However, no one mourned at this moment. Every human soldier knew that this would be a steep uphill battle. If they did not break through the blockade of the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass, then they would end up wandering the Black Ink battlefield until the day they died, never again having the opportunity to return to the 3,000 worlds to rejoin the main human army. At the central vanguard, Yang Kai fought 2 innate territory lords alone. Borrowing the momentum from the first attack that left the 2 territory lords hesitant, he was able to gain an absolute advantage. Right now, even though the heritage of his small universe was not much stronger than when he just walked out from the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai's overall combat strength had increased significantly. For him, his encounters with the territory lords had allowed him to hone his skills and develop a far better control over his own power, especially his many Dao strengths. He was also constantly gaining new insight into these various grand Daos whenever he used them in battle. The soul-warming lotus constantly emanated a feeling of coolness that soothed his damaged soul, slowly stabilizing his state of mind. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Kai opened up some distance from his enemies and executed a secret technique. In a flash, a golden crow cried out and a great sun rose. In the next moment, a cold full moon manifested as well. The sun and moon orbited around Yang Kai, exuding the mysteries of time and space. A profound power fluctuated forth as the sun and moon spun in a kaleidoscope of light. The vast void was filled with spacetime strength, making it seem as if time was standing still when viewed from the outside while space froze in place. A large swath of the void seemed to be cut off from the rest of the universe by some strange force. Yang Kai widened his eyes and stared carefully. The last time he used his sun and moon divine wheel, he saw something unusual. At that time, his sun and moon divine wheel seemed to shatter the spacetime continuum, allowing him to see fragments of the future. In one of those flashes, Yang Kai saw himself holding the severed head of the sheep-headed royal lord as countless black ink clansmen surrounded him, seemingly in worship, but were in fact encircling him to kill him. But this time, he was unable to see anything. Still, the might of the sun and moon divine wheel did not decrease in the slightest. In fact, it had even become slightly stronger than before. This secret technique could be considered one of Yang Kai's strongest methods right now and was far less risky than the self-harming attack of his dragon bead. Even the sheep-headed royal lord at that time had suffered when struck by this secret technique, so nothing need be said about two flustered innate territory lords. It was just a flash before the frozen void seemed to return to life, but in that instant the huge region of space that flowed with Yang Kai's spacetime strength seemed to have passed through millions of years. As space and time realigned, all the Black Ink clansmen within that region of the void, whether it be the territory lords or the regular Black Ink clan soldiers, all of them disintegrated into a cloud of Black Ink strength, disappearing without a trace. The 5 innate territory lords who initially targeted the purifying Black Ink battleship had all died. A single sun and moon divine wheel massacred 100,000 Black Ink clansmen in an instant. The morale of the humans soared while the Black Ink clan was horrified. There was not one of them whose eyes were not filled with terror. 10 territory lords came out to meet the humans in battle, yet mere moments into the fight, half of them had already been killed. Was that really an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? When did 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters become so powerful? They weren't the only ones who were terrified, even the territory lords who remained inside of the no-return pass shivered in fright as they witnessed this. The royal lord overseeing the no-return pass was in a state of disbelief. There were 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the enemy army, but while 3 could be disregarded since they fell within the limits of what an ordinary 8th Order human should be capable of, the one who commanded the purifying Black Ink battleship was so powerful that it was hard to wrap one's mind around. The secret techniques and divine abilities this human unleashed were so astonishing they didn't even seem possible. After debating for a moment, the royal lord came to a decision. He could not allow such a human to live. Otherwise, if he were left to grow and one day reach the 9th Order, would he not then be able to cut down royal lords like he was chopping fruits or vegetables? Currently, the Black Ink clan did not have many royal lords left among their ranks. Otherwise, he would not be the only one overseeing the no-return pass. Chapter 5450 Who Dares Block My Way? With his mind made up, the royal lord made his move, turning into a cloud of Black Ink strength that rapidly approached the battlefield. Yang Kai had been weakened at this moment. Releasing 3 soul-rending thorns had severely damaged his soul, and then using his sun and moon divine will had drained a significant amount of his world force. If Yang Kai did not have a world tree clone to stabilize his small universe, it would have already been heavily shaken. Even then, half of his small universe's heritage had been drained already, leaving him with a feeling of weakness. He quickly took out some spirit pills and gulped them down. Yang Kai used to have low-rank world fruits that would almost instantly recover a large portion of his world force, but unfortunately he had used all of them up while being chased by the sheep-headed royal lord. As much as 30% of the 300,000-strong Black Ink clan army had been wiped out by him with his sun and moon divine wheel, and the road ahead had been essentially cleared. Of course, there were still Black Ink clansmen on their flanks, continuing to do battle against the warships led by Huang Xiong and Fei Yuanlong. With the path ahead cleared, the purifying Black Ink battleship was able to divert their attention and provide support to the left and right flanks. Arrays continued to hum as blast after blast was fired from them, coordinating with other 2 divisions to eradicate their enemies. It was at that moment that Yang Kai felt his body seize up as a powerful aura locked onto him. This sensation was actually quite familiar to him. Back then, the sheephead royal lorded had locked him in place using his aura in much the same way when he was chasing him, forcing him to use purifying light to isolate himself before he could activate instantaneous movement. Yang Kai immediately looked up and sure enough, in the no-return pass's direction was a giant black ink cloud rapidly approaching his location. There seemed to be two eyes inside of the black ink cloud that were sharp as swords determined to pierce through him. The Royal Lord. In the opening moments of the battle, 5 innate territory lords had fallen. The Royal Lord who oversaw the no-return pass realized the threat that Yang Kai posed and could no longer sit still. He had to kill this 8th open human personally to weed out future troubles here. From afar, the Royal Lord began exerting his power as if to demonstrate his strength and also to shake the morale of the humans. The void shook as even the protective barrier of the purifying black ink battleship lit up, as if there were an invisible weight pressing on it. Such pressure was formless, but it was real and tangible. A top master's pressure was strong enough to cull the weak all on its own. The Royal Lord naturally made the wrong decision when he tried to intimidate the humans with his pressure though. The purifying black ink battleship at the center of the army did not slow down and instead continued sailing towards the no-return pass. To its left and right, warships exploded as humans fell in large numbers. The horrific death toll left Huang Xiong and Fei Yuan long red-eyed in grief, but they were unable to do anything about it. They could only block off the attacks of the territory lords in order to minimize the casualties on their side. With the efforts of the many soldiers who sacrificed their lives, the left and right flanks finally broke through the Black Ink clan's blockade and rushed forward. Nobody dared to linger in this place. They all knew that in this assault on the no-return pass, they could not afford to stop for even a moment. They had to break through the Black Ink clan's defenses in one go if they wanted to have any hope of returning to the 3,000 worlds. The slightest hesitation would doom the remnant army to a slow death. The rear where Ouyang Lai was in charge was originally the calmest and least pressured, but now he was the one facing the heaviest burden. The Black Ink clan army which was there to block them had now become their pursuers. If the rear division couldn't hold them back, then the formation of the remnant army would surely be broken. At this point, Ouyang Lai was becoming desperate as he hurled sword waves through the void. A roar suddenly sounded from the purifying Black Ink battleship. Assume formation. At that order, the left and right flanks, along with the warships behind their lead, quickly moved closer to the purifying Black Ink battleship. Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, a grand array was activated under the combined efforts of 10 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In an instant, an array diagram spread out in the void with the purifying Black Ink battleship at the center, its patterns illuminating all directions. At that moment, the rest of the warships also activated complementary spirit arrays all at once. Like swallows returning to their nest, they were merged together into the array diagram. In just a short dozen breaths of time, the auras of all the surviving human warships became interconnected with the purifying Black Ink battleship serving as their core, as if they had truly become one. 4 Symbols Formation. This was originally a formation used by human cultivators to link their strengths together to deal with powerful enemies. It was neither special nor profound, but under the aid of this battle formation, for human cultivators were able to exert far greater power than any of them could individually in order to battle stronger Black Ink clansmen. However, the 4 Symbols formation had been modified by Yang Kai who integrated it into a grand array, allowing the 4 divisions to link themselves together. In the past, Yang Kai would never have been able to do such a thing. However, he had received a huge harvest in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, so with his attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, it was not a problem for him to create something like this. There was only one problem. The 4 Symbols formation which had been so heavily modified was not stable and could not be sustained for long. That was the reason why the remnant army didn't simply use it from the start. However, they were now at a critical point that would decide their victory or death, so how could Yang Kai continue to hesitate? With the purifying Black Ink battleship serving as the core, all the warships were closely linked together under the formation, greatly improving both their lethality and defense. As soon as the formation was completed, the huge Black Ink cloud arrived in front of them. The Black Ink cloud swiftly retracted to reveal a towering figure who raised his hand and slammed his palm down towards the purifying Black Ink battleship. Even though it looked like a casual blow, it still sent chills down the humans' backs. This was an attack from a royal lord. However, the purifying Black Ink battleship's momentum did not decrease. Yang Kai stood on the deck, looking ahead at the royal lord blocking their path before bowing towards the void, shouting, "Old ancestor, please." At those words, a cross-legged figure suddenly appeared. As Yang Kai had just retrieved it from Azure Void Pass, Old ancestor's corpse was still unmoving, his aura completely absent, as though he was in a deep slumber. However, stimulated by the Royal Lord's aura, Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor, who had already departed for the Yellow Springs, suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant the void thundered. The Royal Lord in front of them was taken aback. He never imagined he would be ambushed by an old ancestor here, so before he could withdraw his palm, the Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor lifted his finger and shattered the approaching palm strike. The Royal Lord let out a roar of rage. As he withdrew his hand, quickly discovering a bloody hole at the center of his palm where black blood spilled out. Yang Kai was shocked at what he saw. Even though he had collected the body of the old ancestor just as the old ox had told him to back in Azure Void Pass, and summoned it in a time of need to deal with a powerful enemy, Yang Kai was not sure how much power a dead old ancestor could actually exert. But now it seemed that even in death, the power of an old ancestor was still unfathomable. Catching the enemy off guard was a big reason behind the old ancestor's ability to harm the Royal Lord in a single attack, but it was also a reflection of the old ancestor's profound strength. The remnant army was still rapidly approaching the no-return pass, and the sudden appearance of an old ancestor made the Royal Lord very wary, forcing him to withdraw. The old ancestor turned his head and looked around as if to judge the situation. After quickly familiarizing himself with the battlefield, he sighed, "Even the no-return pass has been lost." Yang Kai lowered his head, looking ashamed. Many had given their lives to stop the Black Ink clan, including numerous old ancestors, but the final bulwark of the human race, the no-return pass, had still been lost. Even though Yang Kai did not participate in the war at the no-return pass, all humans shared honor and disgrace in this war. "Where is my ox?" The old ancestor then turned to look at Yang Kai, asking in a surprisingly cheerful tone. Yang Kai hurriedly brought out the ox monster with its broken horns. The ox monster also had its eyes tightly shut without any aura emanating from its body. The old ancestor stroked the head of the ox as if it were his own child and spoke warmly, "Wake up, little one. Come run with me one final time." The ox monster's eyes suddenly opened, and its powerful aura quickly revived. It shook its head at the old ancestor in displeasure. "We're already dead and you're still worrying about this? Are you not tired, old man?" The old ancestor chuckled. "It can't be helped. I'm an old ancestor after all. I inevitably carry heavier burdens on me." Saying so, he got onto the back of the ox and looked down at Yang Kai next to him, nodding lightly. Saying nothing more, he slapped the ox's rump and pointed forward, shouting, "Kill!" It was a childish gesture that would normally make one want to laugh. However, not a single one of the 1,500 soldiers aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship found this scene the slightest bit amusing. Yang Kai's eyes filled with tears as he bowed deeply. "Farewell, old ancestor. Farewell, old ancestor." The soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the world. In the distant past, a young child rode on the back of a black bovine, riding freely through the mountains, fantasizing about fighting and killing enemies that did not exist, dreaming of establishing himself as someone great after growing up, getting married and having children. At that time, an old man with an immortal temperament suddenly descended from the heavens and looked upon the child with a smile. "Call me honored master and I shall pass on a supreme technique to you." The boy asked, "Can I become rich if I call you honored master?" The old man said, "You can." The boy then asked, "Can I get women if I call you honored master?" The old man nodded again, "You can." And so the boy got down and bowed with respect, calling him honored master. The old man laughed and took the boy and the ox away. That year was so long ago that it was impossible to trace back. Kill? Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, Yang Kai's face twisted as he roared. The arrays thrummed as they fired with even greater intensity than before. A violent wave of power stirred in the surrounding void as the old ancestor engaged the Royal Lord in battle. This sudden change of events was a surprise to all of the Black Ink clansmen. Nobody had expected an old ancestor to suddenly appear at this time. When they saw the remnant army getting closer and closer to the no-return pass, the territory lords staying behind to defend the no-return pass could no longer stand by. Several territory lords stayed behind to defend the pass while the remaining ones rushed out with their armies. In an instant, the remnant army fell into an absolute disadvantage both in terms of numbers and strength. The only thing the remnant army could rely on now was the might of their warships. However, with the territory lords here to obstruct and harass them, it was difficult for the remnant army to advance. If they could not break through this siege, they would be trapped here and eventually annihilated. There were warships constantly being stripped from the formation by powerful attacks. Those warships without exception exploded, resulting in all the soldiers aboard dying. Seeing that they were reaching a critical situation, Yang Kai ground his teeth and soared out of the purifying black ink battleship. His fierce aura all but materialized as he enveloped all of the territory lords in it. A soul-rending thorn was silently released, striking one of the territory lords. In the moment of disorientation that followed, Yang Kai blasted the territory lord with his golden crow cast the sun, vaporizing him. Who dares block my way? Yang Kai's face grimaced fiercely, and when he raised his spear and pointed it at them, the territory lords who appeared to stop them were all struck with terror. Chapter 54-51 Nyo will stop them. Dizzy and bleary-eyed Yang Kai was seeing stars but still gave off an aggressive air, for he knew that if he were to show even the slightest sign of weakness, then the remnant army would surely be wiped out today. He had no choice but to use a fourth soul-rending thorn, which was really his limit. Even with the soul-warming lotus, he could not use another soul-rending thorn. Fortunately, the territory lords were so frightened they could not see through the strong front that he put up. The might of this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had seeped deep into their hearts. In the opening moments of the battle, he was able to cut down 3 territory lords alone, then 2 more with an astonishingly powerful attack, and just now he had slaughtered another with 1 blow. Not a single one of them was able to see how he was doing this. The territory lords were hesitant, but the remnant army was not. With this display of intimidation from Yang Kai, the struggling remnant army finally found the opportunity they were looking for and broke through the Black Ink clan army, forcing them back. The lights shooting out from the purifying Black Ink battleship and the surviving warships never ceased as they charged ahead. Within that short period, all of the human soldiers gave it their all. When a warship exploded, the unprotected soldiers would give their lives to kill the nearby enemies. Even if they had to die, they would do so honorably. However, the gap in real fighting strength between the two forces could not be closed so easily. Without mentioning the Black Ink clan army of over 1 million soldiers, just the remaining territory lords overseeing the pass still numbered nearly 20. Yang Kai was able to cut down 3 of the first 10 territory lords who came at them with the help of the soul-rending thorns, and another 2 with his sun and moon divine wheel, which left 5 more from the first wave. However, before the remnant army could catch its breath, the royal lord had personally made a move, while another 6 territory lords rushed over as reinforcements. One had to know that these were all innate territory lords who were nearly as powerful as Che Kong. Excluding the territory lord that Yang Kai killed just now, there were still a full 10 territory lords engaging the remnant army, whereas the remnant army only had 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even with Ouyang Lai and the others taking on 2 enemies at once, they were stretched to the breaking point. The decline of the remnant army's momentum was evident in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, while the deterrent effect from Yang Kai's move earlier also quickly faded. The more the remnant army advanced, the more difficult their situation became. There were constantly Black Ink clansmen rushing over to surround them from all directions, while the territory lords did not rush unless they were caught off guard by Yang Kai and killed. Instead, they hid behind their armies and relied on their subordinates to wear down the humans, occasionally sending out secret techniques to blow apart vulnerable human warships. Yang Kai's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He would want nothing more than to cut down all of the territory lords before him with his spear, but his head was throbbing as if it was going to tear open. It was impossible to do anything against the remaining territory lords hiding at the back. Yang Kai also did not dare to leave the battleship recklessly, for if he did, the territory lords would surely come to attack, and the purifying Black Ink battleship might not be able to withstand it. The remnant army's pace became slower and slower, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Finally, less than 100,000 kilometers away from the no-return pass, the remnant army was completely surrounded by the Black Ink clan. When they looked at the territory gate that seemed so close, everyone felt despair in their hearts. They just had to pass through that portal and they would be able to return to the 3,000 worlds. Even though they had no idea what the situation there was like, it was still their homeland. However, this short distance seemed like an entire universe away at this moment. Nobody was disheartened by this reality, for when they decided to attack the no-return pass, they all anticipated that this would happen, including Yang Kai. It was just that even including him, the soldiers subconsciously held onto a faint glimmer of hope and expectation. More than anything else, they didn't want to live hiding like rats on the Black Ink battlefield, constantly being hunted down by the Black Ink clan. They would rather die in battle than waste away their lives in this forsaken place. Kill? When their hope of returning home was shattered, the humans suddenly became calm, as if they had completely let go of something. Shouts rang out across the void as killing intent rose like a tide. The remnant army, which was encircled by the Black Ink clan army and could barely move, suddenly burst out with astonishing power. The lights from many secret techniques and artifacts shot in all directions. In that instant, it was not known how many arrays and artifacts dulled and were destroyed due to the sheer overload of world force pumped into them. The Seventh Order Masters emerged from the warships that protected them and summoned their artifacts for battle. The Four Symbols formation with the purifying Black Ink battleship at its core rapidly fractured as more and more warships were being blown apart. The remnant army's sudden outburst was difficult for even the Black Ink clan army to withstand, and in just a short dozen breaths of time, it was not known how many of them fell. Even a territory lord was severely injured under Ouyang Lai's life-forsaking battle style and was forced to retreat. This was the last struggle of the remnant army. Yang Kai had also let go of his shackles. Since he was destined to die here, then he might as well kill freely before he did. However, before he could leave the purifying Black Ink battleship, he heard the bellow of an ox from the void. There was a disturbance among the Black Ink clan army surrounding the remnant army. Countless auras vanished all at once, and Yang Kai turned his head only to see an enormous black bovine charging through the Black Ink clan's lines, monster chi turbulently erupting from his figure. Under its hooves, countless Black Ink clansmen were reduced to minced meat. As it lowered its head and charged over, nothing could obstruct its path. Even a territory lord was sent flying after being rammed, blood spraying out as he tumbled through the void. "Boys, keep up." The ox monster spoke as it dashed past the remnant army, breaking open the path ahead. Everyone felt their spirits soar, and the soldiers in charge of piloting the warships quickly spurred them off to follow the ox monster's lead. On orders from the territory lords, the Black Ink clan soldiers all came forth to stop the ox monster when they saw it approaching, releasing one secret technique after another, flaying open its skin and flesh. However, no blood spilled out. It had died long ago, and only through the profound methods of the Azure Void Old Ancestor was it able to fight on even after death, so why would it have to fear being injured now? When a territory lord saw this, he tried to block it but was sent flying by the ox monster's broken horns. When the other territory lords saw this, they no longer dared to act rashly. Yang Kai had also just realized how strong this ox monster actually was. Even though he had seen it twice in the past, it was just grazing leisurely in the green hills and blue rivers like an ordinary bull. But now, it seemed that this ox monster was as strong as a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, perhaps even stronger. 100,000 kilometers was crossed in the blink of an eye, and very soon, the remnant army was right in front of the territory gate. Right behind them was the pursuing Black Ink clan army. In a flash, the ox monster arrived behind the remnant army and shook its head. "Go. Nyo will stop them." Its huge body became a shield, protecting the remnant army like a great mountain. Countless attacks landed on its body in that instant, causing it to shake from the impact. Yang Kai's eyes reddened as he somehow maintained the Four Symbols formation and led the remnant army towards the portal. The territory gate at the no-return pass originally wasn't very large. Last time Yang Kai saw it, it was even smaller than a normal territory gate. The Black Ink clan had torn apart the portal by some unknown means since occupying this place so it could facilitate the invasion of their army. The purifying Black Ink battleship was not small, but it was still tiny compared to the current territory gate. However, just as the purifying Black Ink battleship was about to pass through, the exalted roar of a dragon suddenly rang out from within the no-return pass. Startled, Yang Kai looked down and his pupils shrank. Above the square where the dragon pool was opened back then was a dense Black Ink cloud, and within it, the form of an ancient dragon could faintly be seen. Ji Lao San. Yang Kai was extremely shocked, for he never expected to see Ji Lao San here. And from the looks of things, Ji Lao San had been captured by the Black Ink clan, but they did not kill him. Instead, they confined him here and enveloped him in a Black Ink cloud. Yang Kai had no idea what sort of wicked plans the Black Ink clan had for him, but from what he saw, it seemed like they were trying to corrupt Ji Lao San. However, they didn't seem to be having much luck. Divine spirits had some level of immunity towards Black Ink strength thanks to their powerful bloodlines. According to the information that Yang Kai received from Tsang, supplemented by his own speculations, the burning light and serene glimmer were inextricably linked to the primordial light, and the primordial light was capable of completely nullifying the existence of Mo. Purifying light, which was created by fusing the powers bestowed by the burning light and serene glimmer, could completely purify and dispel black ink strength. These two were the original ancestors of the divine spirits, and so the divine spirits had naturally inherited some of that power. As the leaders of the divine spirits, the immunity possessed by the dragon clan from their dragon veins was particularly evident towards black ink strength. This was something that Yang Kai could feel even without the World Tree clone, but with the World Tree clone to protect his small universe, Yang Kai had never felt bothered by black ink strength. Ji Lao San was not particularly strong among the dragon clan. During his previous dragon pool cultivation he had advanced from being a grand dragon to an ancient dragon, but his dragon form was still only 55,000 meters long, noticeably smaller than Yang Kai's 70,000 meters. However, he was still an ancient dragon. In terms of order, he was equivalent to an 8th order human master. Yang Kai had no idea how Ji Lao San ended up being captured alive by the Black Ink clan, but he had apparently sensed something unusual occurring in the no-return pass and let out a roar. However, Yang Kai was powerless to help at this moment. If it were any other time he may have been able to save Ji Lao San, but the Black Ink clan army was currently in pursuit of them while the territory gate was right in front of their eyes. Yang Kai couldn't abandon the remnant army, so he could only turn around and pretend to have seen nothing. In the next instant the remnant army rushed through the portal. With a twist of its rump, the black bovine put itself directly in front of the portal with its body, its loud moo shaking the heavens. No matter how the Black Ink clan lay their attacks on it, it refused to budge. On the other side, the void spun as the remnant army suddenly appeared in an empty great territory. After being disoriented for a moment, everyone was on alert again. Though they had made it past the no-return pass, nobody dared to relax. That was because they knew that the crisis was far from over. Breaking through the no-return pass was just the beginning. Over the past few days, Yang Kai and the others had been guessing what the situation beyond the no-return pass would be and trying to figure out how they should deal with whatever they were going to encounter. Now that the Black Ink clan had taken over the no-return pass, it was inevitable that they would assemble their troops and try to establish a forward position beyond the territory gate. So if they really managed to rush through, then the worst-case scenario they could encounter would be plunging headlong into an endless horde of Black Ink clansmen. If that were to happen, then there would be no possible way for the remnant army to survive. Right now, everyone could only carry the idea of killing one to break even and killing two to gain a profit, intent on fighting the Black Ink clan to death. Yang Kai may be able to escape, but there was no hope for the rest. However, according to Ouyang Lai, that situation was unlikely. It wasn't that their predecessors from the cave heaven and paradises never contemplated what would happen if the no-return pass was to be breached by the Black Ink clan, so countermeasures had naturally been put in place long ago. Chapter 54-52 Second Battlefield. The current Black Ink battlefield was created from the many great territories occupied by Mo in the early ancient era, and was also carved out by the hands of Tsang and the other masters of that time. The purpose was to prevent Black Ink strength from encroaching onto other great territories. The Black Ink battlefield and the 3,000 worlds were now connected by only a single territory gate, so as long as that gate was well guarded, the human race would be able to seal off Black Ink strength in the Black Ink battlefield. However, this was not a foolproof solution. Mo was such a bizarre and powerful existence that the ancestors of the human race, after the era of Tsang and the other martial ancestors, wondered on more than one occasion what would happen if the territory gate connecting the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield were to be broken through by the Black Ink clan. If they were unprepared, then the Black Ink clan would be able to charge straight into the 3,000 worlds and quickly build up their strength by ravaging one thriving great territory after another. When that time came, the mighty force of the Black Ink clan would surely snowball in strength until the human race could no longer stop them. So, in order to deal with this possibility, their ancient ancestors completely cleared out the great territory that the Black Ink battlefield was connected to. Thus, the great territory was named the Barren Territory. If the Black Ink battlefield was the first battlefield between the human race and the Black Ink clan, then the Barren Territory would be the second battlefield as imagined by the ancient ancestors. In other words, there was, in actual fact, more than one strategic point between the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield. Besides the no-return pass, there was the Barren Territory. The Barren Territory was where one ended up after passing through the territory gate. There were originally several territory gates connecting to many other great territories from the Barren Territory, but as it could hypothetically become the second battlefield, then it was naturally better not to leave too many territory gates behind. The ancient ancestors destroyed or sealed most of the territory gates while leaving only a single one intact, and the great territory that gate connected to was the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai only learned about this from Ouyang Lai and the others when they were planning their attack on the no-return pass. After all, he didn't enter the Black Ink battlefield through the usual route. Yang Kai had followed a void corridor from Black Territory to the Blue Sky Theater back then. Any cultivator entering the Black Ink battlefield would have to first transit through the Shattered Heaven and the Barren Territory before arriving at the no-return pass, so it was natural that one would learn of these secrets then. Now that the no-return pass had been breached, the humans had to defend the Barren Territory no matter the cost, so they naturally made many arrangements in this place to set up an ambush for the Black Ink clan. This great territory was very different from all others because every great territory had, more or less, their own universe worlds, which gave the void vitality and life. However, there was nothing in the Barren Territory, it was as empty as its name implied. That was because they had to prevent the Black Ink clan from harvesting resources and creating even more clansmen, which led the ancient ancestors to destroy or remove all of the universe worlds in this great territory when they were setting up the Barren Territory. The only things that existed here were fortifications that the human race had built up over countless years. There existed in this place a defense line even more extensive than that of any great pass on the Black Ink battlefield. That was why Ouyang Lai guessed that while the no-return pass breach may have come as a result of the Black Ink clan's power, it was also possible that the humans had given up the pass voluntarily. After all, after evacuating and withdrawing from outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, if the humans fell back to the Barren Territory, they would be in a better position to engage the Black Ink clan there with the arrangements they had made beforehand. It was because of such speculation that Ouyang Lai believed that it was unlikely that the remnant army would end up surrounded by the Black Ink clan army if they were to pass through the no-return pass. Here in the Barren Territory, it was more likely they would find the humans and Black Ink clan engaged in a fierce war, and if that was the case, then the remnant army would have a hope of rejoining the human army. Now that the remnant army had broken through the no-return pass and arrived at the Barren Territory, the first thing Yang Kai did was check for movement in all directions. What he saw allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The worst had not yet happened. However, this situation was not ideal either. As they expected, both the human race and Black Ink clan were engaged in a brutal battle in the Barren Territory. There were fights taking place practically everywhere in the vast expanse of the void, with human warships flying everywhere, either chasing Black Ink clansmen or being chased by them. There were also violent aftershocks from great clashes radiating out from each direction. One particular set of shockwaves had even surpassed the level of a battle between the old ancestors and royal lords. Yang Kai turned his head over instinctually and was taken aback by what he saw. There, in the far distance, two enormous figures were clashing with each other. Their movements looked clumsy, with each of them exchanging punches and kicks in a juvenile manner, like two small children randomly flailing at each other, but each of these attacks carried heaven-destroying, earth-shattering might. Even a fully intact universe world would not be able to withstand a single blow from such a clash. It was the fight between two giant spirit gods. One of them was the one that Yang Kai saw at the late ancient era battlefield. Currently, his body was enveloped in Black Ink strength, covering his figure in a dark color. The other giant spirit god was different, however. He had a tuft of black hair atop his head which looked rather comical. Air. It was the same air that carried Yang Kai into the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai had a deep impression of the tuft of black hair on his head. Ada's head was completely bald with nothing on it, but Air had a very conspicuous characteristic that allowed Yang Kai to recognize him at a glance. Air was here, fighting against the Black Ink giant spirit god. Giant spirit gods were an ancient and extremely rare race, while the Black Ink giant spirit god was a creation of Mo, designed based on the giant spirit gods and not truly one of their kind. These two were, in fact, very different beings. However, even if it was not a real giant spirit god, the Black Ink giant spirit god's power was not lacking in comparison to Air. It was not known how long these two behemoths had been fighting for, but they kept on exchanging blows without rest, leaving each other bruised and battered. Neither the humans nor the Black Ink clan dared to even approach their battlefield. Since Air is here, what about Ada? Yang Kai looked around, but there was no sign of Ada, so he could not ascertain whether he was here or not. However, he did see the remains of another Black Ink giant spirit god. This Black Ink giant spirit god had come out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, but with the hidden hand left behind by Mu, Tsang had forcibly closed the primordial heaven source grand restriction, cutting off its body before it could fully emerge, so it was easily identifiable. At this moment, it was not known how the Black Ink giant spirit god had been cut apart, but only half of its body, which was originally already lacking parts, remained. Yang Kai calmed down. The strongest forces on the Black Ink clan's side were undoubtedly the two Black Ink giant spirit gods, and the no-return pass collapse definitely had something to do with them. Now that one of them had been cut down, and the other was being dealt with by air, the pressure on the human race was greatly reduced. Apart from the battlefield of the two giant spirit gods, Yang Kai also saw dragons and phoenixes soaring through the void. There were also other divine spirits of all shapes and sizes in their true forms, fighting bloody battles in every direction. Yang Kai did not have time to keep observing the situation, though, as there were already gazes locked onto him from all directions. The sudden emergence of the remnant army from the no-return pass naturally attracted attention, especially from the Black Ink clansmen nearby who rushed over in droves. They were surprised, but they had no time to think about what had happened at the no-return pass. There was one source of headache for the remnant army, however, and that was the presence of a royal lord. The royal lord overseeing the no-return pass had the fallen Azure Void Pass old ancestor to stop him, but nobody was here to block this one. When he saw the royal lord approaching, Yang Kai made a quick decision to lead the remnant army off in a different direction. However, their attack on the no-return pass had not been easy, resulting in many warships, arrays and artifacts being heavily damaged. So, with their speed greatly reduced, how were they supposed to outrun a royal lord? From a distance, the royal lord used his black ink strength to create a black ink cloud that enveloped the remnant army. He did not kill them yet, though. He wanted to capture a few of them alive to ask about the situation at the no-return pass. However, even though he was only making a casual blow with the state of the current remnant army, many would surely be injured or killed. Almost half of the 5,000-strong remnant army were lost during the attack on the no-return pass, so they now number slightly less than 3,000. If they were to fight a royal lord here, they would surely lose several hundreds more. At the critical moment, a young man in white robes suddenly appeared above the remnant army. Nobody knew how he arrived there, as it was almost like he had been standing there the whole time. Faced with the approaching black ink cloud, the young man's body flickered before he suddenly transformed into a 100,000-meter-long dragon. Intense dragon pressure filled the void. The dragon had a flawless snow-white body, which made for a bright and dazzling sight on this chaotic battlefield. Yang Kai raised his brows as he recognized who this dragon was. Fu Guang. It was the ancient dragon that he saw at the bottom of the dragon pool. Before Yang Kai entered the dragon pool, Fu Guang had been in retreat inside the dragon pool for 5,000 years in order to break through to become a divine dragon. The strength division of the dragon clan was simple. Once one reached 10,000 meters, they were a grand dragon, 50,000 meters an ancient dragon, and 100,000 meters, a divine dragon. And the most powerful among divine dragons was the Dragon Emperor. Not all divine dragons were dragon emperors, but every dragon emperor was an extremely powerful divine dragon of their generation. In the dragon pool, Yang Kai helped Fu Guang with his great sun and moon marks, which resulted in immense gains for both of them. Now, it seems like the latter had successfully advanced to become a divine dragon. Yang Kai never thought that Fu Guang would suddenly come to their rescue at such a crucial moment. In fact, Fu Guang had been hiding on the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to kill one or two royal lords. After becoming a divine dragon, Fu Guang had become significantly stronger than an ordinary royal lord, so if he was able to catch one by surprise, he might actually succeed in killing them. Only the sudden appearance of the remnant army disrupted Fu Guang's plans, so he had no choice but to reveal himself. After assuming his dragon form, Fu Guang charged straight towards the royal lord, which shocked the latter. He had suffered a loss at Fu Guang's claws before and knew just how powerful this white divine dragon was. Simply put, in a one-on-one fight, he was not Fu Guang's opponent. So, how would he still be in any mood to pick a fight with the remnant army? He immediately turned around and fled. Fu Guang naturally gave chase, and using a number of Dragon Clan secret techniques, he was able to beat the royal lord into a miserable mess. The fight lasted only a few moments before another royal lord charged over and joined hands with his companion to resist Fu Guang. Still, the white divine dragon was undaunted. Opening his mouth, a river suddenly burst forth. Caught off guard, the two royal lords were swept into this river, their bodies instantly freezing. Fu Guang also dove in and fought the two royal lords inside the river, gaining the upper hand even against two enemies. One could tell from this display alone that the power of a divine dragon was far greater than an ordinary Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. An ordinary old ancestor would not be able to gain the advantage against two royal lords. If it were a one-on-one fight, then Fu Guang might have the opportunity to cut down a royal lord, but that was basically impossible if he had to deal with two of them. He knew that, in this fight, he would only be able to deal damage to the enemy, so his attacks grew less calculated and more ruthless. Even if he could not kill a royal lord, he intended to beat these two half to death. Chapter 54-53 Compensate. With Fu Guang's help, the remnant army led by Yang Kai escaped its immediate crisis. A large human army in the distance also noticed the commotion and was quickly making their way over to support them. With a thought, Yang Kai sent a transmission to Ouyang Lai and the others, "I'll leave the rest to you." Ouyang Lai, who was bringing up the rear, was startled and quickly asked, "What are you going to do?" However, Yang Kai was no longer aboard the purifying black ink battleship when he looked over. Apparently, he had disappeared as soon as he left those words. Ouyang Lai frowned slightly. He could vaguely guess what it was Yang Kai planned to do. He was a little worried about it, but there was no point in fretting now. Yang Kai had already run off and he could not stop him either. Helpless, he had no choice but to hurry over to assume command of the purifying black ink battleship in Yang Kai's place, continuing to lead the remnant army towards the approaching human army. After killing several black ink clansmen who were blocking the way, the two human armies met and the Eighth Order masters in charge communicated with each other through their divine senses. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was both surprised and delighted to hear of Ouyang Lai's retelling of the remnant army's origins. Everyone knew that there were survivors still trapped on the black ink battlefield, but they couldn't rescue those remnant soldiers. They never thought that these ragtag soldiers they believed were destined to perish under siege by the Black Ink clan would actually be able to break through the no-return pass. Only now could the remnant army be considered safe, unlike the precarious situation they were facing before. Looking back, Ouyang Lai did not see any sign of Yang Kai, but he knew he must have headed back towards the territory gate. At the same time, on another battlefield far away in the barren territory, several women were positioned in a battle formation, their graceful bodies shuttling back and forth like a spinning whirlwind, a seemingly uncountable number of Black Ink clansmen perishing at their hands as they continued charging forward. Their strength wasn't particularly impressive, all of them only being in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, after spending countless years together, they had created a tacit bond with each other and were also imparted a profound formation from a senior expert, allowing them to even resist territory lords if they combined strength. One white-robed woman among them wielded a crystal sword, her own temperament cool like ice itself. Suddenly, she raised her hand, holding her chest as she looked in a certain direction. "Elder sister, what happened?" asked a woman in green robes anxiously, thinking that the white-robed woman was injured. "Husband," the white-robed woman muttered softly. In that instant she got a feeling she had not felt in a very long time. It had been more than 1,000 years since she felt it, but it pulled at her heart just as before. Though her voice was soft, the contents of her muttering cracked like the sound of thunder in their ears. All the women looked shocked, and the beautiful eyes of one whose enchanting body was covered in demon chi lit up at the sound of it. "Which direction?" The white-robed woman immediately pointed to the depths of the void. "Let's go." As the demonic woman's voice sounded, she led the others off. She served as the formation core of their battle formation, so as soon as she moved, everyone followed along with her. All of their hearts were burning with anticipation and anxiety. The unnatural movement on their side immediately caught the attention of a certain person. That person moved over to block the women's path, frowning. "What are you doing? It's dangerous over there." Each group had its own region to defend, so if they left and were unable to obtain reinforcements, then there was a high possibility of them falling into the danger of being encircled by the Black Ink clan army. The demonic woman in the lead gave this person who was blocking their way a deep look before not sparing her any semblance of respect as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "He has returned." "Who?" the person blocking the way asked with a frown. Then, as if realizing something, her spirits were roused. "Yang Kai has returned." "Yes," the demonic woman responded. The person blocking their path was both shocked and delighted. "How did you find out?" Even she had no idea of the full situation on this chaotic battlefield, so how did these women obtain such shocking news? What was more, she and the other old ancestors had already speculated that Yang Kai had fallen. After all, there was no word from him for over 500 years after he was pursued by the powerful royal lord, so how could he have survived? It was only after returning to the barren territory and obtaining some information from the members of Void Land that they concluded that Yang Kai was actually still alive. Only nobody knew where he was. The demonic woman had no patience to explain. However, she knew that she had no choice but to do so at this moment. He and Su Yen have cultivated a profound dual cultivation art for many years, so they have formed a connection between their souls. It allows them to sense each other as long as they are not too far away. The person blocking the way immediately turned towards the white-robed woman and asked, "You felt his presence?" Su Yen nodded and pointed in a certain direction, but just as she was about to speak, she suddenly frowned. "He's gone again." The demonic woman was furious and ground her teeth at the person who was blocking their way. "If it turns out you made us lose our man again, you must compensate us." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had heard similar words many times over the past few centuries, despite her being a powerful Ninth Order old ancestor. She had spent countless years overseeing the Black Ink battlefield, rendering meritorious service. All of her juniors and subordinates always treated her with the utmost respect, but this woman from the demon race showed no such inclination. When she learned that Yang Kai had been serving under her all this while for so many years but ended up missing, she made a huge uproar about making her compensate for this. But what kind of compensation could she possibly offer? She did not even have the slightest idea where Yang Kai was. The battle on the barren territory was currently raging. The human soldiers from the Great Passes had suffered heavy casualties, so, after retreating to the barren territory, they had a discussion with the cave heavens and paradises and decided to recruit soldiers from the second-class forces to form a new army to bolster their ranks. There were countless second-class forces in the 3,000 worlds, and there were many masters among these great forces who were in the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven realm. All of them were qualified to join the battle against the Black Ink clan. In the past, these second-class forces were kept from this war because the cave heavens and paradises were there to oversee the Black Ink battlefield. Now that the Black Ink battlefield had been lost to the enemy, the barren territory had become their last line of defense. If they failed to defend even here, then the 3,000 worlds were doomed. Facing such a crisis, the cave heavens and paradises had to abandon their old conventions. Void Land was also considered a second-class great force, so naturally, it was unavoidable that some of them would be conscripted. With her connection to Yang Kai, old ancestor Xiao Xiao took command of Void Land's Open Heaven realm masters, intending to shelter them as best she could. Yet, she never expected that this wife of Yang Kai's would be so bold. Even more difficult for old ancestor Xiao Xiao to understand was how much of a womanizer that little bastard actually was. To have attracted so many women to his side, yet all of them were so attached to him, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was stupefied, but more so, impressed. To be honest, when old ancestor Xiao Xiao found out that Yang Kai's wives, plural, were coming to the barren territory to join the fight, she was quite surprised. Without thinking much of it, she immediately took the reinforcements sent from Void Land under her wing. However, when these alluring women came to report to her, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was flabbergasted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were a total of 9 women. Human, demon, monster, divine spirits. A variety of races were included among them. That brat. He is truly uninhibited. How was he able to bear such a load? But what made old ancestor Xiao Xiao even more speechless was the fact that apart from the 9 wives who had already married him officially, there seemed to be a good many women still back in Void Land who shared an ambiguous relationship with him. At first, old ancestor thought that there must have been a mistake, but upon closer questioning, she realized that there was no mistake at all. She suddenly felt as if her understanding of Yang Kai was lacking. That brat gave the impression of an upstanding and earnest man all those years on the Black Ink battlefield. She had never seen any semblance of such philandering from him. Even Feng Ying and Bai Yi, 2 women of exceptional beauty and strength, who were in his squad, were only regular comrades to him. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao could not help but criticize him inwardly. Sure enough, one cannot judge a book by its cover. If one were to peel back that bastard's prim and proper skin, then one would surely find a flowery bunch of innards inside. Compensate us. The demonic woman was still shouting, while the other women wore indignant expressions on their faces. Helpless, old ancestor Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked in that direction. After some thought, she turned to ask Su Yen, "Could there be any mistake with your senses?" Su Yen replied coldly, "I have never been mistaken." In that case, what would the sudden loss of that sensation imply? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao then asked. Su Yen explained, "He has either died or left the range of our connection. I cannot sense him across great territories or over extremely large distances. However, my cultivation is now far higher than it was before." As long as he remains in the barren territory, I should be able to sense him. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded. That direction is where the territory gate is located. He must have fought his way here from the black ink battlefield. Since you lost the connection, then he must have gone back. I will go and check it out. None of you are allowed to make any rash moves while I am gone. Saying so, she dashed off in that direction. The women were left to look at each other, not knowing what to do. Shuiyu looked at Yu Rumeng. Elder sister, what should we do? Yu Rumeng's face was gloomy for a while before she grit her teeth and shouted, we wait. Just now, she had been too agitated and was about to lead her sisters over in the heat of the moment, but even though they were no longer as weak as they were in the past, it was still not wise for them to run around on such a chaotic battlefield. All these years, they never knew what happened to Yang Kai until the human race army retreated to the barren territory. Only then did they hear about Yang Kai from some of the soldiers who fought alongside him. All of them were heartbroken and wished for nothing more than to fight side by side with their husband. Now that their husband had finally returned, as the eldest sister, Yu Rumeng would not be able to explain to Yang Kai if anything were to happen to any of them. Even though she wanted to rush over to see what the situation was herself, she had no choice but to resist that urge. Clenching her fists, she led the others towards a group of Black Ink clansmen, venting their endless rage on them. The Black Ink clansmen that they fought were filled with grievances, wondering just what had come over these mad women for them to act so viciously. On the other side, old ancestor Xiao Xiao transformed into a stream of light that swept across half of the battlefield, heading straight for the territory gate. Her ostentatiousness naturally attracted the attention of many royal lords. Neither the old ancestors nor the royal lords would move casually on this battlefield, forming a kind of mutual restraint towards each other. A rash move from either side could precipitate a major battle. However, old ancestor Xiao Xiao couldn't care less about the bigger picture at this moment. Frankly, she blamed herself for losing Yang Kai, and she had been feeling guilty about it all these years. However, with so many soldiers dying on the battlefield, she had no way of protecting all of them even if she was in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. There was no helping it if there was no news of Yang Kai, but now that she had a solid lead, she naturally wanted to look into it. Before old ancestor Xiao Xiao could reach the territory gate though, a royal lord swooped in to stop her. Naturally, the two of them promptly engaged in a shocking battle. Chapter 54-54, Sealing the Gate. At that moment, Yang Kai had already passed through the territory gate. He did not encounter any obstacles along the way, both because he had used his space principles to merge with the void to hide his aura, making it difficult for the Black Ink clan to notice him, and because the portal was being guarded very closely. The Black Ink clan had already begun their attack on the barren territory. This was their battlefield against the human race, and as long as the human defense lines here were completely destroyed, they would be able to conquer the entire 3,000 worlds. When that time came, with the insidious nature of Black Ink's strength, the Black Ink clan's strength would snowball and grow to the point where the human race couldn't fight back. Therefore, it did not matter to them whether they guarded the territory gate or not. The humans would not think about capturing the portal since their goal was the same as the Black Ink clan. Only by fighting here could they be rid of them once and for all. As for capturing the territory gate, nobody had even thought about it since it was a senseless endeavor. As such, Yang Kai had no difficulty crossing the portal. When Su Yan sensed him, he had also sensed her and raised his head in a hurry, but he could not catch Su Yan in his sight. They were simply too far apart. It was surprising to him that Su Yan had also joined the fight. When he entered the Black Ink battlefield, Su Yan, Shanqing Luo, and Zhu Qing were still in the Divine Spirit ancestral land to cultivate. More than 1,000 years had passed since then. Since Su Yan was participating in the war, then the divine spirits of the Divine Spirit ancestral land must be participating as well. Yang Kai understood the crux of the matter instantly. It was no wonder he saw so many divine spirits on the battlefield just now. It was impossible to say that he was not worried. Even though it had been more than 1,000 years, he was still not sure to what extent Su Yan could grow in that period. What's more, on this chaotic battlefield, even 8th Order and 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could fall. However, as things had already come to this point, worrying was pointless. The battle for the barren territory was one that concerned the entire 3,000 worlds. If the fight here was lost, then the 3,000 worlds would be doomed. After tossing aside the miscellaneous thoughts weighing his mind, Yang Kai tried to forcibly suppress the head-splitting pain from using 4 soul-rending thorns. If he wanted to recover from this, then he would likely have to wait for the soul-warming lotus to slowly mend his soul. When he stepped into the portal, Yang Kai's space principles flared and the seemingly short distance between the endpoints of the territory gate seemed to stretch infinitely rather than send him back to the black ink battlefield immediately. Instead of fully going through, Yang Kai actually remained inside the portal. An ordinary person couldn't do this, as anyone who passed through a territory gate would definitely re-emerge in the black ink battlefield or the barren territory. However, Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space and had already reached the level of summiting the peak. So, with a clever use of space principles, it was easy for him to stretch the space inside the portal. He was in no hurry to return to the no-return pass. Instead, he wanted to seal the territory gate completely. Just like he did back then when he went from the black territory to the black ink battlefield. The barren territory was the second battlefield imagined by the ancient ancestors, and they had long emptied up that territory. In other words, it was simply impossible for the Black Ink clan to obtain any resources from the barren territory. Without resources, the Black Ink clan would not be able to breed new clansmen. The Black Ink clan was now completely dependent on the no-return pass for reinforcements and supplies. Tens of thousands of Black Ink clan teams were sent to harvest resources across the Black Ink battlefield and deliver them to the Black Ink nests, where new clansmen were bred. At this moment, all of the high-rank Black Ink nests were located in or around the no-return pass, even using the destroyed Great Passes as platforms. As such, as long as the territory gate connecting the Black Ink battlefield to the barren territory was closed, the flow of supplies and reinforcements to the Black Ink clan would be cut off. Without reinforcements, one more death on the battlefield would mean one less Black Ink clansman to deal with. Sooner or later they would be wiped out by the human race. Even if all the Black Ink clansmen in the barren territory were wiped out, it would be difficult to say that the scourge of the Black Ink clan was completely dealt with, but at the very least the 3,000 worlds could be kept safe, and the situation would basically return how it was to before the no-return pass was lost. With that logic in mind, Yang Kai knew he had to seal the territory gate connecting the no-return pass and the barren territory. No one else had the means to achieve this. Currently, the clan leader of the Phoenix clan may have the necessary skills to achieve this as well, but she was far too big of a target. As a master on par with the current Dragon clan leader, she was under constant watch by at least 2 royal lords, making it impossible for her to move as she pleased. As early on as when he decided to attack the no-return pass, Yang Kai had this idea in mind. Only he never mentioned it to anyone. If the remnant army managed to break through the no-return pass, then it would be just as Yang Kai hoped, while if all seemed lost, he could still take the opportunity to rush towards the territory gate alone while the remnant army held off the Black Ink clan. Originally, Yang Kai planned to seal the territory gate as they passed through it. However, what he saw in the no-return pass made him change his mind slightly. Right now, the remnant army had already arrived at the barren territory, and a large human army had rendezvoused with them, temporarily putting them out of danger. Only now did Yang Kai turn back to the portal. As space principles fluctuated, the territory gate began to shrink and flicker. Yang Kai had done something similar more than 1,000 years ago, so he naturally had no difficulty now. As soon as the sealing process began, its visual manifestation in the barren territory began showing signs of distortion. The portal, which was originally a giant churning tear in the void, now seemed as if an invisible force had smoothed out its chaotic lines. The speed of rotation gradually decreased, and the torn traces were rapidly healing over. At first, the Black Ink clan did not notice anything, but soon enough, they detected the abnormality of the territory gate. Even though they had no idea what this occurrence meant, they relied on the territory gate to provide support and reinforcements to their army, so they dared not be careless. At once, a royal lord went forward to investigate. What the Black Ink clan could notice, the humans naturally noticed as well. In particular, the Phoenix clan, who were proficient in the Tao of space, could tell what the source of the portal's change was, and a loud phoenix cry was soon sent out in all directions. When the human masters learned that someone was sealing the territory gate, all of their spirits were lifted and they all rushed towards the location of the portal to stop the Black Ink clan from disturbing the process. The two armies immediately engaged in a brutal fight to the death around the territory gate, with masters from both sides falling frequently. Even the powerful divine spirits were not spared from the carnage. Inside of the territory gate, Yang Kai pushed his space principles to the limit. He knew that as soon as he made his move, the Black Ink clan would definitely notice, so he had to act quickly to avoid being stopped by them. Shuttling through the void from the barren territory to the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai not only sealed the corridor, he also filled the void around him with violent turbulence wherever he passed, adding to the blockage. This blockage was not permanent or foolproof by any means. If there existed a master as skillful as him in the Tao of space, then the blocked territory gate could be reopened and the turbulence cleared out in short order. Only, there were no individuals among the Black Ink clan who were proficient in the Tao of space. It did not matter even if they forced their way through, as they would just be swept up by the chaos and forced to aimlessly wander the void forever. In just a dozen breaths of time, the portal in the barren territory had become as smooth as a mirror, its manifestation disappearing completely. All the humans were shocked to see this. How could they not know that their side had succeeded? Some of the Black Ink clansmen were unconvinced and rushed towards where the portal was originally located, yet there was no sign of them being transported at all. It was as if they were just traversing past ordinary space. This made all in the Black Ink clan's hearts sink. Being cut off from their rear support by the humans was going to be disastrous for them. They needed to act quickly. Otherwise, their troops would be eradicated and they would have no chance of turning the tides anymore. Once Yang Kai blocked up the entire corridor and returned to the no-return pass, he immediately saw Nyo fighting against several territory lords. It had been less than a half cup of tea's time since Nyo stopped their pursuers, allowing Yang Kai to lead the remnant army to the barren territory, and his subsequent return alone. In just a short half a cup of tea's time, Nyo had already been beaten beyond recognition. Countless pieces of his body were torn to shreds and he was now practically a broken skeleton that barely managed to maintain its original shape. The ox monster was certainly very strong, but it was still no match for a dozen innate territory lords combined. In a few more moments, it would surely be torn completely to shreds. Yang Kai could not bear to watch this scene any longer, but he had no intention of helping either. Nyo was already dead and was now shining his final light. If he tried to help, he would only be throwing himself into a trap. The old ancestor of Azure Void Pass was the same. On another battlefield, the old ancestor stood alone, fighting against the royal lord there as well as several territory lords. It was clear that his energy was already close to being exhausted. After returning to the no-return pass again, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned his Azure Dragon Spear before rushing straight to the central square. Nyo was about to give up resisting, but when he noticed Yang Kai's aura, he immediately became energized and moved to the sky, desperately distracting his opponents lest they cause trouble for Yang Kai instead. The old ancestor acted similarly. Even though they noticed that Yang Kai had come back, the territory lords were unable to extricate themselves from their current battles. They could only scream and shout for their subordinates to stop him. But how could such dregs stop Yang Kai, whose current strength was sufficient to easily kill an innate territory lord with just one soul-rending thorn? Even without a soul-rending thorn, he could similarly kill innate territory lords quickly while only paying a small price. The feudal lords were simply unable to block his way, and any who tried simply turned into broken corpses. After cutting through the Black Ink clan's army in a reign of terror, Yang Kai descended upon the square with great momentum. With just one sweep of his divine sense, he found the aura of Ji Lao San, who was heavily suppressed and imprisoned. Even with the power of a divine spirit to protect him, he was already showing signs of being corrupted after being in contact with Black Ink strength for who knows how long. Ji Lao San's dragon form was also locked in place firmly by a type of black chain. He no longer had much power to resist. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's body erupted in a golden light, and following a dragon roar, he instantly transformed into a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon. He grabbed the black chains holding Ji Lao San down and his dragon force burst out. Ji Lao San knew what Yang Kai was trying to do, and under their combined efforts, the chains were swiftly snapped. "Transform into your human form." Yang Kai roared at him. Ji Lao San reacted quickly and shrank down, assuming a human shape. Yang Kai grabbed him with his claws and with a swing of his giant body, wiped out the Black Ink clansmen around him. Amid a loud dragon roar, he disappeared towards the depths of the void without looking back. From the distance, a loud dragon roar resounded. "I've blocked the territory gate and cut off the supplies to the Black Ink clan on the other side. Victory will surely be ours." The Azure Void Pass old ancestor, who was fighting the royal lord silently and without rest, suddenly grinned at his words and shouted, "Good boy." In the next moment, his old flesh completely transformed into a sword light. Man and sword merged into one and slashed out at the royal lord, horrifying the latter.